Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 663 to Chapter 706. A boundless giant city stretched out for over 100 li. The city walls were tall and imposing, as if a mountain ridge stretched out before them. It flickered with a deep and cold metallic luster. It was filled with a condensed feeling of power, as if it was an ancient divine city forged from black gold. It was grand and majestic, giving off a suffocating pressure. It was filled with the imprints of ancient times. Meanwhile, in front of this enormous city, there was only a single figure. Facing this vast city alone, he seemed extremely insignificant, forming a stark contrast. A single person challenged a divine city, facing a great sect that had existed for more than 200,000 years. This required tremendous courage. Yi Fan's expression remained calm as he faced this undying inheritance that was as common as clouds. A cool breeze blew past, his green clothes fluttering about. He was extremely calm. Evil Yi, you actually dare to attack my Xianxia's main city alone? Are you tired of living, or do you not know the difference between life and death? A group of people stood on the imposing city gate. They all found it a bit hard to believe that a single person dared to come here alone, facing a great sect that had existed for thousands of years. If you can't accept it, then come out and accept your death. Yi Fan stood with his head held high, facing a Yin Yang sect disciple just like this. Who will go out and kill this little evil creature for me? A middle-aged man whose status wasn't low shouted. A single person attacking a great sect was not only a type of strange news, but even more so a type of humiliation. If news of today's events got out, it would definitely trigger a huge commotion. It would damage the Yin Yang sect's prestige. A young cultivator dared to break through the city alone. How could they endure this? Lay down formation patterns, don't let him escape. I will go kill him. A 30-something-year-old male leapt off the city, throwing himself over murderously like a great pung. Zhung, 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 zhung. The jet-black iron feathers were terrifying as they shot out like a rain of light. They emitted metallic vibrations as they filled the sky with clanking noises. 9-step fatal blow, iron tail divine feathers, unstoppable. They were refined from the divine wings of the Black One after it passed away in meditation. Even powerful beings can be pierced through. In the back, an elder nodded inwardly. Crack, 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 Yi Fan took action, turning into a streak of flowing light. A golden figure rushed past, and large amounts of black divine feathers shattered. Sounds rang out continuously. He grabbed a main feather with a single hand and flung it out. A streak of dark light pierced through the void, traversing through space. Then, with a pu sound, bloody light flickered, piercing through the space between the newcomer's brows, killing him on the spot. How could this be? How could he have such a formidable combat strength? Could his strength be comparable to a holy lord? Everyone on the city wall felt their hearts skip a beat. Something's not right. With his current strength, he can fight against half-step almighty beings, but he definitely can't fight against sect master level figures. He borrowed the draconic energy under Yin Yang God City. Someone discovered this fact. In that instant, an elder gave the order to operate the divine city's formation patterns and transfer the draconic energy, preventing it from being used by the outside world. Little thief Yi, hand over your life. At this moment, 6 middle-aged men walked out in a line. All of them were at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation and were all half-step supreme existences. Now, Yi Fan's fame grew by the day. Even the supreme experts from the previous generation didn't dare to face him alone. The 6 of them came out together and joined forces to deal with the enemy. Go and report to the sect master and the doyens. Little vile creature, Yi Fan is here. We will act first to kill him. One of them spoke. The 6 experts arrived outside the city. Do you think you can deal with me with just the 6 of you? Yi Fan laughed coldly as he walked forward. Mystic Heaven Slash. One of them shouted and spat out a beam of light. It was like a silver river descending from the sky, slashing towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan didn't care. He stretched out his right hand and flicked with force. With a ding sound, the blade of light shattered and flew out in all directions. Undying Devil Wave. On the other side, a person shook a large bell. The devilish sound was like the tides, surging over, deafening to the ears. It was like a magnificent army galloping. Duo! Yi Fan lightly shouted. After that, he lifted his hand and shot out a finger imprint that was like a golden bolt of lightning flying towards the large bell. Yinyang Divine Swords. With a loud shout, a pair of Yinyang swords intertwined like dragons and phoenixes. They turned into two streaks of light as they slaughtered over. The sword energy split apart the earth and opened up a giant valley. All of this is useless. Yi Fan flicked his finger. Two streaks of spiritual light flew out and collided with the Yinyang Divine Swords. Innate 5 elements centipede rope. On the other side, a half-step expert shouted. A divine rope that was scarlet red like blood flew over like a giant centipede. It was over 1,000 feet long and breathed out multicolored mist as it wrapped around Yi Fan. Jie Bang, Yi Fan formed an imprint with one hand. The sky-overturning imprint pressed down like an immortal mountain, smashing the 1,000 feet long scarlet centipede inch by inch. The 6 experts attacked together. They were all half-step experts, but Yi Fan's attacks were bold and unrestrained. He held the absolute advantage and destroyed their weapons from time to time. The ground was sparkling. There were pieces of divine iron and broken jade everywhere. They were all magical treasures that had been destroyed. The 6 experts couldn't defeat Yi Fan's people. This was true combat strength. Not so long ago, when he was still a small cultivator, he was constantly being hunted down. Now, he could fight 6 half-step experts alone. The difference was like heaven and earth. His combat strength soared. Ants and giant dragons didn't cross paths. It was difficult for dandelion seeds and colorful clouds in the sky to meet. They lived in different worlds and never knew each other. Different times, different paths, different people. When he stopped again, he had already reached this step. His name shook the Central Plains and he could fight against the most powerful cultivators. 6 directions killing formation. The 6 half-step experts suddenly shouted. The broken weapons all turned into light and rose from the ground. They wanted to trap and kill Yi Fan and kill him. Streak after streak of divine light rushed up, forming a giant 6-pointed star formation. Yi Fan was locked in the center as all types of killing light shot out. Little evil creature Yi, do you think we came to throw our lives away? We came for your life. Today, we are going to refine you to death. Thing that doesn't know life from death, is Xianxia sect a place you can barge into? You actually dare to attack the city alone? You are purely courting death. The 6 great experts stood on one side, standing on the 6 corners of the 6-pointed star formation. Their eyes were all malicious and cold as they smiled. Younger generation, you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can an ant-like existence like you touch an undying inheritance? I'll refine your soul in a bit. It's too early for you all to be happy. All of you, die for me. Yi Fan released a great roar. The earth beneath his feet completely collapsed. Over 10,000 streaks of draconic energy rushed up, instantly drowning out the 6 directions killing formation. The ancient star was destroyed. What is going on? The divine city's formation patterns are activated, so why is there still draconic energy leaking out? How can he still borrow it? Many people on the Yinyang City Tower were alarmed. Retreat! An elder shouted. However, it was already too late. Over 10,000 streaks of draconic energy rushed into the heavens like 10,000 swords, shattering the ancient formation. Pooh! One of them was pierced through on the spot. Blood splashed outwards, his entire body flying outwards. In the end, he was swept through by another expanse of sword energy, turning into meat paste on the spot. Ah, another person cried out loudly. He operated a magical treasure, becoming one with his body, throwing himself at Yi Fan, fast as lightning. Pung, however, Yi Fan was even faster. He took a step out, the travel symbol art operating, arriving first even though he moved later. The human king imprint struck out, shattering the ancient weapon, his body flying out while covered in blood. Pooh! Yi Fan followed up, trampling down with a foot, stepping on his chest and landing on the ground. He was trampled to death on the spot, no longer breathing. The other 4's expressions changed, all of them flying backwards. However, they couldn't break through the draconic energy's obstruction, all of them stopped. Yi Fan brandished out boldly, slaughtering his way over. Chi! A streak of snow-white blade radiance rushed out. He hacked one of them in half. Hong Yifan was valiant. A golden fist smashed out, blasting the other party's magical treasure and flesh into a bloody mist, smashing everything until nothing was left. Ah, another person cried out miserably, his head twisted off by Yifan barehandedly. Blood splashed 3 meters into the air. He was unwilling, but he couldn't change reality, his divine will scattering. Yifan's hands moved about, as if he was guiding a starry sky. Endless symbols flickered, covering the sky, completely erasing the other person's 9 divine weapons. Pung, he pressed down on the void, leaving behind a clear imprint. That person in the distance coughed out a large mouthful of blood, his body breaking apart into pieces, and then exploding, completely dying. In this underground battlefield where draconic energy rushed into the heavens, 6 great experts died in the blink of an eye, not a single one left. It was difficult for them to contend against Yifan's valiant attack. The city immediately became deathly silent. This type of method could be compared to a holy lord, not many people able to do this. Suddenly, there was great chaos. The top experts in the city heard the news and rushed over. A large group of people slaughtered their way over, every single one of them surging with killing intent, most of them old and gray-haired. Old sect master died so miserably, turning his body into a death curse, forever falling into purgatory, yet he couldn't kill this little dog, hateful. Old sect master, I will get revenge for you. A valiant male was the first to fly out, roaring loudly. He rushed murderously at Yifan, the divine sword in his hands hacking down. Hong Yifan used his hand to slash out, and then an expanse of blazing radiance flew out, colliding with that person's heavenly sword. Sounds rang out continuously, making his heart jump. This was an ultra-powerful being. Who are you? I am Xianxia's holy child from 500 years ago, now a respected elder. Hand over your life. This person shouted loudly, the divine sword in his hands arriving, the cold radiance of the sword illuminating several dozen li. Every 500 years, they would choose a new generation of holy child, and when the old sect master passed away, a successor would be chosen from the previous generations of holy children. Holy child from 500 years ago, no wonder he is so powerful. Yifan's heart jumped. Kill him. At this time, several more valiant males flew over, all of them revealing killing intent. They all rushed to take action, wishing to take Yifan's head, becoming even more powerful. Holy child from 1,000 years ago, holy child from 1,500 years ago, and even a holy daughter from 2,000 years ago. Their strength was terrifying, enough to be mentioned on the same level as the current most powerful holy lord. The main reason was because Wang Yangzhan had lived for too long, exceeding 3,000 years. The holy children below him could only wait, unable to ascend. Now, a senior elder had become a sect master, and they all wanted to use this opportunity to ascend to the position of vice sect master, hoping to succeed him in the future. The past holy child, now the current powerful senior elder, attacked Yifan together, and there were a few extremely terrifying old monsters that flew over, taking action ruthlessly. Even if Yifan could borrow the great earth's draconic energy, possessing the strength to contend against a holy lord, there was no way he could fight so many people alone. That was purely courting death. It's time. He made his decision inwardly, drawing many experts over. He wanted to gather the power of a dragon cave, wipe out a group of experts, and break one of Yin Yang-sek's legs. Hong. The heavenly origin divine formation that Yifan had carved was fully activated. Endless divine light rushed into the heavens, and tens of thousands of great dragons leapt out. Auspicious multicolored light covered the entire area, submerging this place. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that made people feel like their bodies were going to split apart appeared, surging towards Yifan. Within the divine city, a black and red ancient mirror was currently rising from the ground. The ancient saint's weapon, the true yin-yang ancient mirror has appeared. Yifan's hair stood on end. He had seen this ancient mirror's replica before, and it could kill powerful beings as easily as crushing ants, let alone the real one. Damn it. He had long since made preparations, but he hadn't expected the Yin-Yang sect to immediately use their sect-protecting treasure. One could well imagine how heavy their killing intent was, and they were determined not to give him the slightest chance. Break the city for me. Endless divine power burned, and the great dragons underground raised their heads, burying Yin God City. They all rushed into the sky, and this place was completely thrown into chaos. From the distance, it was like a sea of divine power, and nothing else could be seen. The underground dragon source surged out from the symbols that Yifan had carved, engulfing the world. An endless sea descended like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. This was a great calamity. Hong. The 4 sides of Yin God City's gates collapsed, and then the ancient city walls that were like mountain ridges collapsed like paper. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. This legendary divine land experienced a shocking calamity. Many ancient buildings collapsed, and it was simply impossible to control. Just one person against my Yin sect, yet he destroyed our important land. This is a gargantuan humiliation. Even exterminating his 9 generations wouldn't be enough to wash away this humiliation. Many of the Yin sect's old monsters roared, and they were close to going crazy. Hong. An ancient mirror rushed out from the great earth dragon vein, rising and falling in the void. It was as if it could freeze the endless heavens. Many of the Yin sect's senior elders couldn't help but kneel down. Ancient holy weapon, please protect the foundation of my sect's divine city. Ancient deity, awaken. Freeze this land. Yifan stood in the distance, not daring to get close. That ancient mirror was too terrifying, as if it could devour heaven and earth. Every strand of energy it released could crush supreme beings. It looked simple and unadorned. One side was black, while the other was red. It possessed an indescribable power, as if it could destroy anything. This is the legendary unrivaled ancient mirror. Back then, after their first ancestor refined it, he was unrivaled in the 5 regions. His name shook the past and present, and he had killed deities from outside this region. This was the enemy sect protecting treasure. The entire world knew about it, and no one dared to oppose it. Even though Yifan wanted to seize it, he could only shake his head at this moment. The ancient holy weapon swallowed the power of heaven and earth as if it had a life of its own. It quickly revived, stabilizing the surging underground draconic energy. It could freeze everything. This ancient weapon seized the natural luck of the heavens. There really is no way to deal with it, Hong. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Even though the ancient mirror had frozen the draconic energy, the terrifying power was still surging. The city was in ruins, and large areas collapsed. Little Fifi, you won't have a good death. Many experts roared in anger. The losses this time were too great, and they wanted to smash their heads against the wall. A large area of Yin God City collapsed. The news immediately spread, and the entire central continent was shaken. No one dared to believe it. Since ancient times, how many great sects had been annihilated, disappearing in the long river of history? No one could say for sure. As the years rolled by, dust engulfed the countless events of the past. Those peerless beauties who could topple cities with a single smile, those majestic supreme emperors, they were all buried in the past. The so-called immortality also had a time limit. There was no true eternity. Even the emperors of the human race had already died. Some ancient holy lands and even the flourishing divine dynasties had already been annihilated under the vast starry sky. However, a single person facing an unmatched great sect alone, breaking through an expanse of divine land, was something rarely seen since ancient times. Did this mean that a great sect was heading towards decline? This is unbelievable. The Yin sect was still very powerful, but a cultivator who just stepped into the immortal realm actually destroyed their city. The same physique attacked the Yin sect alone and almost succeeded, leaving behind only rubble. When this news got out, Central Plains was shaken. This was inconceivable news. No matter how powerful Yifan was, there was no way he could deal with a great sect. However, the truth was right before their eyes. More than half of the Yin divine city had collapsed. Dust rose into the sky and the entire place was almost flattened. How can this be? The same physique can fight against half-step existences, but how can he be compared to those doyens? He used an origin art to lay down a divine formation and almost sacrificed the Yin divine city. It was almost burned to ashes by the ancient dragon Qi. When the details spread out, all the major powers were shocked. The origin art left behind by the Yuan Taoist master could be said to be miraculous and could be compared to the ancient scriptures of the human race. A single person facing a great sect and retreating unscathed, destroying half of an ancient city. This shocked all the experts of the Central Plains. Many of the great sects could no longer sit still. What if Yifan attacked their sects on a whim? Origin arts were miraculous and incomparable. Now, it seemed that the dragon chi of the Central Plains was his combat strength and could become the main battlefield. The major powers of the Central Plains couldn't help but be shaken. They summoned powerful dragon-seeking Earth Masters to strengthen their sects and prevent others from taking advantage of them. The rise of the Saint physique is unstoppable. The older generation sighed. As for the younger generation, many people were stunned when they received the news. The Alcade Saint child was silent. A single person attacking a great sect made him speechless for a long time. It's actually so fierce, it's beyond my expectations. A young itinerant monk from the western desert, who came from an ancient temple and had the reputation of being the incarnation of Buddha, also sighed in admiration. Nanyao also came out of seclusion because of this matter. He gazed towards the south in a daze. Genesis techniques were extremely mysterious, yet they possessed such great power. This amazed him. Princess Yu Ling, the second most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, was in a daze. Yifan's methods were truly frightening. Destroying the Yin-Yang divine city with a single strike was like a fantasy. If he becomes the real Yuan Taoist master, will he be able to directly attack our Jiuli divine dynasty? The various large factions were wary. If Yifan were to mature, let alone his battle power, just as Genesis techniques would be extremely frightening. In this battle, everyone also experienced the terror of the Yin-Yang ancient mirror. It awakened from the underground dragon vein and rose up, immediately stabilizing everything, stabilizing the foundation. Many people who personally witnessed it were horrified. That wisp of chi could destroy any opponent. Killing a divine lord would be as easy as blowing off dust. This ancient holy weapon has existed in this world for more than 200,000 years. It has killed gods from the outer realms. It's simply impossible to estimate how powerful it is. The Central Plains was filled with discussions. Yifan was very calm. After leaving the Yin-Yang divine city unscathed, he met a few old friends in the Qishur Manor. Many people looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. It was simply a miracle that he could achieve such results while fighting the Yin-Yang sect alone. One of his old friends was missing. The chatterbox and the most lively little moon of the Ji family was no longer here. He had been summoned back due to important matters. Recently, the Ji family's doorstep has been trampled by many people. Many large factions have gone to propose marriage. Ji Haoyue, what kind of physique does your sister have? How come even the large divine dynasties are alarmed and are eagerly going to propose marriage? The divine king physique of the Ji family didn't reply. He was very steady and calm. His eyes were profound as he stood at the side and gazed into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. I'm going back to the eastern wasteland, but the journey is too long. Ordinary teleportation formations won't work. Yifan was worried. I'll help you think of a way, Yao Yuekong said. Brother Yi, do you really want to go to the eastern wasteland? I heard that there will be a great battle there. All the ancient races have been alarmed and are heading towards the ancient Emperor Mountain. The barbarian was very excited. He said that he would definitely go to the eastern wasteland to participate in the battle. Perhaps many people will head for the eastern wasteland soon. Once the Purple Mountain is opened, there will be a great war. Even the Jade Lake Saintess said this. The eastern wasteland once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Everything related to Great Emperor Wuxia would inevitably cause endless waves. The 100 sects of the Central Plains were all paying attention. Last time, they attacked the Purple Mountain and returned miserably. This time, no one dared to act rashly. They were all watching silently. Once there was a chance, they would all move. Yifan appeared in the Qishur residence again, causing a commotion. The king-level figures were all here. The divine king physique was undoubtedly very eye-catching. Everything he did would cause great waves. In this beautiful deity ground, young experts from the 5 regions gathered like clouds. King physiques of all kinds could be seen. Everyone was looking at him. There were many terrifying figures among them. Even though they couldn't compare to the Central Emperor and the Southern Demon, they weren't far off. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Recently, Yi Fan felt a few terrifying gazes. Tigers and leopards are hidden in the mountains, cheetahs are buried in the fields. This is indeed true. There is no lack of experts in this world. He saw a young monk on a short mountain. He cultivated silent meditation and came from an unknown ancient temple in the western desert. However, he was extremely powerful and unfathomable. Under the night moon, he saw a young demon on a mountain peak, breathing in and out moonlight. Moreover, with a single breath, he would swallow the starlight that filled the sky, casting this region into eternal darkness. It was extremely terrifying. These people were all very low-key or enduring. They didn't show their strength in front of outsiders. Yi Fan could only feel it through the pulsation of the earth. 8 days later, Yi Fan embarked on a new journey. With the help of Yao Yuekong, he found the ancient teleportation formation of the Sky Demon Palace and headed for the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi, you go back first. I'll be there soon, Pang Bo said as he ate a coffin. I'm looking forward to the great battle of the Eastern Barren Territory. I'll definitely go. I believe many people will appear in the ancient Emperor Mountain. The barbarian was very battle-hungry. He was sure that the Qixia residents would let them go. The Sky Demon Palace was one of the strongest forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. Before the primordial era, there were countless great demons. They could pluck the stars and grab the moon. They roared through the world and could compete with human emperors and the divine physique. Today, they were on par with any immortal inheritance. Together with the Demon King Palace in the southern mountains, they were known as the two supreme holy lands of the demon race. With the help of the ancient teleportation formation left by the Sky Demon Palace in the Middle Plains, Yi Fan finally arrived in the Eastern Barren Territory and appeared in a primitive wasteland. Looking from afar, he saw endless palaces that stood in the blue dome of heaven. There was also mist that covered the sky. That was the legendary Sky Demon Palace. More than 100,000 years ago, this place was the origin of the demon race's glory. More than 10,000 years ago, the Qing the Arch had also entered this place and almost built an ancient heaven. But in the end, nothing came of it. There was a powerful pressure that covered the sky and earth. It was like an ancient palace in the mortal world. It was so heavy that people couldn't breathe. Yi Fan didn't stay for long. He used the mysterious jade platform to leave quickly. He went all the way east and went deep into the Eastern Barren Territory. Eastern Barren Territory, I'm back. Half a month later, he entered the central region. There were many ancient cities and sections. It was the origin of the human race. Not long after, he heard a rumor. The North Emperor didn't come to the Eastern Barren Territory just for the Wuxia Bell. He also went to the Ji clan to formally propose marriage. Moreover, he mobilized a lot of people. Many important people from the Wang clan of the Northern Plains came personally and entered the ancient clan founded by the Void Emperor. They were fortunate enough to enter the Void Palace. The Ji clan didn't neglect them and led them into the Void Palace built by the ancient Arch. This itself is a kind of recognition. Is the bright moon of the Eastern Barren Territory going to marry the Northern Plains? This was not a small storm. Countless eyes were staring at it. Many people were paying attention, especially the younger generation. They all wanted to be recognized and not fall behind. Not long ago, Ji Ziyue was summoned back from the Middle Plains. It most likely has something to do with this. People immediately made a correct guess. The powerful North Arch has unparalleled potential. Now, he can be compared to the ancient great Thearchs when they were young, and he might even surpass them. In the future, he will at least be a saint, and the Ji clan will definitely move against him. Many young people in the Eastern Barren Territory were pessimistic. It was impossible to compete with the North Arch. He didn't have such great battle strength and didn't have the foundation of a monarch. The North Arch suppressed the younger generation so much that they couldn't breathe. In the past few months, no one could stop him. He was on the same level as the Saint Lords. None of the sect leaders dared to neglect him. This was power. A young man who could compete with the sect leaders of the world could look down on the Eastern Barren Territory and his peers. No one dared to go against him. What a pity. Although Xianxia has the divine king body and his strength is unfathomable, this is his sister's marriage. He can't do anything. Doesn't the Jiang clan still have the divine king body? He has always shown his true battle strength. Will he shock the world? The two divine king bodies in the Eastern Barren Territory are not North Thearka's match. At least, they can't compete now. It's useless even if they make a move. People were disappointed to find that although there were many strong young people in the Eastern Barren Territory, there was no number one who could suppress the 5 regions. They couldn't be compared with people like the Middle Emperor and the Southern Demon. Many people thought that maybe only the Yaoguang Saint could fight against the North Arch because no one knew how strong he was. However, people felt it was a pity that he wouldn't make a move. It was said that he was cultivating a special art. According to his temperament, he wouldn't make a move unless he was invincible. 10 years later, there will be one person in the Eastern Barren Territory who can fight against the North Arch. However, the world won't tolerate him, someone said. Many people guessed that it must be Hua Yunfei. Actually, there is one more person. Did you forget the Saint body? Although he hasn't matured, he killed the North Thearka's uncle and brother. That's right. He might come back. He and the North Arch are enemies. He will most likely come back. When Yifan returned, he heard many rumors. The Eastern Barren Territory was not peaceful. The ancient races in the north were about to awaken. The ancient Imperial Mountain would definitely be stirred up. During these days, the sects in the north felt a strong pressure. Some people faintly felt the aura of an ancient king coming into being. It made people tremble. Wang Teng, you've stirred up so much trouble in the Eastern Barren Territory. A few days later, news spread that the Saint body Yifan had returned. He had crossed the void and returned to the Eastern Barren Territory. This caused many people to discuss it. Who spread this news? Everyone knows. Are they trying to deal with me? Yifan frowned. He had returned secretly, so not many people knew. My son Wang Ting is in the Eastern Wastelands. Holy body, you better hide forever and never appear again. Otherwise, I will kill you until there is no path to heaven or gate to hell. This was what Northern Plains Wang family's patriarch shouted. The Wang family of the Northern Plains is really tyrannical. They came to the Eastern Barren Territory to propose marriage but are so unrestrained. Do they really think they can command the world? Who told them to have a great emperor for a son? They can indeed shout it out. This is the act tough Saint body. He disturbed his Taoist heart and made it hard for him to calm down. They want him to attack and take revenge for Wang Ting's uncle and younger brother. Everyone was discussing this matter. Saint body, as long as you dare to stir up trouble in the Eastern Barren Territory, I will destroy your body and soul. You will never be able to reincarnate. The people from the Wang family continued to spread the news. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Yifan didn't hold back. He was extremely domineering, quickly responding. He slaughtered his way into one of the Wang family's extremely large-scale gambling dens in the Eastern Wasteland, slaughtering every single one of them. The Saint body retaliated. He is stepping on the Wang family's face. A great battle is unavoidable in the future. Everyone was looking forward to it. A small boat went down the river. On both sides of the river, there were towering mountains, and the cries of apes and roars of tigers. Yifan sat cross-legged on the small boat and drank alone. The water was sometimes calm and sometimes rapid. He couldn't find the Black Emperor these days. The dead dog was already a legend in East Barren. Not long ago, he almost killed North Arch, which shocked the entire East Barren. Yifan wasn't in a hurry to find them. As long as little Nan Nan and the others weren't in danger, he wasn't worried. During this period of time, he traveled the famous mountains and rivers of East Barren and cultivated peacefully. Setting Sun Valley, an ancient saint's place of seclusion. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and nothing is left. The river flowed east and washed away the canyon. Now, Setting Sun Valley had become a swamp, and the last trace of the ancient saint had disappeared. Yifan stood at the bow of the boat and poured a cup of wine down. The river flowed rapidly, but the small boat didn't move and stayed there quietly. He looked carefully. Setting Sun Valley had long been submerged by the water. Only a few mountains were above the water surface. They were like dragons and snakes, like giant tortoises looking at the moon. It was very strange. Back then, that saint created the 12 turtle snake swords and swept across East Baron. He created a famous supreme sect, and all the sacred grounds came to congratulate him. What a pity. No matter how great an inheritance is, it will come to an end one day. It only lasted for 20,000 years, and it ended so quickly. Sigh, the 12 turtle snake swords became extinct. A world-shaking absolute art has disappeared forever. Yi Fan cultivated and wandered. He naturally wanted to pay homage to such a historical site, hoping to feel the Tao marks and mental state of the predecessors. Could the 12 turtle snake swords be related to these mountains? He looked at the remaining mountains. They were exposed on the water surface, shaped like spirit snakes and old tortoises. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing the sky red. The mountains seemed to have a mind of their own, jumping in the afterglow like tortoises and snakes. Is it the mountains, the water, or my heart? Yi Fan calmed his heart and focused his mind. He spread his divine sense towards the Snake Ridge and Tortoise Mountain. In that instant, the mountains, valleys, earth, and surging rivers all rang out, releasing a sound like that of a great bell. This is, the spiritual imprints of the predecessors had existed for endless ages, never fading. At this moment, they were activated by him, all of them resonating, as if over 100 great bells were shaking. The river water overflowed, sweeping into the heavens. The cliffs reached the heavens, rumbling as they swayed. All types of holy light flickered, illuminating the entire world, making one couldn't help but bow down in worship. At first, Yi Fan thought that it was the mark of the ancient sage, and that it might have triggered the 12 turtle snake swords. However, he quickly rejected this idea. This was the resonance of close to 100 types of imprints and not a single powerful mark of Tao. Soon, he knew what was going on. Someone had come here to pay homage just like him, leaving behind a fragment of his spirit and branding it between the cliffs. A rare lost art has truly disappeared in the ancient times. So many people have come to search for it, but they all sighed in vain. Half a month later, Yi Fan had long since crossed into the distance, arriving in a great wasteland. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of li, only ancient trees and the roars of beasts. The tomb of the fallen king was a land of bloodshed. Not a single blade of grass grew on the barren mountains, and even birds didn't land. It was incomparably silent, without a trace of wind. This was truly a barren land. The mountains were red, as if dyed red by blood. No one knew how much time had passed, but it was still so bleak. In the distance, the great wasteland was lush with plants. Only this place was like an isolated island without any signs of life. It was said that this was the place where a divine king had fallen. His strength was heaven-defying, invincible, and he had reached the saint realm. It could be said that in that era, a divine body of the eastern wasteland who had reached the saint realm was extremely terrifying. He was invincible in the world, and no one could match him. This matchless divine king had a good relationship with the first Yuan Taoist master. They entered their later years together, and something ominous happened to the first ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's lineage. All sorts of terrifying and mysterious things happened one after another. In the end, the divine king of the eastern wasteland brought the first ancestor of the heaven's origin to this great wasteland. They lived in seclusion together in their later years, preparing to resist all sorts of terrifying things. However, no matter how powerful the invincible divine king was, he couldn't change anything. After living in seclusion for half a year, a great battle that shook the entire eastern wasteland took place. The outside world didn't know the details, but on that day, they saw a bloody light shoot into the sky, as well as the eastern wasteland divine body's most powerful arcane technique. It overturned the heavens and the earth, and a bloody light flooded the entire great wasteland. The most ancient living fossils in the eastern wasteland all sensed the terrifying aura, and they were all shocked to the extreme. After the battle, people rushed here. The blood of the invincible divine king dyed the earth red. Both he and the first ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master had died, and not even their corpses were left. The tomb of the fallen king could be said to have been dyed red by the blood of an invincible divine king in ancient times. It had submerged the great wasteland, and it contained the blood of a deity that hadn't faded since ancient times. The first ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's lineage and such an invincible hero fought the ominous together in their later years, but they both died with grievances. How terrifying! Yi Fan was deep in thought, and his heart was not at peace. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were really difficult to pass. It was a great calamity, and he didn't know how to face it in the future. That is. Suddenly, he was shocked. He saw a figure standing on the bloody tomb. The figure was dressed in gray, and he disappeared in a flash. He was so fast that even Yi Fan's divine eyes couldn't see him clearly, and he couldn't keep up with his speed. It was too fast, Yi Fan was too far away, and he felt that the figure was a little familiar. Then, his heart suddenly trembled, and he revealed a look of disbelief. He used the line formula and chased after him. However, when he came close, he was already nowhere to be seen. According to that speed, it was possible that he was 800 or 900 miles away, and it was impossible to catch up. "Senior Divine King," he shouted, and the whole great wasteland rumbled, but there was no response. Yi Fan felt that he saw the peerless Divine King Jiang Taishu, who had disappeared for many years, the white-robed king who had been a hero for a lifetime of bitterness. It really looks like him. He couldn't be sure, but he felt that there was a 60% chance that he was right. His heart was extremely shaken. The peerless Divine King didn't die. He survived, so he must have broken through by now. Yi Fan was excited, but he also sighed for the Divine King's life experience. The ancient ancestral kings were about to be born one after another, and the return of the Divine King made Yi Fan extremely excited. In the future, if they were to fight against the ancient creatures, he would be an invincible force. He was so emotional that he wanted to die for the woman he loved, and he cut off the Divine King's source, but in the end, he was reborn. How strong would such a person be? Yi Fan didn't know. He cut off the Divine King's source without any reluctance, saved little Tingting, and returned to immortal. Perhaps no Divine King in history would be willing to do this. The Divine King shed all of his divine blood for me and exhausted his source for little Tingting. In the end, he went far away, wanting to be buried with Fairy Rosy Cloud in the forest. He survived in such a situation. Yi Fan lingered here for a long time, comprehending the traces left behind by the ancient saints. After cultivating for half a month, he got up, but he didn't see Jiang Taishu return. He was very regretful. "If the Saint Physique Yi Fan dares to appear, we will cut off his 3 souls and 7 spirits, and he will never be able to reincarnate." These were the words of the Wang family, and their words resounded throughout the Eastern Barren territory. "With my son Wanting here, he will never have a chance to rise up. Even if he has a saint physique and has cultivated it to great success, he can only be killed and become a pile of bones by the side of the road." Wanting's father was very high profile. He personally stood out and said, "If he dares to appear, we will kill him." In the boundless Eastern Barren territory, undercurrents were surging. Yi Fan returned from cultivating in the great mountains and rivers, so he naturally heard these words. He didn't attack the Wang family's businesses again, because he believed that the other party had already prepared an inescapable net. "Wang family, if you all want to die, then you can all come to the Eastern Barren territory. I will kill you all one by one." These were the words Yi Fan spoke after returning. He also appeared in the central region. At the same time, an extremely bad signal appeared in the Eastern Barren territory. An archaic creature appeared from the north, traveling through the great mountains and rivers. "Saint Physique? What a joke. In front of my clan, all physiques are clay chickens and pottery dogs. They can't even take a single blow." The first archaic king race youth appeared and released these words. This was a powerful ancient creature that broke through divine origin. Even though he was young, he made others feel restraining fear. There were people who saw North Emperor Ting walking together with him, personally accompanying him. "Brother Wang, I will help you deal with this so-called Saint Physique. If my clan wants to kill someone, no one in the heavens above or earth below can stop us." A young archaic king race youth spoke. He had a head of purple hair, and his eyes were fierce. He was arrogant and cold. "Your sacred prince is acquainted with him. If you do this, won't it lead to internal strife within the archaic races? Emperor Fighting has long passed away in meditation during the archaic years. What prince is he now? If he isn't a match for our king race's descendant, then he is nothing more than a sacred ape. That young archaic king race youth laughed coldly. As long as Yi Fan can be found, a single finger from me is enough to crush him to death. Wang Ting said indifferently. Northern region, within an ancient mountain range, within a grand underground ancient watchtower, two individuals sat across from each other, discussing like this. No harm. It isn't impossible to find him. My clan's ancestral king refined a divine lake when he was young. It has endless wondrous uses. Now, it is placed in the depths of the ancient cave. If you and I work together to activate it, we should be able to find his traces, said the young archaic king race youth. Within an enormous cave, one or two enormous pieces of divine source could be seen from time to time. There were powerful ancient creatures sealed within them that were rising and falling. It was incomparably terrifying. They walked into the depths and saw a small lake that was 10 zhang in circumference. It was a faint golden color that flowed with bewitching radiance. When the two of them worked together to activate it, it immediately released woo-woo sounds. Then, the faint golden lake rippled with light, and then it began to quickly tremble. Then, it became as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the mountains and rivers of the great earth. Think of that person's appearance in your heart and recite his name. The young archaic king race youth reminded. Wang Ting released a low shout. The 9 dragons, 9 phoenixes, 9 tigers, and 9 black tortoises rushed out together, submerging the ancient cave. Light shone resplendently, and just like the central great emperor, he was surrounded by 4 types of immortal essence. Voila, the faint golden divine lake released a sound, and water light flowed about. A mountain range appeared, towering and majestic. A figure stood on top of a precipice. It was precisely Yi Fan. Swoosh, suddenly, Yi Fan turned around. His gaze seemed to pierce through the divine lake, and all of the scenes immediately shattered. He has a secret treasure on him that can stop us from searching. However, this is enough. He came to the northern region. I've been to that place before. The archaic king race youth sneered. I'm going to kill him right now. Wang Ting immediately stood up. This person had purple hair and was tall and handsome, no different from a human male. One look and one could tell he was a descendant of an ancient king with the purest bloodline. He was very calm and stretched out his hand to stop Wang Ting. He's only at the first level of Immortal Foundation. To us, he's just an ant. Killing him would dirty our hands. It's enough to send 1 or 2 servants. Wang Ting's expression changed. After that, his eyes turned sharp as he said, I don't want any accidents to happen. Let's go personally and kill him in 1 strike. Don't worry. You can busy yourself with the marriage proposal to the Ji clan. Killing a saint physique that hasn't matured yet is insignificant. The young primordial royal family member smiled faintly and patted the North Thearch's shoulder, stopping him once again. Wang Ting's expression was calm and he didn't say anything more. He stood in the cave and stared at the golden lake, staring at his reflection. The young ancient noble waved his hand and 2 bolts of purple lightning shot out from his eyes. He summoned 2 powerful ancient life forms and said, Go to the ancient mountain range of heaven capital and bring back that Saint Physique's head for me. Understood. The 2 powerful ancient creatures accepted the order. They walked out, leaving this ancient cave. What's wrong with the king? His personality is different from usual, it seems like. One of the ancient living beings said carefully. Seems like he's too arrogant? The other ancient living being said coldly, You followed the master for so long. Can't you even see this? The king is doing this on purpose to stop Wang Ting and not let him participate. Young master wants to take the myriad chi cauldron and all the other divine items on the Saint Physique? Is there even a need to say it? The king needs to prepare for the items to prove his Tao. Everything on the Saint Physique is perfect. He was born to be a wedding dress for the young master. The heavenly capital mountain range was one of the more ancient regions in the northern region. Many of the mountain ranges were broken and there were countless deep chasms. It was a very desolate scene. Yi Fan flew up into the clouds and looked down from a high enough altitude. He saw that the huge canyons on the ground were actually sword marks. Those deep chasms were actually finger marks. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. A rift that was hundreds of thousands of meters long had actually been created by a strike, and it was impossible to see it from the ground. Just how powerful of an existence was it that created all of this? Broken mountains, deep valleys, all of this was incomparably ancient. Sensing this type of aura, it was definitely something done during the archaic times, not something created by the human race at all. It was definitely an incomparably ancient battlefield remains. I'm close to the northern region again. This place was at the border between the central and northern territories, and it inherited the characteristics of a barren land that spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. There wasn't a single plant life here, and it was completely bare. Yifan wandered aimlessly on the road. He only wanted to cultivate his body and raise his cultivation base. Unknowingly, he had crossed over to this place. My heart is tied to the northern region. I miss the little darling, and I'm worried about Wusher's inheritance. This is most likely a reflection of my heart, he muttered to himself. His instincts coming to the north were most likely related to this. Suddenly, a door appeared in the air above one of the mountains. Violet light flickered, and two powerful Archean beings stepped out. Instantly, they saw Yifan on the other side of the cliff. Human saint body. Roar. The two ancient beings roared. They actually understood the human language and were about to be born soon. They had long made their preparations to enter the mortal world. Which ancient mountain did you guys come from? Was it the nest of 10,000 dragons, the absolute beginning forbidden region, or the Violet Mountain? Yifan was very calm. He frowned as he asked. We come from the Valley of Divinity, one of the origins of the strongest royal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms. Human saint body, if you know what's good for you, hand over your cauldron and all the treasures you have on you. Yifan laughed. Such words coming from the mouth of an ancient being made him feel extremely strange. He replied, Are you guys trying to rob me? You're right, we still need to borrow your head. Another ancient being stepped out. This race that came from the ancient immortal realms were all extremely majestic. If they weren't a pure royal race, their bodies were covered in scales and they had humanoid forms. Other than that, they also had some divine wings or horns. These two ancient beings were all extraordinary. They surpassed the half-step supreme existences and took the crucial step, entering the second level of immortal foundation. Their bravery was extraordinary. Yifan wasn't afraid at all. He smiled, You guys came at the right time. I came to the northern region precisely because I wanted to capture two ancient beings to help me translate the immortal teardrop green golden book. Ignorant humans, boasting shamelessly. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, you guys were merely food for the royal races. We were existences at the very peak of the pyramid. In the past, even the sages of your human race had no way to dominate the world. They were suppressed by the ancestral kings of the various races, becoming the lowest of the 10,000 races. The two ancient beings were extremely arrogant, completely not placing the human race in their eyes. They had a disdainful look on their faces as they stared at Yifan with disdain. What a pity. You said that the lowest of the human race became the masters of this world while you guys struggled for the sake of the death calamity for the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. Yifan shook his head. That's because we slumbered. Now, the strongest races have all awakened and returned. The glory of the upper echelons will appear once more. The two ancient beings yearned for the glorious past and were incomparably nostalgic. One of them coldly said, The so-called saint physique has never been heard of in the supreme ancient immortal realms. You two slaves, why are you talking about the glorious past? But today, the world has changed. You guys can't do it anymore. Come over and translate the ancient scriptures for me. Yifan waved his hand at them in a casual manner. Let me taste the taste of saint blood. After that, I'll take your head and report back. One of the ancient beings roared. It actually grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Purple scales flickered as it rushed over. Boom! The stone mountain below Yifan's feet immediately shattered, filling the air with dust. The aura of the ancient beings was so powerful, containing boundless bravery. Just the fluctuations alone were enough to shatter the ancient land. Chi. Yi Fan left behind an afterimage, evading the shocking attack of the three-headed six-armed creature. A terrifying black hole appeared there as the six violet hands crushed that place. So powerful. He shivered inwardly. He produced a head-sized divine source. There were millions of symbols carved on it, densely packed together. As soon as it appeared, it illuminated heaven and earth, making it impossible to look straight at it. "Collect it for me." On the side, another archaic creature roared. It opened its mouth and spat out an exquisite pagoda. It was golden in color, as if it was a holy object that could suppress a great world. Several strands of primal chaos energy flowed from it. Yi Fan was shocked. This exquisite pagoda sucked in the divine source piece, not allowing it to erupt. Everything calmed down without the slightest fluctuation. This piece of divine source was densely covered in millions of heavenly origin patterns, enough to flatten a range of 100 li. However, it was sucked in by a golden ancient pagoda. It truly was a bit terrifying. "You killed Wang Ting's uncle with this, did you think we wouldn't be on guard? This is a forbidden artifact produced according to my clan's ancestral king weapon. Hand over your life." The golden exquisite pagoda descended, pressing down like a mountain. It froze time and space, solidifying eternity. Everything became still as if it was going to swallow Yi Fan. Yi Fan released a long shout. His body turned into a stream of flowing light as he rushed out with the travel symbol art. He almost froze in that space-time. Everything behind him was quiet. The shattered void and flying rocks were all moving slowly. What a terrifying forbidden artifact. His heart couldn't help but sink. This was just an imitation of his clan's ancestral king weapon, yet it possessed such great power. If the real golden pagoda descended, what kind of power would it have? However, he wasn't too worried. The so-called forbidden artifact could only be used a few times. After a long time, it would automatically shatter and no longer exist. "Divine body, offer up your head." That three-headed six-armed purple creature pounced over again. Its six hands moved at the same time, as if six worlds were rotating, shattering the void and pressing down on Yi Fan. "The divine origin block you inscribed is useless. Just wait for your death." "Less nonsense." Yi Fan retreated, evading the sharpness. He was wary of the other ancient creature that wielded the exquisite pagoda. "Everyone says that the divine body is unrivaled. Why are you so timid before me?" The three-headed six-armed creature mocked. It left behind an afterimage at its original location and appeared before Qin Wentian like a beam of purple light. Bang! Yi Fan activated the Man-King imprint with the Battle Saint art. It was like an ancient emperor had been revived. At the same time, he manifested the Taiji symbol as a golden circle moved with him, directly blasting out. The three-headed six-armed ancient creature was shocked. A human who had just stepped into the first layer of Immortal Foundation actually managed to block its attack. Although his opponent was flung far away, he wasn't seriously injured. Yi Fan shuddered. In the end, his cultivation base was still too low and wasn't strong enough to compete against supreme existences. There was no one who could surpass the 8 forbidden domains. "I want to fight against your fleshly body." "You don't dare?" The three-headed six-armed ancient creature provoked. "Then why don't you give it a try?" Yi Fan raised his hands and feet, opening and closing, pressing forward. Bzz. A cruel smile appeared on the three-headed six-armed ancient creature's face. He suddenly activated a towering amount of energy and attacked over instead of fighting with his fleshly body. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. Another divine origin block flew out, containing 1,000,000 runes that fluctuated like the sea. It blocked in front of him and directly erupted forth. "You." The ancient creature was shocked and hurriedly retreated. On the other side, the ancient creature wielding the exquisite pagoda once again took out a forbidden weapon. Bzz. The void trembled. All of the divine light in the sky was devoured. This golden ancient pagoda was extremely mysterious. It sucked in the millions of symbols that were engraved in the void, as if it had flattened the void. Crack! However, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out from the golden pagoda as a crack appeared on its surface. Although it was very small, it was clearly visible. Yi Fan calmed down. In the end, a forbidden weapon was still a forbidden weapon. No matter how terrifying it was, it couldn't truly be used. He believed that this pagoda would shatter after a few exchanges. The pagoda you all rely on cannot suppress me. Human brat, with just this bit of skill, I don't even need to use anything to kill you. The three-headed six-armed creature rushed over. However, he was also quite careful, on guard against the divine origin block he brought out. The other ancient creature also rushed over, but he didn't dare to rashly use the golden pagoda. If he couldn't kill him in a single strike, he feared that he would lose a forbidden weapon for no reason. Then I'll just send you on your way. Yifan released a long roar, his voice connecting the heavens and moving the earth. This ancient battlefield actually began to sway, releasing endless divine light. Origin technique. The two ancient creatures shivered inwardly. They had long learned that he grasped a strange technique that didn't exist before the Archaic era. It was established by the later human race that could borrow the power of the origin vein. The origin vein in this place has been dug out since the Archaic era. How can it still be used? The two ancient creatures had a bad feeling. Unless the primordial creature king that surpassed the divine master level comes out, I will kill whoever comes. Yifan was very confident. Not long ago, he was infinitely close to becoming an Earth origin master. His origin technique naturally reached a higher level. In this north region, there were too many places where he could borrow the power of the origin vein. One could say that in a place with endless divine origin, he could fight any divine master. In the north, he had absolute fighting power. If he was in the absolute beginning forbidden zone or somewhere like the Purple Mountain, he would be even stronger. The north region was his main battlefield. This was the reason why Yifan dared to come back alone. The battle was very intense. The two ancient creatures didn't know the secrets of the origin technique at all. They were so suppressed that they couldn't fight back. After using the forbidden weapon many times, it finally shattered. In the Valley of Gods, in front of the small golden lake below the ground, the young primordial royalty and the North the Arch used their magic power. The lake finally reflected Yifan's figure. Bang, they saw a strong and domineering foot that seemed to step out of the lake. It was sharp and terrifying. The void shattered and turned into a black hole. Yifan stepped on the chest of the three-headed, six-armed ancient creature and made him fall to the ground. Dust rose up. The ancient creature was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Dong, at the same time, Yifan released a great roar. The remaining origin veins underground surged, and all of the essence energy and rule power merged with Yifan. He reached out a large golden hand, striking another ancient creature until it spat out large mouthfuls of blood and collapsed into the dust. Damn it! In the Valley of Gods, the young primordial royalty's purple hair stood up. His eyes were purple and terrifying. He shattered the stone chair next to him. Another origin technique, in the north region, he won't be weaker than anyone. Wang Ting frowned. When Yifan used the deity striking whip, the golden lake flickered, and everything disappeared. In the real heaven capital ancient mountain range, Yifan used the deity striking whip to interrogate the two ancient creatures. He kept crushing their consciousnesses and erasing their will. You only have one chance. If you don't want to die, translate this ancient scripture for me. The two ancient creatures would rather die than submit. They didn't speak at all. Yifan didn't say anything more. He used the deity striking whip to grind their consciousnesses. Ah! The two ancient creatures screamed. They couldn't take it anymore. Yifan looked at the horizon and flew away with the two captives, disappearing into the heaven capital mountain range. 8 days later, the two ancient creatures surrendered even if they wanted to die. Yifan locked them up in different caves to help him translate the immortal Tear Green Golden Book. This green golden tome came from a crow's nest in the immortal graveyard. It was hidden under a golden crow's egg and obtained by Yifan. It felt hot every time he held it in his hand. The immortal Tear Green Golden Tome was a creature exclusive to the Great Emperor. It was priceless in this world, so a scripture carved from it was incomparably important. If the scripture you translate is different, I'll kill both of you. There are many ancient creatures anyway, so I won't have to worry about not being able to find you. Yifan warned. This is. When the two ancient creatures obtained the copied scripture, they stared at the scripture written in the primordial divine language. Their expressions changed and they couldn't help but tremble. An immortal tear green gold book had been washed clean of its divine splendor, only leaving behind mottled green embroidery. There was not a trace of divine power fluctuations, only simple and unadorned. It should have been a creature exclusive to the great emperor. The green gold divine light rushed into the heavens, but after the precipitation of time and the tempering of wind and frost, it now looked ordinary, like a broken piece of copper. Yi Fan held it in his hand. A kind of warmth seeped through his fingers, as if a furnace was burning. He didn't understand divine characters, so he could only guess and observe the expressions of the two ancient creatures. In the two ancient caves, the fingers of the two creatures covered in purple scales were trembling. They couldn't see each other to avoid colluding, but they had the same mood. From the Ziwei ancient star field, as expected, the human race came from the Ziwei ancient star field. An archaic creature's voice was trembling. He held the beast skin scroll he had copied, and his expression was extremely excited. Even his fingers were trembling. "What did you say?" Yi Fan immediately appeared in the ancient cave, grabbed his majestic shoulder, and asked in a loud voice. The first line clearly states the origin. It is the human race's ancient emperor scripture from the Ziwei star field. The archaic creature's face was full of shock as he forcefully grabbed the beast skin scroll. In this world, the human race appeared much later than the 10,000 races. It was rumored that in the archaic years, a group of humans came from the outer realms, and from then on, there was one more race. This was shocking news. The humans came from the Ziwei ancient star field, crossing the dark and cold cosmos to come here. They didn't originate from here. In the other ancient cave, the ancient creature was also shocked. He felt that it was unimaginable. The weak races in his eyes could actually travel across star fields on a large scale. In the archaic years, the most powerful race among the 10,000 races, some ancient kings brought their descendants and left this ancient star. Their whereabouts are unknown. The two ancient creatures thought back to the great calamity of the archaic era and the migration of some archaic royal races. Their hearts trembled. How many ancient stars in the vast starry sky still had life? Sun Scripture. This is the legendary Sun Scripture. Not long after, the two ancient creatures cried out one after the other, both incomparably excited. In the archaic years, the human race had two great ancient scriptures. One was the Great Yin, the other the Great Yang. Their names shook the 10,000 races, and their mysteries were unfathomable. Even though the human race as a whole was relatively weak among all living creatures, they did not lack the most powerful individuals. Even the archaic kings were extremely fearful of them, and all of this stemmed from the two ancient scriptures. A few archaic ancestral kings wanted to take a look, yet they couldn't, feeling incomparably regretful. Now that the Great Yang scripture landed in their hands, how could they remain calm? If we offer it to our clan's ancestral king, he will definitely be overjoyed and bestow boundless rewards. Unfortunately, they could only think about it. The Sun Sutra. Yi Fan had a premonition long ago. He had already deduced that the divine characters inscribed with immortal tears green gold would appear in the golden crow's nest and be scalding hot to the touch. Back then, a great devil appeared in the human race. He bitterly cultivated the Great Yin and Great Yang, wishing to merge them together, provoking endless calamities on the great earth. There were even archaic ancestral kings who died because of this. Only after great difficulty were he suppressed by the ancient kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons. When Yi Fan heard an ancient creature say this, he immediately wanted to beat the archaic saint in the cauldron. It was definitely that shriveled elder who wore beast skin clothes and held a bone club in his hands. Even archaic ancestral kings were killed. His mind was jumping. If he revived and released, there might be a tremendous upheaval. This is a damaged scripture, not complete. An ancient creature said. Yi Fan sighed. He already knew that this was just a piece of green copper. Even though the divine characters were densely packed, how could an entire ancient scripture be engraved on it? It was destined to only be a single scroll. Obediently translate it for me. If your translations are different in any way, then both of you can just die. He warned again. He feared that these two ancient creatures were deceiving him. After all, this scripture was too important. It was the human race's unmatched divine object, and it came from ancient Ziwei star domain. Only after 6 whole hours did the two ancient creatures finish. It was clear that they were comprehending this scripture, or else they wouldn't have used up so much time. "Are you trying to silence us?" one of the ancient creatures asked. He knew that once the scripture was revealed, they would definitely die. "I will give you all a quick death and end that inhumane torture," Yifan said straightforwardly. "But, we want to live." An ancient creature's eyes flickered. Yifan frowned, fearing that they would destroy the translation. "It's not like there's no way to live. In a bit, I'll erase your memories, but out of your contributions in translating the ancient scripture, I'll spare your lives." "Fine, it's a deal." The two ancient creatures handed over a translation one after another. Yifan didn't say anything and silently read it. Great waves immediately rose within him, and soon after, he became incomparably disappointed. He sighed and said, "Great Yang scripture transforming into a tornado." He already had the Supreme Emperor scripture transforming into a tornado, and it was the most powerful scripture. What he needed now was the Immortal Foundation Secret Realm's ancient scripture. Everything else wasn't that urgent for him. Actually, there's also an Immortal Foundation scripture. The Immortal Tier's green gold tome has scriptures on both sides, and there's a total of 2 Secret Realms cultivation arts recorded within. An ancient creature carefully explained. When Yifan heard this, a surge of energy gushed out from his chest as he felt a surge of excitement. Now that he had stepped into the Immortal Foundation's secret realm, what he lacked the most was a corresponding cultivation art. What was the Great Yang scripture? It was the most ancient scripture of the human race. Wushi, Heng Yu, and the other human emperors had all referred to it before when they created the ancient scriptures. It had an irreplaceable status. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, whether the sun or the moon was stronger, had always been a hot topic of discussion. This caused many ancient ancestor kings to covet it, but they had no way to obtain it. Yifan quickly scanned through the 2 translations and carefully compared them. He found that there was no contradiction. The only differences were the words used, but the meaning was the same. Great Yang scripture. Yifan spat out these 4 words in a heavy tone, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart. Just earlier, he was already clear that cultivating the Immortal Foundation scripture was the best choice. The Great Yang Heart scripture could allow one's divine sense to be incomparably strong, like a sun, unrivaled in radiance. Cultivating this scripture, transforming one's divine sense into the sun, cleansing all mortal qi, refining true yang, seizing good fortune. Yifan sealed the 2 ancient life forms and sat cross-legged on the rock, silently comprehending. In the center of his brows, a divine light shot up, drawing in the sun essence. When cultivating divine sense, many people would draw in the sun essence to refine their sea of consciousness, all for the sake of cleansing all mortal qi, becoming a pure divine sense without any impurities. After Yifan obtained the Great Yang scripture, he saved himself a lot of hard work. If he cultivated according to this scripture, it would definitely be far more suitable compared to other scriptures. When heaven-defying demon-level characters underwent their tribulations, they would spit out lightning, cleansing their divine sense. This was also for the sake of cleansing all mortal qi, transforming it into a flawless divine sense, becoming as resplendent as the sun. Qi. The golden lake in Yifan's hand was as resplendent as the sun, radiating boundless divine light that connected with the sun essence. The temperature was so high that it was terrifying. His divine sense was originally already incomparably powerful. Now that he cultivated this scripture, it could be said that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. All sorts of chaotic energies were gathered together, causing his divine sense to grow much stronger. Oh yeah, the Immortal Foundation secret realm is truly the most mysterious. Just the first level of divine sense would allow me to open up all the immortal treasures in my body. Yifan cultivated as he comprehended. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, he circulated the ancient scripture unhurriedly as the center of his brows grew increasingly resplendent. At the first level of Immortal Foundation, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort because his divine sense was already strong enough. 1 day, 2 days, time passed very quickly, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Bzz. A buzzing sound rang out. Yifan's body was like an immortal sword humming. After that, a small golden sun shot out from his immortal foundation, illuminating the entire ancient mountain range. The Sun Sutra cleansed this golden divine sense like it was sharpening the edge of a blade, causing its fluctuations to grow even stronger. The small golden sun rapidly changed its form. First, it transformed into a small golden cauldron, after that, it transformed into a small pagoda, and after that, it transformed into a small golden bell, and finally, it transformed into a human that looked exactly the same as him. Finally, the tiny golden human flew up into the clouds and breathed out the sun essence. The two of them seemed to be connected together, illuminating the entire area. Boom! As Yifan circulated the ancient scripture, the tiny golden human in the clouds grew increasingly stronger. Every mouthful of the sun essence was swallowed by him, and he was like a bottomless pit, causing the surrounding area to turn dark. This was a terrifying scene. He breathed out the sun essence, causing the entire world to sink into darkness. He unceasingly tempered his sea of consciousness, breaking through the shackles. Boom! A bolt of solar lightning suddenly appeared, shooting over from the divine sun far away. Even though it was in the air, it already turned the entire mountain range below into ashes. Heavenly tribulation? Yifan was startled. It was too sudden. There was no warning at all, and the true solar tribulation suddenly descended. It was inconceivably fast as it struck his body. At the same time, the tiny golden human in the clouds was also submerged. Endless golden divine lightning shot out from the center of the sun, blazing and intense. At the same time, 3 human-shaped lightning condensed in the nothingness. They pressed forward step by step, emitting powerful fluctuations. Yifan soared into the sky and quickly merged with the tiny golden human. Together, they faced this sudden tribulation. No one was prepared for this. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The true power of the sun flowed from all directions, burying Yifan underneath and refining his body and spirit. This time, the heavenly tribulation is a little different. Although it is very powerful, it is not to destroy me, he didn't understand, and doubts arose in his heart. All the true power of the sun seemed to be forging his immortal body and golden divine sense, and not to destroy them. Suddenly, he understood. This time, there were still 3 human-shaped lightning, but they were much gentler. Using the true power of the sun to refine his body and spirit, the benefits were far greater than the harm. Every layer of immortal foundation is comparable to a great secret realm. Each human-shaped lightning corresponds to a minor realm. Last time, I experienced it 3 times, and passed 3 minor realms. He instantly understood. It was only because he didn't have the corresponding ancient scriptures last time that he didn't circulate his powerful divine sense. This time, it was truly manifested. His divine sense was already strong enough. As long as he circulated the corresponding ancient scriptures, he could immediately break through to the corresponding realm. Yifan understood that he had already passed the initial stage of the first layer of immortal foundation. With the help of the sun scripture, this time's heavenly tribulation only made it complete. As expected, this time, the human-shaped lightning was only refining his body and spirit. It didn't exceed the level of the previous tribulation, allowing him to completely break through the 3 minor realms of the initial stage of the first layer of immortal foundation. When the various types of tribulation lightning disappeared, Yifan sat cross-legged in the air with a solemn expression. Runes appeared one after another, covering his body and imprinting themselves. Moreover, the tiny golden human in the center of his brows was also imprinted with all kinds of runes, as though it was wearing a divine golden robe, sacred and inviolable. The ancient Sun Emperor's Heart Sutra was cultivated so quickly? The 2 ancient beings that were left behind by Yifan in the lightning tribulation were filled with shock. At this moment, Yifan was pure and flawless. Every inch of his body seemed to be cast from divine glass. He was like a god sitting cross-legged, overflowing with light. The instant he opened his eyes, it was like 2 torches were burning. The human body was like a reservoir, and cultivation was like water. Battle power was how to use this water. Yifan already had a certain level of cultivation in his divine senses, but he didn't have any mental cultivation before. Now that he had obtained the Sun Sutra, everything fell into place. In a month's time, he quickly created a strong martial artist, which increased his battle power greatly. Now, he had the strength to roam the north region and face all kinds of strong enemies. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the air like an indestructible golden body. Golden clouds flowed and overflowed. His entire body seemed to be made of divine gold, without a single flaw. His body shone brightly. Swoosh, with a thought, he appeared on the ground. The two ancient creatures trembled and said, "You said that if we translate the ancient sutra for you, you will let us go. I keep my word, but if you attack me in the future, I will still kill you." An inch-long golden sword shot out from Yi Fan's glabella and entered their heads, erasing their memories. After that, he reached out and pointed. Two beams of golden light flew out and rushed into their bodies, undoing their restrictions. The two ancient creatures lost their memories, but they didn't forget that this was the saint body that the young master of the Valley of Divinities wanted to kill. They immediately glared and pounced over. "It seems like I can't wait for the future. You guys are attacking me now." Yi Fan took a step back. The golden divine sense in his glabella turned into a small cauldron and flew out. It emitted blazing divine might like a falling sun. PFFF. At such a close distance, after activating the 8 forbidden domain, the cauldron formed by such a strong divine sense was almost indestructible. It smashed the two ancient creatures into pieces, destroying both their bodies and spirits. Yi Fan took a deep breath. The small cauldron formed by the power of all things followed the dragon's spine and entered his glabella. Whichever secret realm he cultivated in, he had to place his main weapon there. Now, the small cauldron finally entered his golden glabella. It would become his future item to prove his Tao. In this 1 month, many things happened in the outside world. The entire Eastern Baron was not peaceful. North the Arch once again entered the Ji clan and was welcomed into the ancient Emperor Hall left behind by the Void the Arch. His ancestor also came out and personally came to talk with the Ji clan for a long time. The rumors outside said that the Ji clan might have agreed to the marriage. Someone saw Little Moon of the Ji clan being angry and grabbing an elder's beard, wanting to escape through the void. Unfortunately, she was captured and brought back, leaving the matter unsettled. There wasn't any conclusive news that came out. Wang Ting looked down on the entire Eastern Baron territory. It was rare for him to meet someone of the same generation as him. Many heroes had challenged him over the past few days, but none of them could last even one move. North Deity looked down on the younger generation of East Earth. Every word and action of his would attract the attention of others. There was no one who was a match for him. Wherever the golden ancient war chariot went, even the cult masters would avoid it. His future was bright and limitless. He advanced step by step on the path of a great emperor. It was incomparably sturdy. Until now, apart from the central emperor, no one could stop him even half a step. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the ancient imperial races and often traveled in the same war chariot. An ancient being called Zitiandu came from the Valley of Gods and traveled with him. He once crushed a sect master to death with one hand. It could be said that the current Wang Ting not only suppressed the younger generation of Eastern Baron, but even the divine lords were afraid of him and didn't want to provoke him. North the Arch was like the sun in the sky. No one in Eastern Baron dared to offend him. He stood at the peak and no one could match him. His name shook the vast land. During this 1 month, Wang Ting and Zitiandu used the Golden Lake in the Valley of Gods to search for Yi Fan, but it was useless. Yi Fan came out of seclusion and came to the outside world. He heard many rumors and news. The Wang clan of Northern Plains was still saying that he was useless and that he could only endure and not dare to come out. Who does Yi Fan think he is? With my cousin Wang Ting in Eastern Baron, he can only hide in a corner and never dare to come out. My cousin is called North the Arch. With him in this world, the saint physique is nothing. I regret being born in the same era. Wang Ting's clansmen all spoke up and criticized Yi Fan as worthless. They didn't treat him like a dish at all. Of course, this was all instigated by someone. The goal was simple. It was to make the young and impetuous Yi Fan unable to calm down. It would be good if he jumped out and killed him. However, if he didn't come out, it would disturb his mind and affect his Tao realm. During this month, many people were very dissatisfied. Even Pang Bo and the others in the faraway Odd Warrior Manor heard all kinds of arrogant talk. Damn it, are the younger generation of the Wang clan tired of living? Li Heishui was indignant. It doesn't matter. We are going to Eastern Baron to participate in the war. At that time, we will speak with our strength and shut some people up. Recently, the barbarian was very close to them. He waved his wolf-tooth club and said. It was said that all the great clans of the ancient times were getting restless. Endless storms gathered at the Purple Mountain, and the major forces of the human race couldn't sit still anymore. Yifan didn't appear for a month. Naturally, many people in Eastern Baron were talking about him. Some said that before he grew up, he should endure. Others said that the saint physique lacked an indomitable aura and didn't respond at all. They said that he should show his will. Otherwise, even if he became strong in the future, he would lack the conviction to compete with the Great Arch. When the outside world was in an uproar, a dog appeared and shouted. It wanted to take North Arch as a human pet and asked him to kneel and accept death. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant dog. When North Arch was at his peak, a big dog was roaring in Eastern Baron. It shocked everyone. Is this the legendary dog that deceives people? Last time, it killed 2 great elites and made North Arch suffer great loss in ancient Imperial Mountain. Now, it jumped out again? The Black Emperor jumped out and challenged North Arch. He ridiculed everyone in the younger generation of Wang clan, saying that they weren't even qualified to be human pets and could only be killed to be fertilizer. This big dog didn't disappoint. After 2 days of shouting, it made its move. It set up a killing formation and turned one of Wang clan's auction halls into a meat grinder. It was razed to the ground. Not a single person escaped. Because of this, the Wang clan made a big move. 4 great elites came out together to hunt down the big black dog in Eastern Baron. They wanted to cook him into a pot of dog meat and create a storm. Moreover, an elder of Wang clan attacked along the way, wanting to capture the Black Emperor and kill him halfway. The Black Emperor was very straightforward. He directly ran and didn't try to resist. It was said that someone saw it stand up on its hind legs. It wore a pair of flowery underpants and carried a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade on its back. It used an extremely fast movement technique and flung that elder of Wang clan 18 mountain ridges away. In terms of speed, it completely defeated him. Afterward, the old ancestor of the Wang family had a face full of bad luck. He ate a mouthful of dust, and all he saw was a big dog wearing flowery underpants. Its 2 hind legs were on the ground, and it farted at him 3 times before disappearing from his sight. Damn it, that dog. Everyone in Wang clan wanted to skin it alive. However, it fled faster than a rabbit, and they couldn't catch it at all. Even the divine formation that they had painstakingly laid down couldn't trap it. Now, Yifan doesn't dare to come out himself. He can only rely on a demonic dog to stir up trouble. The saint physique will never be able to catch up to the arch of my clan. He can only look up to him from a corner for the rest of his life. Yifan, you'd better hide far away. With my cousin here, you'll never be able to stand out. You might as well not come out for the rest of your life. The saint physique's only use is to be a good green leaf to set off my clan brother's invincible heroic bearing. Being born in this era is his greatest sorrow. The young disciples of Wang clan couldn't catch the Black Emperor, so they vented their anger on Yifan. Their words were vile, saying that he was useless and extremely disdainful and humiliating. After Yifan came out of seclusion, he heard these rumors along the way. He laughed, but it was a little cold. He had just broken through and needed a trial. There's no rush, I'll take my time. Along the way, he carried the god-striking whip on his back and slowly walked, pondering the Genesis technique along the way. In this land of the northern region, he could do as he pleased without fear of any expert. As long as there wasn't an ancient king that surpassed the sacred lord, he could look down on the world. An origin source master needs the recognition of heaven and earth. I need to collect the fragments of the laws contained in tens of thousands of dragon veins. Yifan had been thinking about how to become an origin source master, but he found that it was extremely difficult. Although he was very close, it felt like he was so far away. No wonder since ancient times, there have only been 5 Yuan Taoist masters. It's so difficult to become an origin source master. It was hard to measure how powerful the Yuan Taoist master was. In the past, all the Holy Land's faces turned green, but there was nothing they could do. Walking into the absolute beginning forbidden zone, they could see the old emperor's corpse, but the Yuan Taoist master could set up a trap there. The northern region was sparsely populated. It was often difficult to see a city within 1,000,000 miles. Not even a blade of grass grew on the barren land. 90% of the land was barren and barren. Yi Fan continued forward. With his current Genesis technique level, he could naturally see the dragon veins. He dug out several large pieces of God Source, each as big as a basin. In the process, he even alarmed a few ancient creatures. They flew out from an underground ancient dragon vein mine, but they could not do anything to Yi Fan. After all, he was not an ancient ancestor king who had awakened. Several days later, Yi Fan arrived at the divine city that he had been away from for many years. Looking up, it was as if the sky was pressing down on the ground. The majestic city was vast and boundless. The city gate could accommodate hundreds of horses side by side. As soon as he entered the holy city, he attracted the attention of some people, who looked in his direction. He has a saint physique. It's really him. The saint physique Yi Fan is back. Now, the Wang family is looking for him everywhere. I can't believe he actually appeared at this time without hiding. Yi Fan was recognized immediately. Back then, he had stirred up a storm here. Now that he had returned, it caused a huge uproar. He did not go to find his old friends or in Miaoi and the others. Instead, he went straight to a huge gambling den. The scale of the gambling dens in the Divine City was the largest in the world. Among them, the holy level stone dens could be said to be the best in the 5 regions. The Wang family also had one. It was located in a flourishing area, and there was a powerful person overseeing it. The Saint Physique Yi Fan is back. On the entire street, everyone looked over. Then, there was an uproar. The stone gambling battle back then was still unforgettable. It had caused people to go crazy. Now, his situation was not very advantageous, but he dared to come back so openly. He must be fearless. Does he want to fight against the North Arch? He's going straight to the Wang family's stone gambling den. This is going to be lively. I can predict that there will be a shocking commotion today. If the Saint Physique doesn't die, then the Wang family will be uprooted in the Divine City. In the city, many people had received the news. Tens of thousands of people turned out and rushed over. Many people greeted Yi Fan. Back then, the Great Stone Gambling Battle had stirred up a huge commotion. Many people recognized him, and there were even more who had invited him to drink. Yi Fan's steps were calm. His speed was neither fast nor slow. When his footsteps landed on the ground, there was a special rhythm. It was like a heavenly drum that shook people's hearts. This was a terrifying rhythm. As expected, he is heading for the Wang family's stone square. Everyone knew that there was no way things would end peacefully today. There would be a collision like a comet crashing into the earth. He didn't hide it and came openly. Is he going to openly fight and trample on the Wang family's face? A few people who wished for the world to be in chaos were incomparably excited. Not long ago, the Wang family had been domineering the world. If their foundation in the Divine City was uprooted now, it would definitely be shocking. It was the same as slapping the face of the most terrifying power in the north. However, can he really deal with Wang family? There were some who suspected that Yi Fan coming to Divine City alone to deal with a deeply rooted desolate era family was a bit too weak. The stone workshop was Northern Plains Wang family's pillar industry in the eastern wasteland. At this moment, it was absolutely silent. All of the stone gamblers ran away. There was a great battle going on here, and they didn't want to get involved. The streets were packed densely with figures everywhere. However, not a single person approached, all of them quietly watching from the distance. Wang family received a report, knowing that Yi Fan had arrived. Everyone moved, laying down an ancient killing formation to trap this region, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. This stone workshop occupied an extremely large area, just like a palace. It was grand and majestic, and the courtyard was lush with plants and verdant vines. The scenery was extraordinary. Yi Fan stood alone outside the majestic building, facing this vast stone workshop. His expression was solemn, without a trace of a smile, nor the slightest bit of anger. He was indifferent and calm. Holy body, you really are daring, truly daring to come here. Do you want to die? Wang family's youngsters clamored. During these past few days, they had long become accustomed to making noise under orders. Now, they opened their mouths, as if they truly didn't place Xifan in their eyes. The stone workshop was extremely important. This was an inexhaustible treasury, able to earn large amounts of resources every day, so there were naturally powerful figures overseeing it. Moreover, 3 of them walked out at once, standing side by side in front of the palace. All of their expressions were cold as they stared rigidly at Yifan. Is Wang Ting here? Yifan opened his mouth, loudly asking. What kind of person is my cousin? Each and every move he makes will stir up winds and clouds, drawing attention from all sides, triggering the great powers of the world. Do you think any random Tom, Dick, or Harry wants to see him? A young male spoke rather harshly as he stood in front of the palace. Are you courting death? Forget about 3 powerful figures. If I wanted to kill you, not even 10 powerful figures could save your life. Haha. Wang family's disciples all laughed loudly, completely unrestrained and unrestrained. None of them believed him. They already laid down an ancient formation. Even if the holy lords came, it would be useless. They were going to be trapped and killed, so they had nothing to fear. I'll stretch out my neck and wait for you to kill me. But can you do it? Will you be able to come back alive? So what if you have a divine body? You were born in the same era as my cousin. You were born to be trampled to death. You can't even be considered a supporting character. Several young disciples roared with laughter, all of them speaking provocatively, not caring about Yifan's arrival at all, not taking him seriously at all. Qi. Yifan extended a finger and thrust it into the ground. As if a dragon had been awakened, the ground rumbled and shook as endless Genesis Qi boiled. Pooh! A beam of divine light shot out from the ground, and the arrogant young man in front of the palace let out a miserable scream. The top of his head was torn open, and Genesis Qi rushed out. His body twisted and turned as he was sent flying, dying on the spot. You don't know the difference between life and death. I'll send you all on your way. Yifan was indifferent. What's going on? We set up a killing formation that can block all Genesis techniques, so why did it still charge in? A disciple was terrified. Quick, stop him. Don't let him use a Genesis technique, someone shouted in horror. Bang! Yifan only took 1 step forward, and the ground trembled. Another beam of Genesis Qi flew out from the ground, as if it was an eternal light that illuminated all things. A miserable scream rang out. The young man who had shouted fiercely just now was set ablaze and quickly turned into a pile of ashes. Set up the formation. An expert shouted. A corner of the formation in the depths of the palace floated up and down, appearing in the sky above the entire palace. It emitted a strange undulation that froze the entire area. 5 miserable screams rang out in succession. Another 5 people had died, killed by Genesis techniques. The young people of the royal family were terrified, and they kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say another word. They were almost scared out of their wits, and some of them were even trembling. Suppress! An expert from the Wang family shouted. The formation descended, and at this point, Yifan's Genesis technique was blocked, unable to pass through. One of the experts stepped forward and said in a low voice, the ancient formation has already been completed. Although it has not been used, it can still stabilize the Genesis Qi. But how can you use Genesis Qi? Don't compare me to other Genesis arts masters. Yifan replied, sweeping his gaze over to those young people earlier. His gaze was cold, causing the hearts of these people to pound violently. No matter how many methods you have, in front of absolute combat strength, everything is useless. A supreme expert spoke as he flew out. The other 2 also stepped out of the ancient formation, pressing forward. Scram for me. Yifan sent out a palm strike in the air, clashing with that powerful being's magical force. With a honglong sound, they actually clashed head-on, sending that Wang family expert flying back. He let out a strange cry. 8 Forbidden Domain. Everyone exclaimed in shock. But even if he has the 8 forbidden domain, he should still be at the mid-phase of the first level of Immortal Foundation. If not, how can he fight against a supreme expert? Many people had strange expressions on their faces. They knew that the Saint physique had broken through. Such speed was truly terrifying. The other 2 supreme experts had deep cultivation bases, surpassing that supreme expert earlier. They flew over with heavy expressions, wanting to suppress the Saint physique together. Scram for me as well. Yi Fan stood there. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out a few pieces of divine essence. They resembled command flags as they flew towards different locations, blocking the entrance of the ancient palace. A million runes flashed, imprinting themselves in the air. Genesis Chi surged, the path of the 2 supreme experts was blocked. They couldn't advance, and every step they took required a great deal of strength. Both of them were bewildered. Activate the ancient diagram. One of them instructed. The diagram in the air rapidly transformed as a king aura gushed forth. Boundless runes flickered, transforming into corporeal forms as they imprinted themselves in the air. The entire majestic building was protected within. The 2 supreme experts took this opportunity to rush out, wanting to get closer to Yi Fan. Yi Fan flicked his fingers unceasingly, causing fist-sized divine essence to fly out one after another. All of them landed outside the ancient palace, surrounding it. At the same time, he continued to attack, blasting runes after runes into the air. Looking from afar, there were many sparkling things in the air above the stone square. They were all runes that seemed to be cast from molten iron, flickering with light. Your Genesis technique has long been known by others. It's useless to use it against us, one of the supreme experts said. The ancient martial diagram was a Dao rune carved by the predecessors. Not only could it kill enemies, but it could also break the power of heaven and earth. It possessed unimaginable divine might and could even trap a divine lord to death. In the past, someone had used this diagram to kill a Genesis master in the northern region. They had found such a treasure diagram to deal with Yi Fan, to prevent any accidents from happening. In the sky, the diagram rotated slowly. Every time it rotated, a mysterious power would descend, freezing the air and repelling the Genesis divine runes that Yi Fan had laid down. Comprehending one technique leads to comprehending all techniques. When a person's strength reaches the extreme, he can indeed collide with all domains. A divine martial diagram is all-encompassing and can dissolve the power of heaven and earth. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He realized that even in the northern region, his Genesis technique might not be invincible. There were still other methods that could counter it. Bo, soft sounds rang out in the air. Yi Fan kept attacking, taking out more than a dozen fist-sized god source stones. Each of them contained endless runes and could turn a large area into ashes. However, all of these god source stones were the foundation of the Genesis divine formation that he had laid down. They could not be used alone. He used all of his skills to move outside the palace and carve the forbidden technique from the Book of Origin. The 3 supreme experts have been blocked. They really can't rush over and can't get close to the divine body. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The Genesis technique was unparalleled and could stop supreme experts. Break! The 3 supreme experts shouted together and activated the ancient martial diagram together. They wanted to disintegrate the terrifying fluctuations caused by the Genesis technique. At the same time, they were very shocked. Why is it like this? This diagram was refined by the predecessors and they paid a great price to exchange for it. Logically speaking, it can even kill a Genesis master. Why can't it do anything to him? The 3 were full of doubts. Although I am the Yuan Taoist master, I can also use a part of the Heavenly Master's forbidden technique. Enjoy. Yi Fan continued to attack. In this place, divine clouds covered the sun. The dozen or so god source stones seemed to have a life of their own. They all burst out with endless runes and shrouded the heaven and earth. Each rune was like a small dragon swimming around. He can use the forbidden technique from the Book of Origin now? Why is it like this? He is still far from the Yuan Taoist master. How can he do all of this? No matter how angry and anxious they were, they could not change anything. Yi Fan calmly sealed them in front of the palace. They could not take a step forward. Open! The three powerhouses attacked, but even after shattering two Holy Lord-level weapons, they still couldn't break through. It was all in vain. At this time, the youths of the Wang family were all pale. They had a premonition that things were not good. Even the supreme experts of the family were sealed here. It was most likely a tragedy. Granduncle, quickly think of a way. Can we cross the void? Granduncle, we have to rush out. The divine body is vicious and merciless. If we are trapped here, he will refine us all. These people were all terrified. There was not a single one who wasn't terrified. They braced themselves and urged the three supreme experts. However, no matter how hard they tried, it was all useless. Even though the ancient martial Tao diagram in the sky was spinning, it could not break through the origin heavenly deity formation. What is the divine body trying to do? In the distance, the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. They all couldn't help but retreat. They had a premonition that something terrifying was about to happen. Alright, didn't your Wang family clamor all day long? Today, I've come to send you all on your way. Yi Fan shouted. Then, his hand pressed down in the void. Countless runes were activated, flickering with metallic luster. They submerged this place in an instant, and then he quickly retreated. Hong, the entire vast stone square began to burn. Resplendent divine light erupted like the most gorgeous fireworks. It was beautiful and dazzling, terrifying and bewitching. A pure and holy flower, nothing can surpass the brilliance and beauty of this world. Yi Fan sighed with a smile. In the distance, everyone felt their blood run cold. Who could endure this type of firework? This was the price of a Holy Land-level stone square's destruction. Regardless of how many people died, the value of this was immeasurable. Wang family's foundation in the eastern wasteland is completely finished. Three supreme experts were trapped and killed just like that. This is too sullen. They didn't even have the chance to take action. In the distance, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This type of result was a bit difficult for them to accept. What a pity. Those wondrous stones were so valuable, yet they were all destroyed. My heart hurts so much. There were a few wondrous stones that I had paid attention to for several decades. I always wanted to get my hands on them, yet they were all destroyed. There were some people who were indifferent towards the deaths of the Wang family's experts, but they felt great heartache towards the wondrous stones in the stone garden. They wrung their wrists and sighed, beating their chests and stamping their feet. What a pity. Yi Fan also felt that it was a pity. Wang Ting's father and other important figures were all guests at the Ji family, proposing marriage in the Void Ancient Palace and not here. However, he also felt relieved. If those people were here, it would be almost impossible for him to uproot them. You guys go propose marriage, and I will uproot your nest from behind. This is just the beginning, Yi Fan muttered to himself. In front, flames raged. That was Genesis Chi boiling, calcining the vast foundation. All the major forces in the Divine City were shocked. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Someone actually dared to erase the foundation of an ancient holy land in the #1 city of the Eastern Wasteland. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the ancient buildings. Celestial light shone in all directions, and a sacred aura filled the air, making people want to kneel down. Flying immortal in the stone garden. It's the Heaven Stone Garden. Rare treasures have appeared there. The entire ancient garden was destroyed, and the wondrous stones were all burning, turning into endless Genesis Chi. However, there were treasures left behind, and the flying immortal phenomenon was astonishing. The stone square became a sea of flames. It wasn't ordinary flames, but rather surging origin energy. It refined the void, creating a dazzling scene. In the distance, many cultivators sat in meditation and began to cultivate, guiding the essence energy that rushed out into their bodies to cleanse their bodies and refine their flesh. There were even more people who were horrified. They stared unblinkingly at the depths of the stone garden. Immortal light shone in all directions, and a divine aura moved in all directions. That fluctuation made people tremble. Once the flying immortal phenomenon appeared, a world-shocking divine object was bound to appear. It was definitely a priceless treasure, and now, this fluctuation was extremely strange and almost terrifying. What is it? It must be some sky-high stone that cracked open, and a divine object fell out. Many people were moved, but they had no way of approaching it. The heavenly origin divine formation laid down by Yi Fan was too terrifying. Everyone was afraid of being sucked in and turned into dust. Clang, there was the light ringing of a weapon. The sound was clear and cold, like the roar of a dragon that shook the 9 heavens. It traveled extremely far, and all kinds of divine multicolored lights flew out. It was extremely beautiful. Weapon, it's actually a weapon. Everyone was shocked. It was sealed within a strange stone and hadn't been destroyed after so many years. One didn't even need to think to know that it was definitely a heaven-shocking precious weapon. If it's a weapon that fell out from the stone, then its origin is definitely terrifying. It might even make the Holy Lands break their skulls. At this moment, many people's minds spun at lightning speed, thinking of many possibilities. The stone contained a weapon. If it was born naturally, then it would most likely be like the 9 orifices stone man that Yi Fan cut out in the past, holding a holy sword and other things to prove the Tao in the future. And if this wasn't the case, then it was even more frightening. It was very likely that it was a weapon left behind by an archaic king or the human race's most powerful saint. Because it had been preserved for too long, it was definitely of this level. Weapons from the primordial era should have been destroyed by now. Could it be that an immemorial sacred weapon has really appeared? This region was in chaos. Many people became restless. If this kind of weapon was priceless, even the Holy Lands would break their skulls for it. It might even be a fragment of an ancient emperor weapon. Someone suddenly said. When these words were spoken, the entire place became silent. Many people's blood flowed faster. This wasn't impossible. The terrifying fluctuations that made people want to kowtow were enough to explain everything. Regardless of what kind of situation it was, the destroyed stone workshop definitely contained exceptional precious materials that made one's blood boil and lose control of themselves. Suddenly, after a roar, a figure that resembled a fiend god appeared in the raging flames. It roared towards the sky and continuously paced back and forth, causing smoke to soar into the sky. What? There's a creature? Everyone was stupefied. No matter what, they never thought that an archaic creature would be born. Clang, the weapon sounds became even louder. When that humanoid creature moved, it wasn't the sound of footsteps, but rather the sound of weapons vibrating. It left everyone stupefied. Yi Fan was also paying attention to all of this. He could barge in, but he didn't act rashly. There was a powerful aura in the stone garden that made him feel deeply uneasy. Suddenly, Yi Fan stared blankly. He sensed a special fluctuation that was a bit familiar. It appeared in the clouds. He quickly raised his head and looked up. Suddenly, he saw a familiar little fellow. A little golden creature was a little timid. Its pair of big bright eyes were like black gems as it glanced around. Its whole body was covered in golden scales. In the end, it disappeared into the sky full of Genesis Chi. Divine silkworm. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect to see this little thing again in the northern Divine Region city after a few years. It was even more beautiful than before. It was only the size of a palm. It was chubby and looked like a small golden qilin. It shone brightly and timidly absorbed the Genesis Chi in the clouds. Below, the Genesis Chi was boiling and burning. The entire stone square had been melted, including all the sky-high stones. The essence Chi was so majestic that it was terrifying. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm required a huge amount of Genesis Chi for each transformation. The unusual movements here had attracted it over, and it wanted to use this opportunity to transform. Yi Fan's expression was calm, and he revealed a smile. This little golden creature was very interesting and was very close to him. Back when his Genesis Chi was injured by the Great Tao, it had come to visit him in the middle of the night and pretended to be dead to make him laugh. Thinking of some things in the past, Yi Fan carved divine runes in the void and changed the heavenly origin divine formation. He guided the purest Genesis Chi into the sky. The divine silkworm in the sky was extremely happy and intoxicated. It opened its mouth and began to suck in the endless Genesis Chi. Its body flickered with golden light as it swallowed the endless Genesis Chi. The divine silkworm. It's the Divine silkworm that Yi Fan cut out in the past, someone exclaimed. They had finally discovered the little golden creature in the sky and were all moved. Now, this little creature was much more valuable than before. It had already undergone 3 transformations. If it absorbed the entire stone square reserve of a clan of the ancients, it would most likely complete its 4th transformation. Although some people wanted to catch the divine silkworm, they didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Fan was here, and everyone had seen his methods just now. Even a sacred lord wouldn't be able to do anything. The scene fell silent for a moment. People peeped at the weapons in the depths of the stone garden and stared at the little golden creature in the sky. They were all making plans. The Wang family's stone square was still burning for a full 6 hours. One could imagine how many divine items were contained in those sky-high stones. They were their collection over many years. At the 4th hour, the divine silkworm patted its little belly in satisfaction. Its large eyes continuously moved about. It looked like a thief as it prepared to run. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. It came extremely quickly, and the little golden creature's eyes directly rolled back. Its entire body released smoke, and it almost fell down. You want to run after eating? Heh, retribution has arrived, right? Yi Fan laughed. The heavenly tribulation was intense and extremely terrifying. It was comparable to Yi Fan's tribulation. All types of lightning, 5 elemental lightning, grading true tribulation, primal chaos lightning, and others all hacked down. The divine silkworm was like a frightened little rabbit. It jumped about and attacked the heavenly tribulation, and then it began to resist. Use your innate divine technique to block it. Yi Fan transmitted sound, giving pointers just like last time. In the surroundings, everyone frantically ran, not a single person daring to stay behind. If they provoked the tribulation, then they would undoubtedly die. They didn't want to be harmed to death by a thieving divine silkworm. It had to be said that this divine treasury was truly strange. It first pretended to be dead, spitting out white foam from its mouth and rolling back its eyes. Then, it became angry, cursing the heavens. Its little claws moved about, and then great moves were released one after another. They were all strange divine techniques. However, in the end, this little golden creature's skin and flesh were lacerated. Golden blood flowed out, and a meat fragrance wafted out. It pitifully asked for help from below. You can only rely on yourself. Yi Fan released a divine will. All types of scenes of his past tribulation were reflected before the divine silkworm's eyes. In the end, the divine silkworm was almost hacked to pieces. It turned into a lump of black coal and fell high into the sky. The heavenly tribulation disappeared. Don't tell me it died? Everyone was shocked. Pop! A light sound rang through the air. The black coal exploded, and a streak of resplendent radiance surged. A phoenix cry sounded in all directions, and then a divine phoenix rushed out. It was less than half a foot long, and even with its tail feathers, it wasn't more than a foot long. Its wings were bright and beautiful, and its main color was golden. It was full of vigor and vitality, and its eyes were intelligent. However, there was also a bit of perplexity, as if it didn't know where it was. The divine silkworm's 9 transformations would forget the past with each transformation. This was the greatest drawback. The little golden creature had cut off its past, and now, it was reborn. However, its adaptability was great. In that instant, it became thieving, turning around to escape. Its golden wings moved, tearing through the clouds like a golden river as it moved against the sky. However, Yi Fan had long taken precautions. The rose symbol art was displayed, immediately following up, blocking in front of it. A large hand reached out, grabbing forward. At the same time, a streak of divine will was released, displaying all of its past events, allowing the divine silkworm to understand its past life. The little golden phoenix was momentarily absent-minded, and then it completely sobered up. It still chose to flee into the distance, not stopping, remaining extremely vigilant. Yi Fan was astonished. Even his large hand couldn't stop it. The divine silkworm race's innate divine technique was extremely astonishing. It broke through the restrictions and pierced through the void, leaving behind a 7-colored hole before disappearing. The divine silkworm's 9 transformations is unmatched in the heavens and earth. It is worthy of being one of the most powerful archaic king races, he said to himself. Meanwhile, in the endless distance, one of the 7 great life-restricted regions, the Origin ancient mine whose name had shaken the ages, a humanoid creature that seemed to be able to penetrate millions of li gazed towards the divine city. At this moment, the entire northern region was filled with a mysterious aura, but it quickly disappeared. The Wang family's stone square had long disappeared, and the Origin energy no longer surged. Just now, the lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, flattening this vast region. Only the stone garden still had some semblance of appearance. That is, everyone was greatly shocked. A demon-like figure became indistinct, and then it entered a piece of copper. A weapon fragment. It really is a weapon that has produced a weapon spirit. This is the weapon of an archaic king. It might also be a fragment of an emperor weapon. Just now, there was a powerful aura that transmitted over from the distance. Could it be that it is because of this weapon fragment? Could its owner still be alive? Everyone rushed over, but Yi Fan was even faster. He operated the army symbol, immediately summoning this piece of copper into his hand, firmly gripping it. Pop. However, the copper immediately shattered, turning into copper powder that rustled as it fell. A sphere of light flew out from within. It had a humanoid form, but it was only the size of a fist. This is a deity. Many people cried out in alarm, all of their eyes burning with passion, filled with shock. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, all of them wishing to obtain it. A weapon that has produced a deity, it is at the very least a holy weapon, but it might also be a fragment of an emperor weapon. I understand, this is a deity that was specially raised to repair holy weapons. A few old monsters were well versed in secret information, guessing at the truth. Before the primordial era, the great battles of matchless figures were incomparably terrifying, needing to fight in outer space. Even the weapons of ancient saints might be damaged. For this reason, when unmatched figures refined weapons, they would sometimes produce 2 deities. Once the ancient holy weapon was destroyed, a deity could be sacrificed to repair it. However, deities from ancient holy weapons were extremely difficult to produce. Normally, they would be produced from lightning when crossing tribulation. They were incomparably mysterious, the most precious. It seems like this is a weapon deity nurtured by an archaic king, enough to repair an ancient saint's weapon. Many people's eyes became green, really wishing to throw themselves over. It might also be an unmatched weapon spirit nurtured by an archaic king. Did you all sense anything just now? Why did I feel like there was a pair of eyes looking over from the endless distance, as if it came from Origin ancient mine's direction? There was a split second of absent-mindedness, but it quickly disappeared. The deity used to repair weapons didn't have its own will, anyone could use it. Its price was equivalent to a Genesis mountain, so there was no way to measure just how precious it was. Yi Fan's heart stirred, he had an ancient item on him, he could use this deity to repair it. Although it might not be able to be repaired, it would definitely have boundless uses. After this battle, the Wang clan's foundation in the Divine City no longer existed. Everyone was annihilated, not a single person managed to escape. This news instantly circulated throughout the eastern desolate lands, causing the entire land to tremble. Everyone was shocked. The moment the Saint Physique appeared, he already caused such a huge commotion. And now, he was only at the first layer of a mortal foundation, yet he already dared to uproot the foundation of a major power on the level of an immortal sacred ground. In the future, what else would he not dare to do? After Wang Ting learns of this, he will definitely kill his way over and fight to the death against the Saint Physique. Everyone believed that before the battle at the ancient sovereign mountain began, the North Emperor and the Saint Physique would most probably fight. Ji family, within the ancient palace personally constructed by the Void Emperor, countless stars flickered. This was an eternal void that didn't seem to belong to this world. With a hurried glance, endless time flowed by, stellar domains swirling about, the cosmos developing. It was incomparably mysterious. This was an ancient palace that was full of primal chaos mist. While inside, it was unknown what year it was. Only Ji clan's esteemed guests could enter, outsiders might not even be able to enter even once in several years. This place contained the secrets of the Tao confirming void, a strand of great emperors might flowing about. According to legend, after the Void Emperor returned from the world-shocking battle at the Undying Mountain, he passed away in this ancient palace in his later years. That's a human emperor of a generation. What kind of great battle did he encounter for him to go into seclusion after returning? What did he encounter? Did he die in battle, or did he run out of lifespan? This was the question in the minds of everyone who entered the Void Ancient Palace. At the same time, they also felt boundless respect. If the Void Emperor hadn't fought his way into the depths of the Undying Mountain, who knew how many humans would have survived? Within the Void Ancient Palace, countless stars twinkled, as if they were facing the eternal starry sky. The G-Clan Great Emperor buried himself in the boundless unknown void, disappearing from the world. If he wanted to find the tomb of the Void Emperor, he would have to enter this place to find some clues. Otherwise, he would never have a chance. Is the Void Emperor really dead? Wang Ting asked. He was fortunate enough to enter the Void Ancient Palace, drinking tea here with his father, ancestor Xian, and others. The ancient emperors of the archaic era, the unparalleled emperors of the human race, even though they were extremely talented and had heaven-defying strength, in the end, they couldn't withstand the passage of time. There would be a day when they would all pass away. A living fossil from the G-Clan side. Suddenly, a small fiery red bird flew in. It was just like the legendary vermilion bird. It looked down on everyone present, not fearing any Holy Lord-level characters at all. A divine thought shot out from the space between its brows and entered the mind of a living fossil from the G-Clan. His expression changed and he remained silent for a long time. The people of the Wang family clearly felt that something was wrong. Wang Ting's father asked, "What happened?" "Something happened in the northern region," said the living fossil of the G-Clan. Not long after, a piece of jade flew in from outside the Void Ancient Palace. It projected a scene, showing everything that was happening in the Divine City. Pa! Wang Ting crushed the teacup in his hand and sprang to his feet. He was furious and couldn't take it anymore. The stone square had been uprooted by the divine body, which shook the entire Eastern Barren territory. This was a great humiliation for the Wang family. "I must slay the saint body as a sacrifice for the heroic spirits of the Wang family." The North Arch made a solemn vow. Now that he was a guest in the G-Clan, Yi Fan's actions were a serious provocation. Coupled with their past hatred, a battle to the death was unavoidable. "Wang Ting, I'll be waiting for you in the northern region. I'll wash your head clean and cut it off." On this day, Yi Fan said the same thing in God City. The entire city was shaken, and his words quickly spread out. The entire eastern wasteland was in an uproar. One claimed to be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor and was no weaker than the great emperors when they were young. The other had a saint physique and could compete with the great emperors after it was completed. Was this a rehearsal in advance? The battle between the two would definitely attract the attention of the entire Eastern Barren territory. Even the attention of the 5 regions would be drawn here. This was a battle that would decide the future. Everyone was looking forward to it. Yi Fan had already said in God City that he would wait for the North Arch to come. According to the North Thearch's personality, he would definitely cross over. In the Void Ancient Palace of the G-Clan, the sky above was extremely deep. Many stars twinkled, as if they were connected to the depths of the universe. Suddenly, there was a soft sound as a palm-sized meteorite fell down. "What is this?" Everyone stood up. The steady living fossils knocked over the tables and chairs. They rushed over impatiently as they felt a trace of the great emperor's might. "Is this a secret treasure left by the ancestors?" The few elders of the G-Clan all trembled. They felt an aura similar to that of the Void Ancient Mirror. There was a terrifying flow of divine might that was very frightening. They almost fell to the ground. Clang, there was a metallic sound as the blue broken star fell into Wang Ting's hands. It flashed with a demonic light and had a strange Dao rhythm. At that moment, the expressions of the people of the G-Clan changed. Why? Why did the inheritance of the G-Clan fall into the hands of an outsider? This was not a good sign. However, they were not worried. In this Void Ancient Palace, no one could act recklessly. Even Wang Ting, who was known as the reincarnation of the Ancient Arch, could not do so. He could only hand it over. "There is a trace of blood, everyone was shocked. On the blue broken star, there was a trace of fresh blood that seemed to have just flowed out. It was incomparably beautiful. Why is there blood? It looks like it just splashed on it. The few top figures were shocked. The feeling this blood gave them was too familiar. It was the same as the aura of the void ancient mirror. Moreover, there was a type of divine might flowing that made people want to kneel down. It came from the fresh blood, plop, at the back. An expert used his divine will to investigate. He was actually suppressed and fell to the ground. He could not bear the ocean-like pressure. Could this be a trace of our ancestors' blood? The people of the G clan trembled. Even the living fossils could not help but tremble. They were extremely excited. They did not know what happened. They did not know why this blue broken star fell from the boundless void. Moreover, there was a trace of the Void Emperor's blood in it. My ancestor buried himself in the endless void, and no one knows where his tomb is. Why is there a piece of debris of the stars stained with his blood? A living fossil of the G clan stretched out his hand, wanting to take it from North Thearka's hand. However, he found it difficult to move. Moreover, he was sent flying dozens of feet away, smashing many jade tables and chairs. How dare you be so presumptuous in my G clan? An elder's face darkened. He was about to attack Wang Ting. Everyone, please calm down. My son is not being rude. You see the power of the blue star. My son is unconscious. Wang Ting's father hurried forward. At the same time, an old ancestor of the Wang clan also stood out. He said, with Tinger's power, he can indeed look down on the world. However, he can't possibly force a living fossil back like this. Everyone in the Void Ancient Palace was shocked. Wang Ting did not move at all. Runes flowed out of the blue star's broken star and appeared in his eyes. In the boundless starry sky, the shooting stars that streaked across the sky disappeared in his eyes. There were all sorts of runes flashing in his eyes. It was very strange. Those runes were Dao marks floating up and down. Humph. The people of the G clan snorted. This broken star that was stained with the blood of the Void Emperor should belong to them. However, it was obtained by an outsider. Elders, please calm down. This belongs to the G clan. We will not take it away. A powerful being of the Wang clan broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Ting's father laughed. He said, this is enough to prove that my son is fated with the G clan. Even the Void Emperor showed himself. I think this marriage is made in heaven. In a while, let Tinger recite the inheritance he received without missing a word, the ancestor of the Wang clan said. The expressions of the people of the G clan kept changing. The few elders, in particular, were all thinking. The secret treasure of the Void Emperor had reappeared. What kind of inheritance would it be? Just how great is this Wang Ting's luck? The holy item from the Void Ancient Palace ended up in his hands. The elders of the G clan had no choice but to think carefully. They felt that the North deity might really be unstoppable. On that day, news spread to the outside world. Wang Ting received the inheritance of the Void Emperor and was recognized by a group of people from the G clan. It was very likely that he would form a marriage alliance with the G clan. What, the Void Emperor left behind another inheritance before he died? He actually chose Wang Ting and allowed him to obtain it. Is this true? In the eastern wasteland, many great powers received the report. They were all shocked. This was a matter of great influence. The comprehension of the Void Emperor before he died was incomparably important. Why does Wang Ting have such great luck? Is he destined to become an emperor? Everyone was shocked. What kind of invincible potential would he have after obtaining the recognition of the Void Emperor? Looks like the G clan is really going to form a marriage alliance with the Wang clan. The G clan's little moon will marry into the northern plains. People were shocked to find out that the two great powers were going to break the taboo and be tied together. There were rumors that a group of people in the G clan had always been against this marriage and wanted to discuss it in the future. There was also a group of people who were very supportive. Now that such a huge matter had happened, the number of people who were against this marriage would probably decrease sharply. There would most likely be no more resistance to the marriage alliance. This would cause a huge wave. In just a few days, there was news that a few doyens of the G clan had agreed to this marriage. It was said that the inheritance that Wang Ting handed over was extremely shocking. It was a supreme ancient scripture. I won't marry. This was Jizu's resistance. However, the voice of the Ji clan's little moon alone seemed to be unable to change anything. In just a few days, North the Arch cultivated the scripture on the blue star shard and had terrifying progress. In the sky above a cave abode in the Ji clan, all sorts of terrifying scenes appeared. The true dragon, divine phoenix, and the others were all prostrating under the feet of the central arch. The figure of the arch was himself. His golden body was majestic, and all sorts of sacrificial chants rang out. There were actually many divine spirits worshipping him. Even the elders of the Ji clan were shocked. They cultivated this scripture at the same time, but they were not as fast as North the Arch. In just a few days, he comprehended the Tao and cultivated to such a profound level. North the Arch's reputation rose. The doyens of the Ji clan, who were originally doubtful, now looked at him in a new light. Such talent was almost unparalleled. He will definitely be able to prove his Tao in the future. Many people were shocked. Their attitude towards him changed greatly, and they were no longer as hesitant as before. No one intentionally hid it. When the news spread to the outside world, the entire Eastern Baron was in absolute silence. This strong martial artist from the northern plains had suppressed the younger generation to the point of suffocation. Many elders sighed and worried for their children and grandchildren. After they died, who could go against such a North Arch? Now, they themselves were already powerless. In the ruins of God, there was a vast ancient region. Many places were barren, and the soil was as red as blood. However, there were also many places that were full of vitality. Ancient herbs that were tens of thousands of years old grew there, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. A big black dog carried a little girl that looked like she was carved out of jade on its back. It roamed this region like a thief and kept muttering. Damn it, there really is, the southern heavenly gate. Is there really an ancient heaven in the deepest part? It looked into the distance, and saw an ancient gate in the ruins of God. It was extremely grand, and it was practically taller than the sky. Doggy, when are you going to find Big Brother? Little Nan Nan was like an exquisite porcelain doll, obedient and delicate, making one feel tender and affectionate. After some time. Speaking of which, he is really in big trouble. Even the Ji tribe has most likely planted the seed of great disaster. How could that blue fragment of the star possibly be the inheritance of the Void Emperor? It is stained with his imperial blood. Just thinking about it makes one's scalp go numb, the big black dog murmured in an inaudible voice. Doggy, what are you talking about? Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes, and lightly patted him. I remember Great Emperor Wuxia once said that the supreme being in the depths of the undying mountain's weapon is forged from the eternal blue gold of the galaxy. Just thinking about it makes one shudder. It is most likely a fragment of the weapon that was shot into the body of the Void Emperor and fell out. Although it is stained with his blood, it is still the inheritance of the undying mountain. In the north region, Yi Fan also received news about Wang Ting in the past few days. He fell silent. The other party's fated opportunities had truly surpassed his imagination. However, he was fearless. He let out his strongest battle cry, which was spread throughout the eastern wasteland by many cultivators. The fragrance of osmanthus wafts in the air. On the night of the full moon, let us fight to the death at the peak of the purple mountain. On the night of the full moon, the battle between the Saint Physique and the North Arch at the peak of the ancient Emperor Mountain shocked everyone. Even the ancient beings knew about it, because that was the place of pilgrimage in the ancient era. Fragrant osmanthus, full moon night, battle to the death at the peak of the purple mountain, everyone in the Eastern Baron was waiting. The divine physique against the North Arch was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. It was the same as a prelude to the battle between the divine physique and the ancient emperors. This news was extremely influential and quickly spread to the middle ground and the southern mountains. Everyone was looking forward to this battle because it would decide who could prove their Tao in the future. There were still more than 10 days until the night of the full moon. It was not that far away and would arrive very soon. This battle was right in front of him. It would be a fierce battle that would attract the attention of the entire world. It was easy to imagine that it would be the focus of the entire world. There was no reason for Wang Ting not to accept the battle. He couldn't retreat. Now that he was so strong, he could look down on everyone in the younger generation and be on the same level as a divine ruler. As expected, after Yi Fan shouted his battle cry, Wang Ting immediately responded. He declared in front of the Ji clan that he would kill the divine physique at the ancient Emperor Mountain on the night of the full moon. Autumn in the north region was very cold. Yellow leaves fell and filled the air with a somber atmosphere. A gust of wind blew and the leaves danced. A bleak season had arrived. A shocking battle was about to begin, but Yi Fan passed it calmly without any ripples. People couldn't tell what was going on. In the meantime, he went to the Miaoyu nunnery but didn't see in Miaoyu. He learned that this beautiful woman had already gone to the western desert alone to search for a mystic technique and to cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism. The north region was boundless and there were few oases. There were no osmanthus flowers, but he was going to face the moon and fight. In half a month's time, an osmanthus tree actually grew in front of the Purple Mountain. The fragrance filled the air and could be smelled from far away. The petals fell in the wind. The night was like water. Yi Fan strolled alone on the bloody ground. He passed through the osmanthus forest and circled around the Purple Mountain. He didn't do anything special and left soon after. The divine physique just entered the immortal secret realm not long ago. Can he defeat the North Arch? What will he rely on? Yi Fan is too rash in this battle. It doesn't bode well for him. During this time, many cultivators were discussing. They thought that Yi Fan would most likely lose this important battle because he was too impulsive. During this period of time, Yi Fan roamed the lands of the northern region. He traveled to almost all the ancient veins and left his footprints on many mountains and rivers. Several days later, a piece of news spread from the southern region. The North Arch and Jizue were about to get engaged, and it would be in the next few days. Hua! The entire eastern wasteland was in an uproar. This was too sudden. Why was there such an arrangement before the decisive battle? It left everyone shocked. Holy boy, do you think you can change everything by challenging my Tinger? In the southern region, Wang Ting's father sneered, I've long heard that you are very close to the pearl of the Ji clan. Do you want to change everything with a single battle? Dream on. Big brother, there's no need for him to do this. Even if he has a divine physique, he will undoubtedly die. He is doing this to resolve the so-called predicament of the Ji family's little moon. How could he possibly be a match for Tinger? He's just throwing his life away. A great being from the Wang family said. Wang Ting's father, Wang Qingkuan, stood in front of the window and sneered, the reason why I suggested the engagement is to make everything go down the drain for him. I want to disturb his mood and make him die faster. But, the Ji clan might not agree at this juncture. There are a few elders of the Ji clan who have a close relationship with us. They hate what the holy boy did back then. You can ask them to make an exception. Even if they don't agree, we can spread the news, and they won't say anything. Wang Qingkuan said. The news of Wang Ting and North Thearka's engagement caused a huge uproar, but the Ji clan didn't say anything. The people were bewildered. Too fast. How can it be so fast? People didn't understand. Why would they choose to get engaged before the great battle? This didn't make sense. Wang Ting's father, Wang Qingkuan, sneered, do you think you can kill my Tinger by choosing the ancient sovereign mountain and having the geographical advantage? I'll let you come to the southern region to die first. 2 days later, the Wang family sent a gift from the northern plains. It was a phoenix stone that could ward off all evils and increase one's cultivation speed by 20%. It could be considered a supreme treasure. One had to say that this gift was too precious. It could ward off all evils, but it could increase one's cultivation speed by 20%. It could be considered a heaven-defying treasure, but the Wang family was willing to give it away. The Wang family's foundation is too strong. This kind of thing is priceless in the eyes of the saints, but they are giving it away so generously. There must be something even more precious in the family. This gift made many people jealous, but there was nothing they could do. Who would dare to snatch it? 3 days later, an elder of the Ji clan spread the news that the two families would be connected by marriage soon. The engagement was done recently, confirming the rumors. Eighth ancestor, what do you mean by this? Jizu's father's expression was very ugly. He wanted to follow his daughter's wishes and didn't want her to be wronged, but he couldn't withstand the pressure from the family. I'm just saying it casually, but it will happen sooner or later. Ji clan's 8th ancestor said. Aren't you confirming the rumors that the Wang family released? You have to know that we haven't agreed to the engagement yet, so how can you be so hasty? Ji clan's brother and sister's father was also a powerful person. Ji Yanji, you haven't become the family leader yet. 8th ancestor looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything else. The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing that the bright pearl of the eastern wasteland was about to get engaged. At this sensitive period, there were many topics to talk about. Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan are very close. Many people know that the Wang family is setting a trap to force Yi Fan to come. They want to kill him in advance. They are really ruthless. Yi Fan is in the northern region and can fight with a top Saint Lord with his Genesis technique. However, the Wang family wants to force him to come to the southern region before the battle and make him lose his greatest advantage. Some people quickly deduced. They wanted to kill the saint body and not give him a chance. If Yi Fan didn't come and couldn't take Ji Ziyue away, then he would definitely have regrets in the future. His Tao would be flawed and it would affect his state of mind. In fact, in the upcoming battle, he would be greatly affected. With a flaw in his heart, even if he chose to fight at the peak of the Purple Mountain, he would most likely die. Will the Wang family really get engaged at this time? This is a trap to force the saint body to come through the void and destroy his advantage. It doesn't have to be a real engagement. Just spreading the news is enough. The effect has been achieved and Yi Fan has no choice but to come. Otherwise, if there is a change, no one can bear it. The North Arch is already so strong, but his father Wang Qingkuan still plans like this. He is really ruthless. If there is no accident, no matter what the saint body chooses, he will be in danger. If Yi Fan comes to the southern region, he will lose all his advantages. It is the same as sending himself to death. If he doesn't come, his mind will be flawed and cannot be at peace. He most likely won't be able to use his full strength on the night of the full moon. In the northern region, Yi Fan received the news. He stood on an ancient vein and looked into the sky. He was silent for a long time and didn't move. It was as if he had been petrified. He was in a dilemma. At the same time, Pang Bo, Dong Fengyi, Li Heishui, and the others also received the news. They were all shocked. Little Yezi is going to fight that bastard Zedong on the night of the full moon. This battle is too early. He hasn't accumulated enough. Damn it, the Wang family is too shameless. The North Arch has the advantage, but they still plan like this. They are forcing little Yezi to go to the southern region to fight in advance. Damn it. No, we must stop little Yezi. There can't be any accidents. The war in the eastern wasteland is about to start. Wu Shizhong will provoke the ancient beings. I will go and participate in the battle in advance to gain experience, Dong Fengyi said. That day, Ji Haoyue didn't say anything. He crossed the void and rushed back to the clan from the central region. He appeared in the residence immediately. Wang Teng, get out here. The saint body hadn't shown his prowess and hadn't fought with the North Arch yet, but the Eastern Wasteland deity king was already angry. When he returned to the clan and saw his sickly sister, he felt his heart ache and shouted such words. Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled. The image of a bright moon rising from the sea appeared. Like a god, he barged into the 9 palaces of the clan, smashed an ancient palace with one punch, and entered Wang Ting's place of seclusion. Haoyue, what are you doing? An elder of the Ji clan rushed over. No one can decide my sister's marriage. She can only decide it herself. Ji Haoyue shouted. He didn't even go forward to greet the North Arch. His black hair was like a waterfall, dancing wildly. He said, Wang Teng, come out and fight me. This roar shook hundreds of miles and spread to the outside world immediately, causing a huge earthquake in the southern region. The Eastern Wasteland deity king had been quiet for so many years. No one knew how strong he was. Today, he actually exploded and wanted to fight with the North Arch. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. A tall figure appeared from the ruins. He shone brightly, drowning the heaven and earth. Above his head, a dragon and phoenix roared together. He stood on an ancient golden chariot. Wang Ting, others are afraid of you, but I don't care. Today, we will fight to the death. Ji Haoyue's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like lightning, and he pressed forward like a god. Tung don't be rude. Wang Qingquan appeared. Before the North Arch said anything, he spoke first and stopped him. Haoyue, what are you doing? The elder of the Ji clan also went forward and stopped Ji Haoyue. Eighth ancestor, move aside. Ji Haoyue shouted. His body released the precious radiance of a divine king. A blue sea appeared behind him, and a bright moon slowly rose. Bang! Eighth ancestor was knocked and staggered. His expression immediately changed as he said, impudent. A figure flashed, and the elders of the Ji clan appeared. They blocked both sides and didn't let the two youths fight. On that day, news spread that Ji Haoyue was imprisoned. A few elders personally came out to calm him down. Clan head, why are you doing this? In an ancient cave, Ji Haoyue sat cross-legged. His eyes were like lightning as he asked in a low voice. I didn't agree to the engagement at this time. That was just eighth ancestor's nonsense. You don't have to worry. After the Ji clan's Saint Master said this, he turned and left. But, this is such a huge matter. How can you speak nonsense? This is a matter of life and death. Ji Haoyue shouted. However, the ancient cave became silent, and no one replied to him. I won't get engaged even if I die. Let my brother out. In a palace, Ji Ziyue was furious. She tried to escape a few times but was caught. At this moment, she was finally afraid. She was worried that someone would interfere and really arrange the engagement. She said angrily, someone will come to save me and trample on North Arch. Lass, don't say things out of anger. In this world, who dares to behave atrociously in my Ji clan? Eighth ancestor laughed and then persuaded, what's wrong with Wang Ting? His future is limitless. Even if something unexpected happens, he will at least be a saint. I am not your bargaining chip. I am Ji clan Ziyue. I am a person with flesh and blood. I am not an object for you to trade. I hate North Arch. Ji Ziyue couldn't help but cry. Silly lass, it will be fine once you think it through. Eighth ancestor continued to persuade. I am not a bargaining chip. I am your Ziyue. You can't decide my future like this. Ji Ziyue begged and then said angrily, someone will definitely come and save me. In this world, who dares to offend my Ji clan? No one will dare to behave atrociously. Then, he consoled, Ziyue, you will understand in the future. We are doing this for your own good. In the north region, Pang Bo, Dong Fengyi, Li Heishui, and the others appeared. They entered the divine city and searched for Yi Fan. However, they couldn't find any traces of him. Where did little Yi go? Did he really go to Ji clan? Even kings will die if they go there. The south is a dragon's pool and tiger's den. In the south region, a void door opened, and a figure walked out. In the south region, it was like spring all year round. This was a world of fragrant flowers and chirping birds. The vegetation was abundant, the spirit spring was gurgling, and the birds were not startled by humans. It was a very peaceful place. Yi Fan looked up at the sky with a resolute expression. He said to himself, South region, I have returned. I am here. Even though he knew that the chances of victory were slim and that there were many dangers, Yi Fan had no choice but to come. He didn't want to feel guilty in the future and regret his actions. Not to mention the past, Ji Ziyue had poured magical power into him at all costs during the Battle of Qinling, helping him fight a life-and-death battle. She had used her life to help him escape from danger and was on the verge of death. He had to repay her kindness. Now that Ji Ziyue was in trouble, she cried and refused to marry. She wanted to escape from the Ji family. Putting aside everything else, just based on their friendship at Qinling, Yi Fan had no choice but to come. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get past himself. In the southern region, vegetation was abundant. The lakes were huge and misty. The desolate land was boundless and full of vitality. There was no place that was barren. Yi Fan walked on this land and entered the primitive wilderness. He silently thought about how to deal with this. If he left the northern region, his battle strength would be greatly reduced. He would no longer have an advantage and would be at a great disadvantage. Goo. In the desolate land, a green wand swooped down and grabbed an elephant. It tore it apart in the air and blood sprayed everywhere. It flew towards a cliff in the distance. That was its nest and there were a few chicks waiting to be fed. Yi Fan was a bit absent-minded. He then walked forward again. He saw a fire Qilin tortoise that looked like a black tortoise. It had a Qilin head and was covered in scales. It opened its mouth and spat out large amounts of flames that burned a hill into ashes. Within the underground cave, a golden ape with divine wings rushed out towards the fire Qilin tortoise. Its pair of golden divine wings released large amounts of lightning that crackled with pie-paw sounds. Even the great earth sunk, creating a deep abyss. Tens of thousands of trees shook and leaves fell. Sand and stones flew everywhere and the earth collapsed. It was a terrifying scene like a landslide or tsunami, destroying everything. This ape was extremely powerful. Pooh. However, the fire Qilin turtle was as big as a small mountain. It had cultivated for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some of the Qilin blood in its body had recovered. It spat out a simple attack and the wind and clouds changed. A purple Qilin flame burned fiercely, scorching the heaven and earth. It turned the mountains in this region into magma and then into dust, completely vaporizing. Yi Fan watched from afar and didn't get close. This was a Holy Lord-level beast. He shivered inwardly. One technique to break 10,000 techniques gave him boundless enlightenment. He immediately thought of a sex trump card with boundless destructive power. Boom, the purple Qilin flame surged into the sky, burning that powerful ape until it cried out miserably again and again. In the end, it turned into ashes, leaving behind a divine pearl that was devoured by the fire Qilin tortoise that was as large as a small mountain. Cultivating for thousands of years, possessing a body full of peerless battle prowess, yet it was all burned away. Yi Fan stayed far away and didn't approach. His journey in the Great Wastelands could be said to be extremely dangerous. This was the territory of the savage beasts. These beasts did not choose to take human form and could extend their lifespans. They were all extremely powerful. It was rumored that in the Great Wastelands, there might still exist undying divine medicines. Occasionally, there would be vicious beasts that could live for close to 10,000 years after ingesting a single stalk. That kind of savage beast lord was terrifying to the point of making people tremble in fear. Boom, in the distance, a deafening sound rang through the air. Yi Fan was shocked inwardly. He saw a group of enormous tombs, and there was no way this was a cemetery of the human race. Every single tomb was like a small mountain, majestic and grand. He saw an age-old flood dragon tear apart a cliff and grind it into a stone coffin before burying itself inside. The stone coffin burned and sunk into the great earth. An enormous tomb rose up and lined up in front of him. This great wasteland's most powerful beast kings all chose to be buried here before their deaths. Yi Fan walked forward and swept his eyes over every single enormous tomb. There were no divine pearls left behind. They had all turned themselves into ashes. However, Yi Fan was greatly moved. He said to himself, perhaps I can give it a try. If I succeed, then I will have another powerful trump card. He walked through the great wastelands and received enlightenment. He thought of 2 trump cards and prepared to grasp them in his hands to resist the Wang family. The divine body has come to the southern region. In the imperial palace of the Ji family's honored guests, an expert from the Wang family spoke. He had heard from a great sect in the northern region that Yi Fan had traveled through the void there. In the end, he has come to throw away his life. Youngster, you are still too inexperienced. This old man used a few methods to force you to come and throw away your life. Wang Qingkuan said with his hands behind his back. After leaving the northern region, he can't use any original techniques. Even if he is a dragon, he will have to curl up and a tiger will have to lie down. He will stretch out his neck and wait to be slaughtered. There is no chance at all. One of Wang Ting's uncles laughed loudly. In the imperial palace, several experts were examining a picture scroll. On it were the coordinates of Yi Fan's journey. They were deducing where he would appear in the southern region. The news that the divine body had come to the southern region wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss it. They felt that Yi Fan was too impulsive. He had come to the southern region to fight a decisive battle and had lost all his advantages. He would most likely die and dye the southern border with blood. Many people sighed. The divine body was the only one to break the curse after the antiquity era. It was very likely that he would shine brightly in the future. No one would have thought that he would walk into a dead end. There was almost no chance of victory. He was indeed very strong, but he hadn't grown to the point where he didn't fear the sacred grounds. Without the original technique to rely on, how could he compete with the top divine lords? 5 days later, the arch would be engaged to Jiziyue. Someone spread the news and instantly caused an uproar. Was it really confirmed? Or was it to force the divine body to appear as soon as possible? Now, if Yi Fan wanted to do his best to help Jiziyue, it could be said that there was no time to plan. How could he fight in such a short period of time? In the outside world, no one was optimistic about the divine body. They felt that it was very likely that he would die in the southern region. Since he was already here, it was impossible for him to not make a move. However, there was no chance of victory. The Ji family had the extreme Dao weapon. What could he use to fight against it? Against the family of the ancients, his power alone was so weak. It was impossible for him to save Jiziyue. If he went, he would die for sure. In the imperial palace of the Ji family, Wang Qingquan revealed a cold smile and said, "There is no need for us to do anything. If he dares to come to the Ji family and behave atrociously, the 8th brother of the Ji family will kill him." That year, when Yi Fan attacked in the southern region, he killed many experts of the Ji family. The key person was the old woman, Ji Hui. Everything happened because of her. Ji Hui was a descendant that the 8th group of the Ji family doted on. Until now, she still couldn't get over it. She had always been looking for a chance to get rid of Yi Fan and take revenge for Ji Hui. Not long after, someone spread the news that Yi Fan might break into the Ji family in a few days. Instantly, the southern region was shaken. Everyone's eyes looked over. How many years had it been? People couldn't remember how long it had been since something like this had happened. There were only a few people who dared to break into the family of the ancients. This was especially true for the Ji family. No matter how great a hero they were, they would be turned to ashes under the ancient void mirror. There was no way they could pass this test. Nowadays, even if the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru or the old madman of the eastern wasteland appeared, they would have to seriously consider it. There was no one in the world who didn't fear them. Moreover, who could see through the foundation of the Ji family? Their current great cultivator was also very powerful. How many major forces would dare to go against them? The heir of the eastern wasteland demon race, Pang Bo, pays his respects. On this day, in front of the magnificent imperial palace of the Ji family, several people appeared. Their voices were like muffled thunder. Pang Bo came, but he didn't come as a junior to meet the experts of the Ji family. Instead, he brought up his identity as the heir of the demon monarch, raising this kind of greeting to the level of the demon race and the human race. Yi Fan is the protector of the demon race. Whoever kills him will go against the demon race. Pang Bo was really anxious. The southern region was a dangerous place. He was afraid that Yi Fan would attack and dye this land with blood, so he went all out and showed up with a sensitive identity. As soon as this was said, the southern region was shocked again. Even the demon race was involved. This time, the storm was destined to be huge. This time, Crane King and Bat King came along. Pang Bo used his own connections to invite them. With the help of his identity as the heir of the Azure the Arch, he pressured the Ji family. Unfortunately, after the Battle of Qinling, Red Dragon King and the others went into seclusion. Otherwise, it would be more effective. Pang Bo sighed. Even so, the Ji family didn't neglect them. A great cultivator came out to welcome them and invited them in. Although they didn't comment on their words, they didn't want to offend them. The demon race and the heir of the Azure the Arch. One of Wang Ting's uncles was stunned. After receiving the news, he instinctively felt that something had changed. Go and check if the demon race's sovereign weapon and the sky-devouring demonic jar in the hands of the 13 bandits have been borrowed by the divine body. Wang Qingquan was expressionless. Not long after, reliable news came. After the Battle of Qinling, Old Blind and Peacock King were all in seclusion, protected by the sovereign weapon. It was impossible to borrow it. Divine body, how are you going to survive? Wang Ting's father, Wang Qingquan, sneered. Without the sovereign weapon, you will die even if we don't do anything. The next day, Li Heishui accompanied a few of the 13 bandits to the Ji family of the southern region. It was obvious that he wanted to protect Yi Fan and not let anything happen to him. Many cultivators in the eastern wilderness were shocked. The demon race and the 13 bandits had both come. This was a powerful force that couldn't be ignored. Even the Holy Land had to be wary of them. In less than half a day, the Red Dragon Taoist appeared and came out of seclusion. Although he didn't bring the supreme weapon, he came in person. The atmosphere in the southern region tensed up. The Red Dragon King could run amok in the eastern wilderness. Now, other than the saints, who could kill him? Many people gasped when they saw that he came personally for Yi Fan. Boom! On the third day, there was a loud sound. A monkey shining with golden light appeared with a black iron rod in his hand. He stood in front of the Ji family's palace, causing dust to rise into the sky. Wang Tang, get out here. The sacred battle ape had come to the eastern wilderness for Yi Fan. He was going to kill the North Arch with his rod. The 10,000 primordial races were about to appear, and the sacred prince was here too. This identity was too sensitive. It was even more important than Zetian, the young master of the Valley of Divinities that Wang Ting had befriended. Many of the major forces were apprehensive. North Emperor, who gave you this title? Even someone like you wants to verify the Tao and become an emperor? With me here, you better scram as far as you can. From today onwards, put it away. The monkey was extremely arrogant. He stood there with the rod in hand, looking forward with disdain. His voice traveled hundreds of miles, and the entire void rumbled. The main character, Yi Fan, hadn't appeared yet, but there was already a storm in front of the Ji family. Everyone was shocked and had a premonition that things were going to get out of hand. It doesn't matter. As long as they don't have the Supreme Emperor weapon, it doesn't matter how many people come. The sacred physique will stain the Ji family with his blood. He won't be able to live and will become the stepping stone for my son to prove his Tao. Teng'er will be the first to attack him. Wang Qingquan was indifferent and didn't care at all. Wang family, since you are afraid and don't dare to come to the northern region, I, Yi Fan, will come to the southern region to kill you. Finally, Yi Fan's voice traveled over. The southern region was shaken. In the Ji clan, even the gate was floating in the air. There were even some islands with silver waterfalls falling down. It looked very beautiful. Who is making noise? Someone from the Ji clan shouted, and an old cultivator walked out. However, there was another figure even faster than them. A powerhouse from the Wang clan had been waiting outside, waiting for Yi Fan to come. He wanted to kill him, so he turned into a beam of light and rushed over. Pfft, a treasure tree flew out from his brow, shattering the image in front of him. There was a muffled sound in the sky, and endless divine light appeared. Monarchs advance with indomitable will. Wang clan, you want to have a great emperor? I will come and kill you all. In the blue sky, only these words echoed. What was destroyed just now was only an image formed by the talismans, and not the true body. Saint Physique, where are you going? The powerhouse from the Wang clan chased after him, but his divine senses scanned everywhere and didn't find anything. He retreated dispiritedly, feeling ashamed. It was obvious that the other's true body didn't come. Suddenly, a piece of divine source carved with talismans appeared and exploded on the spot, creating a black void abyss. The powerhouse from the Wang clan cried out in pain. Half of his body was destroyed. If it wasn't for the great emperor divine formation that the Ji clan had set up here, this piece of divine source with 1,000,000 talismans would have been enough to kill him. But this was enough. Countless eyes in the southern region were staring at this place, and they were all shocked. The Saint Physique actually dared to be so strong. Did he have any other tricks up his sleeves? Was he really going to come to the Ji clan in 2 days? How was he going to fight against the void ancient mirror? How was he going to fight against the North? The arch, Yi Fan naturally didn't show his true body. At this moment, he had already gone far away, leaping tens of thousands of miles and arriving at a barren land. This was a strange place. The scarlet earth was barren, and there were large cracks that were several meters wide everywhere. There were even flames that rushed into the sky. One could feel the heat from far away. The divine flame surged, almost burning the void. Fire domain. After so many years, Yi Fan returned to this place again. Back then, he was chased into this place and narrowly escaped death. He experienced the fire tribulation and tempered the myriad chi cauldron, cultivating bitterly for half a year. He passed through 5 layers of the fire domain in succession. The 6th layer was the eastern purple chi. Back then, it almost burned his body and soul to ashes. If it wasn't for the protection of the Bodhi seed, even someone as powerful as his divine body would have been burned to ashes. Now that he was back, Yi Fan could resist the violet flames even without the Bodhi seed. He didn't stop and entered the 7th level. 5 colored flames flowed about here, known as the 5 elements true flame. They curled about like wisps of mist, the temperature even more scorching. Ordinary powerful beings couldn't withstand it, turning them into charcoal. Years ago, he had used this terrifying flame to burn a grand elder of the Ji clan to death in the Xiaoyao sect, and then escaped with his life. Yi Fan strode forwards, directly entering the 8th level flame region. This was a place where even a peak Holy Lord level powerhouse couldn't enter. Even a sovereign lord's true body could be burnt to ashes. In the present world, only the Crow Daoist had come here to refine the mutton fat divine iron. Because he had the body of a flame crow, he was born from a divine flame, so he didn't fear it. In the past thousands of years, Yi Fan was the 2nd person to enter the 8th level flame region. He relied on his unmatched divine body to resist the burning of the 7 colored flames. 7 wisps of mist curled about. They weren't that dense, but they possessed astonishing temperatures. It wasn't something sect master level figures could resist at all. It could burn down the heavens. Yi Fan's physical body surpassed that of a holy lord, but his entire body felt like it was about to split apart. He was barely able to resist it, and it was a threat to his divine body. One could well imagine just how scorching it was. However, this still wasn't his goal. He walked forward, arriving at the edge of the 9th level flame region. The scorching temperature ahead was terrifyingly high, and it made one feel like they were going to explode even from a distance. The 9th level flame region was a place no one could enter for thousands of years. It was a land of death not only in name but also in reality. Yi Fan stood in the distance and saw several dozen human-shaped ashes. Who dares to enter the 9th level flame region? He was shaken inwardly. This was a land of certain death. Countless years had passed, yet so many people had wanted to enter. The 9 colored flames seemed to transcend the scope of the mortal world, as if they were burning in another great world. They were illusory and terrifying. The 9 colored wisps of mist throbbed, destroying everything. This was Yi Fan's goal. He wanted to collect the divine flames of the last level of the flame region and use them to resist his great enemies. When he watched the great battle of the fire Qilin tortoise, he thought of this place. Can I enter the 9th level? Yi Fan took out the Bodhi seed. Without this item, he didn't dare to take the risk, because the 8th level was already his limit. All the sins of the world gathered together to form a karmic fire that can extinguish all deities. The Bodhi will prove the Tao and resist the karmic fire alone. I hope it can also block the last level of the divine flame. Yi Fan tested it out. He placed a magical treasure that carried the Bodhi seed into the 9th level flame region. He discovered that it wasn't damaged like before. It was separated from the flames and wasn't incinerated. This made him feel much more at ease. He took back the Bodhi seed and held it in his hand. Then he strode forward, entering the depths of the fire region that was filled with countless terrifying rumors. The 9-colored divine flame throbbed as if there were gods and demons wailing in the sky. All sorts of mysterious and ancient sounds rang in his ears. It was as if he had entered a battlefield of deities. The terrifying temperature made even holding the Bodhi seed uncomfortable. It was as if his skin and flesh were about to split open. He was almost suffocating. He was the first person in thousands of years to reach this place. Yi Fan was prepared to use the myriad chi cauldron to collect these flames. Only it could withstand this temperature. Other weapons would probably be immediately burned to ashes. Suddenly, his heart moved. He found a black gourd in the myriad chi cauldron. When he pulled out the stopper, a chaotic light flashed. Yi Fan had almost forgotten about this treasure. He had taken it from the Purple Mansion Saint. He had studied it for a long time but still couldn't understand it. He couldn't use its power. However, the stopper of the gourd could be used. It was shaped like a rotten wooden hammer and had been bitten by insects. However, when he waved it, it could emit a chaotic light. It had extremely terrifying offensive power. Back then, he had even mocked the Purple Mansion Saint for having a treasure but not knowing it. He had only used the gourd to fight against his enemies and not the black gourd. Now that it had been in his hands for so long, it was still the same. I wonder how powerful it is. I'll try to use it to contain the 9th level's divine flame. Yi Fan made this decision. If it was a divine item, he definitely couldn't destroy it. Even if it turned to ashes, it wouldn't be a pity. There was some tying true water in the black gourd. It instantly evaporated in the 9th level's fire region. Then, the black gourd sank and entered the front. Under his control, it began to swallow the 9-colored divine flame. It's not afraid of the most terrifying fire. Yi Fan was shocked. He realized that he had really overlooked a divine material. The black gourd didn't emit any divine power. Under his control, it was like a bottomless pit. It wanted nothing more than to suck the 9th level's fire region dry. So many flames. It should be enough to burn more than 10 divine lords to death. Yi Fan had a crazy urge. He could definitely use this to do something terrifying that would shock the world. The black gourd seemed to have been born at the beginning of the world. It wanted nothing more than to swallow the entire fire region. Yi Fan cautiously sent a wisp of his divine consciousness into it. He discovered that it was like an ancient universe. This black gourd is really terrifying. It looks like it wasn't refined but grew between heaven and earth. Yi Fan rubbed it. The patterns on it were simple and natural. In the end, he didn't dare to absorb the divine flame. Because if he shook it lightly, there would be a sound like a landslide or tsunami. There were too many flames. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control it. Is it really a supreme divine item? Yi Fan doubted it. Even the gourd cup had been eaten by insects, but it could still emit chaotic light. He was speechless. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the extreme end of the fire region. It sounded like a person sighing, but it also sounded like a living creature was crawling. What's going on? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. At the end of the fire region was a deathly silent land. It was only a few miles in radius. It was barren and lifeless. There weren't even any flames. Why was there a sound now? A small tree? His eyes widened in shock. A small tree had appeared at the end of the fire region. It was moving quickly as if it had grown legs and was moving on its own. No, it's a type of flame. His expression froze. He used his heavenly divine eye to see its true form. It was a cluster of flames, but it had turned into a strange tree that was half a meter tall. Could those legends be true? Yi Fan was shocked. There were many legends about the fire region. Many of the records were absurd. For example, an ancient book recorded that an immortal had been burned to death in the deepest part of the fire region. Another ancient book recorded that the ancient wasteland tower had appeared here and floated for thousands of years. It was also recorded that there were 10 types of flames in the 9th layer of the fire region. However, the 10th type had no source and had only appeared a few times since ancient times. The 10th type of flame, it really exists. Yi Fan revealed an expression of disbelief. He was filled with shock. He had seen it with his own eyes. The small tree wasn't tall, but it was very vigorous. It was like a coiling dragon with flames dancing. It seemed like it could burn down the heavens and burn down eternity. The 10th type of flame burned immortals to death. Yi Fan's scalp went numb when he thought of those legends. Although the flame was small, if it rushed over, he would immediately be turned into a pile of black soil. At that moment, he saw an unbelievable scene. The small tree was burning, and the flames were actually runes, one small world after another collapsed and then reformed. It was incomparably strange. It could actually burn down the heavens and burn down eternity, but in the end, it was restored. Yifan stared at the flames formed by runes for a long time. Only when the small tree sank into a pitch-black ancient cave did he come back to his senses and leave this place. There are less than 2 days. What other tricks does the divine physique have? Outside, everyone was guessing how Yifan could enter the Ji clan. It seemed impossible. The void ancient mirror was an emperor weapon that could crush the heavens. Apart from the great emperor, no one could stop it. How could Yifan go to the Ji clan and take away Lil Moon? Even with the help of the Crimson Dragon and the Battle Saint Ape, a strand of emperor's might could turn him into ashes. He is seeking his own death. He can't blame others. When the people of the future mention the divine physique, they will only remember that he was a stepping stone for my son to walk on the emperor's path. Wang Qingquan clasped his hands behind his back and looked outside the window. Being born in the same era as Teng'er is his sorrow. He is destined to be a green leaf. When the kings rise together, he will be the first to die under Teng'er's feet. His blood will dye the emperor's path. Wang Ting's uncle nodded. Tens of thousands of li away, Yifan frowned and became silent. How to fight against the void ancient mirror had become his biggest problem unless he borrowed an emperor weapon for him to use. Now, he had obtained the 9th level's flame domain's sacred flame and was no longer afraid of the Saint Lords. However, he still lacked an emperor weapon to deter them. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. I can only take a risk and carry it out. Yifan made his decision and walked towards the desolate ancient forbidden land. This was a life-forbidden zone. Since ancient times, few dared to enter. Even peerless emperors would be turned into ashes if they entered. No one could resist the power of desolate. Outside the forbidden land, ancient trees towered into the sky. It was a primeval scene. Inside, one could hear a pin drop. It was deathly quiet without a single sound. Yifan took out all the jade bottles containing the divine spring water. Then, he took a bite of an 8-trigram holy fruit. The fragrance seeped into his bones and soul. Now, he didn't have many left, so he could only squander them like this. Life energy wrapped around him. Finally, he rushed in like a bolt of lightning, entering the deepest part of the forbidden land. After an unknown period of time, a trembling sound came from the depths of the forbidden land. It was like the sound of the birth of the universe. It made people's hearts palpitate and their souls wanted to leave their bodies. 9 dragon corpses lay in a huge bronze coffin. Yifan struggled to carry a small coffin on his back. His forehead was covered in sweat as he walked out step by step. Ancient void mirror. I can block it. In order to save Jizue, Yifan had thought about it for a long time. He risked his life to carry this mysterious bronze coffin and fight against the extreme emperor weapon. This small coffin was very heavy, like a small universe. It actually had the aura of a world. Yifan's flesh was unparalleled. He could move mountains and fill seas, but it was still very strenuous. Sweat drenched his back. However, he was much stronger than last time. He did not feel like his body was about to shatter. He walked step by step towards the top of the mountain. He had almost finished the divine spring of life and urgently needed to replenish it. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and majestic. Just like in the past, they were silent and did not move at all. It was like a deathly abyss that had existed since time immemorial, or the resting place of deities. Along the way, there were towering ancient trees and towering cliffs. There were even some white fragments that were formed from withered bones. They recorded the legends and helplessness of the past. With every step Yifan took, he would sink into the earth up to his knees. He climbed up the sacred mountain with great difficulty. He chewed on a piece of holy fruit to resist the passage of time, not aging. At the summit, there was a small pond that was clear and fragrant. The water seeped into one's bones. Yifan drank to his heart's content and filled up the pure jade bottle. Then, he went to the other peaks to store what he needed. Finally, he carried the small bronze coffin to the edge of the cliff and looked down into the endless abyss. He used the heavenly origin divine eye to look at the 5-colored altar. That was a sore spot in his heart. He always wanted to jump down and return to his hometown. The dilapidated altar was made of 5 colored stones. There were blade marks and sword holes, telling of the boundless passage of time and the endless passage of time. It was unknown just how many things had happened in the starry sky. A person. Yi Fan was shocked. He saw a figure standing alone at the center of the 5-colored altar, not moving at all, as if it had been petrified. It was like an ancient demonic body in the river of time. His heart jumped. Who was that? Why was it standing on the 5-colored altar? Was it a desolate slave? The distance was too far, and the endless abyss was pitch black. Even though he had the divine eye, he could only see a silhouette. He could not distinguish it in detail. Yi Fan descended the mountain step by step. He did not dare to stay for long. Only the heavens knew what was on the 5-colored altar. If it jumped out, it might cause a great disaster. Chang, when the heavy bronze coffin fell back into the giant coffin, Yi Fan wiped his sweat and gulped down a dozen mouthfuls of divine spring water, slowly regulating his breathing. The road out was extremely long, at least 80 to 90 li. Because he was carrying the heavy little coffin on his back, it was difficult for him to fly. He didn't know how much of his life force would be exhausted, and it was possible that he would face a great disaster of life and death. He had to adjust himself to his peak state. After resting for a long time, Yi Fan stood up and gazed at the bronze carvings on the giant coffin. He was lost in thought and seemed to be lost in thought. Ancient gods, ancient people weeping, what did all of this mean? The Tao Tai, Xianxia, Swan and I, and others were enormous, their faces sinister, vivid, and lifelike. They were all ancient beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, as if they were going to break through the walls. The ancient gods with tear stains, the distant ancient starry sky road. Yi Fan pondered for a long time. In the end, he arrived before a starry sky diagram. The engravings here were extremely indistinct, covered by rust. In addition, the endless stars were extremely small, as if a real world was fixed here. Swoosh! Brilliance flashed in Yi Fan's hand as he took out the immortal treasure he had obtained from the chaotic nest of 10,000 dragons. It was as if it was condensed from starlight and flickered. These two are very similar. Could it be a map? Is it an immortal scroll that records the ancient starry sky road? His heart trembled as he thought of this possibility. During the ancient times, the monkey's father, the old emperor of fighting, would often look at it late at night. This matter must be very important, and there must be a shocking secret for an ancient emperor to treat it this way. The 9 dragon corpses were lying outside, and Yi Fan naturally had another idea. In fact, he really wanted to carry the 9 dragons and the giant coffin away, but he couldn't move them at all. The dragon corpses were cold and heavy, and their scales flickered with black light. They were like 9 tungsten mountains that had existed since time immemorial. Anyone who got close to them would feel suffocated. Yi Fan slashed with all his might, and sparks flew everywhere. Even someone as strong as him was in intense pain, and his finger bones were about to shatter. Yet, he couldn't slash a single dragon, not even a whisker. I just want a bit of dragon blood. Can I not dig out your bones? He was truly out of temper. He felt that even if he were to cripple himself, he wouldn't be able to pull out a single scale. 2 hours later, Yi Fan finally walked out of the forbidden ancient land with great difficulty. He drank a large amount of divine spring water, ate a divine fruit, and refined a portion of the roots and leaves of the 9 divine trees. Only then did he manage to resist the onslaught of time. I've used up an immortal divine fruit. I've almost used it all up. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was very difficult to obtain something like this again. Every time he used one, he would have one less. The price he had paid for this trip was really great. Outside the ruins of God, the Black Emperor had been strolling around for many days. He didn't dare to act recklessly, and he still hadn't entered the southern heavenly gate. Doggy, don't run around. The young little girl on the big black dog patted his back lightly. Didn't the Middle State send back news? The demon emperor destroyed 2 divine spirits in the ruins of God 10,000 years ago. If we go in, we'll most likely be able to find the immortal peach tree. Doggy, you're being greedy again. Have you forgotten that you almost died outside the divine mausoleum last time? Little Nan Nan wrinkled her cute little nose. This time, we won't enter the ancient heaven. We'll just enter the southern heavenly gate to take a look. It'll be fine if we're careful. The big black dog was eager. Go find Big Brother. Don't run around. Little Nan Nan lightly pulled on the big black dog's ear. We're already here, so how can we not enter the southern heavenly gate? We have to see the secrets of the gate to the ancient heaven, the Black Emperor mumbled. Then, he added, it won't cause any delay. Today, we'll cross the void and beat up that bastard. Outside the G-Clan ancient palace, a majestic man appeared. He was like a demon god reincarnated into the mortal world. He had thick black hair, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes were filled with boundless stars. The southern demon had arrived. The battle of the eastern wasteland had begun, and it was possible that the Wuxia Bell would appear. Even he had set off, and his first stop was the G-Clan of the southern region. His battle robe shone with a metallic luster, and he was majestic and heroic like a demon god. There was also an exceptional beauty beside him. Her appearance was enough to throw the heavens into chaos, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was precisely his younger sister, Qi Huashui. Not long after, the horizon rumbled, and a purple chariot rushed over. There were 9 ancient beasts pulling the chariot, and each of them was like a small mountain. The terrifying aura they exuded caused people to tremble. Over a dozen ancient creatures led the way. All of them had fierce expressions, and they were all covered in scales. Some even had divine wings, and some had snake bodies instead of legs. They stirred up a demonic cloud that surged into the skies. This group of ancient creatures were like demon gods. They came from the Valley of Gods, and it was one of the origins of the most powerful ancient royal clans. All of them were brimming with killing intent, and they actually also entered the G-Clan. The person in the chariot was Zitiandu. Apart from this, there was also a purple-haired girl riding in the same chariot with him. She was like a flawless fairy, and even her pupils were purple. Her skin was snow-white like jade. She was his older sister. In these last 2 days, the G-Clan's entrance was as crowded as a marketplace. Those with great status in the southern region all came. They all had a premonition that a great storm was about to happen, and they all wanted to personally witness it. On the last day, people from all the great powers of the eastern wasteland came. They all wanted to see what method Fan had, and whether or not he could turn the situation around. Yizi, where exactly are you? You definitely can't come here to throw your life away. Pangbo was incomparably anxious. He came here with the identity of the Demon Emperor's inheritor. Even though the G-Clan was polite, he couldn't change anything. Grandfather, I am your Ziyue. I want to leave this place, and I am not your bargaining chip. Ziyue felt wronged, and tears welled up in her intelligent eyes. In many places, everyone's expressions were different. They were all paying close attention, quietly waiting for Yifan to appear. According to their speculations, it was impossible for him to start strong but end weak. He wouldn't escape back to the northern region, and it was only a matter of time before he appeared. On the last day, there were many esteemed guests in the hall of the G-Clan. It was really as if they were going to get engaged. Many great powers came to visit and gave some precious gifts. Didn't they say that the divine physique was coming? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Someone in the corner discussed softly. Most of the people who came to visit came because of the storm. On the other side, Wang Qingkuan had an indifferent smile on his face. He was still talking about his son, always talking about how Teng'er was, comparing the divine physique to nothing. In the distance, Pangbo laughed coldly and said, "My father's name is Li Gang, and my son's name is Wang Ting." It's almost become a catchphrase. One of Wang Ting's uncles looked over and stared at him with an unfriendly expression. There was killing intent in his eyes, but it wasn't good for him to make a move in the courtyard of a great power like the G-Clan. Would the divine physique still come? Why hadn't he appeared yet? Many people were suspicious. Logically speaking, he should have appeared by now. Is there even a need to say it? He's timid and doesn't dare to come. Someone from the Wang clan sneered. A few youngsters from the Wang clan agreed one after another, all of them revealing looks of mockery. There were even some who were making cutting remarks, not hiding their ridicule at all. What does the divine physique count for? With my clan brother here, what kind of storm can he stir up? Obediently curling up is the correct path. Even someone like him wants to contend against my clan brother? Hong, suddenly, the limits of the distant horizon trembled. A type of horrifying aura was released, sweeping over from the distance, making even the ancient watchtower inside the Ji family tremble. Ji family's senior elder was shocked. Someone came with an unmatched secret treasure, and after making contact with the hidden formation patterns, they were sensed by the mysterious damaged ancient formation left behind by the Void Emperor. Who is it that came? In the distance, an expert from the Ji family asked. Yi Fan. When these two words sounded, within the depths of the Ji family's grand ancient watchtower, many people were shaken. Yi Fan really came. Where did you come from? An old cultivator walked up. Paying a visit to the Ji family to kill Wang Ting. His voice was like thunder, ringing through the skies. Everyone heard it. After a short moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Yi Fan really came. Moreover, this type of power made everyone stand up. If it wasn't for this being Ji family, many people would have directly rushed out. Ji family, just the floating islands and majestic immortal mountains alone numbered in the hundreds, let alone all types of palaces. It was just like an ancient celestial court. A great figure from the Ji family stood up, deciding to personally take a look. The others naturally took this chance to stand up. They all wanted to know what Ji Fan was relying on. When everyone came out, they were all stupefied. Yi Fan came with a bronze coffin on his back. He stood in front of the divine earth and gazed at this holy land that no one had broken through for hundreds of thousands of years. He was extremely calm and indifferent. Did you make a mistake? Carrying a bronze coffin to fight a decisive battle. After being speechless for a while, some people couldn't help but mutter. A few people from the Wang family laughed endlessly. Their final bit of misgivings also disappeared, and they all revealed expressions of ridicule. What was the use of a broken bronze coffin? Everyone became speechless. Carrying a coffin to fight a great battle, this was too unconventional. They had never seen such a thing before. Right now, only Pang Bo was moved. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. He was the first to rush over while continuously muttering, "Genius, a genius, Yi Zi, you are really talented." Pang Bo's stature was tall and sturdy, 2 to 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He had thick brows and large eyes, and his skin was bronze in color, exuding a sense of strength. Right now, he was feeling extremely agitated. However, his expression was extremely calm, not wanting others to see through his guard. He went up and hammered Yi Fan, transmitting his voice, "You can even think of this? Let me see." Pang Bo was the same as Yi Fan. He came here because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He came to this world through the starry space ancient pathway and had a special feeling towards this coffin. Look at what that fatty is doing. From afar, someone was dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Damn, who said I'm fat? This is majestic, not fat. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Pang Bo angrily spoke. His arms were thicker than the legs of others, he was indeed incomparably muscular. He was biting the coffin earlier. The others ignored him, they were describing what they saw earlier. How tough. Pang Bo mumbled. Yi Fan was also speechless. Pang Bo was too much, biting a coffin the moment he arrived. Was he venting his anger on it? This caused him to be a little dumbfounded. Damn, I've been biting the coffin lid recently, it's a habit. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Pang Bo also felt extremely ashamed. I'll go and search for dragon marrow for you in the future. Yi Fan spoke. Don't worry, the undying ancient tea tree is the #1 Tao comprehension divine tree under the heavens. Although it was refined into a coffin lid, it still has a miraculous effect. I was struck by heavenly lightning and entered the immortal foundation secret realm. Pang Bo unyieldingly spoke. That fellow even wants to eat coffins. In the future, hide as far away as you can. A major character warned his disciple, feeling that this was a devil, his personality was different from ordinary people. From afar, many people were speechless, staring at Pang Bo from left to right. They truly didn't expect that such a majestic and muscular man would actually cause people to feel fear. Someone in the Wang clan laughed loudly. A middle-aged man walked over with his hands clasped behind his back, carrying a coffin here. Are you preparing it for yourself? You know you will die for sure, yet you still came to fight. This is prepared for you guys. Li Heishui transmitted his voice to the crowd, feeling extremely unhappy with this ancient aristocratic clan of the northern plains. Pang Bo shook his head and said, "Wrong. They are not worthy of this bronze coffin. We have to use it to send them on their way." An unfathomable existence was buried in the bronze coffin. Not to mention them, even an ancient saint would not be qualified to enter it. Haha. On the other side, the Ji family's 8 ancestors laughed loudly, but did not say anything. Their intentions were clear. This was mocking Yi Fan for overestimating himself. Yi Fan carried the copper coffin on his back as he walked forwards. Every step he took left behind a footprint in the void, causing many people's expressions to change. His physical body was so tyrannical that it definitely surpassed that of a holy lord. They thought that Yi Fan was displaying his might, but little did they know that the copper coffin was just too heavy. It was even more terrifying than a great mountain, enough to crush a sect master to the ground. Even though Yi Fan had a saint body, he still felt that it was difficult. However, after leaving the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, his mana recovered and he could support his body together. Therefore, it was no longer difficult for him to move forward. "Since you have come to visit my Ji family, then come in." An elder of the Ji family spoke. He was an old acquaintance of Wang Ting's mysterious ancestor. "Those who have come from afar are guests, so please enter." The Ji family's 8 ancestors also spoke with a cold smile. The Ji family had the void ancient mirror. No matter how great one's divine abilities were or how powerful one's cultivation was, once they entered, they would still be suppressed. It could be said to be a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. The Ji family's 8 ancestors' invitation wasn't out of great hospitality, but rather carried a trace of coldness. It was the same as inviting someone to enter the urn without any good intentions. "Little Yi, you cannot enter." In the distance, Li Heishui transmitted, reminding him of how terrifying the void ancient mirror was. At that time, even if he had the travel technique, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Since I have come, I naturally have to pay my respects. I should enter the Ji family and pay my respects to the Void Emperor." Yi Fan carried the ancient bronze coffin on his back and walked forward with large steps. He really was going to enter. Everyone was shocked. They originally thought that he was going to end things outside the Ji family. They didn't think that he would really dare to enter. The Huanggu family was equivalent to a forbidden land. If there was a conflict, there would be no way out. The expressions of the Ji family's 8 ancestors froze. They originally wanted to ridicule Yi Fan for being a coward, but at this moment, they couldn't say anything. The other party was fearless as he walked towards them. "Please enter." An old cultivator of the Ji family led the way. Then, everyone walked into the depths of this ancient family. The road was very oppressive. Those who came were all experts, and they were all representatives of various great powers. "Yi Fan, what is the meaning of this? Carrying an ancient coffin on your back and even bringing it to this kind of holy land, this is disrespect to the Ji family." A person from the Wang family spoke. He hadn't even entered and already started to cause trouble on the way. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to him at all. He ignored him and walked forward with Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others, treating him like air. "Saint Physique, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" This man wasn't very old. He was Wang Ting's cousin and had a fiery temper. "Who do you think you are? Scram as far as you can." Yi Fan glanced at him as if he had seen a fly. He frowned slightly. "You." This young man was furious. Yi Fan had leveled their stone workshop in the northern region, and the whole family hated him. At this moment, he was naturally furious. "Is this a place for you to speak?" Even the Ji family's seniors didn't say much. "Who do you think you are? Scram." Yi Fan lightly shouted. This person staggered and felt his head ringing. He almost fell head first onto the ground. Yi Fan's aura was oppressive. With a light shout, the Wang family's younger generation was shaken and shocked many people. "Little friendy, this old man also wants to ask, why did you bring a coffin to my Ji family's door?" Ji family's 8 ancestors spoke. Their expressions were unkind, and it seemed like they were using this as an excuse to flare up. You and I are both cultivators. Why do we care about these things? This coffin is my weapon, just like the sacred sword on their backs. Yi Fan calmly replied. Before entering the Ji family's hall, the atmosphere was already a bit tense. Many cultivators who came to join in the fun were all looking forward to the battle today. Ji family's 8 ancestors didn't say much. They led the crowd and walked on the clouds. They came to a place with clouds and rosy clouds and entered a grand imperial palace. Many experts didn't go out just now. For example, Ji family's master, Red Dragon Daoist, Wang family's ancestor, and so on. When a junior came here, the elders rarely came out to welcome him unless they had other motives. Other than that, Zitiandu, Southern Demon, Qi Huashui, and some other young heroes were as steady as Mount Tai. They still sat in the hall. At this moment, Yi Fan entered with the coffin on his back. He instantly attracted everyone's gaze. Some were filled with hostility, some were worried, and some were indifferent. Dang, a clear metallic sound rang out. Yi Fan placed the ancient coffin on the ground. The entire hall shook and almost flipped over. If not for the formation patterns, it would have definitely collapsed. Everyone's heart was beating intensely. Just how heavy was this bronze coffin? Among them, there was one person who was the most shocked. That was Southern Demon. His eyes shot out 2 beams of light and firmly locked the ancient coffin in place. This was the first time Yi Fan came to the Ji family, but he didn't lack manners. He bowed to a few elders and then paid his respects to Red Dragon Daoist and some other old friends. You are the Saint Fiziki fan? An old cultivator stood up and firmly locked him in place. Pang Bo reminded. This was one of Wang Ting's uncles. His strength was great and he had a lot of power in the Wang family. At this moment, he stood on the stairs with a gloomy expression and looked over. What business do you have? Yi Fan asked coldly. You killed my clan's younger brother Wang Qingfeng, beheaded my nephew Wang Chong, and even flattened my clan's stone square in the north region. Tell me, why am I looking for you? Wang Qingyun's gaze was malicious as he questioned loudly. I say, do you have nothing better to do after eating your fill? Yi Fan simply and straightforwardly replied. Then, he chose a table and sat down. Wang Qingyun's hair stood up in anger. His expression immediately darkened and he rushed over with large strides. Magical power surged violently as he closed in like a god of death. On the other side, the 5th bandit, Wu Dao, stood up. He was invited by Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian to stop Wang Qingyun. They were afraid that something would happen to Yi Fan. What? Do you still want to fight? Yi Fan greeted Wu Dao, then glanced at Wang Qingyun and said, This is the Ji family, you are not allowed to be so impudent. He loudly berated a senior powerhouse without the slightest bit of care, let alone fear. This kind of tone surprised many people. Wang Qingyun's expression was very cold. This was something that had never happened before. A junior dared to scold him like this. It was really unprecedented. The sun rose from the west. You killed my clansman and still dare to appear here. You are destroying your own path of survival. Wang Qingyun's eyes shot out terrifying light. I don't want to say much about the conflict with you. I can only say that your Wang clan is asking for it. You are all seeking death. Yi Fan was not polite at all. The people from the Ji family came out to stop them. They were really afraid that both sides would fight here. After all, they were all guests. If they fought here, it wouldn't be good. As the host, they would lose face. You killed my younger brother and still dare to come here today. This is a provocation. I beg the Ji family's saint leader to give us a place to settle our dispute. Wang Ting's father stood up and walked over. Call Wang Ting out, Yi Fan said. He was here for North Arch. As long as he killed him, everything would be settled. The Ji family's 8th ancestor was expressionless. He walked over and said, Why are you here? Are you here to kill my Ji family? He ignored the Wang clan's provocation and put a label on Yi Fan first. Although the ancestor has passed away, the great emperor's divine land of cultivation is not to be blasphemed. Those who dare to offend him will die under the void ancient mirror. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a threat? They knew that in this ancient land, the void ancient mirror's holy light could descend at any moment. No one could resist it. I am here to seize you. Just now, the Wang clan provoked me first. I am just responding to them, Yi Fan said calmly as he placed his hand on the coffin. Ziyu is about to be engaged. It is very rude of you to want to see her, Wang Qingquan said with a cold expression. That was the Wang clan's future daughter-in-law. He was rather unhappy. I beg the Ji family's Saint Lord to let me see Ziyu, Yi Fan said seriously. The Ji family's 8th ancestor laughed coldly. He wanted to say something but was stopped. The Ji family's Saint Lord walked over and ordered, "Let Ziyu come." A young disciple was astonished. He looked at Yi Fan and left quickly, flying towards a jade palace in the distance. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect the Ji family's Saint Lord to agree. It was unexpected and they all fell into deep thought. Let Tinger come out of seclusion and come quickly. Wang Qingquan transmitted a message and ordered a disciple. Not long later, a young girl dressed in purple flew over like a fairy. Her black hair was like the clouds, and her face was like jade. Her big eyes were incomparably bright and full of spirit. However, Ji Ziyue didn't smile today. There were no dimples on her face. She lacked the playfulness of the past, and her sparkling canine teeth were nowhere to be seen. Ziyu. Yi Fan carried the coffin on his back and welcomed her. Little Yi Yi. Ji Ziyue's mouth opened into an O shape. She looked at him and then at the ancient coffin. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. I heard that someone forced you to get engaged. I came to help you resolve your worries. When Ji Ziyue heard this, her big eyes turned into crescent moons. Her dimples appeared, and she revealed a moving smile. Her teeth were like jade and flickered with luster. Yi Fan continued, as long as you shake your head and don't agree, I will bring you away today. No one can stop me. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect him to dare to say such words. Rumble. In the distance, a golden ancient war chariot rumbled and gave off boundless light. A tall and majestic figure stood on it like a celestial emperor. Descending. His black hair danced in the wind. Above his head, dragons and phoenixes roared, and holy light descended. The arch appeared and drove the undying war chariot over. He was incomparably powerful, and holy light surged over, covering the sky and earth. Saint Physique, are you here to die? Wang Ting's cold voice came, shaking hundreds of miles. Yi Fan didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Ji Ziyue's pretty face and said, Ziyu, do you agree? Of course I don't agree. Ji Ziyue shouted and revealed a smile at Yi Fan. It was incomparably beautiful and moving, and for a moment, the sun in the sky dimmed. All right, I will kill him. Yi Fan suddenly turned around and faced Wang Ting. In front of the imperial palace, clouds rose up, and auspicious qi shone brilliantly. 5 colored clouds pervaded the air. Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful. They were deafening and pointed directly at the hearts of the people. I'll kill him. These 4 words were like 4 heavenly swords pressing against everyone's hearts, causing everyone to shiver and tremble. The power of self-confidence and the indomitable aura made people feel a kind of firmness that could destroy everything. This was a strange kind of mighty power. Shameless boasting. Wang Qingquan thought a lot and felt that something was wrong. Yi Fan was too overbearing and confident. He spoke before Wang Ting and pressured him. He was an exceptional figure with world-shocking cultivation. Even among sect master-level figures, he was a well-known figure. Few people could match him, and it was unknown just how many great battles he had experienced. Father, let me come. Today, the saint's blood will be shed, and his corpse will be at my feet. In this great era where kings are rising, he will be the first to be removed from the path of the great emperor. Wang Ting's expression was cold as he drove the golden ancient chariot over. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Fan spoke. Little Yi. Ji Ziyue pulled his sleeve, and her intelligent eyes were filled with worry. She was very happy that Yi Fan could come, but she knew that courage alone wasn't enough. The arch was too powerful, and it was hard to find a match for him among the younger generation. The golden ancient chariot was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fishes, insects, and all living beings. It was as if it could suppress all realms. As it galloped over, its brilliance drowned out the heaven and earth. North the arch was in the center, and the true dragon and divine phoenix danced on it, reflecting off each other. Everyone was astonished. At this moment, Wang Ting really had the bearing of an emperor. That kind of attitude of supremacy was very intimidating. Even many of the older generation couldn't look at him directly. What's there to be proud of? Right at this moment, a discordant voice resounded. Pang Bo said, "Isn't it just a crappy car? I had one in the past as well. Even though it only had 2 wheels, it was a famous brand." Of course, the people present didn't know that he was talking about a broken bicycle that rang everywhere except for the bell, but they understood that it wasn't something good. Pang Bo explained the flying pigeon name tag to the side. Li Heishui and the rest all burst into laughter. The people of the Wang clan were instantly enraged. Wang Qingquan revealed a look of disdain and said, "My son is a genius, you frogs at the bottom of a well, what nonsense are you boasting about? Don't provoke me. Who doesn't know that my son is Wang Ting? You dare to oppose me? My son will take the field. His surname is Wang, and his name is Ba Lang Zeding. He has the bearing of a great emperor." Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Jiang Huiran mocked in unison. Regardless of anything else, from today onwards, my son as Wang Ting would become famous throughout the world. The North Arch drove the war chariot forward. Golden light covered the sun. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises guarded the 4 corners. Clouds were everywhere, and he looked just like the central arch. At this moment, Wang Ting's gaze was piercingly cold. His thick black hair draped over his chest and back, and his majestic figure was filled with an oppressive aura that terrified the souls of others. "Saint Physique, what right do you have to fight with me?" His voice wasn't loud, but it spread to every corner. Everyone within a radius of a few hundred miles could hear him. "Who do you think you are? Do I need to list out what right do I have to kill you?" Yi Fan shouted and opposed him with equal harshness. He walked forward step by step like a war god that had existed since ancient times. His body was overflowing with colors, and he was clear and flawless. The 4 corners of the world trembled with his footsteps. Many people couldn't enter the Ji clan because they didn't have the qualifications to do so. However, they heard it outside the mountain gate. Instantly, there was an uproar. Everyone knew that the battle between the North Arch and the Saint Physique was unavoidable. The news spread to every corner of the southern region at the first instance. A huge commotion was unfolding, and it was unknown how many people were paying attention to and looking forward to this battle. Kill Wang Ting, kill the pseudo the Arch. Does he really think that he is the reincarnation of the ancient the Arch? He is just an arrogant disciple. Pang Bo shouted fearlessly. Kill the pseudo the Arch, kill the bastard Ziting of the northern plains. Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and the others echoed. Their voices rang through the clouds and caused a commotion. Everyone, calm down and control yourself. An elder of the Ji clan stood up. He didn't want people to fight in the Ji clan. After all, they were all guests here. Brother Ji, this isn't us causing trouble, but the Saint Physique is bullying us. We have no choice but to kill him, Wang Ting's father, Wang Qingquan, spoke. Bull ****. You guys provoked us first, so why are you blaming others? Is this how the Wang clan does things? Pang Bo spoke crudely. The Wang clan was furious. As a clan of the ancient era, no one dared to be so disrespectful. Not even the descendant of the demon the Arch could do such a thing. What? Do you want to kill me? Pang Bo laughed coldly. I will kill you first. An expert of the Wang clan rushed out and asked the elder of the Ji clan for a place to settle the dispute. Since things have come to this, let them settle it themselves. If not, we will have to leave this place to fight. The Ji clan's 8th ancestor spoke. He wanted nothing more than for the Wang clan to kill Yi Fan. Many esteemed guests also spoke, requesting for permission to fight. They originally came here because they wanted to see the Saint Physique fighting against the North Empyrean. Right now, they naturally didn't want to give up. All of them wanted to see a fierce battle. The Ji clan's Saint Lord glanced at the Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Wang clan's ancestor Xian. Seeing that they didn't object, he nodded in agreement and agreed to provide a place for the battle. This place was instantly filled with commotion. In front of the heavenly imperial palace that was shrouded in mist, a space appeared as an invisible martial arena appeared. "I will kill him first." An expert from the Wang clan walked over and rushed towards Pang Bo, wanting to act. "Who do you want to kill?" Yi Fan stepped out, wielding the copper coffin, blocking his path. "I naturally want to kill him." This was a hegemonic level expert. Although he just broke through to the second level of Immortal Foundation not long ago, his cultivation base was still there. He wanted to kill Pang Bo first. "Bzz." Yi Fan didn't say anything and directly acted, blocking his path. Circulating all the energy in his body, he brandished the copper coffin in his hand and executed the row word art as he blasted out. Wang Ting's father and the others didn't obstruct him. They wanted to let this person probe Yi Fan's strength because even they didn't have a complete grasp of his strength. "Devil subduing formation." That person roared loudly as he spat out 36 copper lamps. All of them were like ghostly flames, flickering with a glossy green light as they enveloped Yi Fan within. Every single copper lamp was a holy sword. The flames they shot out were sword chi that contained traces of primal chaos mist. They were extremely terrifying and their attacks were extremely terrifying. The hearts of everyone jumped. This was a secret treasure of a sect and was definitely extremely powerful. It was much more powerful compared to the weapons of ordinary Saint Lords. Because once there was primal chaos chi, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, when the terrifying attacks landed on the copper coffin, clanking sounds rang out. There was basically no effect at all. The runic imprints on the copper coffin flashed with a clear light, destroying all the attacks. Boom! At the same time, Yi Fan was like a heavenly deity. He took a step forward, causing the heavens to shake and the earth to shake. The copper coffin was too heavy, but after circulating the golden blood energy in his body, it still moved and heavily smashed downwards. Crushing the heavens, this kind of astonishing aura gave people the illusion that an eternal deity had descended into the world to kill all demons. His entire body shone with boundless golden light that could swallow the world. The copper coffin could break all techniques and destroy all living beings. Nothing could stop it once it moved. The rusted patterns on its surface flowed with a mysterious radiance that could destroy everything. All of the copper lamps in front of it shattered into bronze dregs under this strike. The Tao patterns were obliterated and the lamp flames were extinguished, no longer existing. The Wang family's expert opened his mouth and spat out a strand of primal essence energy. He used his great magic power to circulate more than 10 secret techniques. It was as if a boundless blue sky was pressing down to resist the ancient coffin. However, what was shocking was that regardless of whether it was the magic treasures or the secret techniques formed from primal essence energy, they were all broken like paper. A streak of bloody light surged. Yi Fan swung the bronze coffin down and smashed a great expert into meat paste. At first, the scene was deathly silent. Then, it erupted with commotion. A great expert from the Wang family was killed so thoroughly and straightforwardly. What face did they have left? Moreover, everyone discovered that the Saint Physique could fight against North Deity. It would definitely be a world-shocking confrontation and wouldn't be one-sided. There would be a breathtaking scene. Wang Qingquan's expression was gloomy as he transmitted his voice. "Did you guys notice that the Tao patterns on that copper coffin were strange? They locked down the void, and it was impossible to dodge after being locked down. They discovered a terrifying fact. This kind of weapon was at least a king's divine weapon at the most, and it had started to give birth to the power of divine laws." "Wang Ting, how long are you going to hide?" Yi Fan shouted. He stood up while leaning on the coffin. The scene was strange and terrifying. Up until now, there wasn't a single person who wasn't frightened. The various sect masters were all feeling restraining fear. The Saint Physique's growth was too fast, and it was already unstoppable. Jiziyue revealed a moving smile. Her worries were swept away, and she was very happy. She was like a lively purple-clothed elf. The southern demon's expression was solemn. Demonic light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the small bronze coffin. He recognized that it was from the same source as the huge coffin in the ancient Forbidden Ground. His sister, Qihua Shui, was the most beautiful person in the world. She was graceful and beautiful, and her eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. She was also staring forward in amazement. On the other side, the Valley of God's young master, Zi Tian, frowned as he stared at the bronze coffin. It was as if he had sunk into a distant memory. His sister was absolutely beautiful. Her purple hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was slender. Her purple eyes were filled with divine multicolored light, and there was also an unusual color. In the distance, the monkey stood with his rod in hand. His eyes were fiery and golden. He sat down on a chair and relaxed. Other than that, the Jade Lake Saint was also present. Her bright eyes flickered with brilliant colors as she paid attention to the battlefield. Many people from the younger generation came, and the older generation also paid a lot of attention. Red Dragon, Bat King, Crane King, Big Bandit, and many other cult masters were all shocked. The golden chariot rumbled as the North Arch revealed his killing intent. His black hair danced in the wind as he came to the center of the battlefield and stood opposite Yi Fan. At this point, this battle was unavoidable. I will kill you under the chariot as a sacrifice to the heroic spirits of my royal family. I will erase your name from this world. The North Arch was furious. Yi Fan had repeatedly injured the Wang clan, and his killing intent was as cold as winter. Yi Fan did not say anything. He turned back to Ji Ziyue and said, I will help you kill him now. Arrogant, he is pushing himself into the abyss of death. He will not live past today. The people of the Wang clan all spoke up, berating Yi Fan and cheering for the North Arch. Saint Physique, your life is coming to an end. What right do you have to be compared to the princes of our race? At most, you are just a stepping stone. The so-called Saint Physique will be invincible once it is completed, but there is a precondition. It is still possible in an era without a Great Arch, but to be born in the same era as a reincarnated Great Arch of our race is a tragedy for him. Yi Fan and the North Arch made their move. The two of them made a move in a flash. No one could see it clearly, but there was an ancient sacrificial sound that resounded throughout the 10,000 worlds. Boom, the boundless void collapsed and completely collapsed. Countless black abyss appeared, connecting to the eternal unknown. There was a sound like a landslide and a tsunami, and there were stars twinkling. It was the boundless universe. This was the attack that Wang Ting had made. He was like an ancient arch, and his eyes were filled with endless illusions. His back was against the eternal starry sky, and it was resplendent. The true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise all appeared. Each of them occupied the starry sky, and it was extremely terrifying. Endless divine light drowned that place. Many cult masters were astonished. Even they could not withstand such a terrifying attack. The North Arch was so powerful that it made everyone tremble. Yi Fan used the Rho formula and passed through the eternal void, appearing in another world. He was not injured, and he stood there with the bronze coffin in his hand. Wang Qingquan was very conceited and said, all struggles are futile. In front of my son's world-shocking battle strength, the Saint Physique is nothing. Blood will stain the divine ground, and your corpse will lie at Tinger's feet. From now on, you will be erased and become a pile of bones on my son's emperor's path. Before he finished speaking, an even more shocking battle began. Wang Ting held the celestial arch sword and drove the golden chariot, using the two ancient weapons to suppress Yi Fan. At the same time, his eyes released two beams of divine light. The heavenly eye of martial path opened, and it was indestructible. It began to erase Yi Fan's tangible body. This attack was world-shaking. The space between the two was almost drowned by the sea of divine power. The battlefield was almost boiling. Clang, Yi Fan moved the bronze coffin, and it collided with the golden chariot and the celestial arch sword. It let out a sound that resounded in the four seas. Many people cried out, and blood flowed from their ears as they fell back. The floating divine island was penetrated in an instant. Wang Ting and the golden chariot were smashed down, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Moreover, the heavenly eye of martial path didn't work either. In the heart of Yi Fan's brows, a small golden person with the myriad chi cauldron on his head was hugging a small black gourd and blowing it. From the depths of the small black gourd, a blinding divine light flew out. It was like the first ray of divine light that opened the heavens, cutting through everything in the world. In the eyes of others, a vertical eye opened in the heart of Yi Fan's brows. The divine light shattered the splendor of the heavenly eye of martial path and shot forward. Chi! This wisp of heaven-opening divine light pierced through Wang Ting's forearm. It burned fiercely, and the temperature was frightening. Pfff. Wang Ting was very decisive. He raised the celestial arch sword and swung it down. Blood flickered as he chopped off his left forearm. Tung Wang Qingkuan shouted. Just now, he was still saying that once his son appeared, a saint physique wouldn't even be a stepping stone and would definitely be chopped off. He didn't expect that the North Arch would lose an arm first. On the other side, Yi Fan stood in the air. The bronze coffin floated up and down, and the void was flickering. It looked like he was standing in the ancient universe. The floating island of the Ji clan was penetrated, and the ancient war chariot fell. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and rubble pierced through the clouds. Wang Ting used the celestial arch sword to cut off his forearm, and blood flowed. After such a shocking attack, this was the result. North Arch, who was said to be invincible among the younger generation, had suffered such a great loss. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected such a result. How could Wang Ting, who was said to be the reincarnation of an ancient arch, lose an arm? Other than Wang Qingkuan, who was feeling heartache, no one said anything. They watched everything in silence. Everything was too sudden and beyond everyone's expectations. The same physique was so powerful that everyone was shocked. This was a slap to the Wang clan's face. The Thearch's son, whom they were so proud of, had his blood stained the sky. It was too tragic. Before this, the Wang clan was arrogant and looked high and mighty. They thought that Yi Fan was just a pile of bones on the emperor's path, a target to be killed. Yet, such a scene happened. Their supposedly invincible North Arch had suffered a great loss. Everyone in the Wang clan's face was burning, and they were very worried. It was hard to predict who would win this battle. No one could come to a conclusion. No one had expected Yi Fan's attack to be so sharp. Crack! Crack! Wang Ting's left arm was shaking, and his bones were making crisp sounds. They kept growing. Essence chi from all directions poured down like water, and his broken arm grew again. It was almost perfect in an instant. Tung be careful! Wang Qingkuan shouted from behind. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, he would have stopped the battle and led people to kill Yi Fan. North Arch had never suffered such a great loss since he started cultivating. His expression was so cold that it could freeze. When he was fighting with the monkey, his martial Dao heavenly eye was not broken. Today, he was going to suffer. Clang, the sound of the sword shook the sky. Wang Ting held the celestial arch sword and drove the golden ancient war chariot to attack again. His black hair was completely standing up, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. The golden holy sword was as thick as a mountain, reaching into the heavens, crushing down like a mountain. The sound was ear-splitting, as if a great ocean was overflowing into the heavens, making one's heart tremble. Yi Fan brandished the copper coffin and hacked forward. It was as if he was brandishing an ancient cosmos. The endless heavens swayed, and floating island unexpectedly broke apart, unable to withstand the fluctuations. The North Arch quickly retracted his sword and did not slash down. He was testing the waters, trying to gauge how strong Yi Fan was. Like a divine phoenix dancing in the sky, he landed in the distance. Yi Fan stopped his arm. The bronze coffin smashed into the void, and a terrifying abyss appeared. Starlight flickered within, as if it was connected to a star domain. Chi! Wang Ting's eyes shone with a resplendent light. The heavenly eye of martial path appeared again, slashing toward Yi Fan. Not only could it see through the origin energy, it was also the sharpest divine sword. Yi Fan was very calm. He used the copper coffin to protect himself. The small golden person in the heart of his brows hugged the small black gourd and shook it vigorously. A divine light flew out like an immortal slaying flying saber. The North Thearch's eyes condensed like a sword. When it hit the immortal slaying flying saber, a clanging sound could be heard. Finally, it was incinerated by the nine-colored fog and dissipated in the void. Moreover, the light that shot out from Yifan's heart did not slow down. It penetrated the void and rushed toward Wang Ting's head. It was unstoppable. This time, the North Arch was prepared. He was still trying to assess Yifan's battle strength. His feet glowed, and every step he took, he drove the ancient war chariot to retreat. A streak of divine light rushed past and pierced through a palace in the distance. In an instant, it turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Not even the Tao patterns carved on it could stop it. How could a saint physique be so strong? What kind of power did his vertical eye contain? This was the question on everyone's mind. Before this, they did not know. Wang Ting kept probing and attacking, but he did not fight head-on. Yifan, on the other hand, was also preparing to kill his opponent in one strike. He was activating the nine-colored fire in the black gourd. 10,000 spirits transforming into Tao, uncountable grains of Ganges. The North Arch suddenly shouted. All kinds of power in the world turned into the rules of Tao. The essence of the plants, the essence of the sun, the faint light of the stars, and the source of the universe all poured down. After observing for a long time, he finally used one of the great arts in the attack. This was a secret art from the Arch Sutra. Its divine power was terrifying and could not be measured. In this world, all spiritual bodies and all kinds of power turned into the rules of Tao. Everything turned into traces of Tao, becoming patterns that traversed the void. This was a very frightening divine art. It made people feel like they were in a nightmare and difficult to resist. In this world, there were so many spiritual beings. If they were all summoned to transform into Tao, there would be no end to them. That was why there was the saying that there were uncountable grains of Ganges. Between the heaven and earth, there were dense webs everywhere. Some were silver, some were purple. All spirits transformed into the Tao. The number of grains of Ganges formed a great Tao web that descended. In the back, even people like the Southern Demon and Zetian were moved. The various sect masters were also shaken. This type of secret technique was extremely strange. It turned all things in heaven and earth into the laws of the Tao, borrowing the power of all laws for one's own use. A large web silently descended just like that. It isolated the outside world and formed a small world. It operated the laws of the Tao and dissolved all enemies. Break for me! Yifan shouted loudly. The divine flame between his brows flickered. An enormous mulberry tree flickered and appeared in front of him. Its leaves were like golden essence, releasing King Chong sounds. 9 golden crows were on it, flying out like 9 suns. Hung, 9 golden divine birds shot out. Flames overflowed into the heavens, burning down all things. All types of natural law threads were torn apart and the laws above were destroyed. Sun Scripture. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing this method. It was almost the same divine might as the Sun Scripture from the ancient legends. No wonder the holy body obtained the Sun Scripture and cultivated the Sun True Flame. A few others suddenly understood. At the same time, many people were horrified. This was a terrifying ancient scripture, one of the origins of human cultivation. It could be traced back to the archaic years. In the ancient past, the human race had 2 great ancient scriptures, respectively the Great Yin and Great Yang. They were profound and immeasurable, carrying the endless wisdom of the ancient people. It was rumored that they originated from another stellar domain. Later on, when the human race flourished, several ancient great emperors had studied these 2 ancient scriptures, obtaining endless enlightenment. Only then did they establish their own core methods. That was why the Great Yin and Great Yang ancient scriptures were called Mother Scriptures. They had special meanings, but unfortunately, they had been lost for too long, impossible to find. Yifan's body contained the Bodhi seed. He operated the Sun Scripture's mysterious method, controlling the 9-colored flame wisps, displaying a type of indescribable power. The mulberry tree towered, rising steeply from the ground. It was enormous and luxuriant. Regardless of whether it was the tree trunk or leaves, they were all golden. Raging flames burned. 9 golden crows circled about, destroying the power of the Tao. Boom! Everything disappeared. The marks of the Tao were eradicated, no longer existing. There was only a sacred flame burning in the heaven and earth. The 9 golden crows rushed towards the north arch. Is the sun scripture really so powerful? People were bewildered. The Wang clan's people had ugly expressions. The saint physique had exceeded their expectations. Cross of the cross-star domain. Wang Ting shouted in a low voice. Both of his hands forcefully slashed out, and a huge cross-shaped crack appeared in the sky. Like a dream and an illusion, a cross of the cross-star domain appeared. It was like stars were intertwining, suspended in another part of the void. Bang! This was a shocking collision. The 9th level of the fire domain's mist seemed to be able to burn the heavens. It collided with the cross of the cross-star domain, causing endless ashes to fly up. Resplendent, blazing, tyrannical, wave after wave of the Tao's power attacked. It was like a tsunami slamming against a dam, like the Milky Way crashing into an ancient star. It became a land of despair. When everything disappeared, the cross of the cross-star domain was destroyed. The ancient mulberry tree and the golden crows also disappeared, and the flames were extinguished. So that's how it is. It's the power of the sun scripture and the external Tao. Wang Ting muttered to himself. He seemed to have figured out the situation and said in a low voice, Saint Physique, I want you to understand that a gap is a gap. One cannot reach the heavens in a single step. Yi Fan was calculating whether he could drag the Wang clan's people in. He wanted to succeed in one battle and eliminate all the enemies of this clan. He observed the terrain and position. The north arch left the ancient war chariot and sat in the void. His hands moved as he shouted, it's time to end everything. Eternal exile, chaotic sky secret technique. The void was distorted, and everything was destroyed. Countless void abysses appeared in the heaven and earth, extending to different planes. This was a space-time chaotic hole. Ancient chaos thearkas. Chaotic sky secret technique. Someone cried out. It could be confirmed that Wang Ting had learned everything and grasped a terrifying secret technique that could banish people into unknown spacetime. To be more precise, it was forcefully thrown into an unknown dimension. The heaven and earth were thrown into chaos, and the eternal lock was removed from this world. Yi Fan resisted. He took out the copper coffin and activated the small black gourd, using the overflowing sacred flames to disintegrate it. However, this secret technique was too strange. Once it was activated, countless void abysses stacked on top of each other, burning one and then another. It was boundless. Hoo! With a muffled sound, the void abyss swallowed Yi Fan. Then, another abyss came and overlapped with each other. Yi Fan was struck into the endless void turbulence. Chaotic sky secret technique, eternal exile. The North Arch shouted and suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and landed on the golden ancient war chariot. In front of him, the endless layers of void had all disappeared and closed up forever. Yi Fan had been sent into a small dimensional space that no one knew about and disappeared just like that. What? This is too terrifying. Everyone was scared and felt a chill from head to toe. The ancient Chaos Thearka's secret technique was so terrifying that it was almost demonic. No matter how strong the opponent was, it could be banished. Once one entered such a boundless dimensional space, it was almost impossible to turn back. It would be impossible to find the way back until one's vitality was exhausted. This was an unrivaled secret technique created by the ancient Chaos Thearch. It was an extreme emperor technique that allowed the weak to fight the strong. No matter how powerful one was, once hit, one would be banished forever. No, little Yi. Jiziyue cried out in fear. Her tears flowed down and dripped onto her purple clothes. Yi. Pangbo also shouted. Little Yi, how can this be? Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the others also cried out. They looked into the void and glared at Wang Ting with grief. Haha. Wang Qingquan laughed heartily and was incomparably carefree. No one could stop the might of the North Arch. He was incomparably delighted. The others turned pale. What expert couldn't the North Arch deal with just this move left behind by the ancient Chaos Arch? Even living fossils could be banished. This unrivaled secret technique was almost unsolvable. It was a secret technique that the ancient Arch painstakingly researched in his lifetime. It was unrivaled and famous for fighting the strong with the weak. The North Thearch's reputation is well-deserved. Just a small test and he already has such prowess. Who in the world can stop him? As expected, he has the talent of the heavens. At this age, he can already look down on the world, making the older generation helpless. No wonder he is called the reincarnation of the ancient Arch. A prodigy of the generation. As expected, he has stepped over the corpses of the Saint Physique and walked on the blood-stained path. In the future, he will definitely prove his Tao. Many people came forward. Those who had good relations with the Wang clan were constantly complimenting and praising him. In fact, the others also silently agreed. Such a North Arch was indeed hard to stop. Even a bandit in the distance frowned in fear. In the boundless chaotic sky, there was eternal darkness and coldness as if there was no end. Yi Fan was constantly drifting and couldn't feel the passage of time. It was as if millions of years had passed, but it was also as if it was an eternal moment. He was thinking hard about the way back. Silence, coldness, darkness, there was no hope at all. He sat alone on the bronze coffin and floated in the same direction forever. It was as if he was lost in an ancient universe and couldn't find his way back. He sat on the bronze coffin and thought hard. He asked his heart to locate the way back. The path I've walked, the Tao I've experienced, the laws I've felt. He muttered to himself. He constantly deduced and gradually calmed down. In the end, he asked his heart. The path of the Tao circled around his body, and the origin of his heart shone brilliantly. At the same time, they rang together and played Tao sounds in the eternal darkness. His body was sparkling and translucent, and a bright lamp rose in his heart. It was faintly discernible and pointed in one direction. Yi Fan broke open the small dimensional space and began his long journey. There was no end. He broke through one void after another, but he couldn't find the way back. However, he didn't give up. He sat cross-legged on the small bronze coffin and began to recite an ancient scripture. It was only a few hundred words, but it was as profound and unfathomable as a heavenly book. It was precisely the scripture that originated from the bronze ancient coffin. He had been studying it all these years, but he still couldn't comprehend it. It didn't seem to be a cultivation method, so he couldn't understand it at all. However, he was able to calm his heart and focus his mind. Word after word flew out and engraved themselves in his heart. They were like a trickling stream that was extremely gentle. They nourished his mind and replenished his body's essence energy. Clear heart, clear self, clear Tao. The lamp in his heart became even brighter. He entered a wondrous state where the Tao and self became one, guiding him forward. This was the unification of his true self, something he normally couldn't accomplish. However, at this moment, he did it. It had to be said that Yi Fan was quite talented on the path of cultivation. After 10 years of tempering, he already had his current strength. This alone was enough to prove everything. The lamp in his heart burned brightly. His true self was the Tao, guiding the way back. He tore through the dense fog and traveled through the endless void to step on the path back. I've already said it before. What does a divine body count for? How can it compare to my clan's Ting'er? Wang family's people laughed loudly. Wang Qingquan was satisfied. He was naturally proud of having such a son. He stood in front of the golden ancient chariot and looked at Yi Fan's old friend with contempt. He can't do the divine body. He's far inferior to my son. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the void shattered. A bronze coffin rushed out and struck his back. Half of his body immediately turned into mud. Little Yi Jiziyue, who was crying, cried out in alarm. Yi. The others also cried out in alarm. Yi. At this moment, the black gourd in the heart of Yi Fan's brows throbbed. Divine flames surged into the sky and drowned the golden ancient chariot. Wang Ting's uncle, Wang Qingyun, was the first to bear the brunt. He immediately became a human-shaped torch. The North Arch also cried out miserably. Half of his body was ignited as he screamed mournfully. This scene stunned everyone present. The flames were like a sea and were everywhere. It was as if the world had been set ablaze. Nothing else could be seen, only 9-colored mist lingering about. It was incomparably blazing hot. Even though they were quite far away, many palaces made of essence gold melted, evaporating completely, nothing left behind. This was an Azura Hell's diagram. Hells rose and fell as most of the Wang clan's younger generation were submerged within, struggling in the sea of flames. Just now, Wang Ting had won a great victory. Many people from their clan came up to congratulate him and gathered together, but now, it had become a tragedy. The Wang clan's three elites, known as the three most powerful youths under Wang Ting, immediately turned into ashes. They only let out a hurried cry before disappearing forever. Wang Qingquan's vision darkened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the hope of their Wang clan's future, and he died just like that. Another fierce roar quickly stopped, and there was no more sound. The generation's powerhouse Wang Qingyun held on for a moment, but the human-shaped torch also turned into dust in the end. Not even a bone was left. Wang Qingquan was so heartbroken that he almost fainted. This was his blood brother, a famous warrior in the clan. His strength was unfathomable and not inferior to him. He was at the prime of his life, yet his life ended just like that. No. He cried out, but he was powerless to stop it. The flame spread and devoured the heaven and earth. Even his son North deity was about to die. How could this be? One of the Wang clan's elders was so angry that his eyes were about to split open. He wanted nothing more than to pounce over and tear Yi Fan's flesh apart. This was an unbearable pain. Miserable cries rose and fell. Most of the Wang clan's people were gathered in front of the golden ancient war chariot. Most of them were from the younger generation, but not a single one survived. They were completely wiped out. This was where their hope lay, the future pillar of the clan. However, he became smoke in a single day. All the effort and resources they had spent to nurture him for so many years were all for naught. In the end, two more miserable cries rang out. The other two relatively young powerhouses died a violent death and were erased from this world. This fire was too bitter. It burned three powerhouses from the Ji clan to death. Just now, if Wang Qingquan hadn't been smashed by the bronze coffin and half of his body flew out, he would definitely have died under the divine flames. So ruthless, so ruthless. The Wang family's Xian ancestor and the remaining 7 or 8 people were all trembling. They were so angry that they couldn't even speak. Those who could come to the Ji family were all elites. They were killed just like that. The losses were incalculable. 3 great figures died, and the younger generation's heroes were almost completely wiped out. This type of pain was too miserable. Without several decades of new blood, there would be a gap. Meanwhile, what left them the most terrified was that their family's imperial prince Wang Ting's life was in danger, on the verge of death. The flames had turned his body into charcoal, and it seemed like there was no way to save him. The North Arch was indeed very powerful. Even a cult patriarch would definitely die after being engulfed by the 9-colored flames. Yet, the North Arch had persisted until now to fight against the death god. Even though the 9-colored mist even submerged his head, he still didn't die. He released a fierce roar, resisting the divine flames alone. This was a type of powerful physique that possessed a trace of undying divinity. Many holy masters felt ashamed of their inferiority as they didn't die in the tribulation flames. Yi Fan was also apprehensive. Even though the North Arch was a vicious enemy, he was truly too powerful. He didn't just shoot out a single divine flame. This time, he flipped the black gourd over and drowned the entire place with the 9-colored sacred flames. Even so, he still couldn't burn Wang Ting to death. Even a living fossil would die if it came. His corporeal body definitely couldn't be so powerful. He had the power of undying divinity, a body that transcended mortality. No wonder he could fight against the Battle Saint Apes. Some people muttered in their hearts. The Battle Saint Apes were the royal race with the strongest physique among the ancient lifeforms, and the North Arch had fought against them in the Qinling Mountains. Even though their corporeal bodies were at a disadvantage, they were almost on par. However, Wang Ting finally couldn't hold on anymore. Half of his corporeal body had turned into charcoal, and there wasn't a single bit of life force left. He couldn't really block these flames, and it was only a matter of time before he was destroyed. Tung-er! The people of the Wang family shouted. They no longer had a trace of arrogance, and their faces were all pale. If the North Arch died, the clan's great plans would all be for naught. Heaven severing. Tao severing. Severing the self. The North Arch suddenly roared loudly. A golden primordial spirit rushed out from his head and manifested into a deity. Then, it turned into a Tao sword and hacked down. Pooh! He severed himself, and his corporeal body turned into dust. A wave of clear energy surged, and under the protection of the Tao sword, he went against the sky and reformed his body. His precious appearance was dignified, as if a deity had descended into the world of mortals. What kind of mysterious technique was this? Everyone was shocked. It was a situation of inevitable death, yet he actually escaped again, producing a body that was like that of an immortal king. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the great sect masters and living fossils felt their hearts jump. They almost cried out involuntarily. Self-severing Tao illumination art. Finally, the Crimson Dragon Taoist's eyes became sluggish. He spoke these words, and his mood seemed to be extremely heavy. Many cultivators were shocked. This was a mysterious and terrifying ancient technique. Severing the past self, using one's heart to understand the Tao, transcending the present self, proving the future, and seeing one's heart clearly. This ancient technique has appeared in the world again. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. This was a special technique that shocked the endless eras, seizing the fate of heaven and earth. It was immeasurable from past to present, the most terrifying type of technique. Could it be that the legends are true? The vicious person has 4 bodies, and ancient chaos is one of them? The Crimson Dragon Taoist's expression became serious. Self-severing Tao illumination art was rumored to be related to the vicious person. He shed off his demonic body and gave birth to a new divine core, becoming famous for another era. In the sky, Wang Ting suddenly released a loud cry. Blood flowed from his entire body, and every inch of his skin ruptured. He was almost turned into a lump of meat paste. Fortunately, this isn't the flawless self-severing Tao illumination art. The Crimson Dragon Taoist released a breath of relief. He was a living fossil, yet even he had this type of expression. One could imagine the pressure the others felt. Self-severing Tao illumination art is recorded in the imperishable heaven art. Regardless of whether it is the present world or the past, no one has ever obtained it. The 5th bandit Wu Dao spoke. In the present world, the Undying Scripture and Wuxia Scripture were both extremely mysterious. Apart from the 2 great emperors, they had never appeared in this world before. Outsiders had no way of cultivating them. Boom. Yifan didn't want to give him a chance. At this moment, he didn't conceal his killing intent at all, and he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. He rushed up, and the little black gourd in the middle of his brows spat out 9 colored sacred flames, covering the sky in an instant. Tung-er! The people from the Wang clan cried out in alarm. Someone made a move and attacked Yifan, but he was blocked by the copper coffin. Chaotic Sky Secret Art, Self-Exile. Wang Ting gritted his teeth, and an endless dimensional abyss appeared, swallowing him inside. Thus, he avoided this shocking attack and escaped from certain death. Eternal darkness, endless coldness, swallowed the North Arch, and he disappeared from his original position. Previously, he used the Chaotic Sky Secret Art to banish Yifan, but now, he was the one who buried himself inside. Tung-er! Wang Ting's father rushed over, and there were 2 doyens following him. They wanted to kill Yifan. The 3 of them were incomparable, and they couldn't be resisted. However, Yifan wasn't afraid. As the saying goes, 1's strength can defeat 10. Now that he had a flame in his hand, he had the world. Unless he could find a secret treasure that could restrain the flame, he would only be sending himself to death. Boom! Divine flames danced in the sky, and the 9 colored clouds appeared. It was as if an endless star region had collapsed and was going to cremate the 3 experts. The 3 of them could look down on a region, and their methods were superb. They immediately retreated and avoided this attack. Stop! The Ji clan's 8 ancestors shouted. Retreat! The Wang clan's old ancestor also ordered and went forward personally. Buzz! At the same time, a living fossil of the Ji clan made a move. He didn't want the important figures of the number 1 ancient aristocratic clan in the North Plains to have any mishaps. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. He made a move at the same time as the Ji clan's Saint Lord. A great void crack slashed out, instantly separating the two worlds, forcibly opening up a void world between the holy flame and the others, separating them from each other. This was the secret art of the Ji clan. In terms of the study of space, no one could surpass it. Although the chaotic sky secret art was involved, it wasn't the fundamental divine art of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The Void Great Emperor had absolute control over space, and no one could compare to him. He had heaven-defying methods, and no one could defeat him. The final pages of the Void Scripture contained the true Forbidden Emperor art. Up until now, those who had seen it had either died or were buried in the cosmos. Yi Fan didn't give chase and stood still. He didn't want to make things difficult for the Ji clan. If he started a war with them, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Tung-er! Wang Qingkuan shouted loudly. His eyes were red, and he looked incomparably sinister. North deity, I'll wait for you to come out and truly kill you. Yi Fan snorted coldly. A fiery light descended from the space between his brows and enveloped him within to protect himself. In the distance, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This kind of terrifying flame could burn all living fossils to death, yet he didn't fear it at all. Everyone was astonished. The saint physique is actually this strong. At this moment, everyone was muttering. This was a flame that even Wang Ting could only cut himself off, yet he was bathing in it. The Sun Scripture is indeed the mother scripture of the human race. It can control all the flames in the world. People didn't understand how terrifying the saint flame of the 9th level of the fire domain was. Even if Yi Fan cultivated the Sun Scripture, he couldn't resist it. Only the Bodhi seed could. Is North Deity really dead? Is he lost in the dimensional space that he created? Everyone was astonished. An hour had already passed, and he still hadn't appeared. It was difficult to come out alive after entering that kind of void. Dong. The chaotic clouds scattered, and the void opened up. North Deity rushed out. Even though he was covered in blood, he stabilized his corporeal body and allowed himself to be in a peak state. To be able to cultivate the incomplete beheading me clear Tao art to such a state, it's truly unbelievable. People exclaimed. It was impossible for Wang Ting to transform into a divine fetus. Since ancient times, only one person had done it. However, North Deity had used it to save his life. It was enough to shock the world. Yi Fan didn't have any extra tricks. Without another word, he took out the black gourd and held it in his hand. He activated it to his heart's content. The 9-colored flame was endless, covering the sky and covering the earth. Wang Ting was the strongest opponent he had ever met. He surpassed everyone in the past, and it could be said that even the Saint Lords were somewhat afraid of him. However, he didn't make Jiang Yi feel pressured. Do you really think that I, North Deity, am just an empty title? Wang Ting was really angry. Ever since he was born, he had been invincible. No one was a match for him. Now, his corporeal body was destroyed by someone. 9 secrets. He shouted and was about to use the 9 secrets. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god. His left eye was a true dragon, and his right eye was an immortal phoenix. Treasure, please turn around. Yi Fan said casually. His main purpose was to activate the flames to burn down the heavens and destroy North Deity. However, a shocking scene really happened. A concentrated ancient universe rushed out from the black gourd. Countless stars condensed, and the star field flickered. The universe star field turned into an immortal sword and flew out. PFFF. It was really too fast. The immortal sword rushed over and immediately chopped off North Deity's head. Then, it slashed a few times and was chopped into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could the tables turn so quickly? Wang Ting was about to rise up, but before he could do anything, he was killed. It's it. It actually still exists in this world. During the ancient era, it killed an ancient king. Zi Tiando suddenly stood up, and his purple eyes shot out too frightening splendor. Yi Fan was also stunned. He had only said it casually, but this mysterious gourd had actually moved. That beam of light was too fast, and even North the Arch couldn't dodge it. His head rolled down and was struck by the sword light, turning into a ball of white paste. There were still traces of blood on it, and it was beyond recognition. In Yifan's hand, an ancient universe appeared at the mouth of the gourd. It was small and deep. The sword light that flew out was formed by it, and it had already returned. "Let's see how you're going to come back to life," Yifan shouted. The head was a vital part of the human body, and the primordial spirit resided there. If it was destroyed, the consciousness would also turn to dust. This was the destruction of the spirit, and it was more thorough than death. Of course, he was still a little worried. After all, North the Arch was too famous, and everyone in the 5 regions knew of his heaven-defying strength. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Immediately, he activated the black gourd. Endless flames rushed out and flew forward, wanting to burn Wang Ting's corpse and turn it into ashes. One of the elders from the Wang clan went crazy. He couldn't bear it anymore and attacked Yifan. In the distance, the red dragon Taoist snorted and attacked with the 8 forms of the true dragon. One finger broke through his forbidden technique and blocked in front of him. Pop! Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the air. North the Arca's head that had turned into paste quickly healed. His body was transforming, and he retreated quickly to avoid the holy flames. His body was covered by a golden divine light, and he was bathed in the holy light. He was like a phoenix that had been reborn from the fire, giving off a sacred feeling. How can this be? His head is already destroyed. How can he still be alive? Could his primordial spirit have escaped first? That's impossible. This defies common sense. No matter how strong a person is, once his primordial spirit is destroyed, he will no longer exist and be removed from the world. I clearly saw his consciousness shatter just now. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. They couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. Only Yifan was shocked. He immediately thought of a possibility. It should be a great emperor's holy item that saved Wang Ting's life. It must be the ancient Chaos the Arch talisman. As expected, in the heart of Wang Ting's brows, a walnut-sized divine talisman was shining brightly like a rising sun. It was full of vitality. Ancient Chaos Emperor talisman. Finally, a living fossil cried out in alarm, guessing what that damaged rare treasure was. Back then, Wang Chong had one. Although it had been shattered, it had been able to preserve his life and allow him to regenerate. Naturally, the reason why Wang Ting dared to give that piece of treasure away was because he had another piece that could protect him. And now, it had finally shown itself. The primeval Chaos Immortal Emperor was extraordinarily talented, and the talisman he inscribed seized fortune and possessed unbelievable might. Even one's soul core can be revived after being severed, it's truly inconceivable. Everyone's eyes flickered with a peculiar brilliance. With such a treasure on their body, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Even a situation of certain death had been resolved because of this. It was truly enviable. Unbelievable. What kind of opponent did the Northern Plains' sole ancient Chaos Heavenly Emperor encounter? Even his divine talisman was shattered. One can only imagine how difficult that battle was. When a living fossil thought of this problem, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. Countless thoughts emerged in his mind. Unless it was the Origin Ancient Mine and the other 7 great forbidden areas, what other existence could make the great human race emperor feel strained? Treasure, please turn around. Yifan chanted the so-called incantation again. However, this time, the black gourd didn't have any reaction at all. Even the ancient universe at the mouth of the gourd sank back into the gourd. Treasure, please. Kill. Treasure, please behead him. Treasure, please behead him. Treasure my ass. Yifan shouted repeatedly, but it was useless. He was so angry that he almost smashed the black gourd away. This thing was different from the legends he had heard before. It was definitely not the same thing. Everyone in the distance, on the other side, Wang Ting reconstructed his origin with the primeval Chaos Emperor talisman. He stood in the void and looked over coldly. He was a little puzzled. With his true battle strength, he didn't fear anyone in the world. As long as the victorious fighting Buddha, the old madman, and the peerless divine kings didn't jump out, he could run amok in the world and almost be on par with the living fossils. However, today, he suffered a series of misfortunes. Yi Fan used all kinds of methods to kill him. He was as furious as he could be. He couldn't afford to lose on the path of a great emperor, and he wouldn't allow himself to be defeated. Once he was injured in the hands of someone, he had to kill the enemy. Otherwise, he would never be able to cross the hurdle in his heart. A great emperor should be invincible. Before the 9 secrets word formula, Wang Ting chanted in his heart. He wanted to use the 9 secrets to kill the enemy. He had obtained it from the Eastern Barren Lands and would use it against the great enemy of the Eastern Barren Lands. 9-colored divine light shot out from his body. Especially the point between his eyebrows, it was like a golden sun shining high up in the sky. Thousands of silk-like rays of light fell down and enveloped him. Yi Fan immediately sensed it. This was an aura of the same origin. The other party had a secret technique similar to his inheritance. 9 secrets. Wang Ting's left eye was like a true dragon, and his right eye was like an immortal phoenix. They were about to transform into the Tao. The silk-like ribbons shot out from between his eyebrows, distorting the space and forming a special domain that spread in all directions. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He quickly retreated with the row formula and shouted for the black gourd again, but it was useless. Without a sound, Yi Fan was obstructed. The distorted domain occupied half the sky and covered him below. This was a formless killing intent. He couldn't touch it, but he could feel the bone-piercing killing intent. In the distance, Zi Tiandu's eyes flickered with an indescribable expression. He stared unblinkingly at the black gourd and muttered, "It released a terrifying power during the archaic years. It wasn't destroyed even in that kind of battle and only suffered some damage." His elder sister, the purple-eyed girl, was also in a strange mood. She stared at the black gourd and asked in the archaic language, "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" "Correct, it's exactly the same as what was recorded in the archaic divine texts. It's this. I really didn't expect it to survive that great battle," Zi Tiandu said. The purple light in his eyes flourished even more as he stared fixedly at the black gourd. On the battlefield, Yi Fan activated the black gourd's sacred flames to resist the distorted domain. He wanted to burn everything. This is. He was shocked. The domain was still there, existing together with the sacred flames. It couldn't be extinguished by the flames. It was pervasive and arrived in front of him. Chang, his entire body shone as he evolved the battle saint technique. A golden taiji circle appeared and collided with the domain, producing a layer of ripples. Then, he suddenly trembled as his primordial spirit suffered an attack. His body couldn't help but tremble. This wasn't an ordinary attack, but rather a divine consciousness. It pierced through the void, ignoring tangible attacks and using the formless domain to affect him. Fortunately, his golden taiji circle was immortal and blocked the fatal blow. Otherwise, he might have been killed in one blow. It's the secret words before the 9 secrets. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had long heard of this secret and desired it greatly. He didn't expect it to be on Wang Ting's body. The secret words before could cultivate the primordial spirit and make the divine consciousness immortal. It could even affect the physical body and expand one's divinity. It was incomparable. No wonder his primordial spirit is so powerful. His physical body endured the fire tribulation for such a long time. Yi Fan immediately understood and began to figure out the reason. Of course, the true power of the secret words before was not limited to this. Apart from cultivating the primordial spirit and having the immortal divinity, one could also foresee everything when one reached a high realm. The before was also named after this. The consciousness of the human body was the most mysterious. It contained boundless immortal energy, and when one reached a certain level, one could foresee everything and know everything in advance. It could be said that once the consciousness was excavated, endless secrets would be opened. The secret words before were mainly cultivated to allow everything to be advanced. At this moment, Wang Ting was using the secret words to release the domain of the sea of consciousness. It was formless and traceless, and the primordial spirit slashed the Tao. Yi Fan was astonished. He observed carefully and found that it wasn't that the sacred flames couldn't destroy the domain. It was just that this distorted domain could foresee everything and avoid it in advance. It was as if it was ineffective. It wants to slash my primordial spirit. While he was shocked, He was also glad that this secret was difficult to cultivate. North the Arch was only at the beginner level and couldn't foresee everything in advance. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight. However, this was enough. The secret words before made Wang Ting's primordial spirit exceptionally strong. He could always foresee things half a step in advance. There was a kind of immortal divinity that gave him the upper hand in battle. As Yi Fan used the battle saint technique, he used the golden Tai Chi circle to resist. Then, he used the army formula and took out the black gourd, which spewed flames towards Wang Ting. The so-called foreseeing and foreseeing everything had a prerequisite. The power had to be within a controllable range. Now, the black gourd was coming with a destructive aura, and Wang Ting's expression changed. The army formula was unparalleled, and the art of controlling weapons was the best in the world. The black gourd broke through the void and almost entered Wang Ting's body. The flames rose to the sky. He retreated immediately and used the chaotic sky secret technique. He wanted to send the black gourd into the boundless dimensional abyss and cut off its connection with Yi Fan. This was indeed the best plan. Banishing the black gourd was equivalent to cutting off one of Yi Fan's arms. It would lose its attacking power. However, the army formula was unparalleled, and Yi Fan's control of weapons was superb. The North the Arch's chaotic sky secret technique could not cut off the connection and could not banish the black gourd. He was almost burned to ashes. What's more, the black gourd began to suppress his domain. The flames poured down. Even if one could foresee it, one could not avoid it. The powerful North the Arch could not do anything about the sacred flames in the 9th level of the fire domain. Unless he retreated, he would not be able to withstand it. Chaotic ancient sacred art. Wang Ting shouted. He finally started to use the Northern Plains' only ancient Thearcha's unparalleled secret technique. At this moment, the past and present were in chaos. He used an extremely frightening divine art that disturbed time and space. He divided the time and space around Yi Fan into many pieces. The time in each piece was disconnected and chaotic. Before, strip the primordial spirit, seal the primordial spirit forever, and displace the restriction of the ancient. At the same time, he used the before word again and combined it with the chaotic ancient sacred art. It was so frightening that it was beyond imagination. The living fossils were all shocked. In the disconnected time and space, in a specific place of nothingness, Yi Fan realized that his primordial spirit appeared in one domain, while his physical body and the black gourd were in another domain. It was as if they existed in different time and space. How do we break this secret technique? The 5th bandit, Wu Dao, was terrified. There is no solution. We can only break it with our strength. The Red Dragon Daoist said with a serious expression. In the distance, the other cult masters' expressions changed. If it was them, they might also be killed by Wang Ting. They really could not think of a way to break it. The ancient Thearcha's secret technique is indeed frightening. It has not reached the phenomenal stage yet and has just entered the palace hall, but it has already created such an unsolvable situation. The people of the Wang clan were all delighted. The lucky young people were in high spirits, and Wang Qingquan was sneering. Ji Ziyue, Peng Bo, Li Heishui, and the others were extremely worried. The Jade Lake Saint Lady was also paying close attention. The Southern Demon and Qi Huashui were also moved. Everyone's attention was focused on them. Saint Physique, what do you have to fight with me? The gap is the gap. Heretics can't achieve anything. Wang Ting roared. His black hair stood on end as his primordial spirit took form. It attacked from the same spacetime as Yi Fan's divine senses. Yi Fan calmed himself down. The Tao Scripture, Western Imperial Scripture, Eternal Universe Scripture, Supreme Sovereign Scripture, and Sun Sutra, a total of 5 ancient scriptures, resonated together. They played the divine sound of the great Tao in this chaotic spacetime. His entire body was sparkling like a 7-colored glass divine lamp. His 5 scriptures moved at the same time. He then circulated the army formula and unleashed the world's #1 weapon control technique. Buzz. The bronze ancient coffin trembled and flew over. It broke through the restrictions and entered this void. The small golden person in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness activated it with all its might. There was a deafening sound as the bronze coffin rose into the sky and swung. Pa! Ah! The North Arch screamed miserably. The bronze coffin struck his primordial spirit squarely and shattered it. Want to leave? You have nowhere to go. Yi Fan shouted. He used the army formula to activate the bronze coffin and attacked again. PFFF. The North Thearch's incomparably powerful divine senses collapsed in an instant. The small golden person in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness reached out and grabbed the ancient Chaos the Arch talisman with a bang. Let's see how you are going to revive. Yi Fan broke through this strange spacetime in an instant. His divine senses entered his corporeal body. He then took a step forward and smashed down with the bronze coffin in his hand. PFFF. Wang Ting's corporeal body was also turned into mud and splattered everywhere. It was no longer recognizable. Everyone knew that the North Arch had no hope of survival. He had a great divine ability, but he couldn't use it. He was completely restrained, all the flesh and mud splattered on the golden ancient war chariot. It was a bright red and incomparably bloody scene. There were also some broken bones, which made people shudder. It had to be said that this golden ancient war chariot was a sacred artifact of the sect. It had survived the fire calamity without being destroyed. Wang Qingquan was so frightened that he almost fainted. He rushed over with the doyens beside him, wanting to deal a vicious blow to Yi Fan and seize the ancient war chariot at the same time. Yi Fan didn't stop. He took out the black gourd and activated the flames to burn. He wanted to destroy this ancient war chariot and completely refine everything about Wang Ting. Now, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. He wanted to destroy everything about his enemy. Even if a god came, he would fight. He didn't show any mercy as he activated the sacred flames towards the few experts. Stop! The Ji clan's 8 patriarchs shouted. Their eyes shot out divine radiance as they looked over coldly. Yi Fan didn't care at all. He did as he pleased and killed his way forward, drowning the front with flames. Impudent, you still dare to behave atrociously in my Ji clan. The Ji clan's 8 patriarchs shouted coldly. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a great sense of danger. He executed the row formula and fled several thousand meters away in the blink of an eye. In the firmament, a wisp of sacred light sprinkled down. The place where he was just standing was instantly destroyed. It was annihilated without a sound, and a kind of extreme Tao pressure spread out. The void ancient mirror suppressed the clan's trump card, eternally suspended in the void. Within the clan, some important figures could activate a wisp of emperor's might to protect the eternal Ji clan. Ji clan's old 8, you are going too far. The Crimson Dragon old Taoist stood up. In the distance, the monkey shouted loudly. With the dark gold club in hand, he also walked over and said, if you want to use power to oppress others, I don't mind drawing over an archaic king. Ji clan's old 8, you didn't ask about right and wrong and sided with the Wang family, actually using an extreme Tao Emperor weapon to kill me. I want an explanation from you. Yi Fan was truly angered. Everyone was shocked. Ji clan had a void emperor weapon that floated in the eternal unknown. It could release extreme Tao Emperor's might at any time, yet Yi Fan dared to question and face it like this. You want an explanation from me? Ji family's 8th ancestor spoke sinisterly. Stop talking nonsense. Why did you suddenly attack me? You don't know right from wrong and used an emperor weapon to kill me? Yi Fan wasn't polite at all. Anger surged in his heart. Just now, the other party had clearly wanted to kill him and used an emperor weapon to kill him. How many people in the world could dodge that? What was even more despicable was that he sneak attacked a junior. You are so daring to come to my Ji family and behave atrociously. Is this reason enough? Ji family's 8th ancestor's gaze was sinister. Ji family's 8th ancestor, is this your reason? Yi Fan shouted. Ji family's 8th ancestor, you are too much. What reason is that? This battle was permitted by your family leader and you attacked at the crucial moment to kill Yi Fan. Are you bullying him? Red Dragon's expression sank. This time, he came out of seclusion because of Yi Fan. Naturally, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. It's true that he fought Wang Ting, but he started a massacre and burned many unrelated people to death. Now, he wants to attack Brother Qingkuan and the others. If this isn't acting atrociously, then what is? You have eyes but can't see the truth? Those people attacked him first and Yifan is defending himself. Monkey stepped forward and spoke rudely. He didn't care even if he was in the Ji family. Ji family's 8th ancestor was furious but he didn't explode. The monkey's identity was too sensitive. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear and he was the former Saint Prince. Even if the old Saint Emperor Dozhan had passed away, if he touched him, there would be huge trouble. I fought Wang Ting and it was a matter of life and death. Others interfered and attacked me without reason. You didn't stop them and instead sided with them. You used an emperor weapon to kill me. Who do you think you are? Yifan's words were extremely disrespectful. Brat, are you courting death? Provoking my Ji family, you deserve to die 100 times over. Ji family's 8th ancestor said coldly. Is this how the Ji clan does things? Everyone here can see it for themselves. You killed me for no reason at all, and in the end, you still say that I was provoking you? What kind of logic is that? Yifan's voice was very loud. I only need a single reason to kill you. Starting a fight in my Ji family, stirring up trouble, killing wantonly, you deserve death. Ji family's 8th ancestor said. What else do you have other than making empty accusations? Just because you're a member of the clan of the ancients, you think you can bully your peers as you please? Do you really think you're the leader of the Ji clan, or do you have the final say in this clan? Yifan swept his gaze across many people. Why are you doing this, 8th patriarch? Ji Ziyue floated forward and said, 3 years ago, Yifan saved my brother and my life in the middle ground immortal abode world. How could you do this? Enough, 8th brother, step down. The Ji clan's sacred master's face darkened as he berated the 8th ancestor. Clan head. The Ji clan's 8th ancestor wanted to say something. His most beloved descendant, Ji Hui, was killed by Yifan in the southern region back then. He had always wanted to find a chance to get rid of Yifan. Today, Yifan took the initiative to come to him, and it was a rare opportunity for him. Step down. The Ji clan's sacred master's tone became heavier. Since the ancient times, no one with the saint physique has proven their Tao and become of the arch. They will always be a foil. This was what the Ji clan's 8th ancestor said to Yifan before he flicked his sleeves and left. Even if it's just a foil, it's the most resplendent one. The second in the world will always be there. What power can't I eradicate? Pangbo mumbled. He actually wanted to say that he had eradicated a clan of the ancients, but he swallowed the words. If not, it would be too obvious, and many people in the Ji clan would feel uncomfortable. Even so, the Ji clan's 8th ancestor glared at him and Yifan for a long time before he flicked his sleeves and left. North the Arch was defeated. Until now, people still didn't dare to believe this fact. The number one of the young generation in the North Plains was killed just like that. It was too surreal. One had to know that Yifan's battle strength was indeed not as strong as North Thearka's, and the gap was not small. However, such an outcome caused many people to be stunned. Yifan had met many strong enemies and gone through many deadly tribulations. Without a doubt, North the Arch was the strongest one, but the threat of this battle was not strong. It didn't match the title of North the Arch. He relied on the black gourd and copper coffin to circulate all kinds of mental techniques to suppress Wang Ting. He didn't give Wang Ting any chance to display his battle strength. The battle had just begun, but it ended immediately. Wang Ting had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos the Arch. He had just displayed 2 emperor arts and didn't have the chance to display his world-shaking follow-up mystical art before he was destroyed just like that. Not only were the people of the Wang clan lamenting, but the other spectators also felt that it was a pity that North the Arch, whose battle strength made the older generation fearful, was defeated. This wasn't his standard. The golden ancient war chariot floated, and the divine radiance didn't diminish. True dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise circled around the chariot. It had to be said that this chariot was very mysterious. At this moment, Wang Ting's blood, flesh, and broken bones were all stained on the body of the chariot. When combined with such a sacred war chariot, the contrast was extremely shocking. Yi Fan didn't manage to obtain the first word of the 9 secrets. This secret might have disappeared from the world forever. This made him feel helpless and extremely regretful. Furthermore, he wanted to burn the golden ancient war chariot and destroy everything without leaving any traces. However, he didn't have the chance to do so now as the Ji clan's 8 ancestors had interrupted everything. Everyone returned to the vast hall that was forged with essence gold. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with a different gaze. He killed the North Arch, and such battle strength was enough to make every sacred lord tremble in fear. The southern demon stared at the copper coffin beside Yi Fan but didn't say anything. She was pondering silently. Qi Huashui, on the other hand, was extremely astonished. It was as though she didn't know Yi Fan at all as she kept looking at him. She truly didn't expect that Yi Fan would actually kill the North Arch who was on par with his brother. Her cherry mouth was gaping wide open. On the other side, the Jade Pool Saint Lady walked over gracefully. She smiled slightly and nodded to Yi Fan. They had known each other for a long time and naturally had a lot of good intentions. Be careful. The Jade Pool's fairy gathered her voice and transmitted it into Yi Fan's ears, leaving behind a faint fragrance as she walked to the side. Zitiandu was in another corner and was pondering non-stop. He was using the ancient divine language to speak to himself. He couldn't believe the appearance of the black gourd and was extremely excited. His sister had purple hair, and her face was as white as jade. She was also sizing up Yi Fan with a strange smile and said, "Will this person be able to fight against our race's ancestral king in the future? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wang Ting's potential is boundless, but didn't he still fall? The human race is terrifying, but this person won't live for long." Zitiandu sneered. "Don't make a move first. Observe for a period of time." The purple-haired young lady smiled lightly. Her celestial beauty caused the surrounding space to brighten up. The saint physique is unrivaled. His growth is hard to stop. In another corner, a cult master level figure sighed. Not necessarily. Anything can happen in this world. Since ancient times, heaven-defying monsters have died prematurely. Another person said. I don't think anyone will dare to make a move. If they offend a saint physique with boundless potential, they will have to live under his shadow for the next 10,000 years. You guys are wrong. If the Ji clan wants to kill him, it will be as easy as flipping their palm. There are no living souls under the void mirror. If they are determined to take action, even saints might not be able to stop them. This is an extremely good opportunity. Many people's expressions changed. If the Ji clan became hostile, then the saint physique would definitely be buried here. If they wanted to kill him, a single reason was enough. In the distance, even more people were discussing the battle just now. They all felt that it was extremely stunning. Both sides grasped the 9 secrets, and now, it was no longer a secret. When many people looked at Yi Fan, their expressions were all strange. This was a youngster with great potential. Once he became great in the future, he would be able to live for 10,000 years. Their descendants would have to live under his unmatched divine might. Intimidating for 10,000 years, whenever they thought of this possibility, they would feel a tremendous pressure within their hearts. This was truly like a great mountain, making it hard for many people to breathe. They were worried for their descendants. In the Great Hall, groups of 3 to 5 people formed groups, 7 to 8 people formed groups. Those who were close to each other gathered together, discussing a few topics they liked. However, many people would look at Yi Fan from time to time. After this battle, his name would definitely spread far and wide. The impact would be too great. The rise of the saint physique would be like the sun in the sky. For a long time in the future, he would probably be the focus of everyone's attention. He is still so young. His future achievements are unpredictable. The Yin-Yang sect is in trouble. I'm afraid the entire sect won't be able to sleep. There are many bones on the road to becoming a great emperor. For a long time in the future, if there is a war between emperors, there will most likely be many corpses lying under his feet. The news spread out immediately. The southern region was shaken, and everyone who had been paying attention to this battle was astonished. The result of this battle quickly spread to the vast eastern wasteland, the middle prefecture, the southern mountains, and the other places. The two words Saint Physique made people feel extremely heavy. Saint Physique, his rise is unstoppable. This was everyone's first reaction when they heard the news. After killing the North Arch, who else could stand in his way? In the Great Hall, Xianxia was like a fairy. She smiled sweetly and spoke with her beautiful eyes. She was the darling of the heavens. She gathered all the beauty in her body. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her spiritual qi was overwhelming. Yi Fan walked together with her, which attracted many people's attention. Why did the Saint Physique come? To solve Xianxia's problems, he had to kill the North Arch. Now that he had really done it, many thoughts appeared in everyone's mind. On the other side of the Great Hall, the people of the Wang clan were sad and angry, but they couldn't do anything. The treasure in Yi Fan's hand was too terrifying. Once the black gourd appeared, it burned everything. There was no way to stop it. Teng'er's death is too unjust. Don't worry, I will take revenge for you. Wang Qingkuan roared like an owl. On the golden ancient war chariot, the broken flesh and bones flickered with the light of immortal divinity. They trembled as if they had a spirit. Clang, suddenly, a bell rang out. It was especially ear-piercing, and everyone in the Ji clan heard it. The Ji clan Saint Master's expression instantly changed, and he said, "Everyone, please excuse me." He left in a hurry, and the few doyens' expressions also changed. They quickly walked out and followed him to the deepest part of the Ji clan. The others didn't feel anything, but Yi Fan keenly sensed a trace of abnormality. He sighed and placed the copper coffin in front of him. In the end, he still had to use it. This is the will of the entire Ji clan. Or is it just a part of them? Are they going to strangle the Saint Physique today and kill him in the cradle? A few living fossils also felt the abnormality. Could it be that the old ancestor is about to die? Xianxia muttered. Her expression changed as she didn't sense the killing intent. There was an old ancestor of the Ji family who was on his last breath and was about to pass away. Unless there was something important or he summoned someone, this bell wouldn't be rung. The important elders of the Ji family had all left, leaving only a few old cultivators who weren't very strong to accompany them. When everything calmed down, there was a tremor outside the hall. A middle-aged man walked in with a white bone banner in his hand. He wore hemp clothes and a white headband. He was dressed in mourning clothes. Saint Physique, come out and offer your head. His killing intent was like a blade, chilling to the bone. Behind him was a large group of people. There were men, women, young and old, all of them surging with killing intent. Judging from their clothes, they were all from the Ji family. Moreover, they were all direct descendants. Their identities were extraordinary. Xianxia's expression changed. She immediately understood and said, "Little Yi, leave quickly." Then, she walked forward gracefully. Her expression was pure and holy like a moon goddess. She blocked the entrance of the hall and said, "What are you all doing? Xianxia, move aside. I want to kill this evil and take revenge for your great-aunt." The middle-aged man's expression was dark. The leader was Ji Hui's eldest son. The others were also her blood relatives. This was clearly premeditated. As soon as the Ji family's Saint Physique and the others left, someone came to kill Yi Fan. The more powerful and ancient the aristocratic families, the more intense the power struggle. The Ji family was no exception. They were also divided into a few factions. Back then, even Xianxia herself was almost killed by some people in the family. The mastermind was her cousin, Ji Bue. This isn't the decision of the family head. You are breaking the family rules. Xianxia stopped them. "Xianxia, you are wrong. This is the will of the entire family. Leave quickly. Today, Saint Physique must die." The middle-aged man's expression was terrifying. Swoosh, a strand of holy light appeared in the sky. That was the void ancient mirror floating. Someone was activating a strand of the Emperor's aura. This person was determined to get rid of Yi Fan. The great hall was dead silent. All of this happened too suddenly. Was this really the decision of the entire clan? If a powerful clan of the ancients took out an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the entire clan would want to kill a single person. Unless that person transcended the world and became a sage, they would not even be able to escape. This Ji family actually chose to kill the divine body. It's too sudden. Everyone was in an uproar. This type of unforeseen event happened, completely outside of everyone's expectations. I don't believe you. This is your own decision. Aren't you afraid that the family head will punish you? Xianxia said in a crisp voice. This is the will of the clan. Purple Moon, get out of the way. Don't make a mistake. The middle-aged man's expression was cold. The hall was in chaos. Everyone was retreating. If the extreme Great Emperor's might descended, no one would be able to block it. At this point, everyone already knew that there was definitely a powerful faction in the Ji family that wanted to eliminate Yi Fan. Even the Saint Lord and the others could be moved away. From this, one could see how powerful they were. The so-called divine body is nothing before reaching grand completion. If you want to kill him, then so be it. A powerful senior elder of the Ji family spoke. His voice was cold as it transmitted down from the sky. Then, the Ji family's 8th ancestor was the first to walk down. He had an endless cold smile on his face. With his hands behind his back, he stood on the high platform and looked down at Yi Fan, saying, "You killed my descendant and behaved atrociously in my Ji family. What do you think this place is? Not to mention that you haven't reached grand completion yet. Even if you did, it would be difficult for you to walk out of the Ji family after entering the ancient void mirror." Yi Fan sighed. He placed the copper coffin in front of him. Right now, it was useless to say anything. He could only block the might of the Emperor weapon. I won't allow you to do this. Xianxia retreated, blocking in front of Yi Fan. She stretched out her arms and looked up at the divine light in the sky. An ancient mirror was faintly discernible. Ji family's 8th ancestor, what you are doing is too unreasonable. The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke, his expression heavy. Dong. The monkey stabbed the black rod in his hand into the ground, causing the entire ancient hall to shake. He said, "Does your Ji family really think that you are number one in the world?" The 5th bandit Wu Dao sighed, "You have to know that your Ji family isn't the only one with an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. You will reap what you sow today. My Ji family's killer saint physique has nothing to do with all of you." The Ji family's 8th ancestor laughed coldly. "Do you all really want to kill me that badly?" Yi Fan was extremely calm, not feeling any fear even when facing the void mirror whose name had shaken endless time. He faced them indifferently. "Yes, I really want to kill you. Once I kill you, there will be no more suspense in the future. I won't have anything to fear. My Ji family also doesn't need a powerful saint physique." The Ji family's 8th ancestor spoke in unison, not wanting too many people to hear them. "Are you sure you can kill me?" Yi Fan asked calmly. "What a joke. Not to mention you, even an ancient saint would be useless. Killing you is no different from stepping on an ant." The Ji family's 8th ancestor was full of confidence. "8th ancestor, you are walking further and further down this path. Not to mention the family head, even the other elders will suppress you after this." Xianxia said. "Little girl, you are still young. Our family's strength doesn't depend on outsiders. So what if he has a saint physique? We are the descendants of the great emperor, do we need his protection? Killing him is the easiest." The Ji family's 8th ancestor said. This time, he transmitted his voice secretly. "8th ancestor, you are doing this out of selfishness. You want to take revenge for Aunt Ji Huizu. This is a huge taboo and the other elders won't agree." Xianxia wanted to stall for time. "Ziyue, you are wrong." Just at this moment, 2 figures appeared. The 2 elders of the Ji family walked out and stood behind the Ji family's 8th ancestor. "You." Xianxia's expression changed. She then stood in front of Yi Fan and said firmly, "If you want to kill him, then destroy me under the void ancient mirror." The red dragon Taoist quickly carved formation patterns. With a flash of light, he wanted to teleport Yi Fan away. However, this ancient hall was very special and sealed all Dao patterns. Hong. The monkey was furious. His fiery golden eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light that pierced through the void. At the same time, he swept his cudgel, wanting to use the Battle Saint Ape Race's method to open up a spatial tunnel. However, the ancient hall made of gold shook and couldn't open up a path at all. Pangbo shouted, "Do you want to become enemies with the monster race?" Wang. The ancient hall shook and a holy light scattered down. Even the powerful red dragon Daoist and the monkey couldn't move. All of them were swept away and sent out of the battlefield. At the same time, Jiziyue disappeared into thin air. Who knew where she was swept by the light from the ancient mirror? At the center of the battlefield, only Yi Fan was left. No one could get close. The ancient hall rumbled and quickly turned into a training field in a strange space. The others could see it but couldn't get close. They could only watch from afar and marvel at the Ji family's understanding of spatial techniques. They were unparalleled in the world and no one could compare to them. Brat with the surname Yi, do you think I should destroy you under the ancient mirror piece by piece, or let you be riddled with holes and die slowly? The Ji clan's 8 ancestors stood in the sky and looked down with a kind of calmness. I said that you can't kill me and will self-destruct. Yi Fan's voice was powerful. Is that so? The Ji family's 8 ancestors shouted coldly. An ancient mirror floated in the air and a strand of extreme emperor aura scattered down. The hazy light was holy and noble, but the pressure was like the sinking of the universe. Hong. Everyone was terrified. Even if they were not in that special space, they could still feel the threat of death. The emperor weapon was unrivaled and undefeatable. A hazy light pressed down. There was still an endless distance between them. Yi Fan almost suffocated. His body felt like it was going to split apart. He quickly used the ancient coffin to block above his head. Wang. The void trembled as the holy light pressed down. A ripple appeared on the bronze coffin. The patterns on the surface of the coffin fluctuated unceasingly and rose to resist the overflowing might. Something that made everyone dumbfounded happened. A strand of emperor aura flowed into the coffin like water but didn't penetrate it. Heavens, what happened? It blocked the emperor weapon. This is heaven-defying, too inconceivable. Even though it is just a strand of extreme emperor aura, it is not something a human can contend against. How did it block it? Emperor weapon, the Void Emperor's weapon was actually blocked by that coffin. The outside was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe everything. A rusty coffin absorbed the emperor aura and was unharmed. What is this? Ji family's 8 ancestors were in disbelief. They felt that killing Yi Fan here was as easy as blowing off dust. Using the void ancient mirror, they could slap him to death with a flip of their hand. This coffin is too strange. Another elder said with a sunken voice. I don't believe it can block the void ancient mirror. Ji family's 8 ancestors shouted. Then, they forcefully activated it. This time, it wasn't just a strand of emperor aura, but a beam that descended. If the ancient saints were hit, they would immediately be pierced through. This was a wave of boundless might. It was as if millions and millions of stars in the cosmos gathered together and turned into a destructive beam. It was unstoppable as it directly pierced through the heavens and earth. This type of fluctuation made all the clouds in all directions scatter in an instant. The void completely distorted, and it was unknown just how many dimensional spaces it pierced through, passing through many small worlds. Yi Fan hid under the coffin and used it to resist the heavens. The beam of light descended and struck the coffin, but it still couldn't penetrate it. The small coffin was like a whale drinking water, quickly absorbing it. At this moment, it was absolutely silent. Everyone held their breaths. Only when the endless divine light in the sky disappeared and entered the coffin did everyone erupt with commotion. Extreme Dao. This is an extreme Dao weapon. Heavens, this is too inconceivable. There is another emperor weapon in this world that has never been heard of before. It can block the light of the void ancient mirror. Everything was too crazy, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. The coffin that Yi Fan carried over was actually so terrifying. Not long ago, there were people who didn't think much of it. Ji family's 8 ancestors even mocked it, but they didn't expect it to be able to block the emperor's might. Brother, do you know what that is? Qi Huashui asked. She had heard that Nan Yao had once seen the scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin in the demon imperial palace. Nan Yao's expression was grave as he said, it's an object from the outer realms. What's powerful isn't the coffin, but the thing buried within. Is it a corpse, or something else? I don't know. There was even less of a need to talk about the others. They were all shocked to the extreme. All of this was too unexpected, shocking everyone's imaginations. Many people suspected that they were dreaming. A coffin that could block an emperor weapon was like a fantasy story. One has to know that this was carried in by Yi Fan like a sack. Just now, not a single person paid any attention to it. Little vile spawn, I don't care what you brought. Death is inevitable. There is no weapon in this world that is stronger than emperor weapons. Ji family's 8 ancestors said coldly, revive the emperor weapon, consign him to eternal damnation, never to reincarnate. Refine this coffin into my Ji family's ancient mirror. Just now, the aura emitted by the void ancient mirror was naturally released. Now, they wanted to awaken the deity within the ancient mirror and unleash the might of an ancient emperor. Boom! That ancient mirror appeared in the void and became more realistic. It began the process of awakening and emitted an aura that could split the heavens and earth. It was as if an ancient universe was evolving. The void ancient mirror must not be revived. Yi Fan thought to himself. If not, it would be equivalent to an attack from an ancient emperor. That was unimaginable. Dang. He did everything he could to circulate the army formula and used his brute force to forcefully open the coffin. Walala. He wrapped the immortal treasure map he obtained from the nest of 10,000 dragons around his body. Then, he brought out the myriad energy cauldron and stored himself inside. It was incomparably difficult. Yi Fan was sweating profusely and his entire body was about to split open. He opened a corner of the coffin and released a divine sound of the great Tao. What was inside the coffin? This was what everyone knew first. Could it really resist the awakening emperor weapon? Everyone almost suffocated. They wanted nothing more than to immediately see everything inside the coffin. Yi Fan felt as if he was being dismembered by 5 horses. His entire body was in intense pain. He only used the Bing symbol art to lift up a corner of the copper coffin, not truly touching it at all, yet his essence energy was sucked dry. It was as if an immortal king's treasury was opened. A great Tao divine sound rang through heaven and earth. In addition, there was a sphere of precious light that swirled about the copper coffin, spreading outwards. Many people reached out their necks to watch from the distance, all of them wishing to see what was buried inside. Every single one of them were full of shock and confusion. However, then, many people felt fear, passively bowing down, kneeling down. It was as if they were facing a supreme deity, all of them panicking and uneasy. Hung, in the sky, that ancient mirror rose and fell, becoming more and more real. Previously, it was a projection from the void, but now, it truly appeared. It was simple and unadorned, releasing endless chaotic energy. This scene was horrifying to the extreme. A boundless whiteness covered everything, as if there were over 10,000 great waterfalls cascading down from beyond the heavens. It almost made one's mind shatter. Many cultivators couldn't endure it, kneeling down while trembling. The 2 ancient treasures both displayed irregular scenes, leaving everyone trembling with fear. There wasn't a single person who didn't feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. All of the sect master level figures had long moved, fleeing who knew how many li into the distance. Most of the others fell weakly onto the ground, their bodies shivering. Even though they were far away, the sect master level figures still felt their hearts palpitating, unable to help but shiver in fear, let alone the others. This was an unendurable weight. Do you all see? What is inside the copper coffin? Someone asked. An expanse of primal chaos, as if heaven and earth were being opened, impossible to see through. Someone cried out in alarm. How could it be like this? Which great emperor left this holy object in this world? Why have I never heard of it before? Everyone discovered with shock that these 2 weapons were incomparably terrifying. No matter how far they were from each other, they still made people feel fear from the very bottom of their souls, always wanting to kneel down and bow down, feeling a sense of subservience and reverence, unable to help themselves. The Void Mirror's revival process was extremely shocking. Primal chaos reached tens of thousands of zhang, as if it was the admiration of the heavens. It poured down in torrents, creating a boundless expanse of whiteness without end, submerging everything. Meanwhile, the copper coffin was like an ancient cosmos, continuously being born and destroyed there. Dense light mist was hazy, impossible to see through, as if it was a world source sea. It was stopped, the copper coffin stopped the void mirror's attack. Tens of thousands of white waterfalls fell into the coffin. What happened? Where did this coffin come from? How could it be like this? Everyone was horrified. The extreme Tao ancient mirror's aura was enough to crush a holy master, and now, so much chaotic light poured down. No one in this world could stop it, yet it was absorbed by the ancient coffin. This scene was incomprehensible, exceeding their imaginations. Was this the terrifying aspect of an extreme Tao weapon? It was not something that a human could withstand. At this moment, Yi Fan used the immortal treasures in the dragon lair of chaos to wrap his body and sink into the myriad chi cauldron. Finally, he managed to protect himself from being destroyed. It had to be said that using the copper coffin was very damaging to him. At this moment, it was all thanks to the void mirror that attracted the ancient coffin's attention. This mirror that had existed since ancient times possessed great destructive power. It was as if a great emperor was awakening, capable of killing anything that stood in its way. In the distance, a few powerful beings cried out miserably, coughing out blood from their mouths. They couldn't endure the divine might. It could destroy all things in this world. In ancient times, the great monarchs could pluck the stars and capture the moon. With their extreme Tao monarch weapons, they could strike down the stars of many star fields. Their battle prowess was unimaginable. How could it be like this? In the distance, someone cried out loudly, worshipping in fear, coughing out blood as he retreated. Fortunately, Ji family's divine gold ancient palace had formation patterns, sending away all of the people who fell limp on the ground. Otherwise, those people would have all turned into meat paste, all of them turning into bloody paste under the formless pressure. This was precisely the weapon of an ancient great emperor. It didn't truly revive, only possessing this type of power during the initial stages of revival. It was terrifying to the extreme, anyone who stood in its way would inevitably turn to ashes. Youngster, let's see how long you can last. The Ji family's 8 ancestors in the sky were sinister. He and the 2 senators stood under the 10,000 streams of primal chaos waterfall. The void ancient mirror was controlled by them, so the 3 of them weren't affected by the impact. On the contrary, they were surrounded by primal chaos energy, protecting their bodies. Right now, it could be said that they were imperishable, no one able to break through them. Even if a saint came, they might still have a headache. The weapon of an ancient great emperor awakened, releasing boundless divine might, possessing undying boundless power. Yi Fan's mind tightened. That void ancient mirror in the sky was reviving, its power becoming more and more terrifying. He had to break through this stalemate. Dang, he activated the army character secret again, forcefully lifting the lid of the copper coffin. That corner became larger and larger, as if it was splitting apart heaven and earth. The first strand of light flew out. Everything in heaven and earth became brighter, the first streak of primal chaos appearing. An ancient cosmos seemed to have taken form, and the first divine sound rang out. It was as if an immortal king was lecturing on the Tao. Auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and divine lotuses were born from the earth. This was a terrifying and strange scene. The copper coffin was half opened, and all types of light and sound shot out. That place was covered in dense mist, impossible to see through. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping. All of the great primal chaos waterfalls poured down, rushing into the ancient coffin. It was incomparably terrifying, as if 10,000 great waves were gathered in a single ocean eye. It really stopped the void ancient mirror. This is a confrontation of the extreme Tao. The copper coffin absorbed the void ancient mirror's primal chaos light, continuously sucking it in. It was like a bottomless abyss that could never be filled up. Yi Fan was the closest, so he naturally wanted to see what was inside the coffin. However, his divine sense felt as if it was being pricked by needles, unable to approach the coffin at all. Moreover, if it wasn't for the void ancient mirror restraining the copper coffin, causing all types of light and sound to rush upwards, he would most likely have been smashed to pieces. Even with the immortal treasures and the myriad energy cauldron, it would have been difficult to resist. No, I must see clearly. Yi Fan gathered his divine sense and forcefully activated his spiritual sense. He wanted to pass through the ancient coffin and enter the copper coffin to take a closer look. He let out a blood-curdling scream as blood dripped from his eyes. His divine eyes of origin were almost blinded, but he finally saw a blurry silhouette, and within it was a corpse. Impossible. Yi Fan was full of shock. That body was incomparably cold, and it was quietly lying at the center of an ancient cosmos. The primal chaos surged violently, but it was immortal. Why is it exactly the same as me? He almost didn't dare to believe all of this. The ice-cold corpse in the ancient coffin was no different from him. If he were to lie beside it, he wouldn't be able to find anything different. Peering through 3,000 worlds. In the distant sky, the monkey shouted loudly. His fiery eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light. His aura surged like a bull, illuminating the sky, and then disappeared into the copper coffin. In an instant, the monkey also let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood flowed from his eyes as he fell backward. He was incomparably shocked as he shouted, "Father, how could it be him?" He saw an old ape with resplendent golden fur all over his body. Although he had become an ice-cold corpse, his spirit of supremacy in the heavens and earth was still the same as before. The ancient emperors looked down on the world and looked down on the ages. The old Saint Emperor Dojun was famous for his battle prowess and was invincible throughout the ages. That kind of domineering aura that could sweep through the universe could not be imitated by others. At the same time, the southern demon's eyes shot out 2 beams of strange light that penetrated eternity. It was as if a demon god had opened his heavenly eyes. There was a blood-sacrificial altar in the demon king's palace. On it, there was a heaven and earth Dharma eye. If one's magical power was boundless and had the Tao power of a great emperor, they could use it to see the myriad worlds. The southern demon used this opportunity to sharpen his heavenly eyes. He also let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes were dripping with blood and were almost blinded. He revealed an expression of disbelief as he said with a trembling voice, "How could it be him? Break for me, break through the origin." The Crimson Dragon Daoist let out a low roar. As a living fossil, he possessed battle prowess that others could not hope to reach. 2 crimson dragons shot out from his eyes and entered the ancient coffin. He wanted to get to the bottom of it, but even someone as powerful as him was no exception. He let out a groan and blood flowed from the corner of his eyes. Demon Emperor. The Crimson Dragon Daoist was shocked and revealed an expression of disbelief. He saw a supreme demon emperor in green clothes inside the ancient coffin. Everyone was shocked. What exactly was inside the ancient coffin? What they saw was completely different. Who exactly discovered the truth? Summon the great emperor's shadow. At this moment, the 8 ancestors of the Ji clan shouted in the sky. They began to activate the ancient mirror and released a type of forbidden technique. Once the void ancient mirror was revived, there would be endless techniques to use. Right now, it was only at the initial stage of revival and could only use the least exhausting forbidden technique. An ancient emperor appeared in the mirror and took a step out. Void Emperor, that is the Void Emperor. In the distance, someone cried out in surprise. When everyone heard this, they were incomparably shocked. They all stared fixedly at the sky. This was a shadow imprinted by the ancient mirror and left behind by an ancient great emperor. Even though it wasn't his true body, it still possessed heaven-defying power. After it was summoned, it would be incomparably terrifying. The extreme Tao weapon is truly astonishing. This is only the least exhausting forbidden technique, and it is only for a shadow. If the ancient mirror completely revives, it will be like a strike from the true body of a great emperor. It will be incomparable. Boom. Even so, the hazy shadow was still extremely astonishing. It destroyed the surrounding space and brought along heaven-overflowing primal chaos as it pounced towards the copper coffin. In the distance, everyone's expressions turned deathly pale. This strike was enough to destroy all the holy lords. Even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to resist it. This was the pressure of a great emperor's might. Even if it was just a shadow, no one could resist it. What? The Ji clan's 8 ancestors cried out in shock. They saw an inconceivable scene. The instant the shadow entered the copper coffin, a star domain appeared, and a corpse floated alone in the dark and cold ancient universe. Void Emperor. His mind was torn apart and he was incomparably shocked. He never would have thought that he would see such a scene. The Ji clan had a portrait of the Void Emperor, and as a senior elder of the Ji clan, he had naturally seen it before. This is the ancient coffin of his great emperor. He has returned from the desolate universe. The Ji clan's 8 ancestors were dumbfounded. Could it be that they were using the weapon of the Void Emperor to attack his coffin? Ancestor buried himself in the endless void. Could it be that his resting coffin has returned from the outer realm? The other 2 senior elders also cried out involuntarily. Buzz. That shadow entered and turned into primal chaos, disappearing inside and never appearing again. The copper coffin trembled and shot out streams of dense light mist. It let out an even more majestic divine sound that resounded through the universe and shook everyone's hearts. Bang! The Ji clan's 8 ancestors lost their composure and were brushed by the light mist. If it wasn't for the protection of the light of primal chaos, he would have definitely turned into dust. Even so, he still let out a loud cry and fell down. Collect! Yifan used the myriad chi cauldron to collect him. The ancient cauldron could contain the boundless void, and the space inside was vast. Yifan descended from the sky and stepped on his face, landing at the bottom of the cauldron. Little vile spawn, you, PFFF. Yifan used his foot to stomp down, and all of his teeth were spat out. Blood spurted out everywhere, and he could no longer speak. In today's world, there were very few people who could fight with Yifan physically. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family fell into the cauldron and were stepped on by him. The result was self-evident. Although the 8 ancestors of the Ji family were powerful, falling into Yifan's hands at such a close distance, no matter how powerful his divine abilities were, he couldn't use them and could only be suppressed. As soon as he activated his magic power, a big foot landed and came into close contact with his face for the 3rd time. Brat, you. The chest of the 8 ancestors of the Ji family was about to explode and his stomach was about to bleed. For the first time in his life, someone used the sole of his foot to measure how wide his face was. Old thing, you are still arrogant now. I will beat your head into a pig's head. Even your grandmother won't be able to recognize you. Yifan said. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family were so angry that his head hurt. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was already so old. Not to mention his grandmother, even his uncles were almost all dead. Being taunted and stepped on by a junior like this, he really couldn't take it. Little thief ye, you are behaving atrociously in my Ji family. You will regret being born into this world. Damn it, I do regret it. I regret stepping on you too lightly. Now let me help you measure how thick your skin is. The sole of Yifan's foot began to come into close contact with that old face for the 4th time, the 5th time. For the nth time, it was like stamping, leaving row after row of footprints on that old face. Moreover, the strength was extremely great. Every time it landed, there was the sound of bones breaking. It didn't look like a face anymore, but more like a big pancake. It didn't look like a human anymore. I will kill you. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family coughed up blood and almost fainted. For people like him, no torture would be effective. But to humiliate him like this, it was more painful than killing him. Kill your grandpa. Yifan raised his foot and gave him a throat-sealing technique, almost breaking his neck. I will kill you, you little bastard. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family seemed to have gone crazy. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath of essence chi, which turned into an incarnation and wanted to escape. Where are you going? Go back. Yifan lightly shouted. Bang, Yifan kicked him back into his body. His physical body was unparalleled. At such a close distance, he could clearly hear the sound of blood and mana flowing in his body. Everything was under his control. Old thing, you've always been in cahoots with the Wang clan. You tried to kill me a few times, and now you're unlucky enough to fall into my cauldron. What do you think I should do? Little evil creature ye, if you hurt a hair on my head, the Ji family will remove one of your legs. The Ji family's 8 ancestors were ruthless. You old thing, you're still so stubborn. People like you should be suppressed in the latrine for 10,000 years. Even killing you would be too lenient. Yifan exerted force with his feet, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from time to time. The 8 ancestors of the Ji clan were trampled so hard that they almost didn't have a human shape. They were like a lump of mud that could be squeezed however he wanted. Old 8 of the Ji clan was beaten up. The screams of the Ji clan's 8 ancestors were no longer human. At this moment, the outside world was in chaos. The void ancient mirror was gradually reviving, and the divine power contained within was fluctuating as if it was about to wake up. The 2 elders were roaring and controlling the ancient mirror to leave the copper coffin. They were a bit hesitant. They actually saw the Void Emperor just now, and they were too frightened. However, at this moment, the Emperor weapon was gradually reviving. The 2 of them couldn't control it anymore, and the terrifying fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Within the ancient mirror, an ancient star region flew out and devoured starlight. This type of scene left everyone horrified. A true world appeared. Just how great was the power of this ancient mirror? Was it born by itself, or was it refined by the Void Emperor after intercepting the source of the universe? Everyone was shocked. No matter what the situation was, it was destined to have unparalleled divine power. Moreover, all of this wasn't the true state of the Emperor weapon's revival. It was still in progress, and it hadn't completely come back to life. The starry river was endless, and the primal chaos surged. However, it couldn't destroy the copper coffin. The ball of light devoured everything, and no matter how great the divine power was, it would be absorbed. Emperor corpse. Could it be that there really is an ancient emperor's corpse? Everyone in the distance was shocked. Up until now, no one had ever obtained a complete human emperor's corpse. That was an unparalleled treasure. Not to mention other things, just the corporeal body alone could be used to forge an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. There was no way to measure how precious it was. Was it the Void Emperor, the Beast Emperor, or the Old Saint Emperor? Everyone couldn't help but be bewildered. Different people saw different scenes, and they couldn't be sure. Did you hear what they said? What we saw just now might be an illusion, and not our race's emperor's corpse. An elder of the Ji family came to a realization. Then let's go all out. Another elder of the Ji family activated the Void Ancient Mirror to speed up its revival. Then, it slowly descended and sank into the ancient coffin. Stop. A furious voice came from the distance. 7 or 8 figures rushed over, and the one at the lead was the Ji family's Saint Lord. The ancient mirror revived and devoured the heaven and earth, and the fluctuations were extremely intense. However, the important area of the Ji family was sealed by the Emperor's divine runes, so they couldn't immediately sense it. Only when Ji Ziyue called for them did they rush over. Where's Old 8? Look at what you have done. The Ji family's Saint Lord was furious. They even dared to deceive him and transfer him away. This had crossed his bottom line. Old 8 is in danger. He has fallen into the cauldron of the saint body. Please save him first. One of the 2 elders said. What is going on? The Ji family's Saint Lord and the elders stared at the ancient mirror and the copper coffin in disbelief. Ji Ziyue's eyes were bloodshot, and her small mouth formed an O shape. She used all her methods to barge into the important area of the Ji family and finally found the Saint Lord and the others. She thought that she was too late, but she didn't expect that it wasn't that bad. Resist the extreme Dao? The saint body has the ability to resist the extreme Dao? The eyes of the Ji family's elders almost popped out. They stared at the copper coffin, and then some people took action, controlling the ancient mirror to make it sleep. Otherwise, if these 2 weapons collided, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Ji family might even be flattened. In the sky, the ancient mirror became hazy. The boundless star domain flew in, as if the universe had evolved into a single point and then disappeared. However, the terrifying waves it released just now were too powerful. Many divine islands of the Ji family almost fell, and cracks appeared on them. Old 6, Old 9, look at what you have done. The Ji family's Saint Lord shouted. Weng, he reached out with a large hand and grabbed the 2 of them, trapping them in the void. They couldn't move at all. They were both suppressed. Eh? The Ji family's sharp senses sensed that something was wrong. The copper coffin was still releasing terrifying power, and it surged towards the void mirror. Is it going to resist? They were shocked. Things had exceeded their imaginations. It was difficult to stop it, and it was very possible that a great battle of the extreme Tao might really happen. In the past, the great battle of the extreme Tao happened outside the region. Now, there are no more people who can fly out of this star domain. What should we do? Many people felt their blood run cold. If a battle of the extreme Tao really happened, even the Ji family would be affected. Even the great emperor's formation might not be able to stop it. These people had unique insight. With a glance, they could tell that the thing inside the ancient coffin was comparable to an emperor weapon. It definitely had the power to destroy heaven and earth, or even stronger. Little Yi, quickly stop the copper coffin. Ji Ziyue shouted. In the myriad energy cauldron, Yi Fan stopped torturing the 8 ancestors. He used the army formula and pushed the coffin lid back with all his strength. This made him sweat profusely. Boom, finally, after a loud sound, the ancient coffin closed tightly. All of the enshrouding treasured light disappeared, and the divine sound of the great Tao also stopped. It became quiet. At this point, the pressure that enveloped everyone's hearts disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the Ji family or the many honored guests, they all felt a lingering fear. This coffin was too mysterious. Yi Fan walked out from the cauldron, but he suppressed the 8 ancestors who were like dead dogs inside and didn't let them out. Family master, this ancient coffin must be left behind. An elder transmitted his voice. That's right, this copper coffin is too terrifying. There must be a gargantuan secret inside. The thing inside can resist an emperor weapon, it's worth researching. Another person agreed. You all don't need to say any more. In the future, don't target the divine physique. Let Ziyue and Haoyue interact with it. Ji family's holy master said solemnly. The Ji family arranged for an even more majestic palace and invited the many guests inside. With the copper coffin on Yi Fan's back, everyone couldn't help but open up a path for him. Holy Master. A few of the Ji family's elders were very radical and unwilling. If anyone makes a move, don't blame me for being impolite and using the family rules. The Ji family's holy master's voice was cold. Then, he threw the 2 elders who were sealed into a void prison and said, the 2 of you, go face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Not long after, Ji Haoyue with the divine king physique was released and no longer imprisoned. In this banquet, Yi Fan undoubtedly became everyone's focus. That coffin was too eye-catching and terrifying. Everyone felt restraining fear. With an emperor weapon, it was enough to create an everlasting divine dynasty. Moreover, the wielder was a divine physique with boundless potential. The meaning was even more extraordinary. Once it was cultivated to completion, it would be unimaginable. In the end, Yi Fan handed over the Ji family's 8 ancestors. If he killed them here, there would definitely be no way to settle things peacefully. After all, this was Ji family, and the Holy Land cared about face the most. Immediately, Ji family's holy master personally took action and suppressed the 8 ancestors. He threw them into the void prison and made them reflect on their mistakes. Someone from Ji family expressed his apologies and did such a thing. At the very least, others felt that it was still acceptable and fair. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't say much. The people from Wang family all left. Not a single person stayed. Using Ji family's ancient formation, they traveled through the void and returned to northern plains. They didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. My son was carried away by an immortal crane before he was even 2 years old. He obtained ancient chaos great emperor's inheritance and now ended up like this. I wonder if that immortal crane knows. Wang Ting's father was filled with grief and indignation. During the banquet, Yi Fan was the center of everyone's attention, but he was very vigilant. He knew that everyone was afraid of the copper coffin and that this treasure absolutely could not be lost. Zi Tiandu's older sister was peerless in her generation. She smiled sweetly and had a slender figure. She leisurely walked over and toasted him several times. She even invited him to be a guest at the Divine Valley. Yi Fan knew that the ancient imperial race wasn't easy to deal with. If he made a mistake, he might be eaten alive by them, so it wasn't good to get too close to them. Dang, suddenly, a deafening bell sound rang out. Almost everyone felt as if they had been enlightened with wisdom. In that instant, they gained a type of comprehension. Dang, the second bell sound rang out like raging waves crashing against the shore. It was completely different from the first time and made everyone's mind feel like it was splitting apart. It was as if the furious waves were crashing against their souls. Dang, the third bell sound rang out like the rumbling of the universe. Star domains collided, and countless stars fell. The boundless starry sky collapsed. Everyone was so terrified that they almost fell limply onto the ground. Many of the cultivators present were not unfamiliar with this bell sound. In the past, they were scared out of their wits, and it was unknown just how many people had died because of it. Wuxer's bell. The Ji clan's Saint Lord was the first to stand up. He almost couldn't believe his ears. Even someone as calm and powerful as him almost jumped up. Heavens, it really is the sound of great Emperor Wuxer's ancient bell. The Saint Lords of the Eastern Wasteland had all experienced the calamity of the past. Back then, they had used several imperial weapons to attack the Purple Mountain, but they had all returned without success. Moreover, many experts had died. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? The Tao of Wuxer has become empty. Why is his bell in the southern region? Oh God, what happened? Everyone was horrified and couldn't believe everything. How is this possible? Why is the Wuxer's bell ringing in the southern region? Could it be that the Wuxer's bell has been taken out and brought to the southern region to attack the Ji clan? Many people's hearts beat violently. If it really was the Wuxer's bell, this would be a terrifying event that could shock the 5 regions. The Wuxer's bell had actually appeared. Could it be caused by the bronze coffin? Of all the things that have happened today, this is the strangest, a living fossil mumbled. What? Are you saying that the bronze coffin might be the corpse of great Emperor Wuxer? Another old antique cried out. Ji family, an inheritance that had existed for a long time. It was personally founded by the great human emperor and had flourished since ancient times. No one dared to provoke it. Yet today, the sound of a bell shook the entire clan. The Wuxer bell was a name that resounded through the history of the human race, bringing endless pressure to everyone. People couldn't understand. Wasn't the Wuxer bell in the ancient Emperor Mountain? Why did it ring in the southern region? This was simply earth-shattering. Everyone's expressions changed. Before the primal chaos was divided, heaven and earth were in chaos, the vast and indistinct. Ever since Wuxer broke through the primordial chaos and opened up a path to differentiate between the pure and the turbid. An old voice sounded from outside the Ji family. He was chanting a scripture as he walked over from the distance. At the same time, the Wuxer bell rang out once more. The sound was ear-splitting like the heavenly sounds of the great Tao. It shook one's soul as it surged over from the horizon. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that an otherworldly expert had come? How could he dare to speak like this? Just what kind of background did he have? Was he here for the Ji family? I am the last inheritor of the Wuxer. I heard that there is a divine body in the present world, so I came to take a look. The old voice was extremely loud and resonated like a great bell. Many people were horrified. The last inheritor of the Wuxer great emperor? This identity was terrifyingly high. How did the Wuxer scripture have an inheritance? Was this real or fake? Everyone was stunned. The vast ocean turns to dust for tens of thousands of autumns, the Tao turns to yellow hair and the worries of longevity. A dream lasts for thousands of years, the path to immortality is rugged. Another scripture sounded from outside the Ji family's mountain gate. Everyone was shocked. This was indeed an incredible expert. Otherwise, how could he have such a concept and soul? Many people were filled with shock. The person who came understands the great emperor's formation patterns, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through my Ji family's ancient formation with sound waves. The Ji family holy lord said. When everyone heard him say this, they became even more shocked. They were almost certain that this was an otherworldly expert who obtained the inheritance of the Wuxer great emperor. Go, let's go take a look. A living fossil said. Outside the palace, the clouds surged, reaching up to their knees. This was a divine island that floated in the air. There were many spiritual beasts that danced about. It was like a land of immortals. Everyone flew out, wanting to see this otherworldly master. A large group of people arrived outside the mountain gate. In the distance, all types of bell symbols flickered on the ground. A vast ancient formation blocked up Ji family's mountain gate. This left many people shocked. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't seem to have good intentions. I wonder which senior has graced us with his presence. Why are you blocking our Ji family's path? A senior elder of the Ji family asked. I'm far from being an expert. I heard that someone is having trouble with the divine physique, so I came here to take a look. An aged voice sounded. At the same time, a long and drawn-out bell sound shook the world. It came from the divine formation that shot into the heavens. That place was resplendent, and no one could see through it. A living fossil from the Ji family frowned. He immediately recognized that it was a corner of the great emperor's formation runes. It was deep and immeasurable. Everyone else was shocked. The newcomer seemed to be standing up for Yi Fan, not hesitating to offend a clan of the remote antiquity. There's actually such an expert standing up for Yi Fan. An unworldly expert has actually come for the divine body. Many people's hearts tightened. They inwardly rejoiced that they didn't take action against Yi Fan. Is the divine body here? I wish to take him as my disciple and pass down the Wuxia scripture. I will set out on a long journey to prove my Tao. The aged voice was extremely calm. Wuxia's inheritance? Many people sucked in a cold breath of air. How great of an immortal opportunity was this? It was actually going to be given to the divine body, making many people want to kill him and take his place. Senior, we didn't make things difficult for the divine body. He is right here. An old cultivator from the Ji family spoke. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Ji family's holy lord frowned. He felt that something wasn't right, as if he noticed something. Yi Fan walked out with the copper coffin on his back. He vaguely guessed at a few things. He operated his divine eyes and looked forward, wishing to see what was going on. Big brother is fine. Suddenly, a tender voice could be heard faintly. Shoo, be quiet. I used a divine formation that can amplify the divine sound. Another vulgar voice sounded. It didn't sound like the voice of an expert at all, and it wasn't old either. Motherfucker, everyone knew that there was something strange going on. This was a fake otherworldly expert. The expressions of the Ji family's people changed even more. The Ji family's holy lord had long become suspicious. He immediately operated his divine might, stirring up the divine might of the ancient void mirror and shining it downwards. Hong, an expanse of clear splendor descended from the ancient mirror, able to illuminate the bodies of all living things. It was even more powerful than the demonic mirror, able to see through the source and see what was real and what was fake. Up ahead, all of the resplendent divine radiance disappeared. Everything within could be seen clearly. A large black dog stood up straight, carrying a 2- or 3-year-old little girl on its back. It was currently pretending to be mysterious. This large dog was extremely sturdy, comparable to a large bull. It wore a pair of large flowery underpants, truly putting on a pretentious appearance. That little girl was like a jade sculpture. Her eyelashes were extremely long, and her large eyes blinked. She was exquisite like a little porcelain doll, cute and obedient. Damn it, it's the legendary top-quality dog that almost killed Wangting in the North region. It's this immoral dog that's spewing smoke, clamoring everywhere for a human pet. Many people recognized the large black dog's identity at a glance. In the past, they had seen it together with Yi Fan, so they immediately understood what was going on. Motherfucker, this dog is asking for a beating, swindling and deceiving, bullying the Ji family. The large black dog carried the little girl on its back and came here to save Yi Fan, mistakenly thinking that they had come too late. Fearing that Yi Fan would be in trouble, he came up with this kind of show. Please forgive us, Ji family's holy lord, Yi Fan said. The expressions of some people from the Ji family were very unsightly, but they didn't act out. Many people stared at the large black dog, looking at the divine formation. This was a genuine corner of an emperor pattern. Many things had happened not long ago, and the Ji family didn't want to cause too much trouble, so they didn't pursue the matter. Many people didn't understand why Wuxia's bell rang. The large black dog took out a piece of jade, and immediately released a long bell wave. With the support of the divine formation, it was infinitely magnified. This was indeed the bell sound of the Purple Mountain, and it had been engraved into a piece of divine stone. It could pass off as genuine, and even the Holy Lord of the Ji family had been deceived. Big brother, little girl missed you. The little girl's large eyes were red, and she stretched out her small hands as she ran over. They hadn't seen each other for almost 3 years, but she hadn't changed at all, and hadn't grown up at all. Yifan smiled and pinched her nose. He dotingly stroked her head, and then placed her on his shoulder. The little girl was very obedient, and was especially pitiful. Brat, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and I'm helping you raise a child. Do you think it's easy for me? What kind of natural treasures have you prepared for me? Just give me a jar of dragon marrow, and just give me a few cubes of divine source, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. Pangbo had already held back for a few years. He took a large step forward, and said, Damned dog, do you still remember me? Who are you? I don't know you. The large black dog looked as if he had recognized the wrong person. F*CK, I'm going to kick you to death. You made a stupid formation pattern, and you actually missed a large region to teleport me to the middle state. I want to skin you alive. Damned dog, find 2 fei for me. Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were also angry when they saw the large black dog. Why does this coffin look so familiar? I think I lost it. The large black dog changed the topic, and his large eyes were wide open as he stared at the ancient coffin. Yifan didn't stay long in the Ji family. After bidding farewell to the Crimson Dragon Taoist and the others who came to help, he immediately left with Pang Bo, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and the others. Ji Ziyue also went with them. Just 1,000 miles away from the Ji family, in a primitive mountain range, they put down the copper coffin. Under the strong request of the large black dog, they prepared to open it and see what was inside. Damn dog, are you confident? Yifan was doubtful. I'm confident. It bowed solemnly, as if everything was under its control. In the end, it added, this place is very close to the Ji family. Once something happens, they will use the void mirror to suppress it. Don't worry too much. Can you do it or not? Ever since Pang Bo was teleported to the middle state, he had a shadow in his heart about this damned dog. He felt that it was too unreliable. Don't worry about me, the large black dog said. Worry my *s. Pang Bo wanted to bite him, so he gave him a slap. Bad dog, don't be reckless. If this copper coffin is really dangerous, even our ancient mirror might not be able to suppress it, Ji Ziyue said with a wrinkle of her nose. Doggy, you must be careful. Little Nan Nan's voice was soft and tender, and she warned seriously. Open it and take a look. I also want to know what exactly is inside. The monkey also followed. Ever since he saw the corpse of the old Saint Emperor with his heaven's eye, his heart had been unable to calm down. This mountain range was especially quiet. The instant the copper coffin was put down, almost all the birds and beasts had run away. Not a single one dared to stay. The Black Emperor carved complicated formation patterns that corresponded to the stars in the sky. Yifan observed the terrain, and also made some arrangements to prevent accidents from happening. 4 hours later, they retreated far away. Yifan pushed with the army incantation. Then, a metallic sound rang out, and the entire mountain range began to shake. The coffin cover was slowly opened, and everyone retreated who knew how many miles, observing from afar. Dang, when Yifan pushed more than half of the coffin cover away, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Even with the suppression of the Black Emperor's formation patterns, he still couldn't resist. Moreover, he wrapped his body with the celestial treasures in the dragon nest of chaos and used the source chi of all things to protect himself, but his body still cracked, and his physique almost shattered. Boom, he gave one last push, and then turned into a shooting star as he flew back, evading far away. In this process, a total of 18 heavenly origin divine formations that he had carved to protect himself were shattered, and muffled sound rang out. At the end of the distant horizon, everyone saw dense multicolored light surging out from the ancient coffin. Quick, activate that Great Horn Emperor ancient formation, the monkey urged. The Black Emperor took action, and the divine patterns engraved on the ground completely awakened. They flickered with a dazzling brilliance as they began to imprison the ancient coffin in the center, wanting to lock it in place and see what was going on. However, what shocked everyone was that all of this was futile. The copper coffin devoured everything, refining the Great Horn Emperor ancient formation into essence energy and devouring it. Boom, suddenly, this ancient mountain range shattered, and every inch of space turned into fine powder. Boundless primal chaos rushed out in an instant. Not good. Yi Fan shouted loudly, and then he put all of them into the cauldron. Then, he used the profound jade platform that the Black Emperor had prepared in advance to cross the void and leave this place. Without a sound, everything within a range of 1,000 miles collapsed. Not to mention the mountain range, not even a speck of dust was left behind. A huge abyss appeared where they were, and everything was evaporated. Not far away, everyone from the Ji family was horrified. They quickly used the ancient void mirror to protect themselves, and everyone flew into the sky to watch from afar. The copper coffin destroyed everything in an unstoppable manner. Then, it closed by itself with a clang sound, and it soared into the sky, flying towards the south. It's that copper coffin. On this day, many people in the southern region saw the copper coffin soar through the sky and fly away by itself. Among them, there were people who tried to stop it, but they all turned into dust in an instant. Yi Fan and the others chased closely from behind. The large black dog's head was almost drooping to the ground. Peng Bo, Li Heishui, and the others took turns to scold it, saying that it was too unreliable. In the southern region, many great forces were alarmed. With the Ji family as the representative, they also chased all the way here, wanting to see what was going on. Of course, Yi Fan and the others chased at the very front, heading all the way south. They quickly neared the ancient desolate forbidden land, and the copper coffin directly entered. Everyone stopped, and no one dared to enter. This was a land of certain death, and since ancient times, who knew how many supreme experts had been swallowed up by it? The copper coffin flew back to the ancient desolate forbidden land by itself. This was unexpected, but also within reason. Yi Fan and the others all flew high into the sky, gazing into the distance. Among them, the monkey had the fiery eyes of gold, and was born with the heaven's eye, so he could clearly see the 9 sacred mountains. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also had the god's eye, so he could roughly see it as well. Dang, a loud sound reverberated throughout the ancient desolate forbidden land, breaking the silence that had lasted for millions of years. The small coffin entered the giant coffin, and it was as if divine thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. The sound of metal pierced through the vast sky, traveling thousands of kilometers. Walala, halfway up the mountain, 9 giant dragon corpses floated up, emitting an expanse of black light. Iron chains clanked, and the bronze coffin was pulled up, flying towards the peak of the 9 sacred mountains. This? Yi Fan's heart trembled. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin actually moved on their own. Boom, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin appeared above the pitch-black abyss that was formed by the 9 sacred mountains, lying horizontally in the void. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rushed out from the abyss, as if the great emperor of the human race was awakening. There's something coming out from the ancient desolate abyss. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, but they saw an astonishing scene. The ancient desolate forbidden land had remained silent for millions of years. Normally, it was absolutely silent, without a single sound. However, today, a grand fluctuation penetrated outwards, as if a supreme deity was awakening. It made 10,000 trees tremble, making the mountains tremble. In the outside world, at the edge of the ancient desolate forbidden land, Yi Fan and the others could clearly sense it. The people who arrived later couldn't help but be alarmed as they fell from the sky. In the depths of the forbidden land, below the endless abyss, there was indeed something that was about to come out. Just now, a portion of it had already been revealed, but it had already sunk down. Quite a few people had caught a glimpse of it. There was a living fossil-level figure that cultivated the heavenly eye. With unmatched magical force, he imprinted the scene he saw in the void so that everyone could see it. 9 enormous dragon corpses flickered with dark light. Their scales were covered densely like 9 great steel walls. They pulled an enormous bronze coffin as they quietly floated above the ancient desolate abyss. Heavens, are those 9 true dragons? How could there be something like this? The people who arrived later were stupefied, almost speechless. This is inconceivable. I'm not dreaming, right? Dragons, those are legendary dragons. They don't look like flood dragons. How could there be something like this in this world? Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. The ancient desolate forbidden land erupted with commotion. Those who rushed over couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everyone was stupefied. This was hard to believe. Since the ancient times, they had only heard of immortals but couldn't see them. Now, there were 9 immortal spirits before their eyes. This was completely subversive and exceeded common sense. It was hard to believe. Apart from shock, there were no other emotions. They were all incomparably moved, and some of them were even trembling. I don't believe this. How could there be 9 dragons at once? When everyone slowly calmed down, they began to reflect on whether or not what they saw was real. In reality, they might not necessarily be true dragons. Perhaps they are 9 flood dragons. Because they cultivated to an extremely profound realm, they are similar to true dragons. A living fossil spoke of the most reasonable conjecture. That's right, they might be extremely powerful flood dragons. After seriously thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. The crimson dragon was not far away. His eyes flickered with radiance, and 2 streaks of scarlet multicolored light shot out. He continuously stared at the depths of the forbidden land, seemingly extremely excited. As a member of the flood dragon race, when he saw the supreme experts of his race, he was naturally shocked from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was facing a life-forbidden zone, he would have charged in a long time ago. When some people saw the crimson dragon Taoist here, they immediately asked for guidance, including a few holy masters. They urgently wanted to know the answer, or else they wouldn't be able to live in peace. I can't say for sure either, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Even if it's a flood dragon, it's at least comparable to an ancient saint. Otherwise, there's no way such a scene would exist. As soon as the crimson dragon Taoist's words fell, the area outside the ancient desolate forbidden land became noisy. This was just too shocking. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they still felt shocked. There were 9 flood dragons that had reached the sage level in one go. This was like a fantasy story. It made people want to slap themselves and check if they were dreaming. In this world, there were only 2 saints. One was the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru, and the other was the crazy old man of the eastern wilderness. Now, there were actually 9 of them? They have already died countless years ago, their vitality long extinguished. They should be corpses from the desolate era. A living fossil said. Everyone relaxed. 9 living saints was enough to scare people to death. Only in the ancient era could 9 saints be born in one era. However, after thinking about it carefully, people were still a bit frightened. In the most glorious era, there were indeed more than 9 saints at the same time. However, they couldn't all be from the same race. Some were the ancient saints of the demon race, and some were supreme saints of the human race. However, the 9 flood dragons before them were all from the same race. This was too shocking and almost impossible. Our world has never had such a great era. The heavenly Pung race, flood dragon race, divine ape race, ancient phoenix race, human race, and all the other races added together in the ancient era must have produced a golden age that surpassed 9 saints at the same time, but they couldn't all be from the same race. The Wind Clan's holy master said with certainty. He understood the events of the ancient era very well. There were detailed records in the Holy Land's archives. So, these aren't the flood dragons of our world? Look at that copper coffin. Only now did people turn their attention back to the copper coffin. Just now, they had suddenly seen the 9 dragons, and they were truly shocked. That small copper coffin flew into the giant coffin. Does this mean that these 9 dragons are specially used to carry the coffin? People felt as if a mountain had collapsed in their hearts. This was too shocking. They had never heard of such an extravagant display. The small coffin originated from the giant coffin. No wonder it can resist the ancient void mirror. Yes, if there is a corpse in the coffin, it must be an ancient great emperor worthy of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. People were indescribably shocked by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It was difficult to dispel the fog in their hearts. During this process, people from the Ji clan, Yaoguang clan, Jiang clan, and the other holy lands were somewhat silent. This was because they already knew some things, even though they couldn't fully understand them. Back then, not long after the 9 dragons pulled the coffin into the southern wasteland, they learned of a part of the situation. As a holy land, their foundations were unfathomable. What you all say is only speculation. No one can say for sure, and even the ranks of the 9 dragons cannot be determined, a living fossil said. The 9 huge dragon corpses seemed to be cast from black gold. They were powerful as they lay in the void. Behind them, the bronze coffin was mottled with rust and motionless. Back then, they lay in disarray in the cold and dark cosmos, falling into Mount Tai's pilgrimage ground. Now, they were moving again. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They couldn't calm down at all. They had a type of expectation, but also a trace of fear. Splendor shot up from the bottom of the huge abyss from time to time. There were a total of 5 colors, illuminating the 9 dragon corpses and the giant coffin. It was extremely mysterious and majestic. Boom, suddenly, an even greater fluctuation penetrated through, making many people tremble. Some of the weaker people fell off the cliff, and there were even more people who fell from the sky. What is that? Someone cried out in alarm. A resplendent brilliance floated up from the bottom of the ancient desolate abyss. It was dazzling and multicolored light pervaded the air. It was as if an immortal world was about to appear, causing people to be lost in reverie. It has long been rumored that there is a supreme treasure beneath the forbidden ancient desolate abyss that holds the secret to becoming an immortal. Back then, the heavenly jade holy land borrowed the power of the heavens and attacked with the power of the entire sect, but they were all turned into ashes. It is rumored that there is something that moved even the ancient great emperors. It is definitely about to come into being. Under everyone's cries of alarm, 5 colors rushed into the heavens. An ancient altar slowly rose up. It was even more imposing than an immortal palace. Yi Fan was shocked. His heart was pounding violently. The damaged ancient altar in the ancient desolate abyss actually floated up. This was an extremely important matter. That was the key to crossing the star domain. Now, it was no longer dim and without light. Instead, it was dazzling with auspicious energy in tens of thousands of streaks. 5 colors covered the sky and submerged the abyss above. It was a magnificent scene. It was the divine force that flowed out from the copper coffin. Everyone discovered that there was an expanse of chaotic light scattering down, falling onto the 5-colored altar. Only then did it become even more dazzling as it slowly rose up. The ancient altar that had been covered in dust for who knew how many years had appeared in this world made many people petrified. They all felt that this was inconceivable. There was actually this kind of thing in the ancient desolate abyss? Apart from a few limited ancient inheritances, this was the first time everyone heard of it. It's it. It's exactly the same as what Mount Tai saw. Pang Bo was excited. Even though the ancient altar was moving slowly, it was still continuously rising. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin suspended above it. The two slowly approached each other. What are they trying to do? How could it be like this? What will happen to the 9 dragons and the ancient coffin? Everyone did not know the use of the 5-colored altar. They were all nervous and shocked as they watched. The ancient altar finally rose to a certain distance and stopped moving. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin actually descended from the sky and landed on top of it. It seemed strange and mysterious. 5-colored divine light rushed into the sky. This was an incomparably majestic scene. Everyone's hearts were pounding. To use 9 dragons as mounts for the corpse after death, what kind of boldness was this? Motherf ****, this is a 5-colored altar. At the very least, this is the method of a great emperor. It is very similar to the one we saw in the nest of 10,000 dragons, the large black dog muttered. Hong, on the 5-colored altar, symbols flickered and filled the sky. They were like streaks of heavenly scars that flickered continuously. A magnificent scene was engraved on it. In the end, all of the patterns interweaved together, forming an incomplete 8 trigrams diagram. It was extremely blurry. What? It really is going to set sail? Yi Fan's heart trembled. Then, he became incredibly anxious. He wanted to leave this world, but everything happened too suddenly. Black Emperor, tell me everything you know about formation patterns, he said quickly. You won't understand even if I tell you. You'll need to comprehend them for at least a few hundred years. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to enter the next level. The Black Emperor rolled his eyes. Can you tell me how to determine the coordinates? Yi Fan asked urgently. No way, you can't be thinking of leaving with this 9-dragon bronze coffin carriage, right? What kind of joke is this? Do you know where it is going? The Black Emperor's eyes widened. That's right. Do you have any ideas? Yi Fan asked hurriedly. I don't know how this 5-colored altar was constructed or how unmatched divine patterns were carved on it, but it's not like there's no way to determine the coordinates. It's all on those symbols. I have a certain amount of confidence in this. The Black Emperor spoke, pointing to the 8 divinatory symbols. Quick, tell me how to determine the coordinates and how to go in the opposite direction. Yi Fan said quickly. You really want to? The Black Emperor almost bit his tongue. He didn't expect that Yi Fan would take it seriously and really put it into action. Don't say any more. Tell me quickly. This is an important matter. I don't have time to tell you in detail. Yi Fan was really anxious. This might be the only chance. The big black dog cursed. He was extremely puzzled and unwilling, but when he saw that Yi Fan was anxious and incomparably serious, he felt helpless. He sent a spiritual imprint into the depths of his heart and told him the details he wanted to know. Dong. In the depths of the ancient desolate forbidden land, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin flickered together. The 5-colored altar's symbols formed a blurry 8 trigrams. Although it was not clear, it was about to pierce through the void. Yi Fan. Pang Bo's voice trembled, and he was not calm at all. Let's go, we have to take a gamble, Yi Fan said loudly. Little Yi, where are you going? Jiziyue was worried and couldn't help but ask, looking at him quietly with her large eyes. Yi Fan was speechless. Yi, I realized that I seem to have adapted to this kind of life. I'm actually a little reluctant to leave suddenly. Pang Bo hesitated. There's no time. Make a decision quickly. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yi Fan said anxiously. I won't go. Pang Bo suddenly made up his mind, and said, but I will definitely go back in the future. Since this world has such a path, I believe that when I cultivate to the end, I will definitely be able to cross the starry sky. At that time I will go home. You. Yi Fan didn't expect him to make such a choice, but he didn't force him. Yi, after you go back, work hard on your cultivation. I will also work hard here. We will work hard together, and when the time comes, we will strive to connect the 2 places. I believe that as long as our cultivation is strong enough, we will definitely be able to cross the star field. Pang Bo paused here, and said, at that time, Ziyue and Nan Nan can both go and see you. All right. Yi Fan followed his decision. Besides, he wasn't confident, and he didn't want Pang Bo to risk his life with him. That was because no one knew what the road ahead would be like. Even if he took the risk this time, he might not be able to return. He just wanted to take a gamble. Yi Fan turned around and looked at his old friends. His heart was filled with reluctance. After all, he had lived in this world for 10 years, and suddenly had to leave. He was incomparably disappointed. Jiziyue's big eyes were misty and filled with water vapor. As intelligent as she was, she naturally understood all of this. She knew that Yi Fan was going on a long journey, and the distance was measured in terms of star fields. Little Yi. She called out softly, and tears rolled down her eyes. Every tear was as clear as a diamond, and it was very sad. Time is too rushed. I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. I didn't have time to say a lot of things. However, I want to return to my hometown. I've been away from home for 10 years. Yi Fan looked at her and stretched out his hand to gently wipe away the tears on her face. Your hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. It's very far away. I will never be able to see you again. Jiziyue's eyes were filled with tears as she said softly, looking at Yi Fan without blinking. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. What was the use of saying something that couldn't be done? Promises that couldn't be fulfilled would leave people with regrets. I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side. It's very, very far away. Xianxia said softly, and her eyes were filled with tears. Brilliant eternity, endless distance. Even saints can't travel like this. We will never see each other again. As for the future, Yifan didn't know. He couldn't know the road ahead. Would he be able to return in a few hundred years? It was too illusory. Xianxia's eyes dimmed as she asked softly, many years later, will you still remember this side of the starry sky? Will you still remember my name? I will. On this side of the starry sky, there's a beautiful girl called Ziyue. No matter how many years pass, I will never forget her. Yifan helped her push a strand of hair that was blocking her eyes to the side and wiped away the sparkling tears. I will remember you too. Xianxia smiled as tears fell. At night, I will look up at the starry sky and look to the other side to bless you. I know you're on that side. Yifan was a little silent, but there was no time. Xianxia smiled brightly, but tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She said softly, if you remember me too, you can also look at the starry sky above us. We'll be on the other side of the starry sky, looking at each other. I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very, very far away, bright and eternal, boundlessly far away, and we'll never meet again. Late at night, I look up at the starry sky alone, silently blessing you. These words were accompanied by a brilliant smile and crystalline tears. They bloomed on Xianxia's face. Smiling and crying made one's heart ache. Yifan's heart violently twitched. However, he had no other choice. He wanted to go back. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another chance. He had obtained this opportunity, but he would miss out on some people. This was a kind of helplessness. The world was so balanced. When you obtained something, you would also lose something that you could have. Yifan turned around without looking back. He walked forward step by step. He heard the sound of tears falling behind him, but he did not stop. Little Yi, where are you going? Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian asked. Brother He, take care. I'm going on a long journey. My hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. Being able to meet you in this life is my greatest gain. Yifan walked up and waved at Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, and Jiang Huiran. Why is that so? Monkey was puzzled. Brother Monkey, as the only son of the Saint Emperor Battler, you have a supreme status. In the future, the primordial life forms will definitely appear and bring chaos to the world. I hope you can take care of my friends. I hope that you will become a sovereign in the future. Yifan said seriously. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm them. Monkey was very straightforward and domineering. The Black Emperor said, Brat, you're crazy. You really want to leave and sit in that broken coffin pulled by 9 dragons? What kind of joke is this? Even the ancient saints wouldn't dare to walk so casually. Damn dog, live well in the future. You have to be more down to earth. Don't make me test how much of a bastard and unreliable you are in the unknown star region. F***ck, brat, what the hell are you saying? You're giving others your blessings, encouraging them, and reminiscing about them. Why are you reprimanding me instead? The large black dog bared his teeth. He was extremely displeased. Because you are so different from others. That's all I can say about you. Yifan sighed softly. Don't worry about me, the large black dog boasted shamelessly. Then, he said, oh, that's right. Did you really come from the other side of the galaxy? Crossing the star field is extremely dangerous, so it's better not to play with your life. Live well, raise Nan Nan, and take good care of her. Yifan warned, then rubbed the little girl's head. Big brother, I won't let you go. Little Nanan's eyes were already red. She grabbed onto the bottom of Yifan's pants and raised her little face. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she looked at him pitifully. Be good, big brother will come to see you in the future. Yifan wanted her to let go. How long is the future? Xiao Budian had a premonition that this might be the last time he saw Yifan. He cried loudly, and his tears rolled down in pairs. He hugged Yifan's calf and refused to let go. Black Emperor, work harder in the future. Don't let her suffer any grievances. Yi Fan pointed with his hand and a clear light flew out. Little Nan Nan landed on the back of the Black Emperor. Then, he left with large strides. Without looking back, he rushed into the depths of the forbidden ancient land. Little Nan Nan was heartbroken. She cried loudly and waved her little hands powerlessly behind him. Yi Zi! Pangbo shouted. Take care of yourselves. Yi Fan shouted. Yi Fan. Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the monkey were all shocked. A friend beside them came from the other side of the starry sky, and now he was about to leave. Little Yi Zi. Ji Ziyue called out softly. 2 lines of tears hung on her face. She smiled and gently waved her arm. Yi Fan suddenly stopped. He had been in this world for 10 years. Scenes of the past quickly flashed before his eyes. He really didn't have the heart to leave like this. He really didn't want to. Boom, in the distance, a loud sound came from the depths of the forbidden ancient land. The multicolored altar shone brilliantly, and the interweaving symbols became increasingly resplendent. The constructed 8 trigrams gradually became clearer. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were trembling. They could pierce through the void at any time. Yi Fan had no time left. He looked deeply at the crowd and forcefully spat out 2 words, goodbye. Then, he rushed into the depths of the forbidden land and didn't look back. He's crazy. Why is he rushing into the forbidden land? What's wrong with the saint physique? Why is he rushing into the forbidden land alone? What is he doing? He dares to risk his life. Could it be that he wants to take back the small coffin? At the edge of the forbidden land, many people were shocked and puzzled. In their eyes, this was simply an act of throwing away one's life. Yi Fan's speed was very fast. He gulped down the divine spring of life and disappeared ahead like a beam of light. Some old friends called out reluctantly, but he didn't have the time to reply. Clang, the bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragon corpses trembled. The sound of metal resounded through the sky like a magnificent army. Golden spears and iron swords crossed, tearing through the vast sky. A gust of wind blew past. Tens of thousands of fallen leaves danced about. The entire ancient forbidden land was filled with a somber aura. Yi Fan rushed over and quickly arrived before the 9 sacred mountains. This place was submerged in a dense radiance. Even Huang's power was weakened. It couldn't deprive Yi Fan of a large amount of life force. He quickly arrived. Above that great abyss, the 5-colored altar rested in disarray. It supported the dragon corpses and ancient coffin. Above it, symbols converged into the 8 trigrams, connecting to the unknown depths of the cosmos. Something's wrong. Yi Fan sensed something strange. Those symbols weren't complete, and the 8 trigrams they formed weren't flawless. There were some flaws, and that was why they couldn't truly open the starry sky ancient path. Right, the 5-colored altar is damaged, and the 8 trigrams it formed are also lacking. Could it be that they were going to fail on the verge of success? They were about to set sail, yet they were stopped because of this kind of problem. This really was disappointing. Hong, suddenly, another type of aura surged from the great abyss that was as dark as hell. 5-colored divine light surged, and a few jade stones, stone slabs, and other things flew out. This is the jade stone from the shattered portion of the altar. Yi Fan was astonished. He never thought that the damaged 5-colored altar could actually reconstruct itself, forming an almost perfect ancient platform that rested in the sky. Outside the life-restricted region, everyone was astonished. Many living fossils stared rigidly. Who was it that destroyed the altar back then, making it sink into the great abyss? All types of jade stones flew up, rushing towards the ancient platform to restore it. This was an extremely fast process. It was as if it had life, reviving itself. Piece after piece of ancient jade stone floated up. They were like sparkling flower petals as they filled the sky. Yi Fan stared rigidly at the altar. He discovered that the center of the ancient platform was missing a crucial piece. As a result, the ancient platform was transparent from top to bottom, allowing light to pass through. How could it be like this? What kind of battle took place here back then to destroy such a divine object? Could it be that a great emperor came here before? Dong, with a final loud sound, the altar was completely assembled. It was only missing a millstone-sized jade pillar at the center, but it did not affect its ability to open up the void. In the sky, the enormous 8 trigrams looked as if they were cast from divine gold. They flickered with metallic luster, and at the same time, space distorted and light became hazy. The 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Kim released strange fluctuations. It was as if an ancient code was flickering. Yi Fan knew that this was the spatial coordinates. It was a sign that he was about to set off, so he had to rush up. However, the 5-colored altar was very high up from the ground. It was located above the abyss and could not be touched at all. In this life-restricted region, magical power could not be used. No matter how great one was, they could not fly up. He gave it a look and then continuously retreated, distancing himself from the holy mountain. He prepared to use his fastest speed to rush up the mountain peak and use the inertia to leap into the sky. However, right at this moment, his heart tightened. A few ancient figures appeared on the mountain peak. They wore clothes from countless years ago, as if they had come from the ancient era. Heavenly Jade Holy Lady, that beautiful and peerless woman was the #1 beauty of the eastern wasteland 6,000 years ago. Someone at the edge of the restricted region cried out in alarm. She came from the same sect as the old lunatic. Who would have thought that she would become a desolate slave? Look, the other people's clothes are even more ancient. They are people from at least several tens of thousands of years ago. They are all matchless experts. What? That is, a matchless divine king from my Ji family. A living fossil from the Ji family cried out. He saw a white-haired old man that was the same as the old king who had disappeared in his family. Above the great abyss, the 2 yin and yang fish and the 8 trigrams were like gates. They had already opened and led to the ancient cosmos. Starlight flickered inside. This was a very strange and shocking scene. This was the ancient path that led to the other side of the starry sky. He could already see the starry sky there. It was vast and boundless. There is no time, I have to charge through. Yi Fan began to increase his speed. Then, he grabbed the myriad energy cauldron in his hand. If there was danger, he would not hesitate to bring out that archaic saint. He decided to climb the bronze coffin. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Ah! He shouted loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. Tens of thousands of trees trembled and countless leaves fluttered about. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had engulfed the outside of the restricted region. The divine body has gone mad. This was what many people were thinking. Even though Yi Fan could not use magical power, his physical body was unparalleled. His speed became faster and faster, and in the end, it was as if his physique was burning. He rushed up the mountain peak like a streak of light. There were a few people wearing ancient clothes who were currently looking at him expressionlessly. Rise! Yi Fan avoided them. He stepped on the precipitous cliff and leapt into the void. This was an incomparably risky attempt. If he could not rush up the 5-colored altar, he would definitely fall into the endless abyss. One has to understand that since the ancient times, there had never been anyone who successfully entered the desolate ancient abyss and came out alive. Even ascending the sacred mountain would turn into ashes, let alone that place. Fortunately, the ancients did not take action. He leapt into the sky and did not encounter any obstructions. However, right at this time, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin moved. They slowly entered the dark and mysterious passage constructed by the Taiji Bagua diagram and coexisted with the endless starlight. Yi Fan was only a zhang away, but he still could not touch the altar. He could not climb up and thus fell into the desolate ancient abyss. Heavens, is that still a human? He can't use magical power and can only rely on speed to leap into the sky. That kind of height is too scary. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan leapt too high, exceeding the limits of his physical body. He was like a heavenly pung. He is falling down, about to fall into the abyss. Everyone watched in shock. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others felt as if their minds were splitting apart. If he fell down, he would undoubtedly die. Even the old madman went crazy back then. Little Yi. Ding. Yi Fan flicked his hand and tossed out an iron chain onto the 5-colored altar. Then, he swung it forcefully and leapt up again. Like a kuanpung spreading its wings, he rushed onto the ancient platform. The 9 enormous dragon corpses all entered the starry sky ancient path. Even a large half of the bronze coffin had entered. Only the tail was left. Yi Fan leapt up and immediately stepped onto it. With a dang sound, he landed on the coffin and forcefully grabbed onto the rusty ancient patterns. He turned around and gave one last look at his old friends. The scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The all-powerful monkey who swept through his enemies with a black gold rod, the dark-faced Li Heishui, the young and obedient little girl, the unreliable and scoundrel Black Emperor, the purple-clothed Ji Ziyue who gazed at the starry sky. Farewell, it would be difficult to see them again. Hong, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin and entered the starry sky ancient path. Yi Fan also disappeared from this world. The ancient desolate forbidden land was one of the 7 great life forbidden zones. The living were forbidden to enter, and those who entered would fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, the people at the edge of the forbidden land were first petrified, and then they broke into an uproar. A person had disappeared from this world just like that, heading into outer space and entering the ancient star domain. There were records in some undying inheritances that the rainbow altar could allow one to cross the starry sky and travel an incomparably great distance. It was unknown how many years had passed, but there had been no such person for a long time. It was impossible to construct this kind of altar, and even more so, no one could activate it. Yet now, there was a person who leapt into the sky like this. Little Yi Yi. Amidst the clamor, there were also cries of reluctance. It was hard to part with him in life and death. Yi Fan disappeared just like that, riding on an ancient bronze coffin. This shocked many cultivators outside the Forbidden Land. This was a shocking result. After the 9 dragons' coffin disappeared, the rainbow altar did not sink and continued to float there. Moreover, it flickered with brilliance and dazzling symbols, engraving itself in the void. Above, the enormous 8 trigrams diagram did not collapse. Instead, it began to shake violently. Metallic luster flowed about, as if it was cast from divine gold. At this moment, behind the 8 trigrams Taiji gate, within the dark starry sky ancient path, the 9 dragons' coffin was frozen in place. It floated in the void, and no one could see it. At this moment, Yi Fan was sweating profusely. His hands were constantly moving, and the 8 trigrams Taiji gate formed by symbols changed along with his hands. He was using the method the Black Emperor had taught him to change the spatial coordinates. He wanted to correct his position and embark on the path back to ancient Mars. Yi Fan did not know the coordinates of ancient Mars, but he found a method from the imprint the Black Emperor gave him, and that was to completely change and reverse the original direction. The next stop might be the star domain where ancient purple star is located, or it might be another ancient source of life. As long as I reverse the direction with the forbidden technique, I will be on my way back to Mars. Yi Fan did not have time. He quickly changed the 8 trigrams behind the starry sky gate, making them flicker and instantly freeze the ancient coffin. Then, with another series of movements, the reversal was successfully corrected. Hong, with a loud sound, the Taiji gate in the 8 trigrams diagram opened, and the 9 dragons' coffin was about to reverse. That is. Outside the Forbidden Land, everyone was stupefied. They saw an inconceivable scene. The 9 dragon corpses and giant coffins appeared out of thin air again. What happened? Did the star crossing fail? Why did that ancient path disappear? Why did the dragon corpse and coffin appear again? Everyone was puzzled. They thought that the crossing had failed, and the dragon and coffin had been sent back to this world. However, before their cries of alarm ended, the copper coffin and dragon corpse began to withdraw, entering the other side of the starry gate. The coffin was in front, the dragon behind, everything reversed, entering a starry ancient path. I've succeeded. As expected, I'm a prodigy. My deduction has come true. My judgment was correct, the large black dog exclaimed. You damn dog, you're really unreliable. I don't believe that a sow can climb a tree. How dare you test such a big thing with little Yezi? You really should be skinned alive. Pangbo wanted to strangle it. This time, the copper coffin moved in reverse, entering another ancient path, and was about to disappear. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix traveled over from afar. A woman quickly approached, arriving at the edge of the ancient forbidden land. From the top of her head, a streak of golden light that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed out, instantly entering the forbidden land of life like a proud true dragon. Li Xiaoman. Pangbo was shocked. Li Xiaoman's body trembled. After that streak of golden light rushed out from the top of her head, her body swayed, as if she had expended a great deal of energy. The blazing golden light was like a god, like an ancient vicious beast, dancing through the universe, directly above the abyss, charging towards the 9 dragons' ancient coffin. What? What kind of power is this? She can fly in the Forbidden Land? No, she's using a supreme forbidden tool that's frighteningly frightening. I've never seen or heard of it before, and it can temporarily use magic power in the Forbidden Land. Everyone discovered this fact in shock. The tens of thousands of meters of divine light was like a golden ancient crocodile, instantly traveling hundreds of miles, bombarding the sacrificial altar and the 8 trigrams Tai Chi gate. Li Xiaoman, what are you doing? Pangbo roared. If the 5-colored sacrificial altar was destroyed, Yi Fan, who was still crossing, would inevitably shatter in the void, and the copper coffin and dragon corpse would most likely fall out unscathed. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who dared to do this, risking death to enter the Forbidden Land and take drastic measures to stop Yi Fan from crossing the star domain. Hong. However, the tens of thousands of meters of golden divine light didn't succeed. Above the ancient abyss, several ancient people took action at the same time, raising their fists towards the sky, attacking together. This was a heaven-overflowing fluctuation, and a total of 5 matchless experts took action. 5 heaven-defying lights, accompanied by the descent of the heavenly Tao, were incomparably grand, shattering the godlike brilliance. A mournful scream rang out, and the divine light was annihilated, disappearing completely. Not even a trace of it could escape. Outside the Forbidden Land, Li Xiaoman violently trembled, and then her body turned into a black hole, disappearing on the spot. What? Just now, I felt a trace of divine power, possessing an undying aura. This is a type of ancient forbidden magic incantation, a support technique for the descent of foreign deities. Correct, that woman's cultivation isn't that great. That isn't her power, but another divine might. Li Xiaoman, I will kill you in Yi Fan's place. Pangbo shouted loudly. None of this had anything to do with Yi Fan, because he didn't know that this scene had happened at all. The reversal of the ancient starry sky path succeeded, and he entered eternal darkness. He truly left this world, sitting on the copper coffin, gazing forward alone. He really wanted to see the bewildering light. The cosmos was boundless, and the star domain was endless. However, even more places didn't have stars, and it was deathly silent and gloomy. There wasn't a single sound in the boundless cosmos. The terrifying desolation, the bone-shattering coldness, the boundless darkness, this was everything. This was the cosmos, nothing else. Forget about humans, even a star was as small as a speck of dust. In this boundless ancient cosmos, everything was insignificant. Even though the 9 dragons pulling the coffin could destroy stars and destroy great regions, in this vast dark void, it was too insignificant. It couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. Yi Fan set out alone, traveling into the distance. He couldn't feel the flow of time, and it was as if he was eternally frozen at this moment. Am I crossing the star domain? Why does it feel like it's eternally still? He felt as if he hadn't left and was still in this ancient starry land. The only difference was that he had entered a dark box, and he couldn't find the way out. What happened? Could it be that I failed to cross? That 5-colored altar is missing a crucial central pillar. Could it be that there's a problem because of this? Yi Fan seriously pondered. He had to understand the current situation, or else he might die from exhaustion in this still cosmos. The copper coffin was advancing. He saw a large meteorite in the void, several thousand zhang in height, and it was currently moving away. This made him feel slightly more at ease. This isn't right. Crossing the star domain shouldn't be this slow. I should be moving forward in a flash. What did I encounter? Yi Fan's heart was filled with endless doubts. There was definitely something wrong this time, and it was completely different from when he was passively drifting in the star domain. Suddenly, he felt that his speed was extremely fast, as if he was synchronized with light. Then, he entered a tunnel. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that time was in disorder. One moment, it was very slow, and the next moment, it was very fast. The instant and the distant, it was as if he had experienced a long century. This is too terrifying. To encounter all kinds of problems while traveling through the starry sky, no wonder even the ancient saints found it difficult. In the end, Yi Fan felt as if he had experienced thousands of years. He was about to petrify. Facing the endless darkness and silence, he almost went crazy. In this vast cosmos, there was nothing except for him sitting on the copper coffin and the 9 dragon corpses floating alone. There was nothing else. Yi Fan sat on the coffin and used cultivation to pass this lonely time. He comprehended the heavenly Tao, the cosmos, the void, and understood his own heart. Finally, he gradually calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. There was a faint light passing through in front of him. That was a star domain. Dong. With a violent tremor, the 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin seemed to have jumped out of a black hole. They appeared in the present world and immediately transcended. All of this happened so suddenly. There was starlight in the surroundings. Although it was still dark and cold, it was different from what he saw before. It was no longer that monotonous. The 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin were almost motionless. They stopped here and no longer moved forward quickly. Instead, they floated slowly and aimlessly in the cosmos. I broke free from a swamp and jumped out of a black box. Where is this? Yi Fan stood on the copper coffin and stabilized his body with magical power. He gazed into the distance. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. The instant he turned around, he saw 7 special stars. That was the Northern Dipper star domain. He stayed in that world for 10 years and meditated every day. He had different senses for different star divine powers. Therefore, even though the positions of the 7 stars had changed greatly, he could still recognize them. Why is it like this? Did I not set foot on the way back? Why didn't I travel far from the neighboring Northern Dipper star domain? Is it really because the 5-colored altar is incomplete? It was close to the Northern Dipper star domain. Yi Fan felt that if he relied on flying alone, he might be able to fly back in his lifetime. However, if he wanted to fly back to the ancient Firefly star and Earth, there was no hope. The distance was too far, and he couldn't determine the coordinates. He came to the outer region and entered the boundless cosmos. He was far away from the source of life and saw nothing but desolation. This was the real situation. I tried my best, but I still failed in the end. I still couldn't set foot on the way back and instead fell into the lifeless ancient cosmos. In such a dark sky, he couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. He wasn't an ancient saint, nor was he an ancient emperor. It was difficult for him to cross the star domain. Do I really have to spend my entire life flying back the way I came and return to that world? Yi Fan was unwilling to give up. He pondered silently in his heart and then sat cross-legged on the ancient coffin. He began to cultivate in the cosmos alone in the outer region. The 9 dragon corpses dragged the ancient coffin in the darkness aimlessly for more than 2 months. On this day, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed something. Suddenly, he was greatly shocked. At the end of the cold void, there was something lying in disarray in the darkness. It was relatively close to him. What is that? He activated the divine eyes of origin and looked forward. His heart was filled with shock when he finally saw it clearly. It was a purple gold warship. It was unknown how long it had been floating for. It was dark and without light, filled with the traces of time. It was incomparably dilapidated and deathly still. An ancient warship in the dark and cold cosmos. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He actually saw such a ship in the desolate cosmos without any source of life. It was truly shocking. It has been floating for at least 100,000 years, perhaps even longer. Yi Fan felt a type of ancientness and vicissitudes. On the purple gold warship, there were many grooves and large holes hacked out by ancient weapons. It was unknown what kind of world-shocking battle it had encountered. Time was merciless. It was covered in the dust of the cosmos and had long lost its luster. After several 100,000 years, it was still simple and crude. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. He sensed something and his expression changed. What? Life fluctuations? Could it be that there are still living existences on the warship? An ancient ship that had existed for who knew how many years, dark and without light, mottled with rust, rested in front of him. They were about to meet. However, there was a trace of fluctuation, one that was extremely similar to the aura of life. This left Yifan extremely shocked. Several 100,000 years had passed, so how could there still be living things? All life source energy descended. He activated the cauldron, suspending it above his head, covering him tightly like a curtain of rain. Then, he held the black gourd in his hand, facing it seriously. The 9 dragon corpses didn't show any reaction. The enormous bronze coffin continued to float forward, silent and without any changes. In the darkness and coldness ahead, the purple-gold ancient ship finally approached, arriving before his eyes, about to brush past him. The ancient weapon scars on its surface recorded a past event no one knew about. In the past, that battle definitely happened in the star domain, at the very least ancient saint-level figures participating, or else there was no way it could reach the depths of the cosmos. Yifan was a bit moved. This type of ancient ship's past owner was definitely incomparably powerful, yet it was beaten to this state. Who knows, there might be a tremendous secret hidden within. I'm about to miss it. That strand of fluctuation is still like this. Should I board it and take a look? There wasn't any danger, and that strand of fluctuation wasn't that powerful. This made him feel restless, really wishing to get to the bottom of it. The boundless cosmos was vast and boundless. As he traveled like this, it was difficult for him to find anything related to life and civilization. In the dark cosmos, being able to see this type of ship was truly a type of miracle. Several 100,000 years have passed, there might not be any living creatures, and there might not be any fluctuations of life either. Yifan seriously thought about it, feeling that the chances of there being life were extremely low. This ancient ship was worth boarding. It might very well be a tremendous divine treasury that involved ancient saints. Any random artifact would be priceless. The instant he was about to miss it, Yifan took action. A streak of divine light shot out from his palm, connecting it to the enormous and grand old-fashioned warship, allowing it to move at the same pace as the dragon corpses. There was still no reaction. There was no sound from the warship, no calls, no waves. It was deathly still. Yifan did not disembark immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. The body of the ship and the bronze coffin moved side by side. It was impossible to say who changed whose trajectory. In this dark universe, there was no sense of direction. Observing it up close, one could see the vastness and antiquity of this warship. Yifan felt that those cracks were at least several 100,000 years old. This type of purple gold was unordinary. It was refined 100 times into divine gold, completely different from what one would normally see. A type of divine power was infused into it, and undying patterns were carved on it, allowing it to remain undamaged until now. At the very least, this is the method used by the ancient sages to refine the sacred weapons, even though it's almost destroyed. The ship's body was in tatters. Blade marks and sword holes could be seen everywhere. This was a great battle that took place in the depths of the cosmos. Just thinking about it made one's heart pound. The events of the past made one fascinated. Yifan tried to use his divine sense to investigate, but he was shocked to find that this ancient ship could obstruct his powerful divine sense, unable to see through it. After another hour, he was convinced that the danger was minimal. Only then did he board the ship and enter the dilapidated cabin to explore the ruins. Fluctuations, it's right ahead. The cabin of the ship was vast and boundless, like a huge palace. There were all kinds of halls and ancient secret rooms inside, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. This didn't seem like a ship, but more like an immortal residence. It was vast and boundless, and everything could be found there. He even saw a dried-up medicinal field. Of course, not a single blade of grass grew inside. The spiritual medicines and other things had all turned into ashes. A divine pearl floated above the medicinal field, but it was also cracked, and the spiritual energy was about to dissipate. Time was the most terrifying power. Everything could be obliterated, and in the end, nothing could escape its reckoning. The fluctuations were like water splashes. Right ahead, Yi Fan's heart tightened. With the black gourd in hand and the myriad energy cauldron above his head, he walked over step by step. A human skull, snow-white and sparkling, like the most perfect work of art in the heavens. It was quietly displayed in an ancient palace, not moving at all, and emitting a gentle radiance. The fluctuations were actually released by her, and it made Yi Fan feel a false alarm. It wasn't the so-called living body. This speed, however, immediately after, he was greatly shocked. This skull was very special. There were fluctuations of the Tao, and it was naturally formed, making people feel close to it. The skull of a saint. He was shocked to discover this fact. No wonder even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the skull was still emitting fluctuations, and it was still immortal. This was left behind by an ancient saint who transformed into the Tao. Transforming into the Tao, one would naturally refine one's own body and return to the natural heavenly law. Only one or two of the hardest bones, which even the body couldn't melt, would remain. Just a skull like this, one could imagine how precious it was. It could definitely be refined into an unrivaled sacred weapon, and it would possess immortal divinity. This is the skull of a woman. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was a female ancient saint, and from the shape of her skull, part of her appearance could be restored. With such a divine beauty, she must have been a peerless beauty. There are words. In this ancient cabin, Yi Fan saw a few lines of beautiful small words engraved on the copper wall beside the skull. Just like the skull, it condensed the Tao rhythm, because it came from the hands of a saint. Immemorial divine text. Yi Fan was astonished. This kind of ancient text was said to be the common language of all races in the ancient times, and even humans used it. He carefully read it. Because he had two ancient races translate the Sun scripture, he had also learned some ancient characters, and could more or less recognize a portion. After reading it, he roughly understood the meaning, and he was incomparably shocked. There was a person mentioned, Wu Shi. So even in the future, there are humans who use divine text. In the boundless universe, eternally boundless and gloomy, the female saint was stunning. She had once seen a supreme character called Wu Shi, and she admired him from the bottom of her heart. However, the great Emperor Wu Shi only appeared briefly. He accompanied her for a while and passed on a Tao formula to her. Then, he disappeared, and it was said that he had returned to his homeland. When he read this, one could imagine how shocked Yi Fan was. There were indeed other sources of life in this desolate universe. Ancient China and the Big Dipper star region weren't the only ones. The great Emperor Wu Shi had been to other ancient stars, and he had even interacted with a woman for a period of time. This shocked Yi Fan considerably. If the Black Emperor knew about this, he would definitely roar towards the sky. The female saint entered the boundless star region in search of an opportunity to prove her Tao, and even more so, she wanted to see Wu Shi again. However, in the vast universe, she didn't know where to go. As far as she knew, there were only a few sources of life in the entire universe. She tried her best to find one, but in the end, it was hopeless. After her cultivation reached the peak, she couldn't go any further, and she couldn't prove her Tao. In the end, she passed away in the starry sky, and died alone. An amazing woman who admired Wu Shi died in the starry sky just like that. The great Emperor Wu Shi passed away in the Purple Mountain. He couldn't have known that a woman had once pursued him like this. Otherwise, with his unparalleled magic power, he might have helped the female saint prove her Tao. Did the great Emperor Wu Shi really die in the ancient Sovereign Mountain? Every time he thought of Wu Shi, he would think of the Purple Mountain's bell, which had forced back 4 or 5 extreme path ancient emperor weapons. That was simply unimaginable. In this boundless universe, how many sources of life are there? Yi Fan read carefully, and then he was shocked again. In the last paragraph, the female saint had mentioned the ancient path of the stars. Unfortunately, when she discovered the ancient path, she didn't have much life left, and couldn't pursue it. The female saint had seen the ancient ship before she passed away, but before she could explore it, she passed away. She was just a latecomer. This skull was a priceless divine object, but Yi Fan didn't want to profane it. If he could really return to the Big Dipper star region one day, he would consider bringing it to the Purple Mountain. Suddenly, when his hand was close to the crystalline skull, he felt an extreme chill. The chill pierced into his bones, and even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand it. Ding! When the skull was lifted, a jade pendant fell down. It was less than an inch long and shaped like a crescent moon. It was clear that it was the female saint's favorite object. The bone-piercing chill was emitted by it, and it could freeze one's soul. If it wasn't Yi Fan, but another cultivator, they would most likely have become an ice sculpture. Lunar Saint Power. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. Enduring the extreme cold, he held the jade pendant in his palm and observed it carefully. Only those who had cultivated the lunar scripture could cultivate this kind of saint power. It's just a jade pendant. How can it emit the lunar saint power? He tried to use his divine consciousness to enter the jade pendant, but he immediately felt as if he was being pricked by needles. His head felt like it was splitting. The lunar saint power in the ancient jade was even more terrifying. Could the Tao formula that great Emperor Wuxia gave her back then be in the jade pendant? He had a bold thought. In the end, Yi Fan put away the skull and the jade pendant and continued forward. The ancient cabin was vast and boundless, and there were many places waiting to be explored. Along the way, he saw pieces of scrap metal. Without a doubt, they must have been divine weapons and ancient treasures many years ago. The battle back then was very intense. There were traces of destruction everywhere in the ancient cabin. There were no bones, only some bone dust. It's not a human. Yi Fan also found some broken scales among the bone dust. There were even a few divine feathers buried in the bones. They belonged to a very powerful alien race. Not long after, he came to a magnificent temple. His eyes trembled as he finally saw a human-shaped bone dust. There was even a finger bone that had not melted. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even longer. To be able to leave a finger bone, this person must have been unimaginably powerful when he was alive. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. There were words under the bone dust, and they were still divine characters. He squatted down and carefully observed them. He saw the words Ancient Starry Sky Road again. I discovered the ancient starry sky road, it leads to. The word suddenly stopped here, unable to continue. This person seemed to have died from exhaustion. What a pity. Yi Fan sighed softly. Soon after, he finally approached the center of the ancient ship. When he pushed open a set of copper doors, he immediately came into contact with a dust-covered mysterious land. What entered his eyes was a sparkling and translucent expanse. There were rows and rows like coffins. There were dozens of large pieces of divine source. Heavens, so many! Even though Yi Fan had seen many things, he still couldn't help but cry out. There were more than 40 large pieces of divine source, and every piece was 2 or 3 square meters in size. There was an ancient creature sealed within. He was truly stunned. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons didn't have this much. What kind of power was this? If they were all archaic kings, it would be enough to shock past and present, making one's blood run cold. Something's wrong. Yi Fan quickly discovered something strange. There were so many divine source pieces in the same cabin, yet there wasn't the slightest bit of divine force fluctuations, nor was there any dazzling radiance. On the contrary, they were all a bit dim. The essence of the divine source has all been used up, and only an empty shell is left. This type of scene was even more terrifying. All of the divine source had been used up. Just what kind of great calamity did the ancient creatures inside experience? How many years had they floated in the cosmos? Are they all archaic kings? Are they all dead? Their flesh, bones, and weapons are all priceless divine objects. The ancient purple copper ship was dark and rusty. It was dilapidated and old. 43 divine sources laid in the center of the ship, all of them exhausted of their divine essence. Are all the archaic kings dead? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Every archaic king had boundless magical power. They could summon the wind and rain and were omnipotent. A single one of their weapons could shock the world. Without reaching the ancient saint realm, it was impossible to compete with the archaic kings. If there were dozens of ancient weapons sealed in these divine sources, just the thought of it was frightening. Yi Fan observed carefully. The creatures in the divine sources were all different. Some had dragon heads, some had 9 eyes, some were like divine phoenixes, and some were no different from humans. They all had a terrifying aura. Although they were motionless and their life essence had dried up, the aura of a dead king was still incomparably terrifying. In addition, although their postures were different, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all dried up like firewood. They were all skin and bones, and their essence energy had been exhausted. Moreover, they were all incomparably old. Their skin was wrinkled beyond recognition, as if they were old ghosts that had lived for several lifetimes. It was extremely awe-inspiring. Not only did each king exhaust 2 or 3 source blocks, but they also exhausted themselves to the point where they were like lamps without oil. What did they experience? Yi Fan didn't understand. Even though they were archaic kings that had lived for tens or even millions of years, they shouldn't have exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Could it be that these ancient kings lived in an even more ancient era? If this was the case, it really made one's hair stand on end. Just how ancient was the origin of life, however, Yi Fan also thought of another possibility. Traveling through the star domain was extremely dangerous. There were some mysterious ancient stars that could deprive one of their energy. Perhaps these ancient kings had experienced some terrifying places and exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Then, without divine essence, they naturally died of old age. There were so many ancient kings and an entire ship full of experts. Something must have happened during the most glorious period of the archaic races, and they all died together. Yes, traveling through the universe will consume energy. I have some divine source blocks on me. Once I exhaust them, I will follow in their footsteps. Yi Fan warned. In the desolate universe, there was nothing but darkness and coldness. One couldn't even breathe. If one didn't have origin blocks, they could only exhaust their own essence energy. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted. In the universe, one could only capture essence energy when they were close to a few large stars. But most of the time, they were in the darkness and could only waste it. In this world, only those who had reached the Saint realm could forcibly extract the source energy of the universe from the deathly still sky and use it for themselves. This was also the fundamental reason why only ancient saints could roam the star field. Ordinary people couldn't even sense the free energy in the universe, let alone use it. It was impossible. The divine source on me can support me for many years. I don't have to worry about it for now. Yi Fan stared at these god source blocks and thought for a long time. He then wanted to try to break one of them and cut out the ancient king's corpses and their weapons. Any one of the treasures on these people was a heaven-defying item. Who knew how they could be gathered together? There were so many of them. Kacha, a light sound rang out. He cut open a crack in the divine essence shell of an ancient creature with an ancestral dragon head and a human body. Not all archaic kings evolved to be exactly the same as humans. Some were conservative and would leave behind their own unique characteristics. This corpse was especially heavy. It was difficult for the divine source block to move it. This was an archaic king. Even a single fingernail was heavier than a mountain. The divine source block had just cracked open a crack, but a horrifying aura flowed out. Even though the ancestral dragon head was withered, it was still horrifying and made one's body feel like it was about to split apart. Yi Fan mainly wanted a pair of dragon horns. If he could get them, he could definitely refine them into a pair of divine objects. It seemed like they hadn't decayed under the passage of time. Because of the oppressive aura, it was as if a blade had slashed over. Kacha, suddenly, another cracking sound rang out. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't continue to cut open the source, so why did this sound come out on its own? Suddenly, he felt his blood run cold. Could it be that something wanted to come out on its own? At this moment, his entire body went cold. There were so many archaic kings, could it be that none of them had died? When he thought of this possibility, Yi Fan's scalp felt goosebumps. He felt a wave of numbness. Traveling through the starry sky was terrifying as expected. Kacha, this time, he heard it very clearly. The sound came from the front, and it wasn't that far away. He immediately stood up and pressed forward with the black gourd in hand. At this point, it was better to make the first move. In the depths of this ancient cabin, there was a treasured palace. There were 3 divine source blocks inside, and they stood on the ancient palace's high platform like divine statues. One of them was cracked open, and sealed inside was an existence like an evil god. Its hair was scarlet like blood, and it actually had 1,000 arms. It sat cross-legged inside like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Of course, its appearance was far from that of a Buddhist figure. Its skin was black, and apart from its scarlet hair, every inch of its skin was flickering with black light. Is this also a powerful archaic king? At first glance, Yi Fan's heart sank. The three in this ancient palace were very strange, and they seemed to be a bit more powerful. Meanwhile, this existence that was like a hand-holding demonic god actually released a strand of aura that automatically shattered the divine source block. There was nothing more terrifying than this. Wang, a strange sound rang through the air. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like a kuan-pung flapping its wings. The fluctuations were terrifying. A strand of divine will made its way towards Yi Fan's head to cut him open. Dang, all life source energy shook violently, as if it was struck by an iron hammer. It almost flew out into the cosmos, bringing Yi Fan with it as it rushed out over 100 zhang, smashing into the copper cabin. If it wasn't for the fact that this cauldron was made of special materials and was a holy object exclusive to great ancient emperors, it would have long shattered together with Yi Fan if it was any other weapon. There was a living creature. An archaic king ancestor actually still had life and didn't die from old age. How terrifying was this? Yi Fan didn't care about the consequences. Even if a great emperor came, he still had to take action. He activated the black gourd, and endless flames overflowed into the heavens, burning fiercely. The 9-colored mist threads melted the ancient cabin, turning it into a purple liquid. The divine patterns within were all stripped out, burning everything. It had to be said that the 9th level of the fire domain's holy flames were incomparably shocking. The heat was beyond compare, turning that demonic god's divine source shell into ashes and directly burning it. With a muffled groan, this 1,000-hand ancient king's entire body began to burn. After all, he was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Even if he had tremendous divine might, he still couldn't display it. He was immediately sealed in flames, suffering a type of fire tribulation. However, this was still an inconceivable existence. Not even time was able to clear him away. After experiencing endless years, he still had a single breath left in this world. He opened his mouth and inhaled, unexpectedly absorbing all of the divine flames. His burning body was extinguished, releasing a wave of incomparably terrifying might. What? Yi Fan was horrified. The 9-colored mist threads could burn everything in this world, yet it was ineffective against an ancient king whose body was shriveled and on the verge of death. Just how terrifying of an existence was this? With the black gourd in hand, Yi Fan could burn almost all of his enemies in this world. But it was useless against an ancient creature that was almost completely dead. What was even more frightening was that this 1,000-hand ancient king opened his eyes and began to refine the divine might of the flames. He wanted to use it for his own use to replenish his dried-up body. He didn't know how many years he had been floating in this boundless universe. His divine source was exhausted, and his body was extremely old. He could no longer obtain traveling energy, and only at such a close distance could he capture it. At the same time, his primordial spirit that was about to be destroyed forcefully split out a strand of divine will to attack Yi Fan once again. He wanted to crush him and seize everything he had. "Break for me!" shouted Yi Fan. He turned the myriad energy cauldron upside down and revealed the aura of the ancient saint. It was incomparably frightening, and the entire ancient palace hall was about to collapse. The 1,000-hand ancient king was startled. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes that were so dim that they were about to turn into dust. He quickly retracted his divine will, sensing the danger. In the past, he was unrivaled under the heavens, but now, he was about to die. He couldn't even display a 10,000th of his power, so there was no way he could fight against an ancient saint. "Treasure, please turn around." Gourd Dao transformation sword. At this time, Yi Fan shouted loudly. The black gourd moved abnormally, swallowing and spitting out a concentrated ancient universe. Countless stars condensed, and the star domain flickered. It turned into an immortal sword and flew out. Pooh! The immortal sword immediately beheaded the archaic king and rushed past. It was just too fast. Yi Fan didn't expect that after the last time, he would succeed a second time with a casual shout. The Black Gourd's divine power was unstoppable. Rumble. The archaic king's head fell to the ground, but after a turn, it flew up again and reattached itself. There was no blood on the wound. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This ancient king was as if he had passed away in meditation and couldn't move at all, yet he still had this kind of divine might. It was truly horrifying. If it was in the past, he would definitely be unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan decisively retreated. This Black Gourd could only be used once, and summoning it a second time was completely useless. He used the might of an ancient saint to retreat. The archaic king stared fixedly at the Black Gourd. It was unclear what kind of expression he had. He slowly moved his withered body and followed out step by step. Before leaving, Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He lifted up the dragon-headed ancient creature in the outer hall and prepared to smash it at any time. Just like that, one of them retreated while the other approached. After exiting the ancient violet copper ship, Yi Fan leapt up and returned to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The dying ancient king seemed incomparably shocked. He stood on the ancient ship and stared fixedly at the 9 dragon corpses and bronze coffin. However, in the end, he stopped and didn't give chase. A divine power shot out from Yi Fan's palm and struck the violet copper warship. The two immediately separated and then staggered. It gradually disappeared into the distance. In the pitch-black cosmos, only a withered figure could be seen standing on the ancient ship. He was still gazing in this direction. Ziwei Ancient Star, Yi Fan muttered to himself. The ancient ship had originally sailed towards the Ziwei Ancient Star region. Now, after separating, it corrected its direction and moved forward again. He had gained a lot from boarding the ancient ship. He had obtained a crescent moon pendant that contained the secrets of extreme mean. He had also brought back a divine source shell with an archaic king sealed within it. Although it was a corpse, its entire body was filled with treasures. Where am I going? The ancient violet copper ship had gone far away. In this boundless cosmos, he didn't know where his path was. He only knew that he wasn't very far from the Big Dipper star region. He knew nothing else. Of course, this "not very far" was relative to the boundless cosmos. If he were to fly back by himself, it might take him a lifetime. Yi Fan corrected his direction several times, but he found that it would change back after a short while. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin were not floating aimlessly. Although they were slow, they were always moving in the same direction. He didn't try to change his direction again. He then sat cross-legged on the bronze coffin and began his seclusion. Time passed quickly. For a whole 3 years, he didn't move at all. During this period, the heavenly tribulation descended. There were lightning flashes and thunder rolls. It was incomparably terrifying in the deathly silent cosmos. And most of the time, he was in a state of forgetfulness. He didn't know what year it was, didn't know where he was, and had almost forgotten himself. This time, Yi Fan slept for half a year. He had no perception of the outside world. It was no different from dying in meditation. Suddenly, he woke up from his state of death seclusion. He felt a violent collision and was sent flying. What, an ancient star! Yi Fan was shocked to find that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had fallen into an ancient star. Just now, he was sent flying because he came into contact with the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and there was a violent sound and a violent earthquake. The 9 dragon corpses pulled the coffin down from the sky and landed on an ancient star. Yi Fan was like a withered leaf in a gale. He was sent flying for who knew how many miles and collided with many rocks. Otherwise, he would have definitely been smashed into a pool of mud. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin landed on this ancient star from the dark universe. It was full of unknowns and there were no clues to be found. Recently, he had been in seclusion and had forgotten about everything. What is this place? Smoke and dust filled the sky. Yi Fan finally stabilized his body and wasn't injured during the rapid fall. There was a huge pit on the ground. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were lying in disarray. They were also unharmed, but the ground had caved in and many huge cracks had appeared. We've landed. Was this the final destination? Yi Fan's heart was moved. He was filled with puzzlement and yearning. He really wanted to know what kind of ancient star this was. There's air. Suddenly, he keenly sensed this problem. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, but he felt a little dizzy. Poison. This made him feel a little dizzy. One could imagine how poisonous the air on this ancient star was. It couldn't be absorbed by the human body at all. Is this a dead starland? Yifan muttered to himself. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everything in the surroundings could be seen clearly. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were motionless. They landed here, and it could be said that they had run aground and stopped moving forward. This was a mountainous area where not a single blade of grass grew. There were no signs of life. Yifan was disappointed. He thought he had come to a source of life. Suddenly, his eyes froze and he was shocked. He saw a huge claw mark not far away. It was imprinted on a stone mountain and almost cracked the top of the mountain. What a big creature this is. 1 claw can uproot a mountain. Yifan was quite surprised. Such a barren planet didn't seem to have any living creatures. How could there be such a huge and frightening claw mark? He immediately became more careful. This ancient star might not be as simple as he thought. Otherwise, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin would not have fallen for no reason. Of course, he was even more curious about what route the dragon corpse and coffin were taking. How could they determine the direction? What kind of power was guiding them? Where exactly were they going? Where was their final destination? And what would happen in the end? Mystery, everything was a mystery. It was difficult for him to guess and think clearly. He had no idea what the final destination would be. Perhaps riding the coffin this time would reveal some of its secrets and reveal the place it had arrived at. Yifan flew up into the sky and looked into the distance. He wanted to take a good look at this world. He muttered to himself, who is it that is paving the way in the cold universe? Where is it leading? Suddenly, Yifan was dumbfounded. He saw a smear of gold on the horizon. It seemed to be a patch of vegetation. It was lush, but the color was too strange. The planet was filled with poison, yet there were still signs of life. He was astonished. He glanced at the ancient coffin and quickly flew forward. After traveling for 80 to 90 li, Yifan walked out of this barren land and discovered the vitality in front of him. It was an incomparably resplendent golden expanse. He was dumbfounded. This was a patch of incomparably dazzling golden trees. Of course, they weren't made of gold, but rather, they were alive. He plucked a leaf and golden droplets flowed out. When he put it in his mouth, it tasted a bit bitter, but also a bit fragrant. There was also a trace of essence energy flowing. What a strange place. An ancient star with life, a source of special life. Yifan entered the forest and walked towards the central area. It had to be said that this was a very gorgeous ancient forest. Every single one of them was golden in color and was very different from the vegetation he had seen before. Suddenly, a giant golden flower suddenly bloomed on the oldest tree. The stamen rushed over like a tongue and rolled up Yifan, collecting him into the flower in an instant. Then, it quickly closed. Golden light flowed and dazzled the eyes. The divine power in Yifan's body flowed outwards and was absorbed by the giant flower. It wanted to extract all of his essence energy and refine it. Break for me. Yifan shivered inwardly. With a forceful shake, the flower and the ancient tree were crushed together. It was as if pieces of gold fell down and fluttered about. Golden light flickered about and a lot of essence energy rushed out. He took a deep breath and refined it into his own body. Then, with a light ding sound, a crystal fell onto the ground. It was only the size of a pigeon egg. This was a crystal inside the ancient tree. It was golden in color and extremely dazzling. It was full of a type of source power. Yifan held it in his hand and carefully observed it. He felt that it was extremely pure and holy, even his fingers becoming sparkling and translucent. He was astonished. What kind of ancient star was this? How could there be an ancient tree like this? It was completely different from the life forms of the other world. In this entire ancient forest, only this old tree was special. Everything else was normal and didn't absorb his divine power. In addition, he discovered that the old tree's roots took root in every single tree and absorbed their essence energy. Is it a tree spirit? Could it be an old demon, or is it just this type of life form? When Yifan walked out from this golden ancient land, he discovered that this ancient tree was a ruler. All of the golden tree species provided it with essence energy, but now, they were all destroyed by him. When he made his way through, he didn't discover a single animal. It was extremely quiet, not even the slightest bit of sound. It was so quiet that it left one in despair. Just what kind of ancient star is this exactly? In the distance, an expanse of dazzling purple light transmitted over. It surged like a flood. Yifan walked forward and quickly arrived here. This was a miraculous plant. Regardless of whether it was the leaves, flowers, or roots, they were all purple in color. In addition, there was a dense mist that flickered about like multicolored clouds. This world is truly strange. There isn't a single green tree, and all of the trees look like they were sculpted from gemstones. However, they just happen to have life. This time, Yifan paid close attention. There was an ancient tree at the center that was still rather special. It seemed to be a ruler. When he approached, this forest's purple light rushed into the heavens. Then, it turned into an enormous heavenly sword in the sky and hacked down. In a single breath of time, the great earth split open. Earth and rocks flew into the air. An enormous crack that was several zhang wide appeared and extended out for several li. The power of this sword was extremely astonishing. What? Yifan was quite shocked. He originally thought that this was just a strange forest that was a bit different from the other world's life form. Yet now, he saw it condense into an enormous purple sword. It made him feel extremely strange and mysterious. Just what kind of world was this exactly? Dang, Yifan didn't look down on it. He brandished the deity-striking whip and smashed it down heavily, colliding with the purple heavenly sword. His body trembled violently, and he retreated more than 10 steps. However, he still endured it. The power of this sword was extremely great. The dozen or so footprints on the ground all cracked. Many cracks burst forth and extended in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. The purple heavenly sword shattered and turned into an expanse of purple light before disappearing. A large half of the vegetation here immediately disappeared and withered. The ancient tree at the center directly collapsed. Ding! A light sound rang out. A purple crystal the size of a chicken egg flew out and drew out a beautiful arc in the air. It flickered with powerful divine force fluctuations. Yifan caught it in his hands and said to himself, "What is this? Why is there one in every strange tree?" There were 2 crystals in his hands, but he didn't know what they were or what they were used for. It seemed like they could be used as origin blocks to absorb spiritual essence. However, when he tried it out, he discovered that it was extremely strenuous. It was sealed extremely well and incomparably sturdy. It was difficult to crush. Yifan continued forward. He wanted to figure out just what kind of world this was. He had to go far enough. Hong long long, a tsunami-like sound rang out in front of him. Scarlet light rushed into the sky and rumbled like a large flaming cloud. Yifan walked forward and saw the real scene. It was an expanse of ancient trees that were scarlet red like blood. Endless multicolored mist swirled around them. These scarlet ancient trees were exceptionally tall. Many of them were dozens of meters tall, and the scarlet tree king at the center was even more so, several hundred meters tall. It was like a small mountain that seemed to be carved out of red coral. It was extremely beautiful, scarlet red like blood, and its leaves were sparkling and translucent. However, it was also extremely dangerous. As soon as Yifan approached, the entire ancient forest turned into a sea of blood. Then, scarlet multicolored mist drowned out the heaven and earth. Hong, a scarlet cauldron that was over 1,000 zhang tall appeared. It was completely condensed from scarlet multicolored mist. It descended from the sky and gave off a feeling that it was impossible to contend against. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The scarlet cauldron was simple and unadorned in shape. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. The cauldron was perfectly round and almost identical to Yifan's cauldron. Even the patterns on its surface were similar. The characteristics of ancient China. Yifan was stunned. Then, he quickly attacked. This attack was too powerful. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he also felt threatened. It definitely had the divine might of a peak divine lord going all out. Yi Fan didn't waste any divine essence. He directly took out the black gourd. 9 colored flames overflowed into the sky and instantly submerged the ancient cauldron. Kacha, divine flames filled the sky and the giant cauldron was burned to pieces. Then, the scarlet forest in front of him also withered. The Tree King shattered like a burst of fireworks. A palm-sized scarlet crystal flew out. The divine might was very powerful, and it was like a divine star crossing the sky. Yi Fan caught it in his hand and put it away. Just like that, he continued forward. From time to time, he would see ancient forests. He found a total of 5 colored ancient trees that were all flickering with brilliance. There was a Tree King that gave birth to a crystal. Just like that, he traveled for thousands of miles and discovered dozens of forests. The most terrifying one made his heart palpitate. It was an ancient tree that emitted a black light that shot into the heavens. The black light condensed into the body of a fiend god, and with a single roar, a mountain range collapsed. However, in the end, it was still destroyed by the black gourd. A square-foot black crystal fell from the ancient tree. In this world, there were 5 colored ancient trees. Yi Fan suspected that they were related to the 5 elements. They were similar to the legendary 5-element true wood. Unfortunately, his knowledge was limited because there were very few ancient records. However, he knew that the 5-element true wood was incomparably precious and difficult to nurture. He never thought that this ancient star would have so many of them. Moreover, they were growing well and flourishing. 2 days later, Yi Fan arrived at an ancient land. There were actually some traces of biological activity. Moreover, they weren't left behind. Too long ago. This shocked him greatly. He advanced along a stone forest and gradually approached a giant mountain. When he arrived at a spacious area, Yi Fan was incomparably shocked. Ding! The peak of the giant mountain was very vast. There was an old man there. He was currently stacking 5 colored crystals together to build a small altar. 5-colored altar. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. There was actually a person here. Moreover, he was building the 5-colored altar. Suddenly seeing him like this was a great blow to him. In an instant, he immediately understood. The crystals produced by the 5-colored ancient tree were the materials used to build the 5-colored altar. An ancient tree that could launch an attack comparable to a peak divine lord could only produce palm-sized crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs. Just how many Tree Kings were needed to build an altar? Yi Fan thought of the 5-colored altar on Mount Tai and the 5-colored altar in the ancient desolate forbidden land. Just how powerful were the 5-colored Tree Kings needed to build this? It had to be known that some of those giant 5-colored stones weighed 1,000 jin or even 10,000 jin. The stones of the 5-colored altar were actually obtained like this? Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock. These were actually crystals produced by the divine tree. In front of him, the old man only had one arm. He was dressed in black clothes and was building an ancient altar alone. It gave off an incomparably strange feeling. On this ancient star, apart from the 5-colored ancient tree, there was nothing else. It was difficult to see a single creature. At this moment, suddenly seeing the 5-colored altar and the one-armed green-clothed old man, the impact on Yi Fan could be imagined. The 5-colored altar wasn't very big because the crystals inside were too small. It was impossible to produce thousands of gene boulders like the ones on ancient Mars and the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was hard to imagine just how ancient a Tree King was needed to produce such crystals. Perhaps only a saint would be able to chop it down, and even a quasi-great emperor would have to personally do it. The green-clothed old man was tall and had a thin appearance. He looked like an immortal without a trace of the mortal world, giving off the feeling that the ancient Tao was naturally formed. Why was there such an old man here alone? Just what kind of realm had he reached to actually be able to build this kind of altar? One had to know that the Black Emperor had once said that the 5-colored altar's formation patterns could only be carved by great emperors. It was impossible for others to do so, and they wouldn't even be able to understand them. Just how powerful was this person to be able to build an altar alone? His heart was filled with astonishment. Could this be a great emperor? This absurd thought surged up in his mind, making him feel extremely frightened. The great emperors of the ancient times were only legends and couldn't be seen in person. How could they meet? It shouldn't be a great emperor. Otherwise, how could it be a severed arm? Those kinds of characters have long since defied the heavens. Not to mention severed limbs, even if their bodies were shattered and their divine senses were destroyed, they would still be able to recover. He inwardly speculated. He didn't approach and only watched from afar out of fear of startling the old man. The five-colored altar was very small, no more than 3 meters long, but it consumed a lot of five-colored crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs, so who knew how many tree kings had been cut down like this? Such a small five-colored altar might only be used to cross a single person. Is he going to leave? Where is he going? To be able to find an ancient star with life in this pitch-black and gloomy universe, it was truly not easy to see a person. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. He was very far away from the five-colored altar, and he was still continuously retreating. This was because he didn't know the single-armed old man's cultivation, so he was afraid of being sensed. However, even though he restrained his aura, the old man still looked over, his eyes dim and lifeless, his face expressionless. Yi Fan's body stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. After a moment of hesitation, he strode forward. Since he was already here, based on the cultivation base of this person, it would be difficult for him to escape. Even now, he was still doubting whether the other party was an immortal emperor. The Black Emperor's words had left a deep impression on him. Only an immortal emperor could build the five-colored sacrificial altar. I'm returning to my homeland, but I can't be buried in a foreign land. When he ascended the giant mountain and arrived in front of the five-colored altar, he heard this type of voice that continuously echoed like a demonic curse. Yi Fan was astonished. The old man's mouth did not open again, but his voice rang out incessantly, as if it came from ancient times. Senior! Yi Fan called out. However, the other party didn't even spare him a glance and continued to fix the altar. I'm returning to my homeland, but I can't be buried in a foreign land. This sentence was unceasing, like an incantation, echoing beside the altar as if it would never stop. Gradually, Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong. Not only this voice, but even this old man was problematic. This didn't seem like a real person. Deity's will. Suddenly, he was horrified. All the hair on his body stood on end. He felt a special aura that belonged to that kind of evil spirit. Yi Fan staggered backwards. There was no mistake. This was the will of a supreme deity. This kind of fluctuation, this kind of divine power, was very similar to the one he had seen in the immortal residence. The former was formed from the evil thoughts of the undying heavenly emperor after his death. What kind of existence was this green-robed old man born after his death? Why is there a deity's will on this ancient star? Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. Now, there was no emperor weapon to suppress the evil spirit, so how could he resist? What was a deity's will? It was said that it was formed from the evil years after the death of a deity. It was incomparably tyrannical, and almost no one could resist it. This was a legendary deity, and it was illusory enough. Now, there was even the birth of evil thoughts. This boundless strangeness was incomprehensible. Yi Fan noticed that the broken arm had the aura of tribulation on it. It was most likely that the heavens didn't tolerate it and sent down a heavenly punishment to cut it off. It was very difficult to regrow, and there was a power of suppression attached to it. Who can bury me in my homeland? In front of the five-colored altar, the ancient voice continued like an inextinguishable will. Yi Fan stopped his steps. The origin divine eyes shot out splendor, and he saw an illusory figure standing in front of him. The green-robed old man didn't seem real at all. This deity's will had transformed into the Tao, and what was left was only a strand of will. It wasn't an invincible divine body. This made him both shocked and relieved. How many years has it been? A deity has died on this ancient star. After countless years, a deity's will was born, but it's about to be exhausted. It's almost gone. Yi Fan trembled. It was hard to imagine how many years ago a deity had descended here and was buried on this ancient star. Perhaps he could dig out the corpse of a deity. This strand of will didn't pose much of a threat. Even the evil thoughts had been completely dissolved, and only a kind of persistence remained. It was still fiddling with the altar and repeatedly modifying it, but the changes weren't great. This altar has been formed for a long time, but the deity's will couldn't hold on any longer. It returned to heaven and earth, and without the main will, it can't even be considered a specter anymore. It's just repeating everything mechanically. After standing here for a long time, Yifan finally understood everything. Moreover, he learned a shocking secret from the various ancient voices. This deity came from the ancient Ziwei star region. He couldn't forget about returning to his homeland, to the legendary Ziwei star region. In China's ancient myths and legends, the Ziwei star was the emperor star, known as the Lord of Dipper. Yifan pondered. It was recorded in the ancient books of Taoism that the Lord of Ziwei was in control of heaven and earth, commanding the gods of the three worlds and the gods of the mountains and rivers. He was the king of all phenomena, able to summon the wind and rain, and command the ghosts and gods of thunder and lightning. Yifan stood there for a long time. Finally, he didn't find anything else. Then, he moved quickly on this ancient star, ready to find the corpse of a deity. This planet wasn't very big. It was much smaller than the world in the Big Dipper star region. It wasn't even as big as an oasis in the northern region. It didn't take Yifan long to explore the entire planet. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find the corpse of a deity. There was only a remnant of the deity's will, the old man in green. He spent a month on this small planet. He almost turned the entire land over, but he still couldn't find the corpse. It's not necessarily a deity. It's most likely the corpse of an emperor, but it definitely won't decay. It's possible that it has already entered the universe. Yifan sighed. Perhaps, like the Void Emperor, it had finally buried itself in the boundless starry sky. Along the way, a deity's will was born. It entered this ancient star and wanted to return to its homeland, the Ziwei star region. Yifan returned to the dragon corpse and the bronze coffin. He saw the claw mark that almost cracked the mountain. After carefully sensing it for a long time, he was sure that it was the will of the deity from back then. Am I trapped on this small planet? He muttered to himself. In the next 6 months, he fought the ancient tree king every day in search of the divine crystal. Of course, it wasn't to build the 5-colored altar, but to sharpen himself and cultivate. This ancient star was very special. It was naturally suitable for the growth of the 5 elements real wood. It might be the last place in the universe with the 5 elements real wood. This was because, in front of the 5-colored altar, the wisp of will had such a vague message. The ancient voice was difficult to understand. Although it was a wave of consciousness, it wasn't that easy to distinguish. Every day, he would spend a certain amount of time watching the old man in green repair the 5-colored altar. It was just a repetitive work, and in reality, there was no improvement to speak of. It was just the last bit of hope of a specter that was about to dissipate. He didn't even know who he was or why Yifan had come. In the end, Yifan made up his mind. He was going to take the risk and leave this ancient star to go somewhere else. That was because this ancient star was too strange. It was naturally suitable for the growth of the 5 elements real wood. It transformed all the power of the great Tao for its own use, and it was difficult for cultivators to comprehend the Tao here. In the end, Yifan decided to abandon the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin and cross alone. This was because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had really run aground and couldn't move at all. With the help of the 5-colored altar constructed by the will of the deity, he wanted to take the risk and go to the ancient star of Ziwei. Since there was no way forward, he might as well take the risk. The 5-colored altar was almost complete. Although it was very small, there was a certain degree of feasibility. If this deity's will hadn't transformed into the great Tao and lost the will of the main will, he might have already crossed. Activate, as long as he could activate it, he could activate everything on the altar, which meant that he could cross. Yifan had been observing here for half a year and had long since discovered some secrets. He injected a wisp of divine power into it, and the 5-colored altar immediately shone with boundless radiance. It had long since been in a half-activated state, and all it lacked was a wisp of inducement. He succeeded after just one try. Without any hesitation, Yifan climbed up and stood at the center of the altar. A small 8 trigrams gate appeared, and the runes flickered as it opened the starry gate. He didn't have any thoughts of returning to Earth. The most important thing now was to enter a source of life, and the ancient star field of Ziwei was a very strong choice. All of a sudden, the originally unconscious old man in green suddenly opened his eyes wide and shot out 2 beams of resplendent divine light. They were like two torches that shot into the sky. It seemed that he had temporarily woken up. The old man in green stretched out a large hand and instantly cracked the earth. He went all the way to the core of this ancient star and took out a sealed stone coffin. Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on it. The deities will have a trace of self-awareness before death. He almost devoutly lifted the ancient coffin and stepped onto the altar, standing together with Yi Fan. The corpse of a deity. He didn't even need to think to know that the corpse of the deity was in the stone coffin. He had searched for a long time without finding it, but he didn't expect it to be in the core of the planet. How could an ordinary person have the power to grab it? I'm going to the ancient star with him? Yi Fan was scared. This was the will of a deity, and it was formed by the evil will of a deity. It was not a good one. He's about to become Taoist. Let's hope he disappears halfway. Yi Fan was sure that if the old man disappeared, the corpse of the deity would fall into his hands. With a loud bang, the five-colored divine light shot into the sky. Yi Fan, the old man in green, and the stone coffin with the corpse of the deity instantly entered the back of the 8 trigrams gate and disappeared. Return to your homeland, don't be buried in a foreign land. This was the only sentence that reverberated in the starry gate. Beidou Galaxy, Eastern Barren Territory, Ji family. It was another late night. Ji Ziyue looked up at the starry sky and sat there for most of the night. In the end, she sighed softly. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. She didn't know if the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had reached the other end of the starry sky. She only looked up every night and reminisced about the past. It was hard for her to smile. In the northern region, some important ancient royal families were also looking up at the starry sky. They were discussing a major matter. Are you sure they went to the ancient star field of Ziwei? We can open the altar left behind by an ancient sovereign and try summoning them. But that's too costly. Big Dipper Star Region, Eastern Wasteland. Within the nest of 10,000 dragons, a few powerful far ancient kings came in and out of the 9 dragon caves. They came from several places of origin and looked at a vermilion coffin floating within. Has the weak human race of the past reached such a level? Even the Saint Emperor of the past was no better than this. The vermilion coffin had been lying there for who knew how many years. It had been submerged in many fragments of the divine source, but not a single far ancient creature dared to take it away. This is the treasure land of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Are you just going to let a human corpse lie here? A purple-haired middle-aged man asked. What? Can't the Valley of Gods just watch? A golden-haired man glanced back. Who dared to move? No one was willing to move the vermilion coffin. Even powerful leaders like them didn't dare to approach. Even their kings would be afraid. In the far ancient era, the human race wasn't weak either. The Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures were definitely created by saint emperors, even if they didn't belong to this world, someone from another race said. Yes, do you still remember the human demon who cultivated both the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures? He killed several ancient kings and dominated the world. The human race today is really weak. Actually, we can ask our kings to take action and wipe them out in one fell swoop. We'll make them disappear from this world forever. Don't act recklessly. Be careful of drawing a disaster. Our ancient kings will make their own decisions, a phoenix-like ancient creature said. This was a group of leaders representing the various races. They had been discussing for several days. Finally, they entered the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons and looked towards the crow's nest. In the far ancient era, an ancient king had left behind a divine altar that was divided into 9 pieces. One of them was in the ancient nest that flickered with black light and floated with primal chaos. This human emperor is too powerful. He's occupied such an important place. An ancient creature was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Let's each take a holy object and form a divine altar to summon the Ziwei ancient star region. Perhaps we really will succeed. The consumption is great. We have to be prepared. In the vast starry sky, Yi Fan set out again. He didn't know where he started or where he would end up. He couldn't be sure. I hope I can enter the Ziwei ancient galaxy. He muttered to himself, but he knew that traversing through the cold universe was full of variables. There was no guarantee, especially since the altar was too small. At this time, the green-clothed old man lost himself again. He hugged the stone coffin and lost all self-awareness. He followed along in a daze, walking side by side with Yi Fan. This allowed Yi Fan to let out a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, standing together with the evil will of a deity would have been too much pressure. The corpse of a god, or the skeleton of an ancient emperor. Yi Fan stared at the stone coffin with blazing eyes. This was a priceless divine material that was hard to find even in the heavens. Was there really a deity? He actually wanted to take a look, but he didn't try to snatch it. God knew if the green-robed old man, who was close to Tao transformation, would suddenly awaken. The stone coffin was sealed tightly, and not a single wisp of qi was emitted. Yi Fan had once tried to send out a wisp of his divine sense, but it was impossible to enter. However, he didn't force it. He still clearly remembered that the ancient coffins of Ruthless and the undying heavenly emperor would shatter his body and soul once he got close. This was a strange journey. After crossing the star field, one could clearly see endless flickering starlight. They were passing through an eternal passage at an extreme speed. 100 years in one breath, 10,000 years in the blink of an eye, two completely different feelings. One moment, it felt like time was very slow, and the next, it was extremely fast. It gave people a feeling that time was changing and space was in disorder. This was crossing the universe. It was indescribable, and it made people sink into oblivion. They didn't know what year it was, and they didn't know where the road ahead was. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan's body trembled violently. In front of him was a patch of gloomy starlight. The passageway disappeared, and they appeared in the deathly silent universe. Why do I always encounter such things? The unreliable Black Emperor formation runes, the broken altar of the forbidden ancient land, and the altar forged by the will of a lost deity. Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had once again arrived in the cold universe. There was no village in front of him, and he didn't know how many billions of miles away he was from the other ancient stars. Now, he was even further away from the Big Dipper star field and the Emperor star. He had arrived at a place of rest without any life. It was too deathly still. If he wanted to fly back, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he had 10 lifetimes. He could only float aimlessly in the universe until his vitality was exhausted and he died along the way. Something's wrong. This place is too gloomy and dark. There's a powerful suction force that devours everything. Yi Fan was suddenly startled. He felt the threat of death, as if he was facing the heaven-devouring demonic art. He was about to be turned into ashes and refined. What is that? His body was involuntarily pulled in a certain direction. The green-clothed old man and the stone coffin were the same. In front of him, there was no starlight, no light, and nothing could be seen. It was as dark as ink, and he couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. There was no sound or aura as it swallowed the heaven and earth. It was as if a vicious beast that had existed with the ancient netherworld had opened its mouth and devoured a star field. Nothing existed anymore. The power grew stronger and stronger, and it gradually showed signs of speeding up. Yi Fan's body was on the verge of splitting apart. His saint blood boiled, and his entire body burned. However, there was a kind of coldness that pierced into his bones. What happened? Why can't I control it? It's like 10,000 rivers flowing into the sea, like moths flying into a flame. Although Yi Fan had a saint physique, he couldn't endure it any longer. He was about to be devoured. He arrived at a place where he couldn't sense the flow of time. Eternal darkness, a boundless land of death. In the end, even the divine fluctuations he emitted were devoured. Even his murmurs disappeared. As long as he moved, some of his essence energy would be melted away. Yi Fan's heart pounded. This was a terrifying space of death. Any living being that entered would be devoured and melted away. It was as if he was facing the ruthless great emperor who had stunned the ages. He accelerated forward and was about to return to eternal silence. It was as if his body was about to disintegrate. A terrifying power rushed over and pulled him down at an extreme speed. The green-robed old man lost his divine will and was at a loss. His body had almost disappeared, and he didn't show any expression at all. He just hugged the stone coffin in a daze. The universe is too vast. There are deathlands everywhere. It's eternal and endless, but it's hard to find a place with life, Yi Fan sighed. He had left the Big Dipper star field and traveled alone for several years. All he saw was darkness and coldness. There wasn't a single sound, and it was the same loneliness throughout the ages. Now, he already knew that he had entered a dangerous place. If there were no accidents, even an ancient saint might not be able to save him. This was a cosmic black hole that could destroy eternity. It would disintegrate and devour everything that entered its surroundings. Unless a saint came, there was no way to escape. Yi Fan strongly suspected that the first ancient scripture created by the ruthless great emperor, the heaven-devouring demonic art, was inspired by this. Now, he was practically facing a powerful attack from a saint-level figure. How could he escape from it? If he really fell near the center of the black hole, it would be the same as the great emperor's attack. He would die without a doubt. Even a god would not be able to save him. What should I do? Yi Fan really had no other way. He thought about his powerful methods and unparalleled physical body, but he hadn't reached great success yet. If he went in, he would definitely be turned into ashes. Although the deity striking whip was strong, it couldn't collapse the black hole. There was no divine will to attack. Although the myriad chi cauldron was strange, it couldn't absorb the black hole. The most powerful method was undoubtedly the black gourd. Other than flames, it could also release a shocking attack. However, no matter how sharp the celestial sword released from the gourd was, could it cut the black hole? If only the 9 dragons were pulling the coffin. Maybe the little coffin could release the power of the extreme path and stop the black hole, Yi Fan muttered to himself. His gaze stopped on the stone coffin held by the god's will. Maybe he could only rely on it. If it wasn't a god inside, it was the corpse of an emperor. Although it was dead, it might be able to resist the black hole. They were getting faster and faster as they rushed towards the black hole. Yi Fan couldn't bear it anymore. He used the cauldron to protect himself and the black gourd. Finally, they fell into eternal darkness. Even the divine eye of origin was useless. When they opened their eyes, the divine radiance was absorbed and even their eyeballs almost flew out. Dong. The god's will seemed to awaken. The moment it was about to disappear, it shook violently and a crack appeared on the stone coffin in its hand. Boom. All of a sudden, a torrential aura exploded from the stone coffin. The black hole was already terrifying enough, but the aura inside the coffin was even more frightening. It was as if it wanted to destroy the universe. It directly collapsed all the regions outside the black hole, destroying everything. This was definitely an unimaginable supreme being. A strand of aura shot out and destroyed the universe and all living things. Nothing could stop it, not even the black hole could devour it. Yi Fan's heart trembled. As expected, if it wasn't a god, then it was an emperor's corpse. It definitely couldn't be anything else. It was too terrifying. He wrapped the immortal treasure of the chaotic nest of myriad dragons and used the myriad chi cauldron to suck himself in. At the same time, he used the black gourd to protect himself and barely didn't shatter. Dong. The stone coffin was extremely terrifying. It pierced through the edge of the black hole and broke through. It rushed out and couldn't be stopped at all. This was just a corpse. How powerful would it be when it was alive? Yi Fan didn't know and couldn't imagine it. He was already an expert, but he couldn't estimate it. He left the black hole and entered a bone-chilling and desolate land that could freeze one's soul. Grating holy force. Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately felt this terrifying power. Not long after leaving the black hole, he encountered this most fundamental thing in the universe. Buzz. A crescent moon pendant on his body trembled and released a wave of grating true force that could seal the heavens. It almost obliterated Yi Fan. He opened the black gourd immediately and released the 9-colored mist to surround himself. He used the sacred flames to resist it. This is the grating ancient scripture. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart moved. With the help of the universe's grating holy force, he saw 2 ancient divine characters flashing on the pendant. Grating, he sat cross-legged in the dark universe and didn't move at all. It was as if he was in the primordial era when the world was created. Great Yin and Great Yang, which is stronger and which is weaker? Yin and Yang work together. An ancient heavenly voice resounded in his ears like a curse, playing in the pitch-black universe. In the Big Dipper star region, in a place of origin of the eastern wasteland ancient race, a group of powerful beings surrounded a divine altar. I sensed a wisp of aura. There are life fluctuations in the boundless universe. No, it's a powerful grading holy force. Should we summon it back? If we anger an existence like that, it will be a catastrophe. Don't worry. Each race has an ancient king. In the Central Plains, Pang Bo was covered in wounds. He returned from a battlefield and even walking was difficult. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sighed. It's been almost 4 years. Yi, you finally returned home. Do you know who my enemy is now? When can I meet you again? Brother Pang, are your injuries serious? The barbarian was also covered in wounds. He carried Li Heishui, who was on the verge of death. He sighed. The heaven-devouring demonic art is too terrifying. That woman deserves to die. There's a group of even more terrifying people. This world is in chaos. If not for that dog, we would all be dead. Wu Zhongtian had lost an arm, and blood flowed everywhere. Will that dog survive? Pang Bo sighed. In the extreme darkness, Yifan sat alone in the cold universe, never knowing the path ahead. In front of his brow, a crescent moon pendant floated motionlessly, maintaining a stable distance from him. It was like a divine lamp, flickering with light. However, this light was extremely cold and could freeze anything. The ancient treasures collected by Yifan had all been turned into powder, unable to block the cold. In his bosom, there was a black gourd. A flame danced within, and 9-colored mist surrounded it like a thin layer of smoke. He was using the 9-colored flame to resist the power of the Yin. Otherwise, he might be turned into a wave of Yin energy and cease to exist. Moreover, this was far from the core of the Yin. This was the terrifying power of the Yin. Once it was activated, it was difficult to block. If it wasn't for the burning 9-colored mist, he wouldn't have been able to resist it at all. Around Yifan, a black mist drifted. This was the source of the Yin of the universe. It was extremely rare even in the star domain, but there was a large expanse here. An endless black cloud submerged this place. The sun's saint power was vast, and it was also because of this that the crescent moon pendant shone as if it had come back to life. Looking from afar, it was like a Yin divine lamp, fixed in front of Yifan's brow. It took in and sent out the Yin, forming a close connection with him. He rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, the interior of the black gourd was like an ancient universe. It was boundless and contained endless 9-colored flames. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. The Yin inherited the power of the Yin at the beginning of the world. It was murderous and could not be controlled. It was almost impossible to refine, let alone use it to refine the body. Since ancient times, those who had truly cultivated the ancient lunar scripture to perfection could be counted on one hand. This was fighting against the universe and the heavens for luck and creation. Inside the pendant, ancient characters flickered one after another. Then, they turned into a trembling imprint. It was like the ringing of a great bell, making one feel like they were receiving a type of baptism. Of course, this was an extremely terrifying baptism. Even the Saint Lords wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would definitely be turned into Yin energy and turned into powder. This type of temperature was too low. With a light shake, it could freeze everything within 100,000 li, impossible to stop its spread. No matter where it was, it would become a barren land, all life extinguished. Yifan tried his best to calm his mind. With the help of the 9-colored fire strands, he resisted the power of extreme Yin. He observed the imprint in the pendant and comprehended it seriously. Although he already had a premonition, he was still excited when he actually confirmed that it contained the ancient lunar scripture. This was one of the 2 great mother scriptures of the human race. Even ancient emperors would benefit greatly from looking at it. Only, this was still a damaged scripture, not complete. There was a Tao Palace scroll, as well as an Immortal Foundation scroll, missing 3 scrolls, and there was no grading secret technique. Naturally, it was sufficient as long as he had the Immortal Foundation scripture. He had already cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremities, and Dragon Transformation. All of these were the strongest ancient scriptures. And now, the great yin and great yang were gathered together, converging into an immortal foundation. It was just right for the yin and yang to complement each other, manifesting the legendary supreme immortal foundation art. Of course, this was just an extravagant hope. Since ancient times, who could bring these two opposing ancient powers together? Even the sages of the immemorial era cultivated themselves to the point of madness. Great yin and great yang, which one is weaker and which one is stronger? Yin and yang complement each other, becoming an emperor under the heavens. These ancient words were like a demonic incantation, echoing in Yi Fan's ears. The incantation originated from the crescent moon pendant, making it hard for him to calm down. Since ancient times, there were many trials and tribulations in proving one's Tao. It was impossible to advance. Apart from great willpower and wisdom, one also needed supreme luck. Ancient scriptures alone weren't enough. For example, the immortal divine dynasties and the holy lands that had existed for a long time all had ancient scriptures. However, apart from the founders, no one in the later generations had proven their Tao. It was as if a path couldn't be walked twice. The predecessors achieved the Tao, blocking the later generations. There was no more hope. However, the great yin and great yang were so special. There was a legend that if one cultivated both of them to perfection, they could prove their Tao. As long as one cultivated these two ancient scriptures, they would be able to obtain the Tao. As for the other ancient scriptures, even if one cultivated them to perfection, they might not necessarily be able to take the same step as their ancestors. They would only be in existence comparable to the quasi-emperor. When the great yin and great yang complement each other and reach perfection together, one can be called an emperor. How astonishing! No wonder that immemorial sage risked his life to go against the heavens, cultivating himself to madness and becoming a demonic human. Time flowed like water, never to return. There was no epoch in the void. Yi Fan was like a dust-covered fossil. He sat quietly in the pitch-black universe, not moving at all as he silently comprehended. Beside him, the green-clothed old man hugged the stone coffin like a stone statue. It was hard to tell what kind of state he was in. It could be said that he had transformed into the Tao, but he still existed and hadn't completely decayed. It could be said that he was still alive, but he had lost his self-awareness. As for the stone coffin, it was already closed and didn't emit any aura. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Fan to meditate peacefully at such a close distance. In this dark universe, time was the least valuable. The grating mist lingered. Yi Fan hadn't moved for half a year and had always been comprehending. Back then when he cultivated the Sun Sutra, he didn't spend such a long time either. He only exited after 3 months. But now that half a year had passed, he was still frowning. The ancient Moon Sutra of the Immortal Foundation volume was extremely profound. It required a pure and flawless Tao heart to comprehend and a powerful divine sense as the foundation to establish an immortal foundation. He had all of these, and by right, he should be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, he met with great trouble. Not only was his progress slow, there were even a few times when he almost crippled himself. He cultivated the Sun Sutra and now he was cultivating the extreme Yin Saint energy. The two of them clashed with each other and had no way to fuse them together, almost causing his immortal foundation to shatter. What Yin and Yang complementing each other, what Yin and Yang complementing each other. None of them could be realized. There was only conflict and self-destruction. Pooh. After another half a month passed, Yi Fan coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The sun and moon clashed against each other, causing his immortal foundation to tremble violently. A terrifying wound could be seen in the center of his brows. Great Yin and Great Yang, how can I fuse them together? Yi Fan pondered, using all the methods he had. It wasn't that he was overly arrogant, nor was it because he felt that he was stronger than that ancient sage. Rather, it was because he had something he could rely on. He came from the other end of the starry space and had seen Taiji before. Although it wasn't a cultivation art, it gave him boundless enlightenment. Maybe, this might be the most effective method to resolve the conflict between the Great Yin and Great Yang. But even so, he was still injured. The two opposing forces almost caused his immortal foundation to shatter, turning it into primordial chaos. Yi Fan persevered, silently contemplating. He sat cross-legged in the dark cosmos and started to comprehend the Tao once more. The Tao of heaven and earth, using yin and yang to create the myriad of things. The logic of life, using yin and yang to nourish one's bones. Everything in one's body must conform to the principles of yin and yang. I shall start from here. Taiji means that before the heavens and earth were separated, the origin chi would fuse into one. This is the absolute beginning, the ultimate unity. Yi Fan mumbled to himself, using his heart to comprehend. He circulated the ancient Moon Sutra in his body and started to attempt again. The Tao is the essence. It can't be used as a form, it can't be used as a name, it can only be used as a name. I am the ultimate unity, my body is the Tao, using me to separate yin and yang, transforming into two energies, resonating with life. Yi Fan's heart was flawless. He deduced step by step, combining what he knew, evolving the great yin and great yang, allowing them to advance together, merging fire and water. He viewed himself as the Tao, separating yin and yang within the Tao, allowing the great yin and great yang to support each other. Just like this, another half a year passed. Yi Fan finally had a breakthrough in cultivating the ancient scriptures of great yin and great yang, obtaining a crucial progress. Naturally, this didn't mean that he had truly fused the great yin and great yang together. He could only cultivate them at the initial stage. Wanting to cultivate both scriptures at the same time was simply too difficult. Being able to achieve such a small step, other than his talent, it was also because he had absorbed the essence of ancient China for thousands of years, comprehending the Tao by analogy. During this year, Yi Fan didn't move at all. He was like a statue in an ancient temple, solemn and dignified, understanding the Tao. Finally, the nine-colored mist outside his body became fainter. Black mist flowed over, this was the pure power of the great yin. Strands of it entered his pores. After more than a year of bitter cultivation, he finally activated the true power of the great yin, refining it into his body and cleansing it. Although it was very little, it was shocking. On an ancient planet in the northern Dipper region, within an ancient forbidden ground in the eastern wasteland, a divine platform was flashing. After more than a year, they finally made the decision to face the lonely universe and summon it. The amount needed was great. The divine source was piled up in four corners. Formation patterns flickered and marks of the Tao were densely covered, interweaving in the void. The place was immediately submerged. At the same time, in the depths of the cold universe, Yi Fan woke up. He felt a powerful force tearing at him, trying to pull him into a tunnel. What happened? Suddenly, he felt a mysterious force restraining him. Boom, he activated the true power of the great yin and pierced it into the void in the distance, entering a tunnel. In the eastern wasteland, the divine platform flashed, and a black mist rushed out. It was filled with a destructive aura, turning the ancient land into powder on the spot, turning it into a frozen land. The holy power of the great yin. To be able to cultivate the holy power of the great yin, which race is this king? The group of ancient beings was very shocked. They all retreated, using all kinds of treasures to protect themselves, preventing the black mist from approaching. At the same time, there was a flash, and the divine platform dimmed. Do we still need to summon it? This existence seems to be very repulsive. In the universe, Yi Fan was shocked. He vaguely felt that it was the ancient king he had carried out from the purple copper warship that had attracted the pulling force just now, but he didn't think too much about it. He began to meditate again, cultivating the power of the great yin. Wisps of mist surged into his body, entering and exiting his pores, allowing him to gradually adapt. Just like that, 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Yi Fan's initial success of the great yin was far from perfect, but he had extraordinary techniques. During this time, he constantly refined the holy power of the great yin, and the black mist in this ancient region was almost sucked dry. Yi Fan was very focused. Day after day, month after month, he quietly cultivated. He needed great power to continue comprehending. When Taiji moves, it gives birth to yang. When it moves, it gives birth to stillness. When it moves, it gives birth to yin. One movement and one stillness are the roots of each other. Yin and yang are separated, and the two are established. He had finally achieved a certain level of success by controlling yin and yang and cultivating the great yin and great yang together, but he was still not satisfied. Yifan had been in seclusion in this pitch-black star region for more than 3 years, not moving a single step. Finally, he had refined all the black mist. In the past, he used 3 months to cultivate the ancient sun scripture. Now, he used a total of 3 years to cultivate the ancient moon scripture. The difference in time was huge, but the effects were also shocking. Yifan had already been in this desolate universe for almost 7 years. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, after refining the grating mist, he experienced a great tribulation that shook the entire star region. The lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying, and a group of human-shaped lightning bolts descended. After that, they suppressed the entire sky, wanting to crush him to death. Finally, he succeeded and took the most crucial step in the life of a cultivator. He stepped into the second level of Immortal Foundation and became a character at the Saint Lord level. To Yifan, this was incomparably important. He had a saint physique and had already stepped into the 8th Forbidden Realm. Once he became a Saint Lord, he would be extremely terrifying. He would be able to roam the world and no one would be able to strangle him. Now that I've reached this realm, if I return to the Big Dipper region, would I still have to fear the various sacred grounds? However, he could only sigh, he had no way to return. Late at night, in the eastern barren lands, Pang Bo was covered in blood. He stared at the starry sky. It's been 7 years. Yizi, are you still alive? Have you returned to our hometown? Do you know how cruel the battle here is? Cough. Li Heishui coughed out blood. This time, I might die too. I wonder if the barbarians survived. On another ancient platform, Jiziyue coughed lightly, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She stared at the starry sky. Little Yizi, where are you? Have you returned to the other side of the starry sky? Your old friend has encountered a great calamity. My brother tried to help, but he was still heavily injured by a sneak attack. Yifan sat cross-legged in the void, gazing at the Big Dipper star region in the eternal darkness. There was a dim light there, and there were familiar people. He wondered how they were now. 7 years had passed, and many things should have happened. What had happened to those old enemies and friends? Were they still the same as before? Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia hadn't seen each other since they separated. Were they still alive? What was Pang Bo, his old friend who had gone through thick and thin with him, doing? Had Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Wu Zhongtian reunited with Tu Fei, who had been thrown into the northern plains? Was that bastard Black Emperor still clamoring about bringing disaster to the world? However, why was there a hidden worrying for him? Could it be that something bad had happened? 7 years had passed. Could little Nan Nan grow up? What changes had she undergone? Was Jiziyue, this beautiful girl, looking up at the starry sky now? Was she still grinding her little canine teeth and chanting his name? Ji Haoyue was born with an invincible body. Could he become the number one among the young generation in the eastern wilderness? Thinking of him, the figure of Yao Guang's saint inevitably appeared. Had this unfathomable genius really soared to the sky? When he made his move, it might be earth-shattering and world-shaking. Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Shi, Yen Ruyu, Little Rock, Xiao Jiuyo, Central Emperor, Southern Demon, West Bodhisattva, and so many others. What achievements had they made? Had the strongest divine sons of the Mortal Dynasty and the Hell Dynasty, who specialized in killing kings, appeared? What kind of pressure did they bring to the kings of the 5 regions, the holy lands of the eastern wilderness, the Central Plains Divine Dynasty, and the ancient temples of the West Desert? Had anything major happened in all these years? Was the sickly old man Gai Jiuyo from 9,000 years ago? How was his body condition now? Was the victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru really the monkey's uncle? How high was his cultivation now? Had the ancient royal families come out? What kind of pressure would they bring to the human race? In the forbidden land of the Antiquity era, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin. Did something happen in the endless abyss? The undying mountain contained the netherworld grass, the black tortoise divine medicine, the enlightened ancient tea tree, and the divine spirit transformed from the green gold immortal tear. Was the supreme existence guarded by the headless night about to come into being? Origin ancient mine, the most mysterious place. Before the archaic times, not even the 10,000 clans dared approach it. Back then, they saw the sun, moon, and stellar radiance being absorbed and sent out, a vast expanse of whiteness with ancient corpses rising and falling. Now that the ancient creatures revived, would they be able to uncover the great mystery of the endless Eris? The ruins of God had the South Heaven Gate and the ancient celestial court. Had the monkey gone to look for the immortal peach tree of the battling sacred apes, the immortal mausoleum was rumored to be a vast cemetery for immortals. Were there really immortals buried here? He had never been there before. Too many things. Yifan was only momentarily absent-minded when he recalled many past events in the Beidou Star region, most of which were focused on the Eastern Barren Territory. I originally wanted to risk my life and return to my hometown, but who would have thought that I would be stranded in the cosmos? Now, I'm afraid there's no way to return anymore. Facing this boundless universe, he truly felt how insignificant he was. Not to mention a tiny body, even a great star or a star field couldn't be considered anything. They were insignificant, like specks of dust. In this boundless cosmos, humans were truly too insignificant. The strength of a human was even more insignificant. If one wanted to go from one star domain to another, they might need to fly for several hundred lifetimes. There was even less of a need to talk about going from one end of the pitch-black cosmos to the other ancient region. It was truly too difficult and almost impossible to accomplish. I will most likely continue to float forever, becoming a speck of dust in the cosmos. Until my life reaches its end, I won't be able to see anyone again. Yifan sighed softly. This was something that couldn't be helped. There was simply no way to change it. Unless he continuously broke through and became an existence like the ancient saints, he might still be able to return. It's been 7 years. Why am I always on tenterhooks? Could it be that something has happened? If some of my old friends have already died in battle, why can't I send them off? Yifan was suddenly startled. Could it be that someone had really died? Why would he occasionally feel uneasy and be startled even when he was meditating? Could it be that something big had really happened in the Eastern Barren Territory? Some of my enemies are really unfathomable. If they vent their anger on Pang Bo and the others, that would be terrible. The two great divine sons of the god dynasty of the killer had never appeared. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons would find out sooner or later that he had led people there to stir up trouble. In the pitch-black cosmos, Yifan sighed softly. There was nothing he could do. He had become a divine lord now, but no matter how great his magical powers were, he couldn't be of any help. It's a pity that the divine body of an almighty being can't frighten them. For as long as 7 years, he had been floating alone in the lifeless cosmos. He had endured endless loneliness, and he had finally achieved what he had today. Compared to the past, his cultivation speed during these 7 years couldn't be considered fast, but it was incomparably solid. He had consolidated every step. If he wanted to prove his way, he had to do this. However, compared to others, this kind of cultivation speed was still considered very fast. Suddenly, Yifan's heart trembled. The old man in cyan next to him seemed to have come back to life. His dim and lifeless eyes suddenly lit up in the pitch-black night sky, as if 2 stars had exploded. 2 damaged 5-colored altars flew out of his eyes and collided with each other, forming an undamaged ancient formation platform. This is... Yifan was shocked. All of this was too unexpected. He thought that the will of the gods, who had died and almost could not exist, had surprised him again and again. Now, he had created an altar. Send me back to the Ziwei ancient star. I will give you good fortune. Abandon me and leave, curse me for 100 lifetimes. The old man in cyan had a terrifying expression as he spat out these words in a low voice. Then, his body quickly disappeared and was injected into the 5-colored altar. In the end, only a phantom image of him was left. He held the stone coffin and repeated the words that were like a curse. He stared at Yifan. If you can open the path to the Ziwei ancient star region, it naturally won't be a problem. Yifan felt very lonely in this cold and desolate universe without any signs of life. If there was a chance, he naturally wanted to leave and enter a source of life. Swoosh! The light brightened and the old man in cyan became even fainter. His essence energy was injected into the 5-colored altar that was less than 2 meters in diameter. Then, a small pagoda fell out from between his eyebrows. both he and the stone coffin entered it. Ding! This pagoda was very small, only the size of a finger. When it landed on the five-colored altar, it let out a crisp sound. Yi Fan was astonished. A creature formed from the evil will of a deity actually had something to ask of him. Could it really set sail again? He waited for a long time, but the small five-colored altar didn't change. In the end, Yi Fan picked up the small pagoda and activated his essence energy. He injected it into the five-colored altar just like the old man in Xian had done. Finally, the five-colored altar was activated. Energy from the dark universe surged over like water. This was something he could sense but couldn't absorb. Boom! In this pitch-black sky, for the first time in millions of years, an extremely bright divine light rushed out. The five-colored altar was dazzling. 5 kinds of divine light formed a 2-meter-tall 8 trigram. It formed a wormhole that sucked Yi Fan in. Ziwei Ancient Imperial Star. Through the deep wormhole, Yi Fan saw a large purple star blooming with divine light. It was fixed at the end of the eternal void. Was that the Ziwei main star of China's ancient mythology? Yi Fan was very excited. The ancients had given it too many mysterious colors. Now, it was possible that he could go to that star region. The Starry Gate opened up a deep passage that led straight ahead. Yi Fan flew forward at high speed, and from time to time, starlight flashed. He was very nervous. He didn't know if he could reach his destination this time. One had to know that the previous times he crossed, he had failed. He was stranded halfway and even gave up on the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Starlight flashed, and the ancient road went backward. Yi Fan felt time and light distort as the passage changed. Everything became unreal. In the end, with a loud sound, he appeared in the star region with a large purple star as the center. He immediately felt an unusual aura. The aura of the ancient emperors. The deterrence of the celestial emperors? Yi Fan's heart trembled. At first, he thought it was someone who had confirmed the Tao in front of him. After carefully sensing it, he found that it came from this star region. Now, he finally knew how extraordinary this ancient star region was. Before he could think too much, the spatial passageway twisted and turned, quickly transporting him out towards an ancient source of life. The wind whistled past Yi Fan's ears. He felt as if he was about to burn up. He came out of the wormhole and was falling towards an ancient star. This time, I succeeded. I've arrived at the source of life in the Ziwei ancient star region. He almost couldn't believe it. After floating in the universe for 7 years, he had no more hopes. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at an ancient star with life. The ancient world of myths and legends. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was inconceivable. He had never expected that one day, he would truly descend and personally come here. This was a large star, vast and boundless. It gave people an incomparably majestic feeling. Yi Fan had already broken through and was falling towards the earth. He descended rapidly. The blazing temperature almost made him burn. He took out the cauldron and put himself inside, quickly approaching this ancient source of life. The myriad chi cauldron was like a shooting star, cutting through the sky and quickly falling towards this land. Looking from the sky, it was deeply shocking. The land was boundless and boundless. Majestic mountains towered into the clouds and great rivers surged, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. There were also many celestial lands with spiritual energy rushing into the heavens. This was a magnificent world. It was majestic yet beautiful, majestic yet immortal. It shook people's hearts. The cauldron was heavy and ferocious. It descended from outer space and immediately fell into a celestial land. A loud sound rang out. It was as if the heaven and earth were shaking. A cliff collapsed, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Rocks flew everywhere. At the side, a silver waterfall splashed into the sky. All kinds of spiritual trees in the surroundings were broken, and all the jade grass collapsed. A flock of spiritual birds wailed and rushed into the sky in fright, fleeing into the distance. Who dares to break into my Xuandu Cave's 8 Visions Palace? At this time, a boy with red lips and white teeth flew over and shouted. In the cauldron, Yi Fan was startled. He felt that the place the boy mentioned was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he was startled. According to the legends, wasn't the place his father lived in great overarching heaven's Xuandu Cave's 8 Visions Palace? Could it be that he had come to this place? How could the Temple of 8 Visions really exist? Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock and he was stunned. Is the owner of the mysterious capital cave lousy? He couldn't hold it in any longer and asked impatiently. The child did not answer and his expression was unfriendly. Though his lips were red and his teeth were white, he looked no older than 7 or 8 years old. However, he had an air of arrogance about him. Why are you insulting the immortal realm? Though Yi Fan knew that Laozi was a powerful cultivator, he did not expect a place like the Temple of 8 Visions to exist. It was far too shocking. Laozi was a person from 2500 years ago. Just like him, he came from the other side of the galaxy. Based on what he knew, Laozi was an ancient person with great wisdom. In the past, he never thought that Laozi was a cultivator. Later on, when he arrived at the other side of the galaxy and entered the Beidou galaxy, he experienced many things and overturned his previous knowledge. However, he did not think too much about it. Today, he heard that the mysterious capital cave existed on this ancient planet. His heart was shaken. Laozi's Temple of 8 Visions and Shakyamuni's Temple of Tempest were all the same. They were all places that challenged his thinking and shocked him. Why did you barge into my mountain and destroy my spiritual land? The child was relentless and questioned Yi Fan. Yi Fan bowed and apologized. I did not mean to offend you. I accidentally fell here. He was very polite to the child and wanted to enter to see Laozi. This ancient China sage had left behind countless mysteries. He had appeared in the Beidou galaxy and had left his footprints in this world. At this moment, he suddenly fell in front of the Elder Supreme Elder's cave abode. One could imagine how excited Yi Fan was. He wanted to see him immediately. The child looked like he had seen a ghost and had an expression of disbelief. Who do you want to see? I want to see the elder, Yi Fan answered seriously. Where did you come from? Did you fall from the sky? Or have you not been seen for thousands of years? The child's expression was strange. Yi Fan knew that there must be some misunderstanding. Or else the child would not be acting like this. The child looked down on him. You look like you have never seen the world. How dare you ask me that? Did you just come out of a cave? What do you mean? Yi Fan asked calmly. If you want to find me, it's impossible. The current master of 8 Visions Palace is my master, Xianxia. What are you talking about? Yi Fan was stunned. Many unimaginable things had happened today. First, he had personally come to the legendary Ziwei ancient star region. Then, he heard about Laozi Xuandu Cave. Now, he heard that there was another owner here. You barbarian, you destroyed my family's immortal gate, yet you're still asking questions here and there. You really have no manners. The child didn't have any good words to say. Yi Fan had been drifting alone in the dark universe for 7 years. He had passed through the grating mist and other ancient regions. The clothes on his body had long since become tattered, but he had never changed them. However, he did not want to be looked down upon because of this and be called a wild mountain man. Where did I go? Who is Xianxia? How did he become the master of this place? He had too many questions in his heart. Audacious. Your origins are unknown and yet you dare to question me? You damaged my sect and startled my spiritual land. What punishment do you deserve? The child's expression turned heavy. Yi Fan was repulsed. He didn't expect that a little child would dare to put on airs with him. His expression instantly turned cold. You are just a barbarian. You damaged my sect and you still dare to put on airs here? The child coldly laughed. There was some arrogance in his voice. Why don't you take a look at where you are? How can a person like you come to this place? Although he looked very small, he didn't look simple at all. He was extremely domineering and domineering. Suddenly, he stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. What was originally a gentle and fair little hand suddenly flickered with green light. A few fine scales appeared on it, and it grew to over a dozen zhang long. It was incomparably huge, and as it pressed down, its nails were sharp and cold. I initially thought that you are a little child. So it turns out that you are a demonic man who has lived for many years. No wonder you are so tyrannical. Yi Fan coldly snorted. He stood at his original location and didn't even move half a step. Right now, his cultivation base has already reached the second level of Immortal Foundation. He didn't even fear peak stage Saint Lords. How could he be bullied by a little child? He lifted his hand and struck out. Bang! Yi Fan's palms that seemed to be forged from divine metal instantly shattered the scaled hand. This was already the result of him showing mercy. If not, the little child would definitely be turned into meat paste. You! The little child screamed in misery as he retreated. The green-colored hand shrunk back to its original size. It was twisted beyond recognition as the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The saint energy within the hand was still circulating chaotically. Although this place is the Eight Visions Palace of the Mystic Capital Cavern, a little child like you cannot be so brazen. I believe if your father was here, I wouldn't allow my sect to do such a thing either. Yi Fan coldly spoke. You, how audacious, daring to behave atrociously in my Eight Visions Palace. Today, even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough to kill you. The little child roared, pointing his finger at Yi Fan. After that, he turned around and sped away. Yi Fan ignored him. After all, this was the Eight Visions Palace. Although this little child was unreasonable, it wasn't appropriate for him to kill him. Who's causing a ruckus? A voice rang out from the depths of this immortal ground. This was a cold voice that didn't sound very old. Yet, there was a sense of imposingness to it. There were many beautiful mountain peaks in this spiritual land. Spiritual birds danced in the air, the cliffs were filled with strange rocks, the waterfalls were like chains, and on the cliffs, there were many spiritual mushrooms. This place wasn't very vast and there weren't many people cultivating here. However, this place was extraordinary and could be considered as a divine land. There's a country bumpkin who ate the guts of a leopard and came here to cause trouble. He destroyed my mountain gate and continuously investigated the situation of the Eight Visions Palace. The little child shouted. His fractured right hand was spasming and his head was covered in cold sweat. In the distance, a young man walked over. His temperament was calm, and he wore a 5-colored dragon robe. On his head was a purple gold crown, and his hands were behind his back. He walked in the air with an imposing manner without being angry. This was a young man who didn't seem too old. He seemed to be in his 20s. His long eyebrows reached his temples, his black hair was glossy, and his eyes were cold. He couldn't be considered handsome, but there was a certain aura about him. He walked like a dragon and tiger, like a heavenly king descending to the mortal world. My big brother has only been in isolation for a year, yet there are already people who can't wait and have designs on the Eight Visions Palace. He was incomparably cold as he walked towards the mountain gate. Yi Fan stood outside the mountain gate on top of a blue stone. His powerful divine sense swept over and felt that there were only 2 or 3 people in this immortal ground. Was this the Eight Visions Palace of the Mystic Capital Cavern? It was completely different from what he had imagined. There weren't many cultivators, only 2 or 3 people. Yi Fan saw this young man. He was wearing a dragon robe and had an imposing appearance. He was like a heavenly king who had descended to the mortal world. He felt that he was extraordinary, and upon closer inspection, he was even more surprised because he was extremely powerful. This person seemed to have a blood aura rising from the top of his head. If it wasn't for the divine eyes of origin, it would have been difficult to see it. The essence energy around his body was like a dragon, surging and surging. He was like a divine furnace that contained terrifying divine power. Yi Fan was quite surprised. He had just arrived at the Ziwei segmentum, and he already saw such a powerful young man. He was definitely on par with the Divine Lord. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my Eight Visions Palace? The young man asked coldly. I didn't mean to offend you. I just fell from the sky and damaged the mountain gate. Yi Fan explained. Say no more. You destroyed my mountain gate and injured my child. That's already a great crime. I punish you to be my slave. You will guard the mountain gate for me for 3 years, and I will let you go when the time is up. Are you satisfied? The young man had his hands behind his back. He spoke slowly, but his words were powerful. It was like a golden bell ringing. He didn't give anyone any room to speak. He was like a superior and was very dignified. He directly sentenced Yi Fan to serve as a slave. Who do you think you are? You want me to be your slave and guard the mountain gate for you? Yi Fan's face darkened, but he was also very shocked. This young man was extremely powerful. The blood aura in his body was like a pillar, as if there were tens of thousands of dragons swimming around. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you want me to kill you with my own hands? The young man's eyes were cold. He stood on the cliff and looked down at Yi Fan. I just want to know, is the master of the Eight Visions Palace? Me? Yi Fan asked. This place belongs to my master. The child's eyes were cold and filled with hatred. Who are you guys? Yi Fan asked. My older brother Xianxia is the master of the Eight Visions Palace. I am also cultivating in the mysterious capital cave. My name is Xianxia. I'll let you know so that you won't die a wrongful death. The young man said indifferently. You are just a country bumpkin. Why aren't you coming over to greet my master's younger brother? You think that doesn't know life from death? The child shouted. Pa. Yi Fan took action. His golden palm and fingers were like a large golden millstone. They flickered with dazzling divine golden light as they immediately lashed out. That child screamed miserably. His mouth full of teeth flew out and blood flowed. He couldn't evade at all and flew out several dozen zhang. He smashed into a cliff and a human-shaped pit appeared. Are you courting death? You dare take action in my Eight Visions Palace? Xianxia's face immediately became overcast. He was incomparably powerful as he looked down on Yi Fan. He pressed forward step by step. Half of the child's face was shattered. He struggled free from the cliff with great difficulty and roared sinisterly, who doesn't know that my master will be unrivaled in the future? You actually dare to come here and court death. At present, Yi Fan could be compared to the emperor. Once his divine physique reached this level, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. He could go anywhere in the world and naturally wouldn't have any restraints. Pa. He turned his hand and gave the child another slap. The large golden hand stretched out several dozen zhang and slapped the child, flying again. The other side of his face was also shattered. He could no longer speak and his eyes were filled with fear. This child was seriously injured and turned into a green flood dragon. He entrenched himself on a cliff and didn't dare to utter another word. You still have to look at the master before beating a dog. You dare to act so impudently in front of my Eight Visions Palace. Don't think about being kind today. If you want to live, then be a slave for the rest of your life, Xianxia said coldly. Is that so? I want to see how you are going to make me stay. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He took a step into the sky and faced him. Xianxia was suddenly startled. He then revealed a shocked expression and said, the aura of the source energy of all living things. You have mysterious yellow essence on you. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person's spiritual sense was too powerful. He could even sense the cauldron hidden between his brows. Good. My big brother wants to refine a heaven and earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and is currently searching for the source energy of all living things. Who would have thought that you would deliver this item? Xianxia spoke as if it was a matter of course. He was certain that Yi Fan was making a wedding dress for himself and was delivering a treasure to his doorstep. He reached out a large hand and grabbed forward, covering the heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't know how powerful this person's physical body was. It was as if it had been baptized by a supreme divine object. It actually collapsed the sky with a slight tremble. However, he didn't feel any fear. As a divine physique, he naturally didn't fear close-range attacks. He immediately met the attack head-on. Pong, the two's large hands collided, emitting a muffled sound. Xianxia's physical body was like a piece of eternally imperishable divine gold. It was sturdy and indestructible. This powerful? Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was one of the most powerful physical bodies he had ever seen since he started cultivating. I've washed my body with the immortal divine phoenix's blood. Apart from my big brother, this is the first time I've met someone who can contend with my physical body. Yet, I didn't smash you to pieces? Xianxia was also extremely shocked. Then, he sneered and said, "Phoenix blood boil." He shouted loudly. Scarlet light rushed into the sky from all over his body. He was enveloped by a layer of immortal divine phoenix's blood. His physical body was incomparably sturdy, as if it could never be destroyed. Yifan sneered and didn't hold back anymore. His golden blood boiled and his chi pierced through the sky. A golden rainbow rushed out from the top of his head and pierced through the sky. The peerless physical bodies collided. A streak of blood rushed up. One of Yin Tianji's arms was torn off by Yifan. He screamed miserably, He quickly retreated and stabilized his body. He stopped the blood from flowing out of his right arm and regenerated it. He shouted, "Today, I will kill you." Yin Tianji's severed arm stopped bleeding. His gaze was cold, and his 5-colored dragon robe fluttered. His hair was tied up in a purple crown, and his expression was quite fierce. Ever since he was born, other than his eldest brother, no one had been able to suppress him with one move. He resisted with his flesh shell and tore off one of his arms. This made his blood rush to his brain. He pointed with a finger, and his entire arm turned scarlet red, transforming into a phoenix wing. Auspicious splendor surged, and scarlet multicolored light dazzled the eyes. Yifan dodged to the side, and the bewitching red light brushed past him, piercing through a stone mountain. Divine rainbows shocked the sky, piercing through 36 peaks in a row. The finger hole was perfectly round, and the front and back were all pierced. The power of this finger was extremely great, condensed with a trace of immortal divinity. It was unstoppable, and could destroy all living things. Yin Tianji's pupils were blood red, as intimidating as 2 demonic blades. His aura was like the sun, and his 10 fingers opened up, shooting out streak after streak of scarlet multicolored light. Every single finger was like a crimson sky sword. They were scarlet red, crystalline, and dazzling, and they emanated divine lights that were like chains as they pierced through this small world to the point it was beyond recognition. Yifan avoided the edge, and after careful observation, he formed seals with both hands and decisively attacked. The sky-flipping seal directly covered over. With a loud sound, the entire sky was overturned. This was a great Tao divine seal that was not passed down by the human race. The higher the cultivator's understanding of the Tao, the greater the power. The great seal was like the blue sky, square in all directions. It was like the jade seal of the celestial emperor falling down, destroying all things. It was countless times more powerful than it was in the past. All who stood in its way were destroyed. The sky-flipping seal seemed to overturn the sky. Under one strike, all of the scarlet multicolored light turned into smoke, turning into ashes. They were all destroyed. Yin Tianji's bones creaked from the pressure, and he flew out dozens of feet. He smashed into a stone mountain and was buried below. He bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix, and his flesh shell was so terrifying that it could be called abnormal. It was difficult to find someone who could compete with him among his peers, but now, he was suppressed instead. Yifan followed up, holding the human ruler seal in his hand. He was like the lord of the human race descending to the world. This great Tao divine seal covered the sky and earth, destroying everything in all directions. It flattened the shattered mountain from the ground until not even dregs were left. Not a single blade of grass grew in this area, nothing left. It was completely barren, the lofty ancient peaks disappearing. In the distance, the wild flood dragon turned back into a boy. He was dumbstruck and his face was pale. Yin Tianji's physical body was so powerful that even the master of the 8 Visions Temple had praised him. But now, he was being suppressed by someone else. What kind of abnormal physique is this? Could it be the legendary ancient battle emperor physique that Master mentioned? The boy turned pale with fright. If Yin Tianji were to die and the master of the 8 Visions Temple came out of seclusion, even he would be in great trouble. No matter where he went, he would not be able to escape death. In the distance, the ground ruptured. Rocks flew into the sky like smoke signals, forming a vast expanse that covered the sun and moon. Yin Tianji rushed out. Just now, he had been absolutely suppressed. Yifan's ruler seal flattened the ground, and he was powerless to resist. He escaped underground and came out from this direction. His expression was cold. This was something that had never happened before. He had never encountered such a great setback before. Bathing in the blood of the immortal phoenix, this kind of heaven-defying divine object was rarely seen in 1,000 generations. It could allow a person to shed off their mortal body and give birth to an unbreakable body. Yet now, it still couldn't stop the person in front of him. Purple energy comes from the east, vast and mighty for 30,000 li. Xianxia shouted loudly. A sea of purple energy came from the east and instantly filled the heavens and earth. It was indescribably noble and intimidating. This is my inheritance. Yi Fan was astonished. This was a heaven-defying method of that ancient person. It had appeared when he left Hanggu Pass. A tsunami-like sound rang out. Purple energy rushed up from behind Xianxia like 100,000 ancient stars falling. All of the starlight gathered together. It was as if a 10,000-year ancient demon had appeared out of nowhere. Demonic energy overflowed into the heavens and wreaked havoc in all directions. Every inch was purple splendor and purple flames. The purple energy was vast and mighty. It submerged Yi Fan and wanted to refine him. Many mountains were evaporated and turned into smoke. It was impossible for them to exist anymore. This was a terrifying offensive secret technique. Xianxia had only obtained a portion of the inheritance from his brother, but it was still enough to look down on the world. Anyone who faced this kind of supreme secret technique would pale in fright. The entire lofty mountain was evaporated like water vapor. It was terrifying to the extreme. Yi Fan didn't show the slightest bit of contempt. Instead, his expression became serious. Using his body as a seal, he activated the Tao marks and formed a golden taiji circle to resist the purple energy from the East divine technique. Sword cries and phoenix cries sounded one after another. They sounded from within the purple light. Blade radiance, sword shadows, and immortal phoenixes danced in the air. They weaved through the purple mist and all of them hacked down on the golden circle. Unfortunately, the 10,000 techniques were like clouds and passed by in a hurry. Yi Fan didn't move at all and defended against the attack. Moreover, after stabilizing the situation, he advanced on foot and pressed forward. With each step he took, this immortal earth would tremble. It was as if an ancient deity was moving, the blue sky about to crush down. Xianxia's expression changed. Right now, he truly didn't want to fight against Yi Fan's flesh anymore. After suffering 2 great losses in a row, he felt apprehensive and quickly backed up. He decided to face his enemy with Tao methods. Great pure energy origin / His body turned into nothingness and retreated. However, a streak of great pure energy descended from the heavens, producing primal chaos. It turned into a several thousand zhang long streak of primal chaos astral wind and hacked down. It had to be said that this was a type of exceptional offensive holy technique. Yi Fan continuously changed techniques to resist it. Fiery light overflowed in all directions between the two, divine multicolored light shooting in all directions and primal chaos surging. It was incomparably intense. Xianxia could move unhindered through the world and resist a sect master. At his age, he was definitely world-shocking. However, in the end, he still wasn't a match for Yi Fan. He was struck by a large golden hand until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though he used the phoenix blood to baptize his fleshly body and obtained a portion of the supreme secret art passed down by his elder brother, he still wasn't a match for Qin Wendian. The main reason was because Yi Fan had a saint physique and had reached the 2nd level of immortal foundation. He wasn't someone ordinary sect masters could compare to. Phoenix blood is merely SOSO. What physique do you have exactly? Xianxia spoke. He was truly shocked. Yi Fan could suppress him just with his fleshly body and was even able to fight against his phoenix blood. What physique I have isn't important. What's important is how strong the person is. Yi Fan coldly laughed, rushing over and unleashing another domineering attack. What you said is right. What physique, what identity, it doesn't matter. What's important is the person's cultivation base. Today, I will let you understand that the 8 Visions Palace is a divine place under the heavens. No one can offend it. Xianxia roared. At this moment, his expression was solemn and dignified. A strand of great pure energy gushed out, transforming into a Tao sword that instantly slashed over. Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He shattered the Dao sword with a single punch, but the Dao sword was reborn, unable to be extinguished. Are you trying to stall for time? Yi Fan coldly laughed, unceasingly shattering the Dao sword as he continued advancing forward. I'll let you take a look at the secret art of the Eight Visions Palace and use it to kill you. Yin Tianji coldly snorted. He was finally prepared. Above his head, 3 auspicious clouds appeared. After that, 3 beams of immortal light shot out from the crown of his head, transforming into the shape of a human. 1 Qi transformed into 3 Pures. From afar, the little boy exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that the master of the Eight Visions Palace would impart such a supreme divine art to his younger brother. Yi Fan's heart also trembled. This wasn't an avatar, it was his true self. His combat prowess was many times stronger compared to his avatars, and it was equivalent to several of him fighting at the same time. Qi. The 3 beams of immortal light merged with the auspicious clouds and turned into 3 Taoists. Each of them looked exactly like Yin Tianji as they pressed forward in large strides. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It was already amazing enough for a person like Yin Tianji to appear in this world, but now there were 3 of them. Anyone would feel apprehensive. The 4 of them weren't avatars, they fought in symbiosis and were terrifying. The 4 of them were of one mind and didn't distinguish between the main and the secondary as they attacked together. Hand over your life. Yin Tianji was incomparably conceited. He couldn't beat Yi Fan alone, but with 3 of him, would they still lose? Dang. A light sound came from above Yi Fan's head as the source Qi descended and hovered above the cauldron. He didn't use the flames of the black gourd, he wanted to use his true strength to test his improvement over the past 7 years. This is it, this is the source Qi. My big brother wants to summon a mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. You brought it here at the right time. Of the 4 Yin Tianjis, 1 held a green sword, 1 had an ancient pagoda floating above his head, 1 spat out a treasure mirror, and 1 shook a large bell. These 4 great murderous weapons were summoned at the same time as he used his strongest power to attack Yi Fan. Sword radiance, bell waves, mirror light, pagoda body rotated, and cold light shone on the iron cloak. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Anyone would find it hard to face 4 top experts. He did his best to resist with the deity striking whip in his hand and the source Qi hanging above his head as he fought fiercely. These figures were as fast as lightning and almost tangled together. Magic power overflowed the sky and killing intent pervaded the air. It was difficult to separate them as they fought with their lives on the line. Even though Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation, he could tell that Yin Tianji was anxious and wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. He had lost his composure. Finally, he understood why. 2 of the true bodies suddenly emitted a light pop sound, quickly dissolving, once again turning into 2 masses of clear air. What 3 pure ones? So you only managed to strengthen 1. You want to use this to eliminate me? Yi Fan sneered. After transforming into Tai Chi, a dragon-shaped ripple shot out and split the ancient pagoda with a clang. Then, he attacked with great force. In the end, after fighting for 500 rounds, he smashed 1 of Yin Tianji with the deity striking whip and turned it into a stream of clear energy. The other 1 directly flew away. You want to leave? Don't you want my source Qi? Yi Fan chased closely behind. In Xuandu Cave, a large expanse of blazing brilliance rushed up and a complex formation pattern appeared. At the same time, a void world opened up and a new world appeared. Yin Tianji and the child rushed in. Yi Fan was blocked outside by the formation pattern. With a quick glance, he saw the words Grand Clear Holy Realm in the void world. It really is my place of cultivation. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Moreover, he activated his heavenly eye and looked into the depths. He saw an ancient palace, simple and natural. Is that the Eight Visions Palace? The void slowly closed. Yi Fan could not enter. He was very uneasy. There was definitely his father's inheritance inside. If he could obtain it, it would greatly increase his battle strength. Forget it, he still has an older brother who should be stronger. He is my true inheritor. I just came to the Ziwei Ancient Star Field. I'd better not provoke him for now. Yi Fan turned around and left. He wanted to understand this world first. He did not know anything about this place. There should be countless secrets in the mythical region of ancient China. However, as soon as he turned around, a loud shout came from behind. Do you still want to leave after coming to the Eight Visions Palace? Either be a slave forever or die immediately. In the grand clear holy realm, Xianxia shook his hand and took out a shiny iron chakram. He struck it out and split the sky and earth. Yi Fan felt great danger. This weapon was very shocking. Could it be the diamond chakram that Laozi forged when he left Hangu Pass? At this moment, he actually felt powerless to resist. It turned out that this guy had gone to take the chakram. No wonder he was so arrogant again. Country bumpkin, although my master is in seclusion, he left behind a holy item. A weapon is enough to kill you. The boy also clamored. Slave your grandpa, suppress your grandpa. Yi Fan's face darkened. These two were asking for a beating. They deserved to be killed 100 times. The words "I'm asking for a beating" were almost written on their faces. Boom. He didn't care about anything else. He took out the black gourd and activated the blazing divine flame. In an instant, 9-colored mist surged into the sky and enveloped the area in front of him. Ah! The boy screamed and turned into a fiery dragon on the spot. Then, he turned into charcoal and cried out miserably. Ah! Xianxia was not much better. His entire body was ignited and purple chi from the east was useless. In an instant, he became a flaming man. The terrifying diamond chakram was bright and translucent. It flew over like a star in the sky. It was incomparably terrifying and crushed the heaven and earth. However, Yi Fan was extremely expectant. He activated the army formula and made up his mind to take this treasure away. He wanted to see if it was forged by Laozi when he left Hangu Pass and what secrets it had. The diamond chakram shone brightly and flickered with silver light as it rushed over from the distance. It was as if a ring of the moon was shooting over with a dazzling divine splendor. Yi Fan felt a great pressure as if he was facing a collapsing sky. His entire body felt like it was going to split apart as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He dodged to the side as the diamond chakram drew out a blinding white light that brushed past him, shattering a group of mountains in the distance and turning them into dust. This is... He was astonished. This precious chakram had lost control, but its divine might was still astonishing. A single scratch could destroy so many mountains as if it had the power to split the heavens and the earth. Buzz! The diamond chakram trembled slightly as it rushed out from the flattened ground. Although there was no one controlling it, it still flew towards the enemy on its own, aiming for Yi Fan's head. This precious chakram has given birth to its own divine will. At the very least, it is an imperial divine weapon, and one that is impossible to estimate. Yi Fan sacrificed the cauldron and began to absorb the power of heaven and earth to collect the diamond chakram. This treasure was extremely powerful. If he could control it, his battle strength would increase greatly. Clang, the silver chakram was like a knife. It didn't come into contact with the cauldron as it slashed out beams of divine radiance, causing the cauldron to shake violently. If it weren't for its special material, it would have turned into dust. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't use the cauldron to fight against this unknown grade of precious chakram. He was only using the cauldron to slow it down and didn't really touch it. Beam after beam of silver light shot out like heavenly swords, surging everywhere. Tens of thousands of beams of light pierced through the void like a sieve. Pfft! In the distance, the boy let out a final scream as he turned into dust. As for Xianxia, because he had bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix, his physique was extremely special and could actually be compared to Wang Ting's physical body. However, he couldn't survive either. Most of his body was charred, and the last strand of connection between him and the diamond chakram was about to be severed. The ancient treasure slowed down. Yi Fan was overjoyed. He sacrificed the cauldron to absorb the divine radiance and officially take it for himself. Ah! Xianxia let out a final scream. Like a phoenix bathed in flames, a scarlet mist shot out from his body as he activated the last of his divine will to control the chakram. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura was emitted. It was as if the underworld had descended, making people feel as if they were being pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. Intense pain and coldness caused goosebumps to appear all over their bodies, and their hair stood on end. The diamond chakram fell down and turned into the size of a millstone. It could split the heavens and split the earth, destroying anything it hit. Even though Yi Fan had a holy body, he was not willing to take the risk and face it head-on. Boom, it was impossible to tell how many kilometers this mountain range was. The countless peaks were like sand castles on the beach, destroyed in an instant by the waves. Dozens, hundreds, an endless number of them fell continuously. Every mountain peak shattered inch by inch and turned into sand. So powerful. Yi Fan was horrified. This ancient jade pendant's power was too great. If it was used by a king-level figure, who could resist it, he used the cauldron to protect himself. For the first time, he struck out with the power of Yin, transforming it into the gentle holy power of Taiji. Like a drop of water on a stone, he used softness to overcome hardness. The army symbol art appeared at the same time, operating at will, connecting with the Tao, quickly interfering with the jade, wishing to seize it and prevent it from releasing its terrifying divine might. "Open for me!" Yin Tianji yelled loudly. He was going to die without a doubt. There was no hope of survival at all. The nine-colored mist had already ignited his primordial spirit, and he wanted to drag Yi Fan to his death. The millstone-sized diamond chakram turned into a black hole within his body, swallowing everything. The rubble and mud from the tens and hundreds of collapsed mountains surged over like a raging river, swallowing everything in an instant. Yi Fan's body was unsteady, and he was almost completely melted away. This was an extremely terrifying scene. This precious chakram could swallow anything, just like a black hole in the universe. He had seized a diamond chakram from a light-shaking realm disciple before, but it was obviously a replica. It had also displayed this kind of ability before, but compared to this chakram, it paled in comparison. Yi Fan retreated and unleashed all kinds of strange techniques. He even brought out the black gourd, preparing to knock the diamond chakram down and stop it from turning into a black hole. Otherwise, there was no way to stop it, and he really would be swallowed up. However, at this moment, Yin Tianji let out a loud cry and finally turned into ashes. His primordial spirit was completely burned away, and he died miserably on the spot. The divine might of the diamond chakram immediately decreased, and it became much dimmer. It was no longer as frightening as before. Yi Fan decisively made his move. He displayed the army character incantation and activated the myriad chi cauldron. With a clang, the precious chakram was collected into the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a sparkling and translucent precious chakram revolved about. It was like an eternal star, and it emitted a soul-shaking aura. This is a divine object. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Its material was extremely rare, and it was the nine heavens white jade annulus. According to legend, it was a piece of divine jade that was born from cutting off a portion of the heaven's essence. It was extremely hard and eternal. Although it is an imperial divine weapon, it can definitely evolve into a sacred weapon. Just this material alone is priceless, and it is hard to find in this world. Yi Fan made an accurate judgment. This was an unrivaled imperial divine weapon. Although it was very powerful, it was still not Laozi's diamond chakram. It was just a replica. However, it was extremely frightening to refine a replica to such a terrifying extent. Laozi's bloodline must have produced a peerless king whose strength was shocking. My big brother will avenge me. You won't be able to escape death no matter where you go. Even if you escape into the ancient star region, I can still catch up to you and kill you. This was Yin Tianji's last thought before he died. It was filled with unwillingness and resentment. The Tai Ching Holy Realm closed. The Eight Visions Palace inside was shrouded in purple mist. It was hazy and impossible to see through it. It was as if there was an ancient king sitting cross-legged inside. Yi Fan was stunned. A person called Yin Tianda was in seclusion inside. He entered the Eight Visions Palace and obtained Laozi's inheritance. He was extremely powerful. Yin Tianji had only obtained a portion of the inheritance from his big brother, but he was already comparable to a sect master. He had washed his body with the blood of a divine phoenix. How terrifying would his big brother be? Yi Fan's heart sank. This was definitely an unimaginable enemy. He was extremely terrifying and powerful, and he might have surpassed everyone in the past. The Tai Ching Holy Realm was closed and couldn't be opened at all. There was no way to attack. Yi Fan couldn't even use the nine-colored fire silk. He wants to find the source chi of all things and refine a mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. His ambition is too great. Yi Fan left. He didn't want to stay here for long. He needed to understand this world and become stronger. The diamond chakram was warm and sparkling in his hand. It was extremely magical. This was a divine item. If Xianxia hadn't died, it would have been very difficult to deal with. The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more terrified he felt. This was a peerless imperial divine weapon. It could be said to be the king of kings. In the future, it would definitely evolve into a supreme divine item. The Ziwei ancient star region was an incomparably vast world. It stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles. Yi Fan flew for a month after leaving the Eight Visions Palace of Xuandu Cave. He was still in the beautiful mountains and rivers and didn't see anyone. In the end, he saw an ancient altar on a barren mountain. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was an ancient teleportation formation. Where does it lead to? Yi Fan had had enough. He really wanted to enter a region with human habitation and ask others to understand everything about this ancient star. He didn't hesitate to step onto this ancient platform. He even dared to cross the desolate universe and traveled alone in the dark starfield for 7 years. Now that he was on an ancient planet, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. Even if this ancient formation teleported him to the end of the world, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this ancient region. The ancient formation platform was at least 10,000 years old. After many source stones were inserted, it flickered with light. In an instant, it blazed brilliantly and formed a passage that penetrated into the distance. Yi Fan flashed and quickly disappeared. He entered the silent nothingness and couldn't see anything. After a quarter of an hour, he finally passed through. Light appeared in front of him. This made his heart tremble. After spending so much time, he had definitely crossed over 8 million miles. This was an extremely long ancient formation. This world is really big. Any random abandoned ancient formation platform would easily cover 8 million miles. This is truly a boundless world. He felt that it might be even more vast and boundless than the Northern Dipper star domain. It was truly a bit frightening. It was hard to imagine what kind of star such a great star was. In this world where even demons existed, he had long since stopped using the physical laws of his hometown to measure things. He inwardly speculated that there might be laws that were used to establish a world on this ancient star. There was a region within a region, and the territory was boundless. Finally, he flew for several tens of thousands of miles and left this great wasteland. He saw a great city on the horizon. This was a black ancient city. It was extremely large and was completely cast from black crystals. Black light flickered as if a majestic heavenly city had descended into the mortal world. So majestic. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The city walls were over 100 meters tall and covered densely in formation patterns. One could tell with a single glance that this was an important place. Do you all know that something happened to Eight Visions Temple? Xianxia's younger brother was killed. What? Who dared to do such a thing? They even dared to provoke the master of Eight Visions Temple? Xianxia defeated all the sect masters 10 years ago. Just how powerful is he now? He dared to use the immortal phoenix blood to baptize his younger brother's body. One can only imagine how unfathomable he is. The dead Xianxia was also a supreme expert. Even the various sect masters were incomparably fearful of him. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Just who killed him? A few cultivators were discussing within this black ancient city that resembled a celestial capital. That day, there was a demon transformed from a spirit bird that had witnessed the battle and leaked the news. Let's not talk about this for now. We should hurry and see that ancient saint. I truly didn't expect such an ancient saint to appear in our Tianyuan city. That's a strange person. He doesn't care about the people's worship at all. He seems to be looking for something and has already lingered there for several days. Yi Fan was greatly shaken after hearing all of this. This world was truly too terrifying. They had just entered an ancient city and yet they could actually see an ancient saint. He also followed along. Many cultivators were heading out of the city and into a barren land that seemed to have been swept by magma. There were towering stone mountains here with strange rocks growing side by side. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree. In the distance, a few powerful cultivators could be seen, but they didn't dare to approach. Suddenly, Yifan was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a tall figure with disheveled hair standing between the stone mountains. This was a tall and sturdy person who was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He was majestic like an ancient god with bronze skin and messy black hair that covered his true appearance. Yifan couldn't see his appearance, but he was very familiar with this body because he had once climbed the sacred cliff with him and opened the ancient coffin of the great Saint Physique. It was actually the old madman. How is this possible? Why is he here? Yifan pinched himself to make sure that he wasn't in a trance. It really is him. His heart was filled with shock. He had traveled alone in the lonely universe for 7 years. Who would have thought that he would see an old friend in the Ziwei ancient star field? Tianyuan was an ancient city with a long history. No one knew which era it originated from. There were countless secrets in this barren land outside the city. It was rumored that the ancient emperor of Taiyin had once resided here and left behind countless legends. The stone mountain stood tall and barren. It was scorched as if it had been scorched by the most severe true flames of the sun. Even the red earth had melted and crystallized into a sparkling object. Rumor has it that the ancient emperor of Taiyin passed his seclusion here. He cultivated the grading scripture, which is extremely soft and extremely yin. How could he have created such a scene? Someone asked softly. What do you know? The extreme yin can give birth to yang. Otherwise, how could he have achieved the supreme Tao fruit of an ancient emperor? This is a sign of perfection, someone else said. Yifan really wanted to rush forward, but the old madman had already disappeared. His movements were too fast, disappearing with each step into the depths of this ancient land. Don't push, why do you have to go in? This is a living ancient saint. Do you want to anger him? Don't go near his forbidden land. This ancient saint has a strange temper. He doesn't like to be disturbed and has never accepted anyone's worship. It's better not to get into trouble. Don't make a mistake. Some people reminded him, saying that sect masters had gone to greet him these past few days, but they were all met with indifference. It was as if he was incompatible with the entire world. Senior. Finally, Yifan saw the old madman again. He walked out from a cave and stood on a mountain. Peak with a single step. Big brother crazy old man, he shouted again. The people around him all looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Who was this person? How dare he call a saint like this? It really made people speechless. What era was this ancient person from? Who is he? How dare he call me like this? Is he tired of living? Even the sect ancestors have to greet him respectfully, yet he dares to speak like this? Who are you? How dare you disrespect a saint like this? However, what made everyone speechless was that the strange man with disheveled hair in the distance suddenly looked over. His gaze pierced through the disheveled hair and stared at Yifan. In almost an instant, Yifan flew up, involuntarily appearing on that stone mountain. This left many people shocked, dumbstruck as they watched. Greetings, senior. Yifan was very excited. He had never thought that he would meet the crazy old man in the Ziwei ancient star region. Was this the power of a saint? He could cross the dark universe. Why are you here? Crazy Ol asked in a low voice. It was the first time he had spoken to Yifan. Yifan couldn't calm down. He sent out a strand of divine will and told Crazy Ol everything he had experienced. He asked for help and took him to cross the stars. Forbidden ancient barons. Crazy Ol's eyes shot out 2 beams of light. They were so bright that they looked like 2 divine lamps that pierced through the sky. He remained motionless for a full 15 minutes, gazing at the Big Dipper in the distance. His emotions were fluctuating violently, and he couldn't calm down. Yifan knew that he had a sad past there. His peers were all dead, and now he was the only one left, half crazy and half insane. When Yifan's divine will showed the violet copper worship in the dark universe, Crazy Ol was shocked. His eyes shone brightly as he exclaimed, "A worship full of immemorial ancestor kings?" Yifan was shocked. This was the first time he had felt the supreme pressure of a saint. A strong will to fight shot up to the sky, threatening to tear the universe apart. He had an illusion that Crazy Ol had become a god and was going to kill those immemorial ancestor kings alone in the starry sky. If these people don't die, the human race will be in great trouble. Their revival requires an endless source of life. Even billions of corpses won't be enough, Crazy Ol said coldly. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He wanted to ask something, but Crazy Ol was as calm as before. He didn't say anything more, just like a piece of rotten wood. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said that he came from the other side of the starry sky, a place called Earth. Crazy Ol could travel in the universe, and if he could bring him home. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Crazy Ol didn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he said, difficult, difficult, difficult. Without the universal coordinates, there's no way to go to the place you said. We might get lost in the lonely sky until we die. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Both Mars and the ancient Earth had their exact locations, but how could he know? He couldn't be sure of the coordinates. Suddenly, Crazy Ol's eyes shone brightly, shooting out two beams of blinding light into the starry sky. He gazed at the Big Dipper, and then his body faded away. Go away. Something is going to happen to me, he said in a low voice. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. What was going to happen to Crazy Ol? Was he in a bad state? Something was about to happen. Immediately afterwards, he flew outwards, breaking free from this barren land. He fell into the crowd and left into the distance. Crazy Ol waved his hand, and countless formation runes appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the whole area was submerged, and a vast light screen enveloped the barren land. This was an ancient formation that was complicated and profound to the extreme. Step by step, it was filled with killing intent, and it completely sealed this area. Yi Fan could vaguely recognize that there was a corner of the killing formation that the Black Emperor took out, as well as a corner of the Void Emperor's god pattern. The two of them were connected, and there were many other majestic and complicated Tao patterns that were densely packed. The ancient formation sealed heaven and earth, suppressing him so that he couldn't escape. This shocked everyone. What is he doing? Those look like imperial runes. Is he trying to suppress me to death? What's wrong with this saint? Why is he treating me like this? Everyone was confused, and they all revealed looks of disbelief as they looked inside. Roar! At this time, Crazy Ol roared. His jet-black hair instantly turned snow-white and danced like wild grass. He aged several thousand years in a single breath. He was originally tall and majestic, looking like a middle-aged man. But now, he was incomparably old, as if he had lost countless years in a single day. However, at this moment, he was very frightening. His withered head looked up at the sky, his eyes frightening as if he was possessed. With a second roar, the ancient land was completely destroyed. Heavens, this was the cultivation ground of the ancient Emperor of Tyene. It had endured countless tribulations, but today, it was destroyed by his roar. Everyone was horrified, and their blood ran cold. Crazy Ol's roar caused all the mountains to collapse. Rocks tumbled down, and hundreds, even thousands of great peaks fell into the dust, forever erased. Pfft! Someone coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell into a pool of blood. Even separated by two kinds of incomplete imperial runes and a large and unfathomable ancient formation, the sound was still transmitted over. People couldn't bear it. The legends are true. A single strand of the ancient saint's hair can kill a magnificent army, and a drop of blood can kill a saint lord. It's true. If not for the incomplete great imperial runes, everyone outside would have died. They would have been crushed by the roar and evaporated into a bloody mist. Not a single drop would be left. People's hearts were pounding. The power of a saint's roar was so terrifying. If he really wanted to kill, who could stop him? There was an insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and him. He was high and mighty, enough to look down on all living beings. Roar! Crazy Ol roared again. His white hair was messy like grass. He had lost himself and was full of murderous intent. Even with the great formation blocking him, everyone's skin was on the verge of splitting apart. One could imagine the scene inside the ruins. The cultivation ground of the ancient Emperor had completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. Only the flickering formation blocked the aura of this peerless demon god from leaking out. What's going on? Why is it like this? What's wrong with the old crazy old's body? Yi Fan was shocked and incomparably worried. The ancient Yin emperor had proven his Tao in the ancient times. There were divine texts recorded in ancient books. His strength was so powerful that it was incomprehensible. He could pluck the stars and capture the moon, behead gods, and his methods were heaven-defying. He had passed away for so many years, but people were still full of reverence and worshipped him as a god. And now, such a saint had come to the cultivation ground. Boom! With a loud quake, the place where the ancient Yin emperor had passed away surged violently. A black moon appeared between the old crazy old's brows, terrifying and horrifying. That's the great Yin saint force. This saint is so powerful. He has condensed the great Yin imprint. Could it be that he has cultivated the great Yin scripture? Is he going to walk the path of the ancient great emperors and comprehend the great Yin and great Yang ancient scriptures? Everyone was shocked and began to discuss. The old crazy old became even crazier and was completely possessed. The black moon between his brows became more and more frightening. He roared even louder. His messy white hair danced in the air. His body was changing rapidly, first to a middle-aged man, and then to a youth. Boom! Finally, a 17 or 18-year-old youth stepped out from his body. He was heroic and incomparably frightening, full of vigor. Behind him, that elder was stupefied, not moving at all, as if he was a clay sculpture, extremely lethargic. The youth's eyes were like two heavenly swords, incomparably sharp. No one could look him in the eye. This was an extremely powerful and frightening youth. How could this be? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was a young madman. He turned around, opened his mouth, and swallowed the old madman. Then, his body shook violently and completely recovered. Everyone was astonished. What kind of strange technique was this? The grating black moon was imprinted between the brows, and he became young again. Then, he absorbed the original self and erased the traces of time, appearing in the world as a youth. Even though the old crazy old's appearance had changed, the madness just now hadn't decreased. He was still in a state of bedevilment, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. After a final roar, the flattened earth caved in, and a bottomless abyss appeared. With a wave of his hand, all of the formation patterns were collected. Then, he carved on the ground and rearranged the Tao patterns. It was as if he was deducing something. It was so complex and profound that even the sect master-level figures were dazzled and felt their heads splitting. Dozens of archaic ancestral kings, as well as the thousand-armed demonic god. You three great sages have all come to Ziwei ancient star domain to massacre millions and millions of creatures? I will kill you all to prove my Tao. The young crazy old's voice was incomparably cold. It was as if a supreme demonic lord had crossed the heavens and descended here. I am going to kill all of your ancestral kings. When the young crazy old's words sounded, thunder rumbled in the heavens and earth. It was as if he had angered the heavens. He stood alone in the void. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his gaze was as terrifying as a blade as he stared in a certain direction. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The young crazy old was like a completely different person from before. He was just too powerful and terrifying. The young crazy old man was like a demon lord. He was extremely terrifying, and his eyes were filled with madness. No one dared to approach him. What high heavens! What deities! None of them were in his eyes. Even if a deity came, he would kill them. This was a type of extreme confidence. He was invincible, and he was the only one who could prove the Tao. Everything else would fall beneath his feet. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. It was as if he didn't recognize this person at all. The young crazy old man's temperament was completely different from before. He was incomparably powerful, and even a deity would be trampled under his feet. The young crazy old man carved Tao patterns in the void, using supreme magical force to derive them. He was actually deducing the location of the dozens of archaic ancestral kings. This was a crazy decision. Was one person going to fight against so many archaic kings alone? He was going to kill them all with one strike? This was simply too shocking. The divine will Yi Fan transmitted to him appeared. A violet copper warship was imprinted into the void Tao marks, undergoing the evolution of heaven's mysteries. You all really came. The battle will begin now. The demon-like youth said coldly. Yi Fan understood what he meant. He was going to kill all the archaic ancestral kings and the three great sages single-handedly. How domineering was this? The young crazy old man truly made people's hearts jump. At the same time, it made people yearn for him. Such power and attitude could truly swallow mountains and rivers. What is wrong with this saint? This kind of aura is too intimidating. What is he going to do? In the distance, the others were all trembling. Under the aura of the ancient saint, even sect master-level figures would be terrified. Peng, the young crazy old man, took a step forward, and the ground immediately erupted with tens of thousands of patterns, forming a transportation formation. He pointed out with his hand, and a spatial passage immediately appeared. 5-colored divine light flickered, and this path seemed to pass through a heavenly country, heading towards the end of eternity. The young crazy old man stepped in with a single step. He was powerful and cold, advancing forward courageously. He didn't even look back as he left into the distance, disappearing into the void ancient path. The ancient violet copper warship descended upon the Ziwei ancient star field. The human race was facing a great calamity. Even the corpses of millions and millions of people wouldn't be enough. The descent of dozens of ancient kings would seize the lives of countless humans to revive. It could be said that this was a great calamity where blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up into mountains. It concerned the life and death of a race. Now, who could bravely step forward and fight? Crazy Ol was going to kill dozens of archaic ancestral kings, as well as 3 great sages, including the 1,000-armed god fiend. It could be said to be a world-shaking battle, but he didn't say anything. He left in a domineering manner, without even a frown on his face. He was incomparably cold and had a heroic and invincible spirit. Yi Fan's heart was pounding madly. Could it be that the old lunatic had gone beyond the starry skies? That didn't seem too likely. Could he have created such an ancient path with a single step? This is too terrifying. The methods of a saint are unfathomable. With a single step, a divine formation that can traverse 8 million li appeared. Some people who studied formation patterns rushed over and observed the coordinates. They were all shocked and dumbfounded. What? Yi Fan was shocked. Could it be that the primeval purple copper warship had really come to the Ziwei ancient star region? This was its target, but how did it get there? Traversing through the void on his own would definitely take a few hundred lifetimes. Let's go take a look as well. What exactly is the ancient saint trying to do? Someone spoke. He repaired the formation patterns and followed behind. With the first person, there was a second. Many experts began to travel through space. Yi Fan also went on his way. He couldn't stop here and followed some powerful figures. He also wanted to see the old lunatic's methods. The saint's methods were inexhaustible. With a single step, tens of millions of Tao patterns appeared, carving out such a world-shocking transportation formation. A large group of people followed. 5 colors flickered and 10 lights flickered. When they came out, they discovered that they had arrived in a great wasteland. There were lush ancient trees, towering green mountains, sea-like lakes, and vast valleys. It was a primordial scene. This was a great wasteland with no end. There was vegetation everywhere, but there was something different about it. It seemed to be lacking some vitality. This is a great wasteland of the Lu continent. It's boundless, and who knows how many tens of thousands of li it is. Many people couldn't come out after entering for their entire lives. What happened? Why is this great wasteland so quiet? Why are there no wild beasts roaring? No vicious beasts roaming about? Even the plants are turning yellow. Something must have happened. Everyone was surprised and revealed astonished expressions. Only Yi Fan knew that a great change had happened. That saint didn't hide his aura and entered the depths of the great wasteland. Everyone followed the traces left behind by the young lunatic. They chased after him, eager to see what was going on. Heavens, what is going on? Why has a place with abundant vegetation become so lifeless? Soon after, everyone revealed expressions of shock. There were many animal corpses along the way, including some extremely powerful vicious beasts. Meanwhile, the ancient trees and thistles had all withered and lacked vitality. When they entered the ancient forest, the sky was filled with falling yellow leaves. The bleakness of autumn gave off a type of coldness and desolation. When they entered deep into the great wasteland, everyone was completely stupefied. Was this still the ancient land of desolation where human habitation was rare and savage beasts roared? The green sea had completely disappeared. Now, it had turned into a great golden desert. All of the mountains and valleys had been crushed, turning into a great desert. This is impossible. This was a great wilderness. How did it turn into a desert? What heaven-defying thing happened? A year ago, I came here to search for the legendary ancient medicine king. It was full of vitality and flourishing, so how did it become like this? Many people cried out in alarm. They simply couldn't believe what was happening. This change was too fast. A great wilderness had turned into a barren desert. This was a change of heaven and earth. This is the withered skeleton of a heavenly pung. It was so powerful. It was actually a terrifying Holy Lord level vicious beast. However, it suddenly died and was buried in the sand. Everyone was shaken. There were many corpses in this great desert. All of their flesh and blood had withered and their essence blood had flowed out. They died in extremely miserable states. They all died unnaturally. It's as if an overflowing demonic god sucked away all of their life force. How could it be like this? The great wasteland has become a peerlessly dangerous land. When did this start? It's too terrifying. Suddenly, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. They felt like they were suffocating. After coming to this region, it was as if they were being stared at by an ancient vicious beast. It was as if there was an enormous monster that had locked on to everyone. Hong, in that instant, a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation surged. Crazy Ol's life force was at its peak, engulfing the entire great desert. The palpitating feeling immediately disappeared. Everyone returned to normal, and they looked at each other in shock. What's up ahead? Did this saint come here to eliminate evil? Let's go take a look. Many people advanced. They wanted to see the truth as they entered the depths of the great desert. Yi Fan's heart sank. The copper warship had already descended into this world, so there was no mistake about it. If they didn't get rid of it, this would be a catastrophe. What? Everything within a range of hundreds of thousands of li has become a desert. Not a single blade of grass grows. All of the creatures have died and lost their life force. This was the terrifying result everyone saw. It was difficult for them to accept. All of this was too strange and terrifying. Moreover, news of this didn't even spread to the outside world. Finally, everyone arrived at the very depths. They saw the young crazy old man. He seemed to have been petrified as he confronted an enormous copper warship. Such a large ancient ship, why does it feel like it has existed since the ancient times? The ancient copper ship was mottled with rust. It was full of an ancient aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. However, it also made people's minds feel like they were splitting apart. All of the bad feelings originated from it. At this moment, everyone knew without even thinking that the formation of this great desert was most likely caused by it. What is that? Why is my soul trembling and about to suffocate? I can't take it anymore. My primordial spirit is about to shatter. Many powerful cultivators cried out in alarm, and then they quickly retreated as if they were avoiding a desolate beast. An ancient ship descended from the heavens, making everyone feel like they were going to collapse. Everyone retreated, including Yi Fan. This was the power of a saint. A strand of energy could penetrate a divine lord. It was impossible to resist. Hong, a violent sound rang out. The young crazy old man's thick black hair flew about like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. He walked forward step by step, pressing towards the copper war chariot. He really is going to take action. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. Only when they retreated 1,500 li out did everyone stop. It was because this was a battle between saints, and the shockwaves might reach even further, easily making the heavens split and the earth cave in. There was an old sect master who cultivated the heavenly eye. He stood in the heavens, gazing into the depths of the great desert, engraving everything he sensed in the sky. The saints are taking action. The young crazy old man was extremely powerful. He walked forward step by step, arranging a world-shocking formation pattern with a raise of his hand, including 2 damaged emperor patterns, sealing himself and the ancient copper ship within. Yi Fan's mind trembled. The old crazy old man didn't leave himself a path of retreat at all. If he didn't kill these several dozen archaic ancestral kings, then he himself would die inside. Human, you are powerful, extremely powerful, extremely powerful. Terrifying fluctuations transmitted from the copper warship, evaluating the young crazy old man. However, do you think you alone can offend us? You clearly know that you are going to die, yet you still want to stop us. Your courage is commendable. This type of ocean-like fluctuation actually transmitted over 1,000 li. Everyone at the end of the horizon was horrified. How powerful of an existence was this? It was truly heaven-defying. Everyone felt their blood run cold. They retreated so far, yet they still weren't in a safe range. The power of a saint was simply unimaginable. Perhaps a single strike would be enough to kill everyone here. Regardless of whether you were a powerful sect master or a heaven-defying demonic cultivator, as long as you were in this great wasteland's desert, you would all be within the range of attack. The saints' methods are too terrifying. This was what everyone was thinking. In the great desert, that 17 or 18-year-old youth's face was cold. He didn't stop in the slightest, his steps firm, advancing courageously. It was as if a demonic lord had descended from the heavens. Hong, a divine phoenix-like ancient creature, flew out from the copper warship. Its entire body was bathed in heaven-overflowing divine flames, as if an immortal phoenix had descended into the world of mortals. As soon as it appeared, terrifying fluctuations overflowed into the heavens. The great wilderness completely collapsed, immediately extending outwards. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Heavens, just this type of ordinary fluctuation is enough to directly collapse everything within a range of tens of thousands of li. This is an archaic ancestral king. It's over, all of us are going to die. Just this type of ordinary aura is enough to make all of us collapse. Everyone was close to despair. The true power of an archaic ancestral king exceeded their imaginations. Hong, the young crazy old, waved his hand, and the ruins he had just laid down all came to life. Brilliant light shot into the heavens, drowning out the heaven and earth. In an instant, everything was cut off, and the fluctuations of the divine phoenix's archaic king were blocked here. In the ancient years, saints had to fight in outer space, or else the great earth might be destroyed. Now that they were going to fight, the old crazy old man used divine formations to protect the great earth. Human, you're just one person. Do you think you can stop dozens of ancient kings and 3 great sage? Do you think you're an ancient emperor? This ancient king that resembled a divine phoenix possessed supreme prestige. Its divine will was like a surging ocean, majestic and mighty. Heaven and earth trembled, and the people 1,500 li away were shaken to the point where they couldn't stop shaking. They're all alive? Yi Fan felt that the situation was far from good. He thought that only the 1,000-armed demon god, the great sage, was still alive. He didn't think that the ancient king who had died of old age would also come back to life. This was far from good. No matter how powerful the old crazy old man was, he would still bleed. How could they fight him? You want to let the corpses of billions of creatures lie on the ground, stain the earth with their blood in order to revive yourself? The old crazy old man calmly asked. Since you already know, there's no need to ask. The ancient king coldly replied. He was no different from an immortal phoenix bathing in flames, intimidating the world. Since it's like this, I'll kill all of you. The young crazy old man coldly said. At this moment, he took action. No one could see clearly. They could only see heaven and earth collapsing in the great desert. The universe shook violently, and the primal chaos surged. A world-splitting aura swallowed and spat out, drowning out everything. In the end, a loud cry rang out. All of the light disappeared, and only a young man remained. His entire body was covered in blood. He tore a phoenix in half and held it in his hand. That's... Everyone was stunned. How powerful was this battle strength? An archaic ancestral king was killed just like that. This was an ancient creature that resembled a divine phoenix, a glorious archaic ancestral king. Ah, the ancient creature that was hacked in half was trembling all over. Blood flowed, dyeing the desert red. It was still screaming. However, the crazy old man pointed out with his hand. A streak of light shot out, shattering its primordial spirit on the spot and thoroughly killing it. He tossed the two halves of the bird body onto the ground as if he was tossing away the corpses of chickens and ducks. He didn't seem to care at all. His eyes were incomparably cold, full of crazy killing intent. In the distance, everyone was shocked to the point where they almost became stupid. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat. This was heaven-defying offensive power, something that had never been seen before even in the ancient times. This was just too frightening. Regardless of whether it was the heaven-warping geniuses or the sect masters of all sides, they all trembled from the depths of their souls. What kind of method was that just now? No one saw it clearly. Chaotic light submerged everything. All types of forbidden techniques were used, quickly deciding victory and defeat. It is rumored that in the ancient times, saints never took action, but once they fought with their lives on the line, life and death might be decided in a single breath. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat, difficult to delay. Who would have thought that it was true? I killed a primordial king? Am I dreaming? At this time, a youth in the desert had a callous expression. He pressed forward with an indomitable will, pressing towards the copper warship. He was unexpectedly going to face all of the ancient kings alone. With each step the young crazy old took, the fluctuations from the violet copper warship became a bit more intense. It was as if an archaic heaven-splitting vicious beast was reviving. The world was collapsing. 1,500 li away, the spectators were horrified. The crazy owl had already laid down an unmatched divine formation and sealed off the energy inside, yet it was still so powerful. At this moment, their primordial spirits were on the verge of splitting apart. It was as if blades were scraping at their bones, and every inch of their flesh and blood was about to be peeled off. This was a type of pain that threatened to destroy their true bodies. One could imagine what it would be like without the isolation of that ancient divine formation. It was unknown just how much of the surrounding area would be destroyed, and they would definitely become ashes. Moreover, all of this was just a type of fluctuation. It wasn't an attack from either side. This was an ancient saint, an unmatched expert like a deity. A muffled sound rang out. The violet copper warship that was even larger than a mountain range was shaken off a layer of copper rust. The cabin opened wide, and a gust of violent wind blew out. Every single gust of wind was black. They cut through the void and swept out primal chaos. At this moment, there was a type of austere atmosphere in both the heavens and earth. It was as if a deity from hell had broken through its cage and arrived in this world to carry out a world-ending operation. Surging killing intent filled the air like a hurricane. The energy of a death god lingered about. Since ancient times, the entire world had been stirred up by this wind of death. Pung, a foot stepped out. Black iron clothes flickered about, wrapping around the sole of the foot. Black light curled about it, and the terrifying divine might became even stronger. Dong, the violet copper warship trembled. This powerful existence finally walked out. He wore an underworld iron armor that flickered with black light. His figure was imposing and imposing. He truly was like a deity. His entire body was curling with brilliance. The black holy clothes covered his entire body, making him look extremely heroic. His face was snow white, as if he hadn't seen sunlight for tens of thousands of years. He was extremely handsome, but there were traces of wrinkles on his face, leaving behind the traces of time. His hair was already grizzled, losing a bit of its luster. Only his eyes were pitch black like two black gemstones, extremely spirited. One could imagine just how heroic this ancient ancestor was when he was young. The passage of time had left behind indelible traces on his body. This was a king whose strength was unfathomable. In the past, he needed to be worshipped by all living beings, but now, he had truly appeared in reality. Human, you dare to kill dozens of us ancient kings alone. You are truly courting death. The man said in a deep voice. Therefore, Crazy Ol only had one action, and that was to attack. He responded with his actions, and it was a very straightforward attack. Roar, At this moment, the young madman looked as if he was possessed. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. His black hair was like a dragon, and his killing intent was boiling. 1,500 li away, everyone was alarmed. When faced with this type of ancient king, the human race had always retreated since ancient times, even bowing down in humiliation. They felt fear in their hearts. When had they ever dared to take the initiative to attack like this? Even though they didn't personally face him and didn't take action right now, they still felt their blood boil. This was how cultivators should be. Even if they were facing a legendary ancient king, they still had to dare fight. Clang, a black crystal spear appeared in the ancestral king's hand. He stabbed forward. His movements weren't very fast, but the heavenly Tao sacred sound rang out. This is the resonance of the great Tao, the sound of magical power piercing through the universe. Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. This was the Tao law of the mortal slayer, something only a taboo existence could display. It had always appeared in legends, but now, they were seeing it for real. The great Tao resonated, releasing countless strands. Dragon's sword and phoenixes danced. The divine sound was like a blade, about to cut down all life. However, all of this was just the accompanying heavenly Tao sacred sound. The true killing move was still the black crystal spear. It immediately pierced through the heavens and pierced towards the space between Crazy Ole's brows. Too terrifying, this was everyone's heart pounding. This spear was accompanied by countless black strands, and every single one of them was a natural law. Each strand was enough to kill a sect ancestor, countless strands condensed on the black spear's tip, concentrating on Crazy Ole's forehead. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. It was unstoppable. Clang, Crazy Ole's hand was like a piece of crystal jade, shining with brilliant multicolored light. His eyes were endlessly cold. He used 2 fingers to stop the demonic edge. This type of attack was enough to destroy everyone in a great sect, make the great earth cave in, and strike down meteors. However, it was stopped by 2 fingers today. This world-shocking attack was stopped by the black crystal spear. This was too horrifying. Everyone became petrified, their eyes full of shock. They couldn't budge in the slightest. This archaic ancestor king was also shocked. His full power attack was neutralized by the opponent just like that, 2 fingers stopping his divine weapon from advancing even an inch. It was only a finger away from that forehead. Heavenly Tao natural laws devoured and spat out, endless strands winding about. As long as it entered, even if you were a great hero, you would still turn into ashes. However, all of the natural laws were suppressed, unable to advance even an inch. Moreover, a wave of dreadful beast-like aura rushed over, making him feel like he was suffocating. Within the archaic king's black pupils, killing intent rushed out like a dragon. He fiercely shook, pulling out the spear, hacking down like a blade. Dang, Crazy Ole used his hand to block. A string of sparks flew out, destroying a large area of space. Great void rifts appeared one after another. Gotcha. Then, with a forceful twist, the black crystal spear tip snapped. It was crushed into black fragments in his hand, sparkling and translucent. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, exceeding everyone's reaction speed. The archaic king's weapon was destroyed just like that. Crazy Ole was too fast. He grasped the rose symbol art, crossing 1,000 zhang with a single step like a streak of light. Even though the archaic ancestor was fast, moving like lightning, he couldn't evade. Pooh! Crazy Ole's hand directly cut into the ancestor king's chest, cutting it open. Blood gushed out crazily, all types of internal organs flowing out. The archaic king roared. All types of divine Tao laws appeared, but it couldn't stop the injuries at all. The archaic blood continued to gush out, unable to stop. He struggled fiercely, magical force overflowing into the heavens. Ancient king laws interweaved like divine chains, but he couldn't injure his opponent. At this moment, he decisively abandoned his body. Divine light rushed into the heavens from the crown of his head, and his primordial spirit was about to escape. However, the young Crazy Ole was even faster and more decisive. He seized the broken spear, and with a pu sound, he stabbed it into the crown of his head, directly penetrating through his body. This kind of scene was rarely seen in thousands of generations. Who could kill an archaic king like this, so directly and fiercely? Blood rushed out, and white brain matter splashed out. The black crystal spear had completely pierced through, nailing his primordial spirit to pieces. After an unknown amount of time, people woke up with a start. All of this was extremely bloody and shocking. This was an archaic king, yet he was killed just like that. The old crazy owl held the broken spear in his hand. He picked up this corpse that could intimidate all ages, and then with a shake of his hand, he threw it onto the ground. He walked forward on foot. No one said anything. How many years had it been since the human race produced such a person? How many people dared to kill an archaic king like this? Was this someone who could prove the Tao? This was what everyone was thinking. When they thought of this question, they couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan was naturally shocked as well. Was this the might of a saint? It could actually be so terrifying. The path he had to walk was still extremely long. Within the great golden desert, there was only a single youth with flying black hair. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent, and his steps were firm as he walked step by step towards the purple copper ancient ship. This was a shocking scene. A single person dared to face so many ancient kings alone. The young crazy old didn't hesitate in the slightest and remained unwavering. It's them, they actually returned. 1,500 li away, a sect master from an undying inheritance couldn't help but cry out. He stared at the ancient ship and finally thought of something. Could it be those destroyers from the endless years? Another sect master spoke, feeling incredibly bewildered. Correct, it's them. Not even the eternal banishment could erase them. In the end, they still returned. A living fossil said with a trembling voice. Yi Fan was alarmed. He listened carefully and understood a terrifying truth. In the distant Savage era, there was a group of saints from outside this region who arrived on an ancient ship. They were sensed by the people of Ziwei ancient star domain ahead of time. After carefully sensing them, they discovered that it was difficult to contend against them, because those people were too powerful. It was rumored that these ancient creatures were the kings of the three great ancient lands gathered together to form an unparalleled fighting force. Ziwei ancient star domain was in an era of extinction for great emperors. In the end, the saints of that era exhausted their divine energy and joined hands to display a world-shaking forbidden secret technique. They banished the purple copper warship from outside this region to an unknown ancient region in the depths of the desolate cosmos. They exhausted the saints of the Savage era to death and moved the ancient ship to an unknown timespace. After such a long time, they actually returned. When the secrets of the past were revealed, everyone felt a chill from head to toe. How were they supposed to resist? For the human race, this was an earth-shattering disaster. Everyone was praying, hoping that the murderous young crazy owl would kill all the ancient kings. Otherwise, rivers of blood would flow on the great earth, and over 100 million corpses would be left. Even if it was an ancient saint who had the hope of confirming the Tao, there was no way he could fight so many people alone. Everyone was incomparably worried. The divine abilities of these archaic ancestral kings are beyond imagination. It's already difficult for a saint to fight one or two of them alone. Our race's saint is facing a situation of certain death. No one can fight so many ancient kings alone, unless the great emperors of the past come back to life. After understanding everything, everyone's hearts were filled with pessimism. Even though the young crazy owl had killed two archaic kings, they couldn't relax at all. Without a doubt, the two ancient kings just now were in an extremely weak state. If they were at their peak, they would be invincible. Normally, an ancient saint was already very powerful if he could fight against several people at the same level. To kill dozens of people alone was truly heaven-defying. They've exhausted the essence energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. All the plants and living beings have died. I'm afraid some of the ancient kings have already completely recovered. They didn't come out together. They must be transferring their essence energy to a few of them so that they can come out in their peak state. This, even if they have the potential of confirming the Tao, they can't win. Bang! The young crazy owl was extremely powerful. With a slap, a large part of the mountain-sized purple copper warship caved in, creating a large hole. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent and incomparably cold. He was fearless even in the face of such a hopeless situation. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed out. It was as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future, vast and mighty. An unparalleled existence had finally come out with ample preparation. His entire body was jet black, and every inch of his skin flickered with black light. It was as if he was cast from black crystals. He had over 1,000 arms, just like a 1,000-armed Buddha. This was a supreme being. He walked extremely slowly, and with every step he took, the entire world seemed to be pulsing with him. It was as if he was cast from black gold, as if he was an immortal deity. Human, you might be strong, but to dare to come here is suicidal. You have no hope at all. I've even seen what the Saint Emperor Battler is capable of. There were 3 great sages on the ancient violet copper battleship, and now, the 1,000-armed god devil had appeared. What? He's seen the monkey's father? Yi Fan's heart jumped. The origin of the 1,000-hand demonic god was too frightening. It was hard to guess. What kind of person was the old fighting Saint Emperor? This was a race known for their battle prowess. Once they became emperors, they could see through the ages and overlook the heavens. They were invincible. This was a great sage. His strength was beyond imagination. He was born in the archaic era and had seen the emperor fighting in action. He definitely had a great origin. However, the young madman was extremely cold and didn't care at all. Even though this great sage had an illustrious identity, he didn't care at all. Now, he was a young man with thick black hair. He was like a demon lord, showing off his abilities and astonishing sharpness. Even though he was trapped in a hopeless situation, he didn't care about life or death at all. There was only surging battle intent and a crazy killing intent. What heavens! What great sage! Everything would fall beneath his feet. Even if a deity came, he would kill him. This was the current state of the old madman. Nothing could stop him as he pressed forward courageously. The 1,000-hand demonic god walked out. The world pulsed with him. Only he was supreme. This was his spirit, the embodiment of his invincibility. Everyone knew that the true battle of life and death had begun. This 1,000-hand Buddha-like great sage was too powerful. He was the old madman's mortal enemy. His every move seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world couldn't contain him and everything was about to be destroyed. His entire body seemed to be cast from black gold. His demonic body was intimidating and terrifying. Yi Fan seriously suspected that the Buddha had once seen the supreme technique of this race, which was why he created the 1,000-hand Buddha body. Dong, the young madman's attack was simple and direct. A fist imbued with the aura of the imperial path smashed out. Violent waves swept outwards, destroying everything in its path. With a flash of black light, the 1,000-hand demonic god attacked. He didn't evade and was also very powerful. His 1,000 hands moved together and pressed forward like a mountain. The battle between Old Madman and the great sage of the archaic era caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. People could only see auspicious air descending from the sky and golden lotuses spitting out from the ground. In a battle of this level, even the great Tao could sense it, producing all kinds of strange scenes. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense. The collision was like the great collapse of heaven and earth. The demon god's black light covered the sun. Crazy Ol also activated his holy power and clashed with thousands of black hands. He was as fast as lightning. Bang! Suddenly, over 1,000 divine weapons appeared in the 1,000-armed godfiend's hands, all of them capable of splitting apart the sky dome. They danced about together, attacking forward. It was unknown how many great abysses of the void had appeared. Endless darkness connected to the dimensional space, merging with the 1,000 weapons to surround and suppress the old madman. This was a type of great power that borrowed the power of the heaven's subdimensions to forever seal an ancient saint, extinguish his soul. Chi. A black Taine divine talisman appeared. This was not Crazy Ol's weapon, but he condensed it with the holy power of the Taine. It froze the void and slashed at the 1,000 black hands. Without a doubt, this was a fierce battle between giants, a battle that could destroy the land of Ziwei. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient formations, the great wilderness would have already been destroyed. Boom! Another loud noise was heard. Crazy Ol's Taine divine talisman swept out a dazzling brilliance. The holy power of the Taine burst out in all directions, shattering many of the weapons of the 1,000-hand demonic god. At the same time, the great sage of the archaic era also let out a long roar. Thousands of black lights flew out, leaving bloody wounds on Crazy Ole's chest one after another, almost exposing his bones. In the distance, people cried out in alarm, their hearts in their throats. The victory or defeat of this saint concerned the life and death of billions of people. Everyone was heartbroken. A blazing white light flashed by, dispersing all the power of the laws. The wound didn't worsen. It was obvious that Crazy Ole cultivated more than one ancient scripture. This time, the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. He rushed forward in large strides. The holy power of the Tying disappeared, interweaving into chain-like laws that rushed out in all directions. Walala! The chains of the heavenly law were like dragons, extending in all directions with Crazy Ole as the center, piercing towards the great sage of the archaic era. It was as if the hair of a god was dancing. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions. More than 100 of the thousand-hand demonic god's weapons were cut in half. Thousands of ancient divine laws interweaved between the two, each one capable of destroying the foundation of a great sect. The result of this life and death battle could be decided at any moment. Both of them were fighting with peerless saint lives. Once one of them died, it would be an immeasurable loss for the race. Pfft! Crazy Ole was incomparably crazy. His murderous intent was as vast as the ocean. He charged through all kinds of divine laws and faced a 9-colored divine sword head-on. His body was pierced through. Meanwhile, he also closed in and punched out with all his strength. His attack was calm and just. It immediately smashed out and smashed half of the thousand-hand demonic god's body into meat paste. The great sage of the archaic era didn't expect him to be so crazy. His 1,000 hands moved at the same time, each holding a weapon and slashing down. The 9-colored divine sword stabbed into the 1,000-hand demonic god's body, wanting to destroy his body. Dang! Crazy Ole's body was as hard as diamond. He forcefully shook it and broke the sword. The 9 colors scattered and returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 moves had passed. Both of them were fast to the extreme. It was equivalent to 3,000 great Tao laws striking out. Chaotic energy surged and was extremely terrifying. Destruction of the 4 symbols, return to eternity. At this time, the 1,000-hand demonic god shouted and unleashed an incomparable divine law power, crushing the heaven and earth. For ancient starry domains flickered and millions of starlight descended from the sky. They turned into a desolate universe and enveloped Crazy Ole within. The great calamity descended and the universe became desolate, returning to eternity. This was an irresistible divine law order. Nothing could stop it. Even Crazy Ole suffered a great loss. His body was wrapped up in this desolate small universe and half of his essence energy was sucked out. His thick black hair turned a lot white. He roared as if his demonic nature had erupted. His hair stood on end and his killing intent was boundless. He raised his fist to the sky and seized back the lost essence energy. Rumble. This desolate cosmos was unstable and on the verge of collapse. The essence energy that was seized surged, turning into a streak of clear splendor and returning in reverse. It's useless. You can't escape from my palm. The 1,000-hand demonic god was cold. His 1,000 hands moved at the same time and thousands of black lights shot into the desolate universe. He was refining this desolate small universe. He wanted to turn Crazy Ole into the source of essence energy and completely swallow him, making him a part of the starry domain. Destruction of the 4 symbols. These 4 words weighed down on the hearts of the people in the distance. If the saints of the human race were defeated, it would be a catastrophe. There would be hundreds of millions of corpses on the earth. Boom! Suddenly, Crazy Ole waved his fist. His movement was very slow, but it was so terrifying that it could split people's primordial spirits. The entire universe was about to collapse. What is this? The 1,000-hand demonic god was shocked. The desolate small universe he had created began to crack. It could not contain the crazy young man at all. Crazy Ole did not say anything. Every move he made was destroying the small universe. He possessed unimaginable power. This is the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Thousand Hands demon god was shocked and extremely shaken. He recognized this legendary supreme fist technique that almost no one had ever successfully practiced. Boom! Every time Crazy Ol swung his fist, there was an earth-shattering power. The desolate universe finally began to crack. It was split open by his fists. Crack! Countless large cracks appeared. The universe was on the verge of disintegration. A terrible sound was heard as it began to collapse. It's the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The thousand-hand demonic god was shocked. He never thought that this human could be so terrifying. He could even master this fist art. Bang! Crazy Ol's thick black hair danced in the wind. Each punch was heavier than the last. The desolate small universe kept on cracking until it finally collapsed. Boom! Everything ceased to exist. All the stars were extinguished and returned to nothingness. Everything had disappeared. This was absolute power that could destroy all obstacles. Crazy Ol took a step forward and attacked the thousand-hand demonic god. One punch smashed away thousands of arms, causing the immemorial great sage to cough up blood. Thousand-hand soul-shattering art. As a great sage, his methods were heaven-defying. Even when he was suppressed by such a powerful force, he was still fearless. A thousand hands emerged from the chaos and launched a heaven-defying attack. Countless black lights shot out towards Crazy Ol. Pfft! Crazy Ol's body was pierced in many places. Blood gushed out. This was the blood of an ancient saint. A single drop could kill a sect master, but now, so much of it had flowed out. Some of the wounds were even more terrifying. They penetrated through the body, exposing the white bones. However, Crazy Ol didn't even make a sound. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist pressed forward. He was invincible as he punched straight at the enemy. Bang! This fist landed on the thousand-hand demonic god's left shoulder, shattering more than 300 arms. Black-colored blood gushed out. Bang! The second punch was just as powerful. It destroyed the left half of the great sage's body, turning all 500 arms into a bloody pulp. Ah! The immemorial great sage roared. Ever since he was born, he had never been wounded like this. Kill! His dark golden body shot out thousands of rays of divine light. He opened his mouth to devour the heaven and earth, refining the origin of the world in an attempt to swallow Crazy Ol. Bang! Faced with this, the incomparably callous youth still swung his unstoppable fists, destroying everything in his way. Blood splashed everywhere. Crazy Ol smashed the thousand-hand demonic god's jaw into pieces. Blood gushed out wildly. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist has been successfully trained. It's truly terrifying. The thousand-hand demonic god felt a chill and quickly retreated. However, how could it be compared to Crazy Ol's row formula? The youth followed up with a single step. His fists opened and closed as if he could smash down the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Bang, bang, he attacked one after another. Even the immemorial great sage, who had seen the emperor fighting, was no match for him and suffered serious injuries. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, the mountains collapsed and the seas roared. The sun and moon lost their radiance and the stars moved. It was terrifying to the extreme. The thousand-hand demonic god was almost smashed to pieces. At this moment, even his forehead was cracked and his primordial spirit was about to be shaken out. Behind him, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Crazy Ol to be so powerful. Their spirits were stirred and their blood vessels were boiling. Yi Fan's mind became empty as he sank into the Tao realm. He used the fighting formula to evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and comprehended the supreme fist intent. He forgot himself and everything else. Crazy Ol was incomparably powerful. He almost went berserk. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, he was unrivaled under the heavens. Bang! The immemorial great sage was sent flying. This time, all the bones in his body were broken. Crazy Ol chased after him with the intention of killing him. At this time, 2 godlike existences walked out from the purple bronze ancient ship. When their feet landed, the heaven and earth trembled. It was as if the entire world was trembling under their aura. This is Everyone was horrified. There were 3 great sage on the ancient ship. They came from 3 different ancient lands. At this time all of them finally appeared, standing tall like 2 beams of eternal light. Everyone was in despair. One great sage was already so terrifying, injuring Crazy Ol. Now, 2 more had appeared. Was there still a chance of victory? This was most likely a situation of certain death. One had to know that there were still many ancient kings who hadn't come out yet. As soon as the 2 great sage appeared, they immediately attacked towards Crazy Ol's vitals. They didn't want to give him a chance to breathe at all. Yi Fan's heart tightened. Crazy Ol was indeed powerful. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unrivaled under the heavens, but there were too many opponents. He might be exhausted to death here. He took out the black gourd and shouted, "Treasure, please turn around." Gourd Dao transformation sword. Yi Fan didn't want Crazy Ol's blood to dye the great desert. He wanted to use the mysterious and terrifying black gourd to lend him a helping hand. As soon as Yi Fan shouted out, he immediately took out a rotten wooden stopper, plugging up the mouth of the gourd. That battlefield was protected by an ancient formation, so he feared that he wouldn't be able to break in. In the golden desert, every grain of sand was like pure gold, glistening and dazzling. The blazing heat was difficult to resist. In the past, Japan was a primitive ancient forest, but now, it became a land of death. Scorching heat, and death became eternal themes. 2 deity-like ancient creatures walked out from the ancient ship. One was tall and straight, extremely robust. He had a head of thick golden hair, as well as a pair of golden ancestral dragon horns. His heroic appearance was intimidating. Apart from that pair of dragon horns, he wasn't much different from a human. He was extremely terrifying, making others tremble. This was an extremely powerful existence, his bloodline noble, making even the human race's great figures couldn't help but kneel down. The powerful aura made every inch of one's flesh tremble uncontrollably, as if they wanted to worship a deity. This was precisely the archaic great sage. The other ancient creature was similarly intimidating. He had a head of silver hair that reached his waist, shining like a mirror. His face looked like it was carved out of marble, sharp and clear, snow-white like jade. On his forehead was a rhombus white scale that could vaguely open and close. It contained terrifying divine light, as if it could pierce through the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Just the strand of aura that seeped out made one unable to stand still, about to fall weak onto the ground. It was precisely these 2 powerful ancient creatures that appeared at the same time. It really was a bit horrifying. Every single one of them was terrifying, as if heaven-shaking gods and devils descended into this world. The 2 of them were cold and emotionless, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. They immediately took action against the old lunatic, contending against the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist. This was no different from the creation of heaven and earth. What primordial light, primordial natural laws? They all descended, creating a hazy expanse. One could clearly see streaks of great black rifts appear in the sky. That was the refinement of the dimensional space, becoming a part of the divine laws and order for them to use. There were several dozen ancient kings inside the ancient ship. They gave all of their spiritual essence to these 2 great sage, allowing them to reconstruct their past unmatched glory. They were naturally terrifying to the extreme. Chi. A casual attack obliterated the void. A finger pointed out, and a great collapse occurred. Even primal chaos was produced, wishing to refine the young lunatic alive. 2 great sage took action at the same time. Since ancient times, how many people could face them? This was an unmatched power. Normally, only those who had verified the Tao dared provoke them, or else they would undoubtedly die. They were the most terrifying existences born from the myriad races. Only 3 of them had come from the 3 ancient lands, so one could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate. However, the crazy young man in the field was extremely powerful. He had mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. If it had been another human saint, he would have been beaten to death. It had to be said that once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was mastered, it would be invincible in the heavens and earth. The young man's thick black hair danced in the wind, and he was like a god. His movements were bold and powerful, as if he was going to smash down the stars in the sky. Every single fist was heaven and earth tyrannical, as if they could destroy all of the heavens and earth. As since ancient times, there had never been anyone who could master the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Once this fist technique was mastered, any magical treasures or weapons would no longer be needed. They would all be crushed. Pooh! The blonde great sage's dragon horns shot out 2 beams of blazing divine light. They tore through the firmament and broke through the crazy Ol's torrential astral energy. Blood splashed everywhere, and one of his arms was almost chopped off. The saint's blood surged, and white bones were everywhere. It was an extremely bitter scene, but the crazy Ol didn't even frown. His fists became even more intimidating as they closed in. Wung, the void trembled. The other great sage's silver hair danced about chaotically. The rhombus scale between his brows opened up, revealing an incomparably dark hole. A dragon-shaped beam of white radiance shot out from it. Pooh! A beam of bloody light flickered, and the young lunatic Ol's heart was pierced. His heart blood rushed into the sky, turning into a bloody wave. It was extremely beautiful and dazzling. Everyone's hearts sank. They were incomparably afraid. These 2 great sage were too powerful. This kind of attack was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. It was enough to sink a continent and blast down the stars in the sky. No matter how powerful the young lunatic Ol was, he couldn't withstand such an attack. The power of the divine laws contained within could endlessly destroy vitality. However, the young man's heart blood was pumped out, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. His will to fight went berserk. He didn't care about the exposed bones and the splattering blood. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist increased. Roar! The black-haired young man roared. The mountains and the earth were shaking. Even with the protection of the ancient formation, the desert was still boiling. The sand waves rose and fell like raging waves. The sand waves hit high into the sky and covered the sun. Bang! The crazy Ol's fist intent was invincible. He punched out with both fists. The moment his chest was almost cut open, he punched the 2 great sages' bodies. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and white demonic blood rushed up, cutting open the void. It was extremely terrifying. The 2 great sages' bodies were almost smashed to pieces. Half of one's body was almost torn off, while the other's sternum was smashed, and his internal organs were turned into meat paste. Bang! This was a fierce battle. Both sides didn't hold anything back. They wanted to kill the enemy in one blow. The sacred sound of the great path reverberated, and 3,000 laws fell. This was the power of the great sage. Without the protection of the ancient formation, a battle of this level could destroy a large region and sink a continent. Swoosh! Suddenly, a radiance flashed in the hand of one of the immemorial great sage, and a treasure tree appeared. There were 7 small branches on it, each with different colors. A terrifying aura was emitted, as if the world of gods was descending, suppressing the mortal world. He waved his hand forcefully, and a 7-colored light flew out, blocking the young lunatic's fist and resisting the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His own attack landed, and a large amount of blood splattered. There was a terrible wound on the old lunatic's body, revealing his white bones. Although his flesh was immortal, it was still corroded by the laws of the great path, and it was difficult to heal. The undying tree. Yi Fan was astonished. This was one of the truly unrivaled holy weapons. It was a legendary supreme weapon that was extremely difficult to nurture. However, once it took form, it was a peerless combination of attack and defense. With it in hand, one could sweep through the heavens above and earth below. Unless the great ancient emperors took action, nothing could harm them. Fortunately, the 7th branch is flawed, and the brilliance of the leaves isn't obvious. Otherwise, the old lunatic might not have been able to block it. Yi Fan's heart palpitated, and he released a breath of relief. There really is something like the undying tree in this world. The other sect master level figures were also horrified. Chong, the silver hair of the other immemorial great sage flew up. The rhombus scale on his forehead fell off, turning into the size of a millstone. It hacked down from the heavens, and in an instant, it spun and hacked down. This strike was extremely powerful. When it collided with the old lunatic's fist, a bloody gash appeared, revealing his white finger bone. It even flew up and hacked at the old lunatic's shoulder, almost cutting off an arm. The silver-colored scale that was the size of a millstone was a true world-shocking sacred weapon. It had accompanied this great sage for life and had been refined for his entire life. A deity had long since been born within it, and its might wasn't inferior to the undying tree. If the old lunatic hadn't practiced the 6 Tao reincarnation fist, it wouldn't have been as simple as a wound on his palm bone. He would have turned into ashes on the spot. Even so, after the collision, the scale grazed his shoulder and almost cut off an arm. It was now dripping with blood. This wasn't an ordinary wound. It contained the laws of the gods and could destroy a saint's vitality. In the worst-case scenario, both his body and soul would be destroyed. In the rear, all the humans were trembling with fear. The old lunatic was at a disadvantage. These were two immemorial great sages, each with a peerless holy weapon. Who could resist them? Great Sage was a supreme title. Countless years ago, only a few people came from different ancient star regions, and 3 of them were great sages. This was a great crisis. The great sage of the immemorial era had taken action with unparalleled power to destroy everything. 6 Tao reincarnation fist! Shouted the old lunatic. This was the first time he had shouted out this fist technique. In an instant, 6 ancient worlds appeared and circulated there. 6 worlds were created, and the 6 paths rotated. Endless reincarnation was formed. 6 giant fists descended from the 6 ancient worlds. Boom! The invincible 6 Tao reincarnation fist shook the undying tree until its radiance dimmed. The rhombus divine light piece spun in reverse, and the 6 realms of reincarnation smashed down one after another. The power was shocking. The 2 great sages were gravely injured. Many of their bones were broken. Golden blood and white saint blood splattered everywhere, shattering the vast sky. Their bodies were almost rotten. One could imagine how terrifying this fist technique was. However, at the same time, the old lunatic was also injured. The undying tree shot out 3 beams of divine light, and the silver great sage's forehead was pierced by a dragon-shaped divine radiance that almost cut him in half. The 3 of them were flung away. The impact of this confrontation was too terrifying. Even the divine formation outside was shaken to the point where a crack appeared. Suddenly, the dying Thousand Arms demon attacked. He turned into a black light and pounced at the flying old lunatic, intending to crush him. He had been waiting for a long time. He wanted to kill in one strike. The young lunatic was incomparably crazy. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he forcibly gathered a mouthful of origin energy and charged forward. Saint blood gushed out from the wounds on his body, and his bones creaked. Tut! He shouted with all his strength. This was the rumbling of his innate origin energy, which dissolved the killing blow. The sound wave condensed into the heavenly sacred sound. Tens of thousands of divine chains could be seen interweaving. This was the most primitive order of the gods. Pfft! The already wounded Thousand Arms demon could no longer resist. Cracks appeared on his yuan shin, and his body shook violently. Crazy Ol's eyes were filled with crazed killing intent. He pounced forward and grabbed the great sage. He raised his hands above his head and pulled forcefully. Blood splattered everywhere. The Thousand Arms demon was torn in half. The cracked yuanshin wanted to escape, but it was shattered by the young lunatic's roar. It no longer existed. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This was an immemorial great sage, but he was killed just like that. Since the ancient times, how many people could do this? Danger! At this moment, everyone's expression changed, and they almost cried out. The other 2 great sages rushed to the front. These 2 people were not injured much. They almost rushed to the front of the crazy Ol and wanted to kill him under the supreme sacred weapon. These 2 ancient creatures were not like the Thousand Arms demon. When they appeared, their yuan qi had recovered, and they were not in a weakened state. Even if they were injured, it was not a big deal. At this critical moment, people heard a mysterious incantation. An ancient universe rushed out from a black gourd, condensed into a Tao sword, and flew out. It entered the ancient formation through the crack created by the battle just now. With a pfft sound, it slashed at the neck of the blonde great sage, decapitating him. Boom! The crazy Ol threw away the Thousand Arms demon's corpse and faced the silver-haired great sage, blocking the heaven-defying strike. At the same time, he took a step towards the other great sage, almost crushing the headless body. Everything happened too fast, and no one could react in time. The archaic great sage with long golden hair and a pair of dragon horns was beheaded and his torso trampled by the old lunatic. The 7 branches of the undying wondrous tree trembled like 7 heavenly divine trees. They grew frantically, their roots piercing through the universe. The leaves rustled as tens of thousands of divine lights descended, submerging the old lunatic and blocking his incisive attacks. Meanwhile, the silver-haired great sage roared. With a turn of his hand, heaven and earth were overturned. Primal chaos surged, and nothing could be seen anymore. This was a battle between 2 great sages. Even those who had cultivated the heavenly eye couldn't see through it. This place was covered by the light of primal chaos and turned into a land of primal chaos. Finally, when the world became clear again, the horned great sage reconstructed his body, but his vitality was clearly greatly injured. The undying wondrous tree in his hand was trembling slightly. Meanwhile, the silver-haired great sage's expression was grave. The black hole on his forehead took in and spat out silver radiance, and the rhombus-shaped divine light was bobbing up and down. The young lunatic's body was covered in blood, and his injuries weren't light either. His white bones were exposed in many places, but his fighting spirit and murderous intent didn't decrease at all. It had to be said that the 2 archaic great sages were extremely terrifying. They could even injure the matchless old lunatic to this extent. They had been asleep for too long. Even though they had obtained essence energy from hundreds of thousands of li around them, they were still far from the standard of billions of humans. At this moment, they felt restraining fear. Even though they could temporarily display their former glory, they couldn't do so for long. Connecting heaven divine path. One of them shouted. He used his supreme magical power to forcefully open the ancient formation laid down by the old lunatic. He wanted to devour the essence energy of the outside world and plunder the life source of other creatures. A streak of heavenly light shot towards the heavens, wanting to break through the restraints and break through the obstruction. Meanwhile, the other great sage with dragon horns shot a cold glance in Yifan's direction. He stared fixedly at the black gourd in his hand, his heart greatly shaken. After that, he held the wondrous tree of immortality in his hand to stop the madman from attacking him and buy time for his companions. A great battle erupted. The archaic great sage faced off against the matchless figure of the human race. The undying wondrous tree brushed past, and millions of divine lights shot out, changing heaven and earth. The young madman's black hair stood up, blood flowed all over his body. The 6 paths reincarnation fist was even more terrifying. It had reached the peak of perfection. He let out a great roar, and the 6 ancient worlds appeared once again. They were his supreme fist intent, representing the 6 Daos and turning into an eternal cycle of reincarnation. He didn't have any weapons, but he surpassed world-shocking holy weapons. His fists could shatter the universe and heaven, and no one could face him head-on. When the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, 6 ancient realms appeared at the same time. Even the immemorial great sage, who had the undying wondrous tree in his hand, felt that it was too much for him to handle. He disregarded the consequences and unleashed his potential to resist this attack. Golden blood splattered everywhere. His body that had just reassembled cracked again, and a terrifying crack appeared between his brows. Even the undying wondrous tree had dimmed quite a bit. One could well imagine how terrifying the young madman's fist intent was. It could shatter space and collapse heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. However, the immemorial great sage's methods were heaven-defying. He possessed an undying divine Tao force. Even though he himself was injured, he also left a gaping wound on the black-haired youth's chest. However, the young madman became more and more courageous the more he fought. He seemed like he was going to suppress the golden-haired great sage to death by himself as he continuously attacked. Pung, finally, the other silver-haired great sage who was trying his best to break through the ancient formation took action. He didn't want his companion to suffer a great disaster. Just now, the death of the 1,000-armed god-fiend was an immeasurable loss to them. A great saint of the primordial era, who possessed heaven-defying strength, died here just because he hadn't recovered. It was truly unjust. The 2 great sages roared, both displaying their trump cards. They held unmatched holy weapons in their hands, summoning the natural laws of heaven and earth to attack the old madman. This was a great battle that shook the entire Ziwei ancient star region. It was rare to see something like this since ancient times. At the same time, the purple-bronze ancient ship trembled. 6 archaic kings walked out in succession, each of them incomparably old with snow-white hair and wrinkled skin. In the distance, the expressions of all the human experts changed. They were close to despair. The 2 immemorial great sage already possessed heaven-defying divine abilities. They were invincible and invincible. Now, 6 more ancient kings appeared. How could they even fight? The archaic kings were all saint-level experts with heaven-defying magical power. Even though there was still a gap between them and the great sage, they couldn't contend against them. This was a situation of certain death. Even though the old madman's cultivation was heaven-defying, he still hadn't proven his Tao. How could one person fight against so many people? Everyone was in despair. Even though the young madman was invincible, he couldn't fight against so many people. This was truly a terrible situation. Everyone's only hope was that these archaic kings were too weak to fight an intense battle. Otherwise, there would be over 100 million corpses on Ziwei ancient star, and blood would dye the earth red. The great battle had erupted. The old madman was surrounded by the 2 great sage and 6 archaic kings. His body was covered in wounds, but he didn't retreat a single step. This was a world-shocking battle. The young madman had gone berserk. His eyes were terrifying, and his black hair danced in the wind. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, there was no power that could withstand it. He also suffered grievous injuries, but even under such circumstances, he still managed to snatch a holy sword and cut that person in half, destroying his primordial spirit. Boom! The old madman's back took a solid blow, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared. This was done by the silver-haired great sage himself. However, the young madman also went berserk because of this. His murderous intent was boundless. He rushed forward and crushed the head of one of the ancient kings, turning his primordial spirit into ashes. This battle between saints was exceptionally bitter. It was a battle of life and death. There wasn't the slightest bit of luck. Saint blood flew everywhere, and the supreme experts were exhausted. You don't have a chance. Even though you're the great sage, do you think you can defeat all of us? An ancient king sneered cruelly. He was incomparably old, and the passage of time had almost exhausted his lifespan. However, at this moment, he forcefully gathered his essence and had the power to fight. The archaic great sage, with long golden hair and the horns of the ancestral dragon, wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Even if you die like this, you won't feel wronged." The young madman's eyes were sharp. Without saying a word, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist combined the 6 ancient worlds into one and smashed forward with supreme divine might. Bang! The undying tree was almost broken. The archaic great sage's body trembled violently as the 6 invisible fist imprints branded on his body. His limbs and bones cracked incessantly, and many of his bones were broken. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the golden blood continuously collapsed the void. Even his forehead had 6 terrifying bloody scars. This was the divine might of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. However, the old madman also paid a disastrous price. Another silver-haired great sage held a millstone-sized rhombus-shaped divine light shard in his hand, and it almost cut off his shoulder diagonally. Saint blood splashed everywhere. At the same time, the undying tree cut open a large wound on his body that almost exposed his internal organs. Even his bones had been cut open. Apart from this, an archaic ancestral king held a bloody spear in his hand. It pierced through his chest and shattered a large portion of his internal organs. However, the young madman didn't even frown. He fiercely twisted his body and forcibly broke this bloody spear. The moment he turned around, he pulled out the broken spear and stabbed it into the archaic ancestral king's forehead. Pfft! Purple blood gushed out as the broken spear pierced through the forehead and came out from the back of his brain. Even his primordial spirit had been nailed to pieces. It was an incomparably bloody scene as the corpse fell to the ground. The young madman's body was covered in wounds, and many places were punctured. However, he had still killed 3 ancient kings and inflicted heavy injuries on the 2 great sage. However, could this situation continue? He was fighting with his life on the line, and his whole body was covered in blood. Senior! Yi Fan shouted through his divine will. He took out the black gourd and sent it into the ancient formation through the crack, sending it to the old madman to kill the enemies. He didn't know the level of the black gourd, but he guessed that it must have a great origin. Otherwise, why would the archaic great sage be so shocked after seeing it? He could only use it once to cut off the ancient king's heads. If it was in the hands of the young madman, perhaps it would be even more powerful. The two great sage and the three ancient kings all grabbed at the black gourd, wanting to stop it midway. However, the old madman's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was too terrifying. He used the 6 ancient worlds to break through the road ahead and was the first to arrive. He endured the two great sages' heavy injuries and grabbed the black gourd. Then, the black gourd erupted with radiance and released streaks of black light, suspending above his head. It was incomparably terrifying, as if an ancient universe was evolving. However, the two archaic great sages sneered coldly. One of them said, "So it was already damaged. I was wondering how it could appear in this world. It disappeared after the legendary great battle. Everyone thought it was destroyed, but who would have thought that we would see it today? But it's already greatly damaged." In the distance, Yi Fan's expression changed. It was still a damaged weapon after all. The young madman was in danger. Dong. At this time, the violet copper warship shook and 8 archaic ancestral kings walked out. This part of the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even though they were incomparably old, wrinkled, and near the end of their lives, they still had the strength to fight. They had temporarily recovered their former glory. Even if each of them could only fight for a few minutes, the 8 more sages were enough to destroy the invincible masters of their generation. Everyone was in complete despair. How could they fight? How could the raging black-haired youth break out of this hopeless situation? You haven't recovered yet. It's not worth it to exchange a life for a life. Break through the ancient formation and fight in the outer realm. I have a way to eliminate him, the horned archaic great sage said coldly. With a loud noise, the entire golden desert trembled violently. Then, an aura that could shatter one's primordial spirit spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The violet copper warship was incomparably huge. It stood there like a purple demonic stone. It seemed to have a life of its own as it breathed in and out the essence of the world. Each time it breathed out, it would swallow the entire world. Black abysses extended in the void and gathered towards the violet copper warship. It was like a terrifying demonic cave. At this time, it began to rise from the ground and fly out of the ancient life star. Saint of the human race, you are very powerful, but you will die no matter where you go unless the ancient holy emperor comes back to life to save you. The silver-haired great sage said mercilessly. The young madman didn't stop the ancient ship from leaving. His body was covered in injuries, but his eyes were cold and fearless. He said, "Even if I die in the outer realm, the ancient kings on this ship will dye the sky with their blood. All of them will fall." The violet copper warship rose from the ground. Saint blood scattered everywhere. All the human cultivators looked up. This might be the last time they would see the human race's saint. The violet copper warship rose into the air along with the divine formation carved by the young madman. The corpses of the great sage and a few ancient kings were also there. They would go to space and leave the Ziwei ancient star region to enter the universe for the final battle. The human cultivators were all shocked as they watched the ancient ship rise higher and higher. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. Who could break out of this situation? Who could help the human saint? They felt how insignificant they were. How could they be of any help at all? How many people had reached this level since ancient times? Compared to them, they were like ants. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the immortal ancient land to borrow the extreme path imperial weapon. Do you want to watch a calamity descend? Shouted Yi Fan. The old madman was powerful and unrivaled, but facing so many ancient kings alone, he would definitely die. That was a path of no return. If he went to outer space, he would most likely dye the sky with saint blood and shatter the star region. He was incomparably worried that he would die because of this. At this time, many people looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. No one replied, and no one went to take the extreme path imperial weapon. They all looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with you all? Don't tell me that the Grand Ziwei ancient star region doesn't have imperial weapons. Yi Fan was anxious. Time was of the essence, they couldn't waste even a second. Are you still a person of this world? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. The imperial weapons disappeared with the ancient emperors. Don't you know this? What? Yi Fan was shaken. What was going on? He couldn't understand. What had happened in the Ziwei ancient star region? This was a place where countless legends had been born. It was an ancient source of life with too many secrets. It was the legendary central ancient emperor star. The violet copper warship rumbled and tore through the sky. It could no longer be stopped. It rose higher and higher, ancient formations sealing all directions. Corpses floated in the air. It was incomparably strange and terrifying. The ancient ship was engraved with the figures of the 10,000 ancient races. Among them were their ancient emperors, as well as their great sage. There were also many strange patterns: flowers, birds, fish, insects, cauldrons, towers, mirrors, and everything else. The violet copper warship hadn't even left, but a great battle had already broken out. The crazy young man was invincible, and he took the initiative to attack. Going to the outer space was a path of no return for him, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He opened up the 6 great ancient worlds with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 2 great sage of the primordial era and more than 10 sage-level ancestral kings were attacking together. What kind of power was this? At this moment, they were all attacking the same point. Even the greatest hero would tremble, unable to resist. The young madman was indeed very strong, but facing so many saints, he was not their match. These people were very weak, but they could still unleash a few attacks with all their strength. The 6 ancient worlds created by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist were penetrated by a dozen or so weapons. Then, they were shattered and quickly collapsed. The human cultivators practically closed their eyes. How were they supposed to dodge? How were they supposed to resist? There was simply no way to face this. So what if it was the great sage? If he took on this attack, he would still be turned to ashes. It could be clearly seen that more than a dozen weapons had arrived on the surface of the young madman's body. They swallowed the divine laws of the heavens and were about to disintegrate him. The power of the old madman's fist was matchless. Although it had shattered a few weapons, it couldn't completely dissolve them. People almost couldn't bear to watch anymore. They hadn't even reached the outer space, but the human saints were already dying here? Senior! Shouted Yi Fan. He really couldn't bear to see the horrifying scene of the old madman splattering blood in the sky. His heart was pounding and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The others also felt cold. If the old madman died, what would the Ziwei ancient star region become? They didn't dare to imagine. Many people closed their eyes, unable to witness the scene of the saint's blood. However, at this moment, the primordial ancestral king cried out in alarm. Even the 2 great sage let out a cry of surprise. An incredible scene had happened. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. All the weapons swallowed the divine laws of the heavens and almost touched the old madman's body, but they all stopped. It was very short. In just an instant, time and space froze. The young madman took advantage of this moment to avoid certain death. What happened? What's going on? Even the primordial ancestral kings were shaken. The 2 primordial great sage were greatly shaken and revealed a look of astonishment. The young madman broke free from the hopeless situation. He avoided all the weapons and divine laws. Like a fish swimming in the outside world, he leaped up and turned into a Kuan Peng. Pfft! He waved his fists and struck out with the divine power of 6 paths of reincarnation. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. And primordial ancestral king's head was smashed into paste. Grey blood flew more than 10 meters into the air. His other hand opened the top of an ancient king's head, grabbed his primordial spirit, and crushed it to ashes. Many people didn't understand. Only the 2 primordial great sage were shocked. They clearly understood what it was. One of them said in a deep voice, "The power of time." Another great sage chimed in, "Although we've only touched a little bit, it's indeed time that changes at an extreme speed." In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He also understood that it was the Xing formula. When it reached the extreme realm, it would sublimate and peek into the mysteries of time. The Xing formula of the 9 secrets was indeed terrifying. The old madman's attainments had reached great heights. He had already touched the edge of time. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He and the old madman had obtained the perfect Xing formula at the sacred cliff. Naturally, he understood the divine principles contained within. Now that he saw such a heaven-defying method, he was incomparably excited. The Xing formula originated from the ancient divine court of assassins, the celestial court. In the past, an old saint had an incomparably fortuitous encounter and obtained an immortal divine medicine. He lived for 2 lifetimes before cultivating the domain of time. As for the others, they couldn't even touch that supreme forbidden area and had no hope of cultivating it. But now, the young madman actually displayed such a side. The complicated divine laws he had peeked into were enough to prove his supreme aptitude. Touching the order of time is just SOSO. You are not invincible. I can kill you in the outer realm, said the silver-haired great sage coldly. The war started again. Even though the old madman had the Xing formula and the peerless 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he still suffered several heavy injuries. Of course, the enemy also suffered great losses. Senior. Yi Fan saw the old madman's blood splattering the sky. He racked his brains and finally activated a large piece of divine source from the cauldron of myriad qi. It was a large piece of source that emitted dazzling divine light. Inside it was an extremely frightening skinny old man. He wore a battle suit made of animal skin and held a shiny white bone club in his arms. His hair was disheveled and his limbs were bound by red iron chains. He was like an ancient ferocious beast. Just the aura he emitted could shatter one's primordial spirit. It was unbearable. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the old madman and told him everything. He pushed the divine source out and wanted it to enter the gap of the divine formation to explode. I don't know if it's good or bad. This immemorial saint cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time and turned himself into a demon. He might even attack the old madman. Yi Fan was very worried. God knows what would happen if he released this ancient demon. What, it's him. He's still in this world. Back then, he killed several ancient kings and a great sage. It really is an ancient demon. Wasn't he suppressed to death by the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Valley of Gods? How can he still be alive in the future? The ancient kings from the Big Dipper star field were all shocked. They recognized the old man sealed in the divine source and remembered a terrifying past. Don't let him in, don't let him break the seal, shouted the horned great sage. He didn't want any unforeseen events to happen. Many ancient kings worked together to seal the gap. They didn't want this terrifying demon to come in. At this time, the young madman made his move. A black moon divine talisman appeared between his brows. The grating saint force circulated and attracted the divine source. Boom! Within the divine source block, the withered ancient saint rushed out with an incomparably violent aura. A dazzling light shot out from between his brows. It was like a sun, but also like a divine moon, bursting with destructive light. He was like a ferocious beast released from its cage. He gathered a murderous intent and forced it into the body of an ancient king. Ah, that ancient king screamed. His primordial spirit was almost sucked out. Many cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. Quick, don't let him in. We can't let him wake up. This was a great sage, and now, although he was sealed, he was not injured at all. He was lying dormant in the divine source. Once he came out, he would definitely be a great killing disaster. All the ancient kings attacked together. If they were at their peak, they would not be afraid. After all, they had 2 great sage on their side. But now, they were all extremely weak. More than a dozen beams of light shot out and completely sealed the seal wager. The young madman had no other choice. He couldn't stop everyone alone. The violet copper warship quickly rose into the sky. The divine source block with the ancient saint sealed in it was shot down, and it was getting farther and farther away. Yi Fan was anxious, but he could do nothing to change anything. He watched as the violet copper warship entered the clouds and rushed towards the outer realm battlefield. "Senior!" Yi Fan shouted. He thought hard and felt that only the secret of all could be useful, so he transmitted it into the sky. Apart from this secret, the other 9 secrets were very complicated. They needed to be comprehended and spent a lot of time to learn. Only this secret was very short. It could be cultivated quickly, and it could multiply one's combat power. The only thing he was worried about was that the old madman had touched the 8-limit domain. This secret would be ineffective, and he could only use the supreme divine power of this secret if he broke through his own shackles. The moment Yi Fan transmitted the secret of all, the old madman also sent a divine will into his heart, which made him tremble. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This terrifying fist technique was the most suitable for Yi Fan, who had an unparalleled body. In the future, he would definitely be able to soar like a dragon. Don't let it be lost. The young madman's eyes were cold as he confronted the ancient kings. This was the last imprint he left behind, as if he was making arrangements for his death. Then, he and the ancient saints disappeared into outer space. "Big brother Crazy Ol!" Yi Fan shouted. This trip to the outer realm was a dead end. There was no hope of survival. People knew that this might be the last time they would see the great sage of the human race. That resolute face, that indomitable spirit, and that figure that would never return had left an indelible impression on the world. The old madman fought the saints alone and went to the outer realm alone. Even if he died, he would kill all the ancient kings on the ancient ship. The old madman's words were domineering and powerful. It seemed to still be echoing in people's ears. This was a legend of the saints. It did not appear in the world, and it was only a flash in the pan. But now it was extinct. A few days later, a purple bronze fragment from the depths of outer space, stained with the saint blood of the human race, fell on the land of the Ziwei ancient domain. It told the story of an earth-shattering battle. Since then, the saints did not appear, and the ancient great sage did not descend. The ancient kings all disappeared, and the great sage of the human race never appeared again. For the Ziwei ancient domain, the human saints stained the outer realm with their blood. Many people cried. In the pure land of the Xuandu cave, purple rocks stood tall and the cliffs were smooth. Dragon grass grew, ginseng spat out auspicious energy, Qilin lay alone under the green rocks, and silver chains hung down. Spiritual birds danced in the air, and the fragrance of old medicine filled the air. On this day, the 8 Visions Palace that had not appeared in the world for a long time suddenly appeared in the Taiqing sacred realm. The purple tiles flowed with light, and the ancient hall was hazy. It seemed to be located outside the 33rd level of heaven. An ordinary-looking, short, and ordinary man walked out. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were somewhat similar to the dead Tianji. He sighed softly and stood in front of the 8 Visions Palace in the Taiqing sacred realm, staring at the broken mountain outside the Xuandu cave. "Tianji is dead. I've spoiled you rotten. You're arrogant and domineering. I knew that you would suffer a great loss sooner or later, but I didn't expect this to be a death parting." At this point, his eyes suddenly became sharp. The calmness from before was swept away, and like 2 divine lamps, they shot out 2 divine beams that were dozens of miles long. At the same time, a vast purple aura soared into the sky. He was enveloped by the endless purple aura, and like a saint, he was unfathomable. "Tianji was wrong, but he's my brother after all. I can't let him die in vain." His words were calm, but it was quite shocking. It could be heard in the vast wilderness, and who knew how many miles it had traveled. On this day, the master of the 8 Visions Palace, Yin Tianda, appeared and only said one sentence. He wanted to kill a person, and a scroll appeared. That was all, but it shocked everyone. Yin Tianda was a mysterious and powerful young expert. 10 years ago, he had already defeated the various sect masters, and no one knew his background. In the same year, he entered the 8 Visions Palace that had been sealed for a long time and became the master of the Taiqing sacred realm, shocking the world. 2,000 years ago, an old Taoist riding an ox came through the starry sky, opened up the Xuandu cave, and built the 8 Visions Palace. This place became a divine land, and no one knew how powerful the person called Laozi was. In the end, he disappeared, leaving behind an empty mystic realm. Many people had tried to find him, but they all returned empty-handed. In the end, Xianxia, who had defeated the various sect masters, carried the fate of the world and entered the Eight Visions Palace. 10 years had passed, and people no longer knew how powerful this young man, who had risen like a legendary emperor, was. And now, he came out of seclusion and only said that he wanted to kill a person. This naturally attracted the attention of everyone. However, he didn't personally come out, and he went into closed-door cultivation once more. His cultivation had reached an extremely critical period, and he didn't want to waste a single moment. However, since he had already spoken like this, there would definitely be people who would act for him. His rise to power was unstoppable, and there were a few great powers who were on good terms with him. He didn't even need to act to accomplish all of this. Everyone knew that the young man in the painting was in danger. He would most likely be beheaded before Xianxia came out of seclusion. What a powerful aura! With a single word, the entire area trembled. Is it comparable to the power of a saint? Yi Fan sneered. It had been a month since the battle between the sages. The ancient ship had never returned, and only a piece of purple bronze stained with the blood of the sages fell to the ground. After that battle, the human race's great sage, Crazy Ol, never appeared again. Yi Fan looked up at the sky and sighed. He knew that it was a bloody ending. Crazy Ol didn't let a primordial ancestor king return. He used his blood to spill across the sky in exchange for the human race's peace. However, it was difficult for people to see him again. The death of the sages was like a song of sorrow. However, time could erase everything. Only a month had passed, and the land had calmed down again. During this month, Yi Fan walked the land to understand this world, and he also inquired about the Eight Visions Palace of the Xuandu Cave of the Taiqing Holy Land. He finally had a certain understanding. During this period, he also did his best to refine a dried-up divine source shell. He didn't want a disaster to happen in the future. A few years ago, after he entered the starry sky from the primordial altar of the Northern Dipper ancient region, he had brought out a dragon-headed corpse when he first encountered the purple bronze warship. Now that he thought about it, the primordial king was not dead at all. However, his life force was dried up beyond recognition, and he only had one last trace of life force left. This was a great disaster. Once he was given a chance and replenished with essence qi, he would most likely recover in the future. However, what made him feel slightly at ease was that the primordial king couldn't actively absorb life essence qi. As long as he suppressed it well, he shouldn't be able to revive. During this month, he cultivated while using the battle sacred art to form a black hole. He swallowed the divine source shell and seized the last trace of life force within it. He wanted to make it impossible for the sage to revive. 10 years ago, Xianxia defeated all the sect masters and then obtained the inheritance of the Eight Visions Palace of the Taiqing Holy Land. I wonder how powerful he is now. That person killed his brother. Did he have a death wish? He even dared to provoke the master of the Xuandu Cave. I can't understand. Many people were discussing this matter in the Luzhou of the Ziwei Ancient Star region and expressed different opinions. Yi Fan hadn't been in the Ziwei Ancient Star region for long, but his appearance quickly spread throughout the continent. He didn't fight an illustrious battle, but he had become a famous figure. Of course, it wasn't some radiance. Many people felt that he was a dead man. Offending the Luzhou's pride of a generation, Xianxia, was almost equivalent to dying. How majestic! Yi Fan wasn't in a good mood. The old madman's blood dyed the sky. This was a predestined ending, and it was difficult for him to calm down. He had paid such a price for this ancient star. He had also put in some effort, but he didn't expect to have enmity with a powerful figure. The others also wanted to kill him. Of course, not many people had seen Yi Fan in that battle. Only some people from Tianyuan City had followed. They saw the might of the sage and paid attention to Yi Fan. He looks familiar. When the great sage of the human race fought against the primordial ancestor king, this young man took action and gave him the black gourd. It looks like him. He does look similar. Few sect masters in Tianyuan City were astonished. The person Xianxia wanted to kill had been drawn into a picture scroll and was almost the same as the young man they had seen that day. They had doubts, but they couldn't change anything. Most people in the other regions of Luzhou didn't know. They were all watching quietly. Xianxia has a few sworn brothers, and they're all extraordinary figures. One is the divine son of Taiyin Duan Muming, another is the sixth prince of the Golden Crow race of the Fusang Divine Tree Country, Luya, and another is Daoist Xianxia from the ancient Daoist temple of the Underworld Ridge. These people are all extraordinary heroes. Since Xianxia is in seclusion and can't do anything, they'll most likely kill that young man on his behalf. People discussed in awe. The divine son of Taiyin Duan Muming, the sixth prince of the Golden Crow race Luya, and Daoist Xianxia from the ancient Daoist temple of the Underworld Ridge were the elites of the Ziwei ancient star region. They lived in different continents and were famous all over the world. It's said that the sixth prince of the Golden Crow race Luya will pass by Luzhou. Do you think he'll stop just to kill that young man? Daoist Xianxia from the ancient Daoist temple of the Underworld Ridge will also come. It's said that he'll be escorting half a page of the mysterious scripture to the human king hall to exchange for the other half page. Will he attack when he passes by Luzhou? Yifan couldn't help but frown when he heard all this. Just from the names of those people, he knew that they must have great backgrounds. The crown prince of the Golden Crow race lived on the Fusang Divine Tree. Could he be from the race in the ancient legends? He shook his head and felt that it was unlikely. The Underworld Ridge was an ancient Daoist temple. How extraordinary could the half-page of the scripture be to be protected like this? To exchange it with the human king hall, could it be an immortal scripture? Although Yifan frowned, he didn't feel any fear. He was already a divine lord-level figure and cultivated the ancient scripture. His body was unparalleled. There was no need for him to live like this. Even if I'm stranded in the Ziwei ancient star region of the legends, I won't let anyone bully me. This ancient source of life didn't have an extreme emperor weapon, but it was extremely prosperous. There were ancient techniques from various sects that had been passed down for a long time. If one wanted to temper themselves, it was truly a divine place. After becoming a divine lord-level figure, what they feared the most was the deterrence of emperor weapons. Now that there was no such supreme saint weapon hanging over their heads, he could go anywhere in the world with the Xing word formula. The Ziwei ancient star region had been passed down in the Middle Country for a long time. There were many legends about it. Yifan guessed that there must be an ancient path that connected the two places. He wanted to find it. At the same time, he also had a guess. The Big Dipper star region didn't lack extreme emperor weapons. It was most likely related to the disappearance of emperor weapons in the Ziwei ancient star region and even other ancient lands. The Big Dipper star region most likely has an unknown secret. Perhaps there is an ancient path that connects to that star region. Whether it was to return to his hometown or cross the Big Dipper star region, he might be able to find an ancient path on this ancient star. Celestial Wolf Mountain was an illustrious place. Since ancient times, 7 generations of celestial wolves had been born here. It was a holy land of the demon race. And now, the master of Celestial Wolf Mountain, the old wolf deity, was like the sun in the sky. He was unfathomable and had a great reputation in the Lu continent. On this day, he welcomed his 2800th birthday after taking human form. In the Lu continent, many great sects had come to offer their congratulations. There was no lack of sect masters among them. It was a rare occasion. Yifan also came. He gazed at the majestic Celestial Wolf Mountain in the distance. Green energy surged, and at the same time, it was incomparably magnificent. Many thousand zhang tall waterfalls cascaded down, and ancient divine trees grew between the cliffs. Upon closer inspection, this ancient mountain was like a divine wolf howling at the moon. It stretched across the front and possessed a strand of immortal divine power. The enormous cliffs and valleys were like the mouth of a wolf, swallowing and spitting out essence. Today, there were many people coming in and out of the ancient Celestial Wolf Mountain, and all of them came to offer their blessings to the old wolf god. They were all famous experts or rising stars of various races. Yifan ascended the heavenly stairway with the travel art. He ignored all kinds of ancient formations and passed through the danger zone step by step. He arrived in front of a grand villa. Even though he didn't have an invitation, the disciples of Celestial Wolf Mountain didn't dare to be neglectful because of this extreme art. They respectfully welcomed him inside. The old wolf deity who had taken human form for 2,800 years had already made it clear that as long as there was no invitation, Cultivators with tyrannical strength who entered on their own must be treated as esteemed guests. There are people from the human king palace as well. The old wolf deity has quite the face. There are peak characters from the palace who have come to congratulate him. Wrong, this is just in passing. They came to welcome Taoist Xianxia from the Underworld Ridge ancient Taoist temple in exchange for half a page of scripture. It's just an exchange of half a page of scripture, yet these two great divine lands mustered such great forces and treated it so seriously. Could it be half a page of immortal scripture? Right at this time, several dazzling and resplendent streaks of true flames streaked across the sky. Several youngsters in golden feathered clothes descended. All of them had long golden hair as if they were cast from divine gold. Golden flames curled up around them, and even their pupils were golden in color. At this time, many people arrived in the villa. It was extremely lively, and many of them were great characters who looked down on a region. There was no lack of top sect masters. There was even less of a need to talk about the younger generation. They were all heroes from various clans, but at this time, their expressions all changed. Many people carefully dodged out of fear of colliding with these youngsters from the Golden Crow race. These are the Golden Crow race's 6th Prince Luya's people. He really came. Is he going to stop at Luzhou to help his sworn brother Xianxia to take action? Everyone felt a tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that Luzhou most likely wouldn't be peaceful. Swoosh, a Golden Crow race youngster opened a painting scroll and said, "Did this person come?" He asked the person beside him in a loud voice. It was precisely Yifan's painting scroll. "I didn't see him." Someone replied. They didn't want to meddle in this matter. I knew he wouldn't dare come. Wherever the 6th prince goes, he can only retreat. Who dares face him head-on? One of the Golden Crow race youngsters sneered arrogantly. End of chapter 706. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.